Hello and welcome to the Shanghai Major presented by Perfect World. We're live and police monitored at an undisclosed location. I am Sir Too Good, your host for this event, but don't worry, as always, it's not just me here to talk about the do's and don'ts of Dota 2 and the cans of cunts of the teams. Of course, we won't go into EG today because Samel and Arteezy took an incredible amount of time to go through that. Our panelists, let's welcome on all. We're going to have Winter, Cinderin, Blitz, and Gods. How is everybody doing this morning?
Doing fantastic. Good to be here.
Blitz.
Great.
Yeah.
That was a good intro. I like that.
Winter,
Will and
how are
I
you
just
doing?
like stole a look at each other.
Why was it? Would you just? I think it was very professional.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you're doing well.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's good.
no one asked how or ever I'm
I'm
doing.
hungry.
You're hungry. That's great, Winter. Like you
At least
had
you
the whole
get
morning.
an honest answer for once.
Yeah, yeah. No one asked, by the way, how the host is doing ever. That's
Ask
typical.
yourself. You're the host.
Well, I'm doing okay.
Yeah.
I'm glad you liked the intro. I was a little bit worried that I would say something, bad, because normally, I have like a pre-hosting ritual. Winter, I mean, you can probably appreciate this. So last night, I was perusing the hotel entertainment, and actually, for the ritual to get ready for today, and it turned out, censorship, the Chinese hotel had disabled pornography. So it was very hard to kind of get ready for the show. I mean, don't get me wrong, I watched it. Mr. Wang's amazing wheelchaired antics were pretty amazing. A real thriller, and I did manage to finish, and I'm here for the show today now. So
Is this the rehearsal, by the way? Are we live or is this?
It's just, so I feel like I'm ready to host. You know what I mean? Like nothing's gonna hold me back, and I'm here ready for some Dota 2. We've got some great teams playing in the tournament.
You're
and we've
crying.
got 4 teams
God's
today.
actually
Just for the record, I prefer normal stuff. That's what I'm saying as well. But it was a good watch. So in Group A, this is what we're going to be seeing today. We've got maybe we're not going to Group A. We've got Ehome, MVP, Phoenix, Team Secret, and CDEC Gaming. We will be seeing them today. They're going to be playing kind of like almost a double elim, but no one gets eliminated. So there's going to be a total of 5 games. If you come top 2, you'll be going into the upper bracket of the main event. If you land in the bottom 2, you'll be going into the lower bracket. And all today's games will be best of 3s, and we'll be playing 2 games simultaneously at the start of the day, and then after that we'll be playing each game singly, so we can watch all the action. So make sure you tune in for your day where you want to support your team, but I'm sure throughout the tournament you're going to see some surprises and great games, as it seems that a lot of people are saying that the meta hasn't been figured out. So in Group B, you're going to see Alliance, Team Spirit, Vici Gaming, Fnatic. Group C, which is our 3rd day of groups, is going to be OG, Team Archon, LGD Gaming, and Newbie. And then finally, to finish off the groups, we'll go to Group D, which will be Evil Geniuses, Complexity, Virtus Pro, and Team Liquid. And then, of course, from there, the end of the groups, which will take 4 days from now, we're going into the Mercedes-Benz Arena for the main event to see who will be crowned champion of the Shanghai Major. So, that was all very professional. I felt that was good. I can read off a screen, which is great. Let's go back to how you guys are and what you're looking forward to today, because we're in Group A.
I think the main thing for me that I really don't know is, a lot of people in previous tournaments had really high expectations for CDEC, and they're a team I'm very curious to see whether they show up or not, because they showed so great promise at TI5. They didn't do too well in Frankfurt compared to expectations, and now here against Secret, strong opponent in the first round. They
didn't adjust to the meta that well. Like they were always still trying to play their game with a little bit of different heroes. But I think that overall in the current meta, their old playstyle doesn't work as well as during the TI times. So I think that is their biggest problem. They didn't really adjust very well.
I wasn't really listening. What did you think of what they said, Blitz?
Yeah, I mean, the patch, they were the quickest to figure it out, like how to invade the enemy safe lane with the gyrocopter, and they could play like the stack and farm game. They were very patient, but I think a lot of it has been said about their mid laner, Shiki. He didn't really have that big of a hero pool. Like when EG discovered that he didn't know how to play Left Strike, for example, that kind of just threw everything open. So from what I hear, though, I think he's like the highest MMR in China now, and he's been grinding solo queues. There should be a better understanding this time around, I think.
Are we talking about CDEC now?
Yes.
Okay, good. I was zoning out a little bit. I was
Second place TI. Maybe
yeah.
you've heard of them.
So they're
Don't
doing
know.
okay. Or they're not doing
I
great?
mean, by TI standards, they're doing very poorly. Like they,
Very bad.
yeah, it's not the second place TI performance that you'd come to expect from them. But the same can be said from some of the other teams. Well, one team in their group, Secret as well, they've completely fallen off from being the best team in the world. When they first formed with their new roster, they won Nanyang Championship. Now they're just looking like a team that's everyone's talking about. It's going to be reshuffling their roster.
Didn't they win 3 events in a row?
Yeah, they won like 3 or 4 They got to the ESL1 New York final, and then they went on to win like the next MLG as well as Nanyang Championship, and were just on a complete tear. Everyone looked at them like they're the best team, and then right now everyone's looking at them like, oh, they need to kick X player, they need to kick Y player, they need to do such and such. I mean, you've got all the backseat coaches saying that 10 different things need to change within the team. So,
How many backseat coaches does Secret have? 10.
10.
10. And
Exactly.
how's
No more,
Ehome
no
and
less.
MVP doing?
They're
Ehome's good.
Ehome's very
I mean,
good.
because in all fairness, I've been a little bit out of Dota
Yeah.
2. I don't know if you noticed that I don't have much of a clue what's going on. So we're going to learn Dota together with me if you want to learn Dota. But of course, our experts here will take you through the thing as well. So I've actually brought in a prop, right? And I'm going to use it now. This is the Learn Dota with James Harding prop. I'm just going to move things. Wait, I'm gonna get up. Right, look at this, Winter.
Yes, I'm looking.
I brought in
That's
a
great.
sick prop. Yeah, we can see it. Right, so let's talk about, I don't know if people can see this on camera. Maybe this cameraman will have to come a little bit closer when I draw stuff. Because here we can do Group A. Yeah, that's good. Group A, good cameraman. Okay, so who do we have? We have CDEC,
Secret, Ehome, MVP.
and then we have. Okay, we're doing like this. Secret, and then we got Ehome. Do you like my handwriting, Winter?
Yeah, that was what I was gonna say. You actually have very good handwriting compared to
I
mine.
made MYP there. Okay, so I want to know, right, pros and cons of these teams that we're going to see today. What do you think? This is like a meeting. Imagine we're in like a Dota boardroom and we're going to buy one of these teams. And we're going to like, you know, because we're mega rich because we've hosted the Shanghai Major.
I
Don't
think.
laugh.
Okay, so
This wasn't a joke. I thought.
my pro for CDC is probably Unity. I think.
Unity.
Yeah,
And
they're very good at playing as a unit.
I thought that was a player for a moment. So Unity. So
Yeah.
Blitz can get on that. That's power of friendship, isn't it, Blitz?
Yeah, I rode that train for a really long time. Yeah, it's like they like each
That
other.
worked out for you.
I mean, now he's making all the crazy big bucks here at the
That
Shanghai
sounds like
Major.
I want to put it on a con as well.
Zephyr.
But you think Unity, like like how they play?
Yeah, so I think the main thing at TI5 that made that team so successful was how extremely good they were at moving together as a team and making decisions in the blink of an eye. They
Yeah.
were very, very
Right.
quick and everyone was on the
If,
same page.
if you remember what Notail said, the biggest hurdle when they're playing against CDEC is they are playing very, very fast. They can't keep up.
Fast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fast. That's another pro. Normally when I've had that conversation, it goes in cons, but they don't listen to them. So any cons for CDEC while we're at it?
Stubborn.
Stubborn.
Yeah.
They are not willing to change their playstyle.
What does the other couch agree with stubborn?
I mean, looking at the last few tournaments, yeah, I'd agree.
All right, stubborn. That's a con. You can all check my spelling now. I'm actually terribly
We just need to
dyslexic.
start using some
I was gonna say
some big
one-dimensional.
words.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One-dimensional.
It's actually slightly related to the
Yeah.
stubborn.
I'm going to put
yeah.
1D. It's too long.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's their pros and cons for CDEC.
Yeah.
All right. Now we got Secret. This is good. I think we'll probably run out of time before the game starts. So let's brainstorm faster if we can here at the Shanghai Major. Presented by Perfect World on a piece of paper.
Unpredictable.
Unpredictable.
Yeah.
Is that just Eternal Envy?
I think I'm referring to the way they're drafting because they don't have a
drafts.
set hero pool. They draft against what their enemy is picking.
Big hero pool.
Yeah, big hero.
Big hero pool.
Yeah.
All right.
That's good.
I should have used more room. Hopefully people can still read this. I think the cameraman's doing a great job. Right, Secret, big hero pool.
Leadership. I think they have the best captain in the world, or close to it.
Yeah.
Puppey.
So Puppey.
Just Puppey.
Puppey.
So the pros is
Puppey is a pro.
But I've also
Excellent.
noticed on the con, are they still playing with Eternal Envy? So that's kind of a cancel out, isn't it?
We have to be fair though. He did carry them
When?
in certain
Frankfurt.
situations. He did.
The EG series.
I haven't watched. I just wanted to write his name down. So we've only got one more con now for Team Secret.
I think that one of the biggest things when I watch Seeker is they don't really play as a team. It's often lots of individual players trying to go off and make like individual plays. They're kind of just disorganized.
I think
But they have the captain thing.
I think Puppey's more just to keep them calm, and he knows what they're gonna pick. But I think their actual play, like God says, is really fragmented.
Fragmented.
But doesn't that have to do?
Ununity.
Doesn't it have to do with their mid player because of the way he plays? Mainly because it has a lot to do with his hero pool as well, like the heroes he plays.
Who's their mid player?
Weeha.
Yeah.
We have.
Oh
You
yeah,
can't
you
put
need
two
to
players
write
down
that
on. You can't put Eternal Envy and Weeha on cons for
Their
Team
cons
Secret.
are just their players.
Huh?
I think
Their
fragmented was
positive is
fine.
Puppey.
I think fragmented.
Puppey
is-
plus 4.
Yeah, I think fragmented is good.
Get Puppey
is
some new
great.
teammates.
Fragmented. And they're playing each other first, right?
Yep.
Yes.
So that's game number 1. I guess we might be watching that game. This is going good. All right, so yeah, Ehome.
They're just bloody good right now. I don't know. They're like the best
Yeah.
team right now, almost. It
Are
feels
they?
like. in
They're
some
very,
ways.
very
They're,
good.
they're
Yeah.
consistent. The
You guys sound like fanboys.
Easily favorite.
No,
for
they
top three.
figured the patch out better
patch.
than any other team.
All right. Meta Kings, we call them, right? So at the start of the tournament,
And I think a lot of people would agree during MDL, if you watch most of their games, I think because their offlaner is extremely versatile, because the patch revolves a lot of what hero do you use on your team as an offlane. I think because he's extremely versatile, 11, if in case you don't know who.
Old 11.
Old 11.
Alt 11.
They have Old
Yeah.
11 and Old Chicken.
It's
it
just
has
11.
to be your favorite team.
hey, no old jokes, all right? You know, I know I got the hosting gig, you know, admittedly. You know, Red Eye's a bit wiser, and I'm not as hands-on
I
as
think
Richard
your
Lewis,
name
but
your name was wrong. It shouldn't be Sir 2G, it should be Old 2G.
Thank you. You can fuck off, Winter. So they're offlaner, you think?
Yep.
You,
Yep.
you? Do you want to agree with Winter?
Yeah.
All right, whatever. Offlaner. Okay. And what are we doing? Do they have any cons?
yeah, I think
They got a target on their head, surely, if they're the best team. Everyone's going to be watching them. But go on, Blitz, you said they...
I think their playstyle, it's like bend don't break, but they play it really fast and loose because they're completely okay with just like feeding away kills and deaths. Like they don't really care because they kind of play the style where they guarantee themselves the late game, but oftentimes you can just get run over.
Okay. So they're set up to win always late game, but you can break it with just, like...
Yeah, I think their laning phase sometimes is a little bit weak as a result. Like in their
Yeah,
off lane and their safe
because
lane.
of the heroes that they like. Sometimes they pick like support Abaddon.
Yeah,
it makes their
exactly.
lanes weak.
They pick really weird support duos. Like out of the entire teams here, they do stuff that just doesn't make sense.
Legion Commander support.
Yeah, like they're willing to innovate.
So
like
do you
that.
want to put laning phase or early
Yeah.
game phase?
You can do that.
If we come back to laning phase, will we understand what you meant?
Yeah.
Okay. My handwriting is going to get worse as we go along. And then anything else
Probably
on Ehome?
Probably not though.
Hmm.
Do you guys have anything else that you feel is their weakness?
Until they start losing, no.
Yeah,
I don't
until they
know.
start losing.
But
Like,
I think if they're like, are they absolutely the top of the game
No,
right now?
not
Is
clearly.
everyone
They're in
com-
like the group of maybe 3 or 4 teams that I consider like the favorite
Okay.
slash best.
So
in
they
the
don't
game.
have like an obvious target on their back.
No, it's like Ehome, Evil Geniuses, Alliance maybe to some certain extent as well.
But
as
they're
like
the best
3
team.
big-
They're the best team in China now.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, well, we won't put a target on their back. They can only have one con, just because that's
Yeah.
how it panned out when I drew it on paper. We're not thinking so much with the distances between. MVP?
High individual skill. Like these are all.
Who's playing for MVP?
They
Q-
have
QO.
Rev, QO,
QO?
MP, Dubu, and
Febby?
Yep.
Febby.
It's 1 point for me.
He's just pretending, you know? He's just pretending he doesn't.
No, I only know Febby because he wears cool pants.
Yeah, he
He
does.
wears ice pants. He's like, ice pants, cool. And I'm like, Febby, you cool. That could be a pro. Can that be my
Ice pants.
ice pants?
Ice pants.
Let's put like the high skill.
You're not
yeah?
looking good in
Yeah.
the tournament if that's your pro, if that's ice pants.
High skill.
Yeah, and they have ice pants, which keep you cool when you play. They can have more pros. I think that's quite big though.
Yeah.
I think it's a pretty big pro. If you're in a group with CDEC, Secret, and Ehome, and you
And
get
you're
high,
high
skill,
skill,
as
yeah.
your pro,
Yeah.
then you're really good.
Well, you said they were high skill, like high individual skill.
I think they have high individual skill. They have like 4 of the
I-
top
it's
12
like
players MMR-wise in
so
China.
many teams do that
But
at the same
I
time.
think
It's
it
kind
can
of-
also be their weakness because the way they rely,
Yeah.
the way they win is they rely on certain players, like especially QO, to carry them. Like in certain games where sometimes another team playing the same draft will rely more on team play to win, but for them they rely on individual skill to win the game.
Okay, so it's
It
again
can
it's
be
that
their
pro and con.
it can be their con as well.
Okay.
Rely on big plays. I think that's a good point, actually. If you don't have that, again, it's the whole unity thing we talked about before. I guess that overlaps a bit with Secret. Would you say MVP are a little bit fragmented too?
No,
with
bec-
that
I
logic?
think it's a different reason.
It's not
Yeah.
fragmented. It's like the way they play. That's the way they play.
Okay, so it's just their style is
Yeah.
that big plays win, and if they don't get big plays, they just lose because
Yep.
they're less good at the team play. Okay.
yes.
Right. So I put that in a con.
Yeah,
And
rely
why?
on big plays.
Okay.
I mean, it's great to make big plays, but it's not good that you rely on them to win every game.
Okay, okay. Big play, bad boys. That sounds cooler. Like they're big play bad boys.
Why
It
is
works,
he,
it
why
works,
is he
if it
writing
doesn't-
again? I
Huh?
think we had. I'm just saying, why are you writing again? I thought we had a really good way of phrasing it, and then you went with big play bad boys.
I'm selling it to the people at home. I'm getting more and more people interested in Dota 2 with this apparatus that I have here. Any more cons or pros for MVP?
Lack of a captain. Now that March is retired, I think that hurts them a lot.
Is he not even here as a coach or
No.
anything?
He's
But
a-
isn't Dubu their new captain?
yeah, but it's I played against him when he was on Hot 6. Like it's hard because he doesn't really have that much experience, whereas
like
March had just
Inexperienced.
Yeah.
They're very
All
young
right,
team.
I
I
can't
think,
wait
I think
to
they're
see how
just
you're
how
gonna
young
wrap
the
this.
team is one of their bigger weaknesses. Like Dubu's only been playing Dota for like a few years or something, ridiculously short.
during game show, he told me he played
Yeah.
Dota 2 for 2 years.
Yeah,
And
Oh.
he has never played Dota 1.
So
and it's
that
like
one-
What?
some of the
Who has never played the
The
what-
drafter for MVP
Dubu,
has never
the
played
captain.
Dota 1, and he played Dota 2 for 2 years.
When
That's
I
fine.
first got to
Maybe he's
Korea-
a genius. Maybe he's a
he
god
obviously he is
winter.
if he's
What I-
playing at a major.
Yeah.
So.
When I first got to Korea, he was part of like their training academy that they made for MVP or whatever. He had never picked it up. He was just doing it for fun. He was like 3K, like less than 2 years ago. Now he's just really good at the game.
Why did you go lowercase all of a sudden?
I don't know. I really don't. It's just because this was the upper part of the board, and now I'm in the
then
lower
below
part.
the mid.
I think
That's
one
how my
of the
brain
pros
works.
with MVP though is that they're probably one of the more motivated and driven teams right now. I think they have.
We'll put that with them. Yeah, motivation. I mean, not everyone. These guys don't
Yeah.
care if they win or lose, but this team,
Has a point to prove.
yeah, point to prove motivation. All right, we'll leave it at that then. In pros and cons. So they're going to be playing each other. That's a great line.
Very good.
It's very artistic. Who's going to win the group? I mean, the CDEC play Secret first.
I mean, if you count the cons, it's obvious that Ehome's going to win the group, right? Because
That's the thing. They have less cons,
If,
Winter.
if you count the pros,
Mathematically,
it's MVP who's going to win the group though. So.
they have ice
yeah.
pants.
Ice Pants is the tipping point right now.
But what's more important, ice pants
Or being bad boys.
or having a good offlaner? Well, let's do CDEC versus Secret first. Okay, so we do CDEC, and they play versus Secret. Trying to do nice big writing. Okay, so we got our pros and cons. Secret have Puppey and a big hero pool. CDEC have Unity and they're fast. We sound really stupid when we revisit this. This doesn't sound like we know what we're talking about, guys. So, what's going to happen in the first match?
I think this is really unpredictable because both of the teams haven't been looking that stable. But my pick would be CDC, I think, for this match.
I think Secret's going to play very unpredictable. They'll just like split push around the map. They'll just play this like discombobulated kind of play style, and it's going to throw. I think it throws CDC off. I think if
It's,
anything, it's hard for them to deal with.
So, almost like Eternal Envy could also be a pro.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's like the player to look out for that's going to cause CDC problems because CDC used to playing against more organized and regimented like the Chinese teams who have a much more structure to their strategies. Secret's just going to do whatever. They'll pick weird heroes. They'll play in different playstyles.
the
So.
pace, the pace of both of these teams are very different. because Secret mostly wants to play a slower pace. They want to have Mr. Jackie Mao more farm before they start to fight. Whereas CDEC with their carry, like what Blitz said, they want to invade the jungle as early as possible.
Okay, so you guys think Secret should take it?
I think it's
Secret.
2-1 no
He
matter
said-
what.
You
actually.
said you think
Yeah.
CDC?
I think CDC will. I mean, it's such a difficult game to call. Honestly, I'd
Yeah.
rather
Well,
not make
we're
a call.
probably
but if we
waiting
have
until
to
we
pick-
go to the draft, but in a
Yeah.
general prediction, we think Secret should move on.
Yeah, they're the
That's what it
favorites.
feels like.
You
They're
think
the
Secret too?
favorites.
I think
Blitz,
Secret.
you're very
That's-
quiet on this. It's
I
not
think-
Mafia.
Secret. I
Step
think
up.
Secret wins the first game, but CDEC take the series.
Well, then we're split, and then it's my decision.
Who do you trust
You,
more?
you
here?
haven't
Hero
been you
pool.
haven't been watching too much though, so
Huh?
it's on you.
All right. Well, I think Secret will take it.
Okay.
I don't know who they are really. I was kind of blacked out during most of TI. But no, I've heard some people say that Secret are actually getting back on form and will probably work through this tournament really well. But I don't know. Let's just say that one's hard. Ehome versus MVP.
That's a pretty clear-cut 2-0 from what
You
we've
guys
seen.
think it's Ehome, right? Despite the ice pants.
Yeah.
I could see MVP taking a game just because they pull out some crazy showing or have
Because
like
they're
a
the
weird
best teams
draft.
in the world at a major. You know.
But I can't really foresee Ehome losing the series.
Yeah, but Dota is unpredictable. Yeah.
Well, by that logic,
So
then
therefore,
anybody-
why are we doing
What's the
predictions?
point of this?
Yeah, no, I just want to find out. So who's going to come like second and first?
Hmm.
Because then you've got like Ehome potentially versus Secret or CDEC.
I think CDEC or
You just said CDEC were going. Oh, you mean second?
Yeah,
Or
second.
I said second or first. You think
Oh.
they come second?
yeah,
CDEC to Ehome
Ehome.
or Secret?
I think. Oh wait, I actually got that wrong because I said I think Ehome will come first and Secret or CDEC will come second.
Okay.
Very bold prediction.
I think you guys are writing off MVP.
I think MVP is. I think this is like a great group for MVP to be in because they're versing two teams who have been quite unstable lately. Like if they MVP show up and Secret and CDC is still playing kind of lackluster, then I think MVP could sneak through in second or, I mean, very likely third.
How good are Secret generally in like the beginning of tournaments versus the end? We know a team like EG gets really good the later that it goes. Because I would say historically, you know, when Puppey was in Navi, they often dropped to the lower bracket and then they would just go the whole way.
Secret are good when they have momentum, I think.
Yeah.
Like they go like what we talked about. They won 3 tournaments in a row. So when they're winning, they just keep on winning. Like even the old previous editions of Secret, when they had like Artesia and S4, it's the same thing. When they were winning tournaments, they win like 50 games in a row. So I think if Secret are going to do well at this major, it's going to start from their very first game, and then they're going to just steamroll everyone. But if they start badly, they're going to end badly.
Do you want me to remove the whiteboard, or do you want it for reference after the game? I can get it off
I
camera.
just want to know why you wrote CDC versus Secret bottom and used it for nothing. And
No,
it's just
it was
then-
a talking point. This is what you do in meetings.
Yeah, but why didn't you write down predictions?
Why didn't you
or
write
anything?
Ehome versus
because you guys
MVP or the
were
predictions or anything?
Fine, I'll do it.
And why did you stop using lowercase below the bottom? You only used it once.
Okay, and then you've got Ehome. I hope no one can see my underwear. Versus MVP, right? And I'll kind of circle the one that people think's going to win. You guys think they're going to win.
Yes.
And this was split.
Yeah, that one is
So
pretty
what do I
close.
do there?
You just cross it out.
I guess a non... Well, someone does win.
But you have
Circle
to
the
you have to
VS.
decide.
You were
No,
the one
I
that
don't get to
decided
decide.
Secret was gonna win.
Yeah, okay. Yeah,
You
we're
split
gonna,
it.
We're going to say Secret.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then you guys think they're going to be like first place versus Ehome
First
and
place
Secret?
Ehome.
Yeah.
First place Ehome.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's the most likely, for sure.
Good. So let's give them a little crown. Oh no, wait, that's Ehome. So they'll be king of the group.
Well, you're really good at drawing, yeah, James.
Thanks, buddy.
That's beautiful. Oh, that's a nice gem.
Yeah, I need that little... Oh God. I haven't had to use the muscles in my arms for a long time. When you come to China, you pay someone else to do it. So. Writing for the board, you get assistants. None of that. Right, yeah, okay. So we're not really sure when the game's going to start, but I assume when it does start, we'll get a lovely little ban and pick phase, and then we'll take you guys through the bans and picks here at the Shanghai Major group stages presented by Perfect World. Yeah, I think it was meant to start probably 15 minutes ago, probably even before I pulled out this board. So I think we've really kind of nailed that group.
Killed a lot of time with that.
Yeah, 9 o'clock. What time is it now? I'll check my phone. 9:36.
That's
So maybe they've already started. But we've got both those games happening at once. And so if you stay with us, you'll get one of the matches. I'm assuming that you guys are hoping to get the Secret versus CDEC game here to analyze, as it seems. Oh, gosh, you're not too convinced. You're like, I just love Dota.
It was that. I was the thought process in my head was like, I think watching Ehome play right now is just like, it's almost like a thing of beauty in some ways, because they're playing so just, they pick these crazy things and pull it all together, whereas like if Secret and CDC could be the closest series, but it may not be like the best showing of amazing Dota if the teams haven't got their shit together yet. So I don't know.
Yeah, we'll see. And then, of course, there will be in Dota TV. You can watch the other game. You can watch both, and you can stay with us. So, yeah, I just think we've nailed it. You know what I mean? When people, we'll wait for the teams to start, admittedly. But unless you want to talk about another group or just what's going on with these teams, because I think I've got a really good idea as a newcomer to Dota 2. Still higher MMR than OD Pixel, which is... I've just turned up, so it's going fine. But yeah, like, I don't know. What do you guys think? I'm out of hosting material.
I think you did a pretty good job here. It's really good.
Thanks,
pretty
Winter.
pretty accurate with some help, of course.
With some help.
Yeah.
It's a meeting. It's a team effort, admittedly. Do you want to do Group B when we get to it tomorrow? The board for Group B.
I do not have your kind of handwriting.
What kind of handwriting do you have, Winter?
doctor's handwriting.
Doctor's handwriting. Yeah, I'm as far away from being qualified to be a doctor as possible, so I have really pretty girly handwriting.
Probably Parker should do it. Parker has pretty good handwriting, I believe.
No, absolutely not.
Everyone's kind of really subdued right now. Which is
Yeah,
like,
it's good.
we're kind of, I imagine we're kind of like somewhat similar to the people at home watching on Twitch. And they're like, okay, that's great. Yeah, good. And the game?
Yeah. Right now, all of our thought process is exactly what people are spamming in the chat. Like, where's the game?
Yeah, it's fine. But yeah, it will get on its way. All the players, they seem pretty much in good spirits. Have you guys spoken to any of the players? Oh, here is actually CDEC. Looks like we are going to have CDEC versus Secret. We've got XZ, Shiki, Q, Garda, and Aggressive. I like Aggressive. I did his first interview ever, I think. He didn't even have a job interview before, and I did his interview, and I asked him if he was aggressive, and he said yes. And I posted it on Twitch Chat Reporter. Went viral. And he's became a celebrity ever since. And they're going to be up versus Team Secret, so this is definitely our match. It's going to be a best of 3. We've got Weeha, Puppey, Pylai Dai, Misery, and Eternal MV. Forgot Pylai Dai was playing for him. I'm just going to add that to the cons.
You can't just list all of their players as a con and then choose them to win the series. What's wrong with you?
I gave that guy so much shit one DreamHack when he was playing Silencer that he just didn't like me for a little time, but I think he's fine with it now. No, he's very good.
Oh yeah, we have forgotten that we have a silencer picker here.
Yeah, you said Silencer. No, Blitz said Silencer was good.
Yeah, I think it's okay.
That's a good pick.
But like this team, it just seems so weird on paper. This team, it feels like if you're a Puppey and you're building a team, I mean, this looks like Russian roulette.
Yeah, I mean, even like looking at the guys, and then when you hear their backgrounds, it's just like pick and pay from a couple different countries. They're all personality-wise completely different for the most part.
Yeah.
So it's
Maybe he just felt like he needed a challenge.
yeah.
I don't know. But I mean, Misery for me has always been this like absolutely amazing player in terms of positioning. Never seems to like really let down the team at any point. Like for me, like he was stand out at like I think the qualifiers multiple times for like TIs. He was stand out at like Dream Leagues, and is he still stand out in Secret, or is it?
He's had a lot of bad games lately, I think, but I think it's largely a result of the team kind of lacking that direction. Like he's one of the players who's often on the he's dying a lot, basically, put simply, and it's largely because I feel the team strategy is not really there. So as an offlaner, I feel like the offlane is the first to struggle in a team where you don't have clear strategy and direction as a team. The offlane is always someone who's going to dialogue.
You know,
So I don't think he's the weak link on this team. Like I know, like he's probably the person that people will point fingers at, saying he's one of the reasons why Secret's doing poorly. To me, he's like the product of the team not having that strategy.
But he's crazy experienced, right? He was back
Yeah.
playing in the days as Puppey. You know, these
Yeah,
two
he's
guys.
played at TI1. He played in the
Yeah,
Dota 1
he's-
days. Yeah,
He's like,
he played every position.
Yeah,
right?
he's played
Yeah.
every role
I-
as well.
would you
Yep.
rate him, Winter? Would you rate Misery? Do you rate him?
Do I rate him?
Yeah, that's kind of like, well, not.
would you
like,
swipe right or swipe left?
Oh, would I swipe right or left?
If well, yeah, in Dota terms, sure.
I think I agree with Gods that he hasn't been on the same level when they were winning the 3 events in a row. I think largely because of the hero pool, because he has been really good at Slada during their win streak, and right now Slada has been a hero that has less priority pick in terms of the off lane position. So I think that has affected them a lot because Weeha likes to play Wind Ranger as well, and those 2 heroes combine very well together.
Okay.
And those 2 has been not picked that much anymore.
The role of the offlaner has just changed a lot in
Yeah.
this patch. It's way, I think, one of the qualities that Misery has as a player in general is that he's really good at finding kills. That's why he was great on the roaming position 4/5 that he used to play in, I think, for example, Mouse Sports, when he was really good on his Bane. I think he was outstanding, maybe the best player in the world on that hero at the time.
Lion
and
as well,
then
right?
a Lion, his
Yeah.
Lion was very good, his Mirana, when they played that once in a while. And now the role of the offlane was similar to that in the previous patch, where you would play these engaging heroes like Slada, you would maybe play like Undying, look for early fights and push Tusk, that kind of stuff. And now the offlaner is way more disruptive in the lane itself. You play Lone Druid, you play Nature's Prophet, and you just try to manipulate the lane, but you don't look for kills as much. And I don't think that suits his playstyle as much as the other one.
I heard this this patch is really like just, you know, TI free-ish at the moment.
Yeah,
A lot of people are
fair
saying
to
that
say.
Alliance, like Nature's Prophet, Lone Druid,
That's still just one tournament from Alliance, and that's where I feel like the new patch is still not being even remotely close to fully discovered. So even though some teams,
this tournament we're actually going to see a,
I
like
could see it changing direction completely. Like if
But I think-
Alliance don't do well, teams aren't going to try and adopt their playstyle and keep picking Nature's Prophet or Lone Druid for the offlane necessarily.
Yeah, because like Blitz, you were going to say? Sorry.
I was gonna say, I think that the offlane is like the most stable in terms of what you're gonna see here at this tournament. Because I think there's like a clear cut what people are used to playing, what they practice. I don't think it's just Alliance favored. It's just like all the map changes as well, like the creep camp that you can farm to safely. You need to abuse that as much as you can.
Right. No, well, I'm really interested to see how they kind of progress because, as I said, I don't know much. So because I don't know much, let's go to a new segment that I just made up. Because as we wait for the game called Hero Forecast. Dun, 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 music. Do you want to do Hero Forecast with me, Winter? Yeah, I'm going to go back to the whiteboard. This is my favorite thing of the show.
Don't agree to anything until he explains what it is.
How do I get this off? So this is our Group A. Do you want to keep hold of this, Winter,
Yeah, sure.
in case we...
That's art.
we can all sign it at the end and set it off for a couple of dollars.
I'll hold this. Yeah.
Yeah. You can just put it down there if you like. All right.
I'll just hold.
Hero Forecast. So it's like weather reporting. Does forecast have an E in it
Yes.
before
Yes.
Hey, I'm dyslexic.
Very
cool.
nicely centered.
What should I put here?
Yeah, you have to put something.
Yeah, I
Can you
see.
put like a little sun since it's like a weather report maybe?
Yeah. All right, look at me.
That's quite an accurate description. Yeah.
Winter. Sunny winter. All right, hero forecast. Okay, so the concept of this, I don't know what heroes we're going to be seeing. So today we've got, as we mentioned, CDEC, a secret. I just love writing stuff. Can't remember. No, MVP
Ehome.
and Ehome. So for today, the hero forecast, what are we likely to see?
Nature's Prophet.
Nature's Prophet. Shall I just put MP? Is that okay?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, MP. Early in the morning, might have some MP.
Some Faceless Void, I'd say.
Into the evening. Faceless Void. So we got Faceless, Void. Okay.
Enchantress.
Enchantress?
Yeah.
Definitely.
I think that's a really high chance. Ehome plays it well. It's kind of something MVP run once in a while. Too, I
Ehome
think.
pulled it out for the first time in the grand finals.
Yeah.
They did the
played
one
it,
game
They
ever,
played it
yeah,
very, very well, and it's just I think
But
again, we're in the
talked
discovery
about,
phase.
They talked about it
It's
afterwards
very
and
good.
said it was saying they hadn't even practiced or scrimmaged.
And he did so well with it.
No, it was because
It's just a pick right now. I
It
think,
was
in
because
general.
11 before the game started, he told his captain that he felt like that hero would be really good.
Yeah.
I'm messing up here. Go on.
That's like I agree. It's a hero we likely will see, but it's
yeah.
more like a fringe pick, not like a meta
Entrench.
pick.
I honestly I can't spell.
Entrance.
But I-
It's not that bad. It's only one mistake.
Yeah.
Was that meant to be a T, wasn't it?
No, there's just an R too much. I don't know what that's doing.
That's why I said
Entrenches.
Entrentress. You just gotta say it out
Oh,
loud.
oh yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Combine the two. Now you got two A's.
Excellent.
Oh, you got an X.
No, there was an N. It was an M for a little bit, but we're going to see a lot of Enchantress.
A little.
I think that hero is better than you give it credit for right now.
I think it's really good.
Gods agrees with you.
Who said it was
I think it's
bad?
good. I just think we're not going to see a lot of it. I think we're going to see like a.
It's a
Scattered
situational
hero
pick,
there,
like
yeah.
Husker. He has to be picked in
No,
the
I think-
right situation.
I agree with Sin. I think it's going to be a very high priority pick for all the
You
teams.
think
This is
so?
very good.
Right.
It's-
This is group A.
Oh,
Hero
the-
forecast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know?
How, when are you going to limit this? Do we just like list half the meta heroes?
Earth Spirit's like a top pick, but also a top band.
like interesting to me.
Yeah.
Like Nature's Prophet, Faceless Void, Enchantress. I mean, I get Enchantress. It's strong. It can push. This one, turn every fight from a 1v1 into a 1v2. Nature's Prophet. Faceless Void, I didn't really see that being, but apparently it is. It's just like
He's
what?
annoying in the offlane because
Is it on offlane?
because
Okay.
his spells got changed.
Oh,
Maybe
because
you
he can
yeah.
like get his health and stuff back now,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
The backtrack. Yeah. So what else? What else? Big picks for today in this team pool.
Yeah, we're writing picks, right? Because I think Earth Spirit will just be banned. away.
Yeah.
I think
against
there's one more hero. I think Bounty Hunter is played by MVP a lot, and it's played by
Yeah.
Secret a lot too.
That's true. That's one to look out for in this
Yep.
group specifically.
Okay, we're gonna see some bounty.
Could be. I think that hero
I
is
think-
pretty weak right now, though.
Yeah,
but
it is.
it's
Like
still
it-
possible that they would try.
I think
to
a hero that's very popular for some of these teams is also Ember Spirit for Secret, for CDC,
Yeah, Ember
MVP.
But
like
it's still a weak hero in the patch.
Ember
Like,
Spirit,
it's not
yeah,
the
yeah.
strongest
But like
hero.
same as Bounty Hunter.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I think Ember Spirit's a top pick for 3 of these teams, really.
I think that's super old meta though. I don't think you can run it anymore. There's too many counters to it now. I think, like you can just take Invoker, break his Flame Shield every single fight,
Mhm.
and Invoker is in the top 2 ban like it was like in the very beginning. 'Cause people
So
are
do you
kinda-
want Ember Spirit or
no,
not?
I think Invoker should be on.
I want Ember Spirit. but-
I think Invoker will be on every group, though.
Yeah,
It's
Invoker is
it's
like
not
the
really
left
group specific.
right
It's just a
now.
really good
Yeah.
pick. So
Just Invoker?
I think he's yeah. Maybe he gets through actually, because I think that's one of the heroes you don't ban every game. Earth Spirit will
No.
be banned every game.
I don't think any team.
But you think Ember will get through? Because it's like, is it,
Oh, I
is
think
it
it's getting
old
through,
meta?
yeah.
Old meta, people won't ban it in the first 2, but they still pick it. But they take it up against that Invoker then. But they can just run it safe.
If Ember gets picked, it's like 4th or 5th pick.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah,
think- you don't really
I
want
think it
early
will be
at all.
4th or 5th
So-
pick.
we're
is
gonna
what I'm
give you
saying.
God's benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
So I think.
Do
is that
you guys not
anything
think
that
like
really
we haven't
obvious?
talked about Lone Druid? Like
I think it's going to be
Ever-
banned.
if it, yeah, is
Do
that
they
with that
play
ban?
Lone Druid?
Secret,
Yeah.
Ehome definitely
Secret
does.
plays
Ehome,
Secret and
Secret.
Ehome. These two
Do
teams.
you just think it's going to be banned? Why is everyone
think
just
it-
like doesn't want to play versus Lone Druid? Is it because it's 2 heroes?
It got changed as well.
He got a new spell. It's the same hero that was just given a new spell that makes
What's the
him
new spell?
Savage
Roar?
Roar.
makes him ungankable.
It's an ability that can be cast by the hero or the bear. You choose which one casts it.
Would you have like? Does it share the cooldown though?
Yeah, it's a shared cooldown, and then what it does is the enemy heroes in the area around the unit will get feared, and then they will run straight toward their fountain with 20% increased movement speed for a given amount of time.
It's like a disable.
It's like
So
a
if you
yeah,
stun
soft
the
disable.
actual Lone Druid himself,
his bear can cast
his
it.
bear can cast it on you, and you're just like.
And then it gives him time to run away, or you can use it and then TP out. It's
It has global cast range too, so the bear can cast it anywhere it is.
Well,
the
the
hero
bear can
doesn't.
cast it on the hero, like global.
No,
Or
no, but
you cast it on.
It's just like an AOE.
you
it's
use
like
it around
boom.
yourself,
Okay,
but the bear
okay.
can always cast it. You know, it can't attack when it's outside the leash range.
Oh
but
yeah,
it can
yeah,
always
yeah. But
cast
it can
the
always
roar.
cast that,
Yeah.
so it's even.
It's very hard to gank the
But
bear.
you think it's going to be banned?
Yeah,
It should
most
be.
of the time. That
maybe
hero
I mean
is
they're
really,
best
really
of 3,
good.
so I could see it
Alright.
slipping through
Well,
a
we
game
got
here or there,
1,
but, yeah.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6 heroes. I think that's okay for hero forecast on what we might see today. But of course, to prepare for today's hero forecast, what should we be picking? As in, if this is the meta game that people are going to play, what would you suggest? Kind of like you know when like in a hero forecast, weather forecast, it's like it's rainy today. Wear a coat. there's going to be a lot of nature profit today. Pick this hero.
So we're like countering one hero
Yeah,
at a
yeah.
time now?
No, not like one hero at a time, but heroes that you think should be played against if people are going to bring their strats.
Nyx, you think Nyx works well with some of the heroes here?
Nyx?
Yeah, it's good versus Invoker, good for Nature's Prophet,
It's good against Ember.
Yeah, good for Ember.
Misery plays a good Nyx too. He plays
Nyx
quite a
could-
lot of Nyx.
See, I like Winter. He gets my concept. He was the first one. You guys are you're
Because you're making it up on the fly, so it's confusing. It's not.
No, I'm not. I worked very hard in preparation for this event.
I'm actually surprised
I
we
put
didn't.
on my own pants.
I know we're done with the segment above, and I'm really surprised we didn't write Chen, actually.
Oh,
But
yeah.
But Chen, I
But
heard
I think
Chen,
Chen's
but
always going to be banned.
But he's kind of a top tier, so he might be banned. But I could imagine.
do you want me to sneak him in?
I could imagine the Chinese teams maybe giving it away. They don't give the
I
hero
think
the
they might
same
ban
respect.
over secret, but against
Maybe
other
against
teams,
secret, yeah.
no.
The question is if the other teams even play it. I don't think CDC
Ehome,
plays it.
Yeah, they
They have played it for
very
sure.
not a top pick for them, but they
Yeah.
can.
They have played it.
Same for Ehome, they have played it.
I think everybody's running out on their Radiant Sight strats anyways.
Oh
You
well,
should at least have one
if we're
prepared.
keeping those as the picks up there, I would say pick Chen on the bottom part. That's definitely a hero you should go to in this patch in general. I think it's good against all of those heroes apart from Invoker. Even against like the bounty,
Alright.
but bounty hunter is actually good against Chen. So it goes both ways.
Not exactly
They
anymore now.
counter different aspects of each
Yeah.
other. So bounty hunter can run after Chen in the jungle and be super annoying. But what Chen is good at is pushing, and bounty hunter is terrible against that
Did
until
not
he
they
has
say
multiple
that
Chens.
bounty
Damn, I've
no
been
longer
playing
affects
bounty.
it though because of the new camp? It says it's irrelevant. It's not that
It's
big
not
of a deal.
irrelevant, but it's definitely not as bad
Wait,
as it
wait,
used to
what's
be.
this? The new.
Because of the new camp,
Yeah.
Chen can just go to that and get a big creep anyways.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, the one near the
Ancients.
Ancients,
Yeah.
yeah, the new one. Yeah.
It's not entirely about blocking out the camps. It's more that you keep track of Chen and you steal his experience.
Okay.
That delays his impact. a
So
bit.
currently our hero forecast to prepare for today's hero weather, we just have to wear Nyx. Yeah, Nyx. But do you want Chen? Do you think?
I think DP, Death Prophet.
Yeah, Death Prophet is a good hero to look out for. I think as a
But isn't that one?
No,
of
because
these?
I don't think she's
She's
you can
not
first
top-
two pick
no.
her. But I think if you have the lineup for it, she's really strong.
All right. DP. Death Prophet. Wasn't going to try and spell that. DP. What about we haven't really like Nyx. We've got like a mid, I guess, or sometimes does everyone?
I
anyone
think we'll
play
see a lot of
carry?
Spirit. I think Spirit Breaker is really good against a lot of those heroes too. The Chinese team CDC and Ehome play a lot. It's good against Bounty, good against Prophet. Good. It's
Yeah.
not great
Yeah,
against
Breaker-
Invoker
Breaker for
necessarily,
sure.
but I think
Spirit
Spirit Breaker's we're gonna see it.
Oops, it's going to be an R. Tried really hard on that one for you, Winter. I was trying to impress you with my but Spirit Breaker. Yeah, I can see that. Like running down Nature's Prophet and Bounty Hunter.
it's also decent against Enchantress.
Yep.
Got some okay
It's
bursts.
not that good in the lane against Enchantress.
No,
if it's
not
an
at all.
off lane Enchantress.
What are you laning against offlane Enchantress though?
I think Skyruff is pretty good.
Yeah.
It's either you go for high amounts of burst or you go for heroes that can kill him from level 1. Like
Yeah.
what EG did was they ran Bane Mirana against the Enchantress. Can't remember which game was it, but I remember
It was
seeing
Captain's
it.
Draft, I think.
Yeah.
I feel like the Enchantress is always going to be the 4 position though. She's never going to be the straight offlaner. I think the only scene that does that is NA. Like, everybody uses her kind of,
Complexity does it a lot.
but
yeah.
NA
Yeah,
teams
NA.
like that's the style. Like
Yeah, but
Cole,
Ehome does
Archon.
it too. Like they did it in MDR. Like, but it's just one game.
Yeah, I feel like for now, the vibe I get from most of the teams is they're using it as the hero to kind of help your offlaner a lot and make things really annoying. Because the easiest way to think of it for the offlane is you want heroes that take multiple heroes to kill. So you take a hero like Void because 2 heroes can't zone him out. You take a hero like Lone Druid because it takes 3 at all times. And that's why you're seeing all of these heroes at the top, because all of those take 3 heroes to deal with.
Yep.
Even Bounty.
Not Bounty, but Nature's Prophet.
Yeah. And when I play Bounty, it doesn't go very well.
Takes one hero to kill you.
Sometimes just some jungle creeps. But there's a gang of them. So you think Nyx, Death Prophet, Spirit Breaker?
I think
mean,
out
what
of
are we
those
trying to
3
break? What are we trying to break with preparing for what the current top picks are? I mean, just being able to get, like you said, like the offlaners are just take too much to commit to kill, or
Yeah.
so. I mean, are people playing greedy in like jungle and trying to outfarm, or are people doing like rotations with supports and trying to like gank mids and mess up safe lanes, or
Vega's been running exclusively like the 4 position as a jungle. Like Solo's been running Enigma
So
a
a
lot
greedy
lately,
style almost.
but I don't know if any of the teams here.
EG
are
ran a lot of
gonna-
Enigma recently too.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're trying
but
to
they
experiment
they
for
do
that.
Enigma specifically versus the Wisp when they understand that the enemy
Yeah.
can't pressure them,
Yeah.
and it's good obviously versus the relocate.
All right. Well, unless you've got anything else, I'll sit back down, class.
I think playing fast pace and not relying on cooldowns is also something that we see from some teams. Like obviously Void is good in the off lane because of how hard is it to zone him out, but he also has his weakness, which is the cooldown, the factor of the cooldown. When teams are trying to play very fast, his cooldown might be a weakness for the whole team's lineup.
Well, that kind of goes back towards where maybe MVP want to be in this tournament, because they do like playing fast and you're running at the opponents in terms of outside of their cooldowns. I mean, that's what I noticed from them when I watched them. And
Yeah.
they were a really fun team to watch. You know, it is the Spirit Breaker, it is the
March.
Bristleback.
March
When-
plays those heroes.
Yeah, and he's not in the team anymore, Winter.
But they still play like similar. Like
Okay.
sometimes they still pick the heroes, and overall because of having QO in your team, they like to revolve their draft around that player. So everyone needs to throw their bodies when QO is in trouble, and hopefully QO is going to carry them. Because that's how mostly they play. They rely on him a lot.
Well, I think we're almost ready for the game to start. It should be almost 9 o'clock now. I don't know if we can take a look. Yep, just... Oh, God, we've been rambling on. It's 9:57. So hopefully we get maybe an update on how the teams are doing. But we've done our hero forecast. I don't know.
Do you have anything else planned?
We could play Hangman.
Bet you'd play a wiki game of Noughts and Crosses, Winter.
Nope, haven't heard about that game.
What?
Doesn't know the
What's the name?
Tic-tac-toe?
tic-tac-toe.
Oh, tic-tac.
Yeah.
Noughts and crosses.
Knots and crosses.
That's what we call it in England, yeah.
If you're born in the 70s or earlier.
Apparently so. Apparently so.
I don't think I've ever heard that before.
Noughts
Noughts
and
and
crosses.
crosses.
I've
But
heard
you,
it.
but you got it. What
In
did you
Australia,
hear?
I think you call it tic-tac-toe still.
Hmm.
But I've heard it. I don't know.
I thought tic-tac-toe was that little thing that you did, where they have their stuff on the ground, and then you throw a pebble in like the squares, and they have numbers, and you have to
Oh, what's that called?
No, that's not
cross something. That's what I thought. That's what I thought tic-tac-toe
Cross
was when I
tag?
was a kid.
Tax? It's the little tack thingies, right?
No, you actually you're physically jumping. You
haven't seen
throw,
that?
uh,
We
you throw a ball.
don't know physical activity too much here,
Like,
James.
You were just saying that you were on a tennis team.
No, you
Please.
draw squares on the
Time
you draw
many years ago.
squares on the road with
Yeah.
like chalk, and then you write numbers in them.
Oh,
and then you
hopscotch.
Yeah.
Hopscotch, that's right.
Oh,
when
okay.
someone mentioned what
We just
tic-tac-toe for
spent
the first
3
time,
minutes
I
of
was
this
like,
segment talking about hopscotch. I forgot the word for hopscotch.
Oh, we learn something new every day. So I didn't realize you have another name for tic-tac-toe.
yeah. All right, Winter, let's do this. Do you want to go first or second?
Hashtag.
What?
This is me versus you. Because you're a chess champion, and I figure I can beat you in this game. I could beat you in chess.
What has chess got to do with this game?
You go first.
And obviously I'll go for the middle one because it increases my probability of winning by a lot.
Do you guys know where I meant to go?
Yes.
Wait. You go.
There's 4 spots you can go.
I want to go in the bottom left.
Sure, why not?
Don't use that kind of psychology on me, Winter.
Okay. So I'm just gonna follow you and go for the corner as well.
You're being a little bit cheeky.
What you trying to do? So I guess my next move is to go for the corner as well.
What?
You sucker! Why'd you do that? You were meant to go here, then I was going to go here to
Yeah, but
block
then no
you.
one will win.
Winter.
That's the innate problem of this game. If you're both
Yeah.
good, it never ends.
There's not much
But
strategy to it.
fortunately, that is not the case.
This is the... Apparently it's Nick Muchby, a Malaysian
How are
chess
you-
champion.
Yeah, how are you on the panel?
Man, you have to win. You're gonna be deciding a lot of things here. I need to give you confidence.
Oh,
here.
okay, thanks, yeah.
It's
I-
like-
I need confidence.
It's like when you let your kid win at running. That's what he did to you, right?
I was hoping for a real challenging brain teaser
I mean,
of a match.
we could bring a chess set here if you want that.
Yeah, I used to play chess.
Sure. That's what Only Pixel said.
All right, I actually play you at chess now.
You know what you should do? You should race Toby.
Oh,
no,
that's
he's
good.
very fast.
No, you want me
There's some sort of like, I think he's got his own gravitational pull.
Did you hear the story about how he raced Hopid?
Yeah, he beats everybody in races, Toby.
No. This is the story that we were told. So everybody was, Milk and Ben were telling us that Toby was like the fastest man alive, and they had all challenged him to a race, and Bruno said he did too, and he ate shit while trying to keep up with him.
I think Bruno fell over
Yeah,
as
he
well.
fell. He messed up his hands. So then we were just like, there's no way. So then Hopid challenged Toby, and everybody was super confident that Toby was going to smoke him, and they're all like having this private joke, and Hopid destroyed him by like a full, like 10 meters. He said Toby was not that fast.
I don't know. I've seen him get around the events to the cosplay competitions pretty quickly. So if it's anything like that, I mean, you know, damn, Hotbid is pretty quick. But yeah, I haven't hung out with a lot of the commentators here yet to hear their thoughts on who they think is going to be good. Have you guys spoken to kind of OD Pixel, Cap, or Toby about what they think how the tournament's going to go?
Oh, I thought we're talking Dota now, not running anymore.
Yeah, kind of.
Okay. No.
You don't care?
Not well. I haven't heard much from them actually about what they think. I think the general consensus, the main talking point was who do you think is going to win or get top 3, and I think the general consensus is Ehome, EG, and Alliance. But then we're pretty split on who we think is winning the whole thing. I actually picked Alliance myself to win, but it was between Alliance and Ehome for me. I think
Alliance
most
is a team
people
I can't
picked
really
Ehome.
make predictions on because I see them. They're a championship team. They could either win, get first, second, or they could just get like top 8. Like I don't. It's hard. They've only played really one tournament, and then they played Captain's Draft as well, where they had a really strong showing. But I don't look at them and say like, yeah, I feel really confident they're going to get top 2, but it wouldn't be surprising.
I think when they're winning, they just have the most convincing wins. It's like, yes,
Yeah.
Ehome won that tournament and they beat EG. I guess you could say that was a convincing finals too, but when Alliance beat EG, it was an absolute 2-0 beatdown. Like,
was
that wasn't
reminiscent
even
of-
remotely
It
close.
was like the TI3 Alliance, where
Are
they
you talking
just
about
steamrolled
Starlighter
through everyone.
when they did that?
Yeah, I think that was Starlight.
But it was different. If you look at the draft, PPD did this really specific thing where he allowed every single Alliance hero through, and he wasted the first, like he didn't care about the first 2 bans. And I think what he was doing there was, it was prep work for this major. He was saying, okay, we're going to give you Wisp, Nature's Prophet, Lone Druid, whatever, and then we want to see how we're going to play against it. Like, I feel like they were completely okay with that result.
Is that a finals mentality though?
I
Do
didn't
you-
think.
I think
That-
it is for a team like
that's-
EG. When you win a TI, it's hard to go back to these smaller competitions because your eye is on the major, like the biggest tournament that you can possibly
I
get.
don't think those guys would be happy getting second to Alliance.
actually-
knowing
it's-
players like just knowing those players like they would not. They didn't. The taste of losing 2-0 to Alliance, they would hate that.
But why let those heroes through then?
It's like
because
They had it. They believed they could beat it. It's that's
use
simple. They
use
believed they had a
specific-
strategy they could beat
Yeah,
it.
they
That's
used
all it is.
The 5 men. They wanted to use the
Yeah.
5 men. They drafted Luna. They drafted Jakiro. They gave them all the split push heroes, and they wanted to play against that with their 5 men. But they just lost their lanes too badly for that to happen.
I think you can justify that for the first game, but not the subsequent.
The second
ones.
game they banned Chen, I believe,
Yeah.
was how they adjusted. So I think they did adjust. I mean, Chen back then was so broken. That was why they felt like you can't ban Bulldog series because you got to ban Chen. So
all right, we got a new overlay.
Oh, welcome
Surprise.
everybody to the loading screen.
you can see.
I
here-
was going to ask you, Blitz, as well. Have you got any like kind of insider info? You know, any kind of backstage whisperings of what's going on with the teams and how people are?
Everybody keeps playing this game with me, where a lot of the pros will ask me, "Who do you think will get top 3?" And then I'll ask them, and the number 1 consistent name that comes up is Ehome.
Okay.
I think like the 10 people I talked to all said Ehome is the scariest team right now.
Well, based on Blitz's logic with EG purposely losing a finals to get information, maybe the last months of Secret's downfall has just been Puppey
Don't-
saving strats for
Don't
Shanghai.
ever underestimate Blitz. Don't. I
So-
did this, and I tried to kill a dog called Scriff
What?
in a Mafia game.
I don't think it was like they were just like, "Oh, we're gonna throw this away. Who cares?" But I think
Yeah.
it's a good test run. Like, see how you can handle the heroes. It's for Starlight, or it's not for a major.
I think it's probably somewhere in between, like
Yeah.
what you're saying, what I'm saying, where it's a test run, but they also believe they had a strategy that can beat it. Because otherwise, if they deemed it unbeatable, they probably wouldn't just straight up give it to them.
All right, and so we're going to go into our first draft of the Shanghai Major, presented by Perfect World. It's going to be CDEC Gaming versus Team Secret. And of course, just to bring you some updated information, Secret
seconds
pros
remaining.
have a big hero pool and a player called Puppey.
5 seconds
CDEC
remaining.
pros, Unity, and they're fast. So, you know, don't blink during the
CDEC's
draft,
turn
guys.
to bat.
Cons for CDEC, they're stubborn and only have 1D.
One-dimensional.
One dimensional. Sorry, yeah, I couldn't fit that in. They're fragmented. And a turn of envy. So we're going to go into the banter picks. I'll let you guys kind of talk us through until we throw it to our lovely commentators when we're all ready. But this is going to be a best of 3 and a very important game for everybody. There's, you know, if you're a Team Secret fan, if you're a CDEC Gaming fan, whoever's playing today, they're only going to be playing today for the group stages. And already we have our first bans out.
Yeah, this is really interesting because now CDEC have to choose whether they give Secret Chen or Lone Druid or Prophet. Like, obviously, when you're first pick right now, you will get one of the top tier heroes. But which one do they consider most
Nature's
important? This is what I was expecting, the Chen ban, and yeah, Prophet sounds pretty likely. I don't think CDC's playstyle revolves very well around playing Lone Druid. I just don't think it fits them.
They'd much rather play. They've played a lot of Prophet in the past.
Yeah.
Like they did it in the off lane, and even 1 or 2 games with aggressive playing at safe lane.
Yeah, and they've also played it on support, actually, I think. I seem to recall seeing Garter playing it once in the jungle.
Yeah. So it's like a good pick for
true.
Secret and
That's
a
one
block
time.
pick.
I think I remember that game too. There's one game. But
This is a good opening for
Yeah.
Secret, I think.
You guys didn't put in Mr. Destroyer in the...
Oh, yeah, we forgot about OD.
OD?
He's in the bottom half.
You think he's in the bottom half? The counter. I'll add him now there.
Do you think that's a CDC hero?
OD.
Yeah.
10 seconds.
I think it's an everybody hero.
Yeah, but the hero doesn't like. He's like a laning phase hero. Like.
All right, we got Void and MP so far. Very good. Those were our first 2
Yeah, first
names
2
we put on the
Hero
list.
Forecast.
Void
Nature's
Zeus.
Prophet,
Zeus
Faceless
is maybe Zeus is a very common pick with the Void.
Go ahead,
too.
Winter,
You
sorry.
could take Venge so that
Right,
they
don't go ahead.
Team Secret can't take it as a counter.
Yeah, I feel like all the heroes we said we didn't put any support heroes in, but Venge is probably like the flavor support hero
But this,
right now.
this is very common when you go into the first game of a tournament, right? You want to come in with something safe, surely see how you're playing, see how the other team's playing, because you've got the whole, this is 1 day group stage.
I could see Witch Doctor, by the way.
Yeah, Witch Doctor
Yes.
is one of the better supports
5
against the
seconds
Treants.
remaining.
He's good with Void.
Yeah.
Obviously, Chrono with Death Ward. The Cask is good against Prophet.
Reserve time.
Because like the main issue, like we've been discussing about Prophet, is
It's also
you,
CDC hero.
you need to be able to deal with him in the lane, otherwise he
Yeah.
balls out of control. That is like the huge and biggest advantage of picking the hero.
Okay. I
Team
think that's mid for
Secret's
Shiki.
turn to
It's his
pick.
best hero.
Yeah.
For sure. And that's an interesting pick that we haven't really talked about, but the 2 teams in the world right now I would think are most likely to pick it are CDEC and Virtus Pro. So
How about EG?
EG, I think, play a lot of Lena.
EG
so-
too.
Yeah.
But I actually think they have a lower pick rate on it than the other 2 teams do.
Okay. That's like, this might be the only team though that'll first 2 pick it like this. CDEC.
It's because of
could see BP doing it,
the
but-
build
10
as well. Like the new
seconds
build, they go arcanes and they disassemble it for Aether Lens.
The 8th lanes with the
Like,
Yules is so
It's
good
so
in this
good.
hero,
Yeah, it's really really good on that hero.
It's like having the old Yules again.
Well, and just
basically.
like even you can
Reserve
initiate
time.
with the stun from so much further away,
Yeah.
like from fog. You can just suddenly go in with the stun, and the cast range is ridiculous for Lena.
Team Secrets.
It's a very
turn
early
to
Dazzle
ban.
pick. That's not really a traditional laner against Void. I guess
It's
Poison
pretty
Touch
good.
is
Yeah,
okay.
Poison Touch is pretty good versus Void. You want damage over time to zone the Faceless Void.
Void does have
Is it something they wanted to pick early as well, just because they were scared of it getting
10
banned when they're up
seconds
against,
remaining.
you know, the burst damage of Lena or someone being in a chrono that you can
I mean
save?
that's also a good
5
point, but I
seconds
think
remaining.
overall when you're opening the draft, like
You wanna go a
see-
bit stronger?
You want to have a good support in the lane that can
Mm.
zone the off lane, and you want to have
CDEC
obviously your
turn
the
to
good
ban.
off laners right now, because most of the off laners are getting picked right away. Like,
And it's a good hero versus the Lena, because if someone's getting Yules comboed, you can always get the Grave
Yeah.
off to save them to make sure they get spells off before they eventually die or perhaps even live. So.
How much armor does Void have? Because I just have this memory of.
Seconds
pretty-
remaining.
Well, he's an agility hero, so...
4, 3 to 4 maybe.
I
Level
think he has.
1.
Does he have
5
more?
seconds
Five?
remaining.
Wouldn't be more than 5.
Because I seem to remember just playing against Dazzle, and it's like you don't really care about Poison Touch. Actually, you block a lot of it with your armor, and then
Yeah,
you just
but-
have you go to the lane with 8 tangos, and that hero actually doesn't really count.
yeah,
on
but
very
the thing
much.
is, like, it's still one of the best. If you don't zone the void
Team
with
Secrets
Dazzle, it's like
turn to ban.
worse with other supports. Like other supports, like that doesn't have any damage over time, and you rely on your right clicks, and he gets, like you mentioned, poor Manchu, and like you're done. You can't really zone him anymore.
Yeah.
So the damage from, for example, the Dazzle Hill on creeps
10
versus Void is
seconds
completely
remaining.
like
He
not-
can just
he can just
time
he can
walk
time
it.
walk it
time walk
away.
it, so it's not even a factor.
Five
It's
Five
good if you
seconds
if he's
remaining.
like half health and trying to farm the wave, you can surprise him and maybe burst
Yeah.
him
Mhm.
before he gets it off. But you only have the surprise.
Okay,
factor. And then there's better.
Reserve
The other
time.
good support to zone void is your favorite hero, because you deal
Sans is
damage
very
over
good.
time.
He is very very good.
And you harass a lot with your glaives, so it's one of a good example of a support that can totally zone the void out.
And
He's
silence is
actually-
quite important versus Void, I feel, in general, just to stop him getting off his time walk to heal himself up, and it's it's really annoying as a Void to
It's
try
a-
to deal with silence.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you use your last word on him first, he can just jump away and you don't do damage.
Yeah.
To
Does
him.
that work though? If you have Nature's Prophet, Dazzle, and then you pick a Silencer?
Oh,
That's
I'm
so
not
weird.
saying for this game, we're just theory
talking,
crafting
yeah,
how to
theory
deal with
crafting
the
about a support they can deal with.
In
Void.
theory, Silencer is like the best pick against Void. For the lane, you have the Glaives. For mid game, when Void gets a Chrono off, you just global. Then you negate what he sets up for his team. Because Void doesn't kill in this meta, right? He sets up the team. He goes no damage items. You go like Vlad's Blink Eggs for your team.
Or
You just
BK or
global,
BKB.
or
sometimes,
BKB
yeah.
sometimes, but you don't hit hard. So I could see that happening later on. Actually, that teams start picking the Silencer
So
a bit against
basically, when you have the Void for CDEC, you want to have heroes that deal damage in
Yep.
the Chronosphere. Like
He's
what?
not like a solo pick-off anymore with like Daedalus
Nah,
or Mignon.
No.
not anymore.
Not really. You
It's
can
like-
do it. You can play it safely.
like-
It happens occasionally, but it's pretty rare.
Like what Parker mentioned before, like Zeus would be one of the very common heroes, and even in the Chinese pubs, like Cinderella has been playing a lot of pubs, and he met a lot of like Zeus supports.
Yeah, there's been some
Zeus every role, mid,
Yeah.
support, off lane.
And Zeus is a good
Seedless
pairing with Void
turn to
in the
ban.
for the Chronosphere.
There's the Witch Doctor ban. I think it's smart from
Yeah.
Secret. Just play it safe here.
And you make your Prophet pick much stronger because there's
Yep.
not many supports that can deal with the Treants. It's one of the best supports at dealing with the Treants early because of the
10
cast.
seconds remaining.
So what do you think so far, Blitz? What are both CDEC and Team
5
Secret trying
seconds
to
remaining.
focus on or bring to the first game?
I mean,
Reserve
Secret
time.
opens up really standard. Like we all thought that the Nature's Prophet, it's not really going to be a ban, unless it's team specific. So it's usually going to get through. But then, the only so far interesting thing is the Lina. But I think for CDEC it makes a lot of sense because, like you said, you need a burst damage pairing, and Faceless Void works well against the Nature's Prophet because you need some way to just set up to stop the split push with just one or two heroes. So if the Nature's Prophet goes and split pushes and Misery, he thinks he's alone, then the Void just blinks in, catches him off,
Yep.
and then you can TP a hero in and set up for it.
And then also the Ether lens on Lina with yours
Yeah.
can and blink potentially if it's a
Yeah.
mid.
I think I'm trying to think of the possibilities for Secret right now. What you could do is you could just say screw the Void at bottom. We'll just leave him against some sort of safe dual lane, and then we'll try to give
Secret's
Weehaw
turn
the
to
biggest
pick.
advantage possible, which is what they used to do with Pylite Die. And he'd pick like every single game, go and harass, try to be annoying. But CDC, I don't know if you can do that anymore because they pick up the Enchantress, and Enchantress Void is super annoying. You're not going to beat that lane with just two.
So Enchantress is still jungle, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
We're expecting that, yeah.
You bring one of the really annoying creeps like the Hurricane
10
dude,
seconds
or
remaining.
the,
The
Shockwave,
Wild Wing
Satyr.
Ripper.
the
Wild
Satyr that
Wing-
just shoots.
Yeah, they say yeah.
And the Harpy's the other
balls.
really strong one if you can get a Harpy.
So it's
Don't,
actually-
don't forget about the Purge, 3
Yes.
second cooldown.
So since you've been out of the loop a little bit, James, there's a couple of things that have happened to
Turn to
Enchantress
pick.
that all help. She's got a lot more move speed. She can re-enchant her creeps, so you can keep them going. You can use it again, they get full duration. And a lot of the creeps in the jungle have just been buffed
Yeah.
since you played. The Satyr
But,
Tormentor is a lot better.
Enchantress used to go. Does she still Sproink?
Yes.
Yes.
She's
You,
more.
you can ask Parker that. I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure he's the one that knows the
Yeah.
best.
That was so disturbing. My mom saw that broadcast and thought it was weird.
10
You lived with us for a bit.
She still invited me to Christmas dinner, so.
Yeah, fair
5
enough.
seconds remaining.
Do you think this Tusk pick is good?
Mm,
I feel like it's kind of like what OG
Reserve
used to, where they pick up two defensive supports, like the Dazzle with the Tusk or the Dazzle with the Winter Wyvern. The
it's-
Snowball and the Grave kind of overlap in what they give
it's
your
also
team.
the fact that they have a lot of lane pressure. If you look at what they banned previously, Secret banned BH and Witch Doctor. BH is obviously good for roaming and disrupting the laning phase, and Witch Doctor can actually zone the Prophet. And right now,
Team
because they picked the
Secret's
Tusk,
turn to
it
pick.
seems pretty clear that Secret want to have really, really strong lanes. They can roam and gank early. Prophet can TP in to the mid lane if the Tusk is setting up with Snowball. So they have a lot of pressure for if the Lina is going to make. So
this
because
changes the lanes a lot.
yeah, because
by the
CDEC
way.
realized that the mid will come under a lot of pressure
Yeah.
from the Tusk and the Prophet. Maybe that's the reason why they decided the Lina is going to be demoted to support, and they want a mid hero a mid hero that's hard to gank. I mean, okay, demoted is probably not.
It's also the Puck
All
was also
support
the-
players out there are like, oh.
Yeah.
Seconds remaining.
I feel like Puck was the hero that Secret were maybe looking to get for Weeha as well, because when you have a hero like Nature's Prophet in the
Reserve
offlane, you
time.
need a less greedy mid, something that's more of a tempo controller, because Prophet takes a lot of farms. So Puck's also likely something that Secret would have wanted to get their hands on themselves.
How are people approaching Puck these days when they play him? Is it still pretty similar, or is like Ags
10
now like
seconds
quite
remaining.
Similar.
relevant?
Situational. If you're against
Situational,
BKB heroes,
okay,
it's
yeah.
great.
But otherwise,
Most of
it's
the
pretty much
time-
like
Yeah,
get a
the
little bit
general
greedy.
playstyle is the same, I guess, overall.
Because you have to play a little bit greedy on
Oh,
Puck,
there.
right?
I saw a build yesterday in
there
a
you go.
pub actually, and I was like, why haven't I thought about this before? This is really good. Blink Veil. The Veil pickup is super good right now. The
Oh,
item has been buffed a lot in this and a couple of previous patches. It's a lot more trendy now.
Don't
and
you think it
actually
depends
works well with his
on your
team.
team's composition as well?
Of
10
course,
seconds
but they all.
remaining.
I think just having Puck and Lina justifies getting that after Blink. Because if you look at how
5
Puck is
seconds
played, everything
remaining.
after Blink is like, I don't want to call it luxury, but you're very, very flexible with what you get
Yeah.
after that. Sometimes you get Yule, sometimes you get Linkens, you can get Ags like you talked about,
Teams
BKB Hex. The hero
turn
can
to
get like
bat.
everything. So the Veil for the team is actually
So
very, very
even more lane dominance from Secret right now with the OD, and also another way to deal with the Chrono.
Do you think that's a good matchup though? OD
Uh,
versus Puck is pretty even, right? It's like
Isn't
OD
it-
often looks to win the lane.
Better for OD, and for CDEC they need to rely on the Enchantress helping the Puck, otherwise the lane is
CDEC's
going to be difficult.
Turn to pick.
Well, we should ask Blitz this
Yeah,
because
you
he's
play a
the
lot of mid
he's the mid player here.
So
I
would
think Puck, you can get aggressive early, but as it starts to get later on, there's like a timing window because OD is just going to build very stat heavy. He'll go wand,
Drums.
treads drums, and then he's pretty much unkillable because this is like a 1200 HP hero that has disrupt as well. So you have to kind of get
And
aggressive.
very high base armor.
Yeah, a
Right,
lot is
yeah.
going to come down.
10
This game almost
seconds
entirely
remaining.
just revolves around the
So-
Enchantress. Like,
Yep.
if she gets aggressive in the off lane, then they have to
5
do a lot. They have
seconds
to
remaining.
shut down the farm as much as they can. So what Secret can actually do is just do some kind of dual off lane and rotate the
Reserve
Tusk
time.
and the Nature's Prophet a lot from the safe lane to help out to make it like a 3-on-4 fight.
What do you think about
Smash
Dazzle,
spams,
Prophet, dual lane,
baby.
and OD safe lane? So OD doesn't really need a
Team
support
Dazzle
to
Pro-
babysit.
I think you go Nature's Prophet safe, go Dazzle plus one hero that can catch up farm later on, and you're okay with Sven Lina.
So basically, both teams have very strong lanes right now. It's just that the fact that sometimes I talk about when you have Chronosphere, you want to have range carry, so you can hit outside of the Chrono.
yeah, Sven though, he's can fire his little bolt. Maybe you can hit a creep outside the Chrono and it will hit inside. Oh, and a bristleback. Okay, so we'll get this over quickly because they're going to go into the games. But what are we looking at? Team Secret versus CDEC. What are they going to try and do before we throw it to commentators?
Secret goes aggro dual lane, like we said before the last pick, and you safe lane the Nature's Prophet. And a lot of this comes down to Puppey, and CDEC have to rely on the Enchantress to make a lot of space.
And because of that blitz, who wins?
I say Secret wins.
Right. Well, we're not going to disagree with you because we only have time to take one, or maybe not because we're back on camera. One prediction. We can now do predictions before we get into the game with our commentators. Gods. for the
I'm
first
going to agree.
ma-
I think Secret, I like what they've done their draft. The Bristleback's a bit of a kind of out of nowhere last pick for Envy, but I think overall they've got a good game plan.
10 seconds.
I think it's a very good Enchantress game. So I think if CDC do it well early, she can set up a lot of
5
kills and they can
seconds
snowball this game
remaining.
out of control.
Yep.
I'm going to pick them.
I agree with Cinderan. I think Enchantress might do a lot, and they can actually control the early game, and that they have Void for team fight. So I'm gonna pick CDC.
All right, well, let's go into the match. It has started. The first game here for the Shanghai Major, presented by Secret World. It's Secret versus CDEC. Enjoy the game.
There we go, back to the panel, I'm sure.
the
As
panel
we're
here
seeing them at the
at
moment. So I'm
Shanghai Major. First game done. Team Secret kind of got a little bit run over there by CDEC. I'm joined again, as always. I think you guys are on for most of the day. Winter, Cinder, and Blitz, and Gods. Did you enjoy your first match of the Shanghai Major?
Yeah, I was gonna say it went as expected, but it kind of didn't. I did pick CDC to win. I think their draft was overall stronger, but I thought they were gonna find kills early, which they didn't. So that was. I even think the early game of this game was pretty good for Secret, but those mid-game fights just decided it very quickly.
But I think that they needed more out of the early game, because if you look at the overall strategy, what CDEC wants to achieve is they want the laning phase to be stable by having the Enchantress, and they have better team fight. They have more AoE, they have Puck and Void, which was evident in the few crucial fights that they had better AoE. And if you look at Secret's AoE control, what they have like Snowball, that's about it, and everyone else doesn't really have much to contribute in terms of disable. So that's what I felt won CDEC most of the early team fights.
And even I think God said while we were watching it, he's like, every single hero of CDEC can do damage in a team fight. Do you feel that came into effect with how these fights came out? Because there was no one that wasn't just putting out a huge amount of damage.
Yeah, inside the Chronosphere, even the two supports, you've got Lina as well as Enchantress. Like, even with no items, these heroes, if they're positioned right And they're often going to be ignored because if you're Secret, if you're the OD, you're like, okay, let's kill this Sven. He's got no BKB. Let's try and punish this fact Sven has no BKB. But it's not just the Sven dishing out damage. There was that one big fight with the Chronosphere at bottom lane where all 5 of CDEC's heroes dished out like 1,500 damage each. It was like an even spread of damage output. Over on the Secret side, it was like 2 heroes dishing out everything. So they just had a much more well-rounded lineup, and because of how just smooth the early game went, the laning stage, they got to that late game just so much earlier.
How do you think it went, Blitz?
I think the biggest problem was that so much of that lineup revolved around the OD, because he was their primary damage dealer. Like, for example, when they went for that bottom fight, they should have been able to take that tier 2 tower clean after they got the Roshan. The creep wave was there. Everybody was in position. They had the Aegis on the OD, but CDEC knew that as soon as the OD was down, and then even with the Aegis the second time he was up, as long as he was out of position, there was nothing that that Secret could do, because Bristle's the type of hero that wants to get gone on. You keep him alive in the fight for as long as possible. He's up and center, but that guy just dealt no damage. He wasn't ever able to get in there. Everybody just kind of ignored him. They're like, okay, kill Weehaw.
And something Winter mentioned was the time dilation.
Yeah.
Like, playing Bristle into Void is not
and
easy.
Bristle is a hero that you want to be ahead as well. And not to mention his item build, which was really peculiar as well. We were talking about, he went Helm of Dom and Drums, which the common build would be obviously getting the Crimson Guard against the Void and against the Sven. So I'm not so sure about the Bristle back pick. I'm not sure why they wanted to use that hero in this game after seeing the Void. Maybe they just wanted a carry that doesn't really need babysitting so the 2 other supports could roam better. Because I don't really see any other reasons why they would actually go for the Bristle this game.
And there's like an innate problem for Secret's draft actually for killing Enchantress. We were talking about how you counter that hero. You get Spell Burst or you beat it in lane, and they're jungling it. So you don't beat it in lane. What damage dealers do you have? OD. Absolute shit until you get BKB. You can hit like once with Arcane Orb, and that takes like 2 or 3 seconds to get that one swing. Bristleback, awful. Does stable damage over time with Quills, you heal them up. You can't swing. And then their third core was an Nature's Prophet. He also does nothing. So the Enchantress can just play freely this game, I think. And I want to say the reasoning behind the Bristle pick was that they wanted a frontliner that they could bring in to make space for OD, and then they can maybe do an aggressive snowball. But they never really got that kind of play because they can't engage into a team that has better team fight. They can't just
think they were
roll
looking
in
to play around the
and set up.
cooldowns, because when you have a Faceless Void, you've got to fight around the Chronosphere, which is what CDC did amazing. Whenever they had Chronosphere, those last few fights where they won the game, the first jump where they died past the T2, they hit these amazing initiations with Chronos, Sven Stormbolt, the Puck as well. But if they don't get these like 5-man wipes, then Secret go the other way, 5-man push, and you have no Chrono, you can't fight. When Secret looked good was when they took Roshan. The Chrono was on cooldown. They used Chrono to solo kill a Dazzle, and I think in some ways that was a mistake from CDC's part, because suddenly they left themselves exposed, and Secret took advantage of that. But after that one Chronosphere on the solo kill and Dazzle, never again was a Chronosphere wasted. So
but
I
if
think
you look at both the teams, they both have like one spell. Like you talk about the Chrono, but OD's ultimate is also a very long cooldown.
yeah,
spell.
but they're like Bristle's always ready to fight. I think OD in a lot of ways is always ready to fight because he's just going to fight around his Arcane Orb. He goes for these stat-heavy builds. Prophet, same thing, where you go this phase drums build. I think most of their heroes, like they can fight without an OD ultimate, whereas to me, CDC can't fight well without Chronosphere.
I think you could have itemized too a little bit better on the OD. Like you already had the Orchid on the
Prophet.
Nature's Prophet, so if you go like Blink BKB, then I think you've got a lot more options there. Like even if you get Chronoed, you can survive because most of the damage was just Magic Burst. Like if you get your BKB off, you've got Grave to help you out as well. Then you can become a monster. But he just wasn't able to deal any damage because they crowd controlled him. They threw everything on him because they knew that they could play 1v5 against the Bristle. They're perfectly fine with that.
We agree that Bristle went Helm of the Dominator to stack Ancients, right?
Yes.
Do you think that's necessary when you have such a defensive, like by nature lineup? They want to push towers, but then when they're not pushing, those supports are not going to skirmish. Dazzle and Tusk in this game are defensive, 1 to 5 man. They can stack. You can stack with a Prophet Treant even. Like there's plenty of ways they could have done that for him. So I personally thought the Dominator pick was just not good this game.
What would you have gone instead?
Like Winter said, maybe the Crimson Guards, you have better chances at team fighting, and play to your strengths. If you have a lineup that wants to 5-man and take objectives, get an objective-based item. Get a mech or get a pipe or something for your team. Like pipe would have been super
Did
good
they
that
have a
game.
mech by the end of the game, Secret?
Yeah, Tusk
They had
did.
one
Tusk
on
had
They got on
Tusk
Tusk,
had
but he
it,
gets
okay.
it super late because they don't win fights, and they got
And
3 tier 1s
like
only.
the
I
first
think.
fight that they ended up losing was on the bottom lane by the tier 2 tower for CDEC. And do you think like just having a mech there on your
think they
Bristle
had one.
back?
I think they had mech
They
at
had
the
They
time.
had the
yeah,
mech
they
on
already
Tusken
had that.
already?
Yeah.
Yeah, because that fight just didn't seem to go in their favor at all. But it looked like it maybe should have. But maybe was it the?
I think it's
how
just
do you credit the?
it's just
the
the
Chronosphere or
The lineup, and they hit a really good Chronosphere, and like we mentioned, they had much more AoE disabled. They had Puck, that Void, they have so many ways of initiating where if you look at Secret, yes, they had I think they had the Mac there at that time, but their lineup has to have a good amount of advantage before they take a fight like this at that point of the game.
I think a pipe could have maybe salvaged that fight, honestly.
On who?
On the bristleback instead of.
You think that he should go first item pipe?
I think maybe he can go at stat item and then pipe. So like
SNY?
drum pipe, for example. He could have
Drum
done that. So you'd get the mobility you need and then you can team fight.
Like,
'cause
don't you think it's
like
all in if you do that? Like if you
I
do
guess, but isn't that also kind of what their draft is? If you want Void or if you want a hero who can scale better to late game, why do you pick the bristle? Like if they wanted to play the slow game, they could have picked another frontliner that scales better.
Because like when you talk about MVP, how we kind of had him as one of those players who can be very hit or miss, and he's like in some ways a con to a team sometimes. But
We had him down, unfortunately.
um,
But we had CDEC.
I mean, if you rate Envy like in his different skills, like what makes him a great carry player, and the one thing he's probably the best at of any carry player is farming efficiency. So whatever Envy's going to be playing, he's going to go for an item like Helmet and Bristle because he prioritizes farming efficiency over fighting. He's like the complete opposite of what aggressive does for CDEC. So I think it's more the Bristle being the wrong pick rather than him itemizing wrong. He itemized to his own strengths as a player.
I mean, we talked a lot about the hero lineups now, but what about the players? Let's focus on their kind of performance for game number one. Is there anybody that really stood out for you, or anybody that felt that you could have done more in this match?
I think the Void to me was just
He was
hit
very good.
amazing chrono after
Well,
chrono.
is it X?
I think
XZ,
XZ played
XZ
that.
played the Void?
Yeah.
He seemed really on point, but he had a lot of help. You mentioned this in the break, Winter, as well, from the Sven, because, sure, you have your chrono, but it was aggressive on the Sven that was actually going super ham. I mean, you guys were like, why are they fighting between a tier 2 and a tier 3 outside of secret space? And it was aggressive, and we weren't sure, Cinderin, if he only saw one hero, but it was daytime, so maybe they saw 3 heroes. But he goes in on the Sven, gets himself the initial kind of, he's the first in line for the initiation, and then that makes it a really easy for XZ on the Void to come in and put down a really perfect chrono, and they walked away with that, a big win there. I mean, how important do you think these players outside of the heroes were to actually bringing the win home in the first game for CDEC?
I think it's like a balance. Like in a team, you want to have players that are willing to be very bold in making a first move, so that like you have an aggressive player and you have a offlaner, maybe a bit like Universe, very stable. So the aggressive player makes a play like what the Sven did. Like, oh no, one only sees one hero or 2 hero, jumps in, doesn't care because he knows that I have a Void, I have a Punk, and he makes the space for them to actually get the big spell. So I think it's partly also because of the combination of the characteristics of the players that mesh very well, resulting them making a team effort that looks so great, like on what happened at 5-0.
Well, you guys, any kind of players that you were?
I think it's hard to pinpoint a single player. Like, I mean, mention XC Chronos, but he's playing a hero like Void who's going to look good when he makes the good Chronos. It was the fact that they could distribute all their spells so well. Like, when they went in with the Chrono and the Sven in the front lines, Puck would always get the back line. So he prevented the Grave or a Snowball coming out. So they just team fought really well. It goes back to what makes CEC so good. It's just how they play as a team.
Yeah, because it almost sounds like, from talking to you about this, you're not really sold on being like, this player was a key factor to win, or this player was, could have done more and really let down the team. It doesn't feel like this game was about that, because you've been talking about the heroes a lot. So it does feel like you were kind of crediting the composition and how it worked. Is that safe to say?
I think XC the Void had a really standout performance. Like, he was keeping up in net worth with the Nature's Prophet, and his initiations, even individually, were really strong.
And he didn't have a blink.
Yeah,
He
exactly.
did everything
He
without
just
a
played
blink.
He just played the positioning game really well. His time dilations were even better than his chronos. Like, he got the heroes that he had to in every single one of those engagements.
And what do you think about his build that game? He went for defusals.
I think when you double up on the Orchid, Diffusal's amazing because there's no cooldown. It's like, okay, one teammate gets Orchided, I'll get that off of you, and they already hit the Yules. It's like everything they built already countered Secret. By the time that they had the double Orchid, everybody was like in position. You saw them get one pick off, but right after that, the Puck had just finished Yule Scepter. And then you had the Void just get the Diffusal Blade right after that because he was keeping up in net worth with the Nature's Prophet.
All right. Well, we're going to be waiting for the next game to start between Secret and CDEC, and this is their first match of the best of 3. Of course, if you win this, you move on to the upper bracket. I guess it's almost finals, you would say, because the first 2 games in a group of 4 is almost the semi-finals. So if you're in the upper bracket finals and you win that, you're actually going to guarantee yourself a top spot in the main event at the Mercedes-Benz Arena for the Shanghai Major. So still an important game for Secret to come back. I don't know how long they're going to take to get into the game, and imagine that the teams probably want to sit down and get playing again. So we have two choices. Either we can test your knowledge and we can go visit Sir Too Good's whiteboard or whatever it is and see if you can recap the game and where it went wrong and where it went right for both teams, or we can talk about what you think they should do for the next match. But of course, we've got the ban and pick, and so your choice, Cinderin.
I pick gods.
Well, I can do it. I can do it.
You meant to choose which of the two options.
Yeah.
I was going to let you choose.
Why me?
Alright.
We can go back to that game.
Yeah, okay.
Let's go back. I want to see James draw again.
Yeah. This is great. And just to recap, we did say that CDEC were Unity, fast on pros. And that, I don't know if that really sums up. I don't know if that's really that correct.
I think the Unity was very correct.
Unity
in
is
this game.
correct.
Their teamfight execution, they were very, very clearly on point with what they wanted.
It wasn't their TI level of fastness. It wasn't aggressive TPing to the offlane 5 minutes in and trying to play a really fast tempo.
I mean, it's different now. Like you guys mentioned, Envy getting a Helm of Dawn,
Yeah.
but Aggressive got a Helm of Dawn as well that game.
Yeah, I think they played fast once they hit their timing.
Yeah.
When they hit their timing and they line up strong, that's when they kept going right at Secret.
Most importantly for me for CDC in this game is that they actually adapted to the patch. Like, we finally saw them drafting what we would say is a strong draft in the version.
Yes.
They put Shiki on Puck. I think that's one of the best mid heroes right now. They picked the Enchantress. They play a Void
Why
offlane
is Puck
Frixie.
the best, one of the best heroes right now?
I feel like in the current metagame, it's just very advantageous to have a mid hero that comes online early and wants to fight.
And I think the other good thing about Puck is because of how the way most of the teams are playing, they are having one roaming hero early to pressure the mid
Yes.
laner. And Puck is a hero that you can't really
You can't,
gank, you can't
yeah.
really pressure. So it's a huge benefit for the team where I don't really need to allocate extra support to take care of this player because he's fine.
Yeah, you saw them picking it after Tusk.
Yeah.
I originally think they were planning on running the Lina mid, but then when they see the opening there,
I don't know if you disagree or agree there, Blitz. Your face is just kind of like, yeah.
No, I was just listening. I agree.
Okay. Okay, cool.
They outline everything pretty well.
Okay, well, we're going to write it down.
hey, Winter, don't let me
Yeah,
down.
couch number one.
Yes, and we were also right in the
Couch two
prediction. We
agrees
said
with couch.
CDC.
Yeah, but you guys did really well on the hero forecast, too.
Yeah,
Well done, team. Class.
every hero
You
above
got
the line.
Nature's Prophet, Faceless Void was there, Enchantress. Was Invoker, Bounty, and Ember banned?
All three got
All
banned.
three banned. And then
OD?
we did see the OD.
The other three are.
But the OD
Not
didn't really, could have worked out. But
Yeah.
all right. So let's recap game number one. Come on, while we wait for a match.
I've got no idea what you're doing here, by the way.
Nor do I.
Like, what's the plan?
Are we like-
what are you
Are we
going to
gonna
draw?
instead of having instead of having instant replays from the game, we're going to be drawing
Are you
out
just
the
going to draw a
team fight?
Dota map and kind of...
just kind of want to recap it just for me, really.
Yeah.
No one else. Do you want? We'll put the hero
Yeah,
forecast
just-
down there. Thank you, Winter.
Can you do a dramatic drawing of the team fight at the bottom tier 2 tower?
No.
Yeah.
No, but like, so let's just like, we can do game one, right? Okay, so drafting phase was won by who?
I think CDC got the better draft.
Yeah? Think?
Yeah,
Anything that you
I
think Secret
don't
could have done
disagree.
better?
Yeah, but don't you think like Secret still could have won with that
Oh,
draft?
for sure. Like,
Yeah.
they definitely could. Like, they
We're
were
gonna
like,
put CDC.
brutally outpicked. But
Okay. What about the lanes? Any kind of questionable decisions?
they were even.
I mean, the
It was a
lanes
wash.
both was just it was a bit of a
Even?
wash. Both teams farmed.
But even laning phase obviously is better for CDEC, I think, because they have better team fight. So when you have a team fight composition and you don't lose your lanes, you're happy with it.
But Secret were never going to be able to contest the lanes when there's Enchantress and Sven Lena. Like,
Let's just say even-ish.
Yeah, even. Yeah.
I don't think it's.
I don't
yeah.
know. He's
Even-ish.
leaning towards either even-ish.
Even-ish.
But like the way that the lanes actually panned out, do you think anyone
It's
came out
better
on
for
top?
CDEC. I think it's better for CDEC.
You
if
wanted
it's even.
Secret to do
But
more.
you think
Yeah.
it's better for you think it's better for Secret because you think that's better draft though. Like I feel like Secret
Yeah, I mean they won. They
because
won
of
the draft,
because of what
didn't mess up the lanes.
yeah. I think
So-
that's weird.
Even-ish, but CDEC on top.
So like CDEC has better team fight, but Secret can benefit by pushing and taking Roshan. They took the towers in Rosh as they were meant to, but
Okay.
It's still-
And then what was the kind of critical points after the laning phase in the early game?
the
I-
the
item
3-5-0
choice.
team fight.
No, item choice as well, like resulting
Yeah,
in.
that's true.
I think item choice has a big part in why they actually had a hard time taking the
I
team
mean,
fights.
I think Secret did, like
This is a visual recap, guys.
Secret did a really good job of controlling Roche. Like that was probably the one thing that gave them a good shot at this game. Like when they
So
went in, took Roche, and
then Roche came into play.
Yeah.
And that was like Secrets. Did they Did they have like in their first Aegis? Did they actually have a big advantage? You felt?
It wasn't
They-
big, but it was okay.
They had the ability to go. That was when they pushed down the bottom lane
So
at
this
the
was
T2
like, do you
tower.
think this was the moment they could have actually started to take control of the
Yeah,
game?
yes.
Because on the map, they looked like they had way more of the map.
At that point, I'd say the game was maybe close to 50-50, or if it was favored for CDC, it was like 60-40 at best.
Yeah, but at
Be-
that
when they
point,
got the Roche, what percentage did you think Secret were going to win? Gods, question for you.
40,
for 5 points.
45%.
You only gave them 45% after kind of like you felt that this two factors, even though that was kind
Well,
of even-ish.
It was they had like their timing now, and there was a lot of pressure on them. It was really like a hard to execute position that they were in.
45% chance to win there.
but don't you think like they
And
were-
that was the highest it was at all game. Though.
don't you think like CDEC were waiting for a chance to take a team fight despite like Secret
Yeah.
having the Aegis?
But they still team fought in a scenario where the OD had an Aegis, and then it was the bottom fight where they just hit an amazing chrono, the silence in the backlines, and like you say, CDC wanted the team fight.
The
So.
question is if Secret could have just done that push differently, where they have the Aegis advantage and they have two defensive supports. Maybe you just send Treant and OD only to hit the tower, and everyone just stands back.
Because the
and-
OD was actually caught in the chrono behind the tier
yeah,
2
but
tower.
that
Not
that,
much, but
that
just,
comes back
like
to the point where Blitz mentioned if he actually had the blink and the BKB build,
Yeah,
he probably
yeah.
could have felt more confident that he could have done that because he had blink in case the void.
Orchid is so
Yeah,
offensive. like, you just
in case the
die.
void jumps in and tries to chrono you, you have blink and you have BKB just in case you got
So
you want to
if,
dodge
if
stuns.
they if they went better items, what percentage from the 45?
like
would you-
60.
60. I was
60%.
thinking the same, actually.
Could have been 60% chance to win with better items. Who wants to send a text to Eternal Envy? Or we have?
I'm sure he'd love that.
And Puppey.
But I like that.
He'd be writing a blog about us.
I like that we cover the OD because we were talking a lot about Bristle's items, but I
Yeah.
actually think his items relative to how the game was
That's what
going,
Blitz, yeah.
they were better than the Orchid on OD.
Okay. So far, we kind of got this little situation. And when they lost that team fight, right, by tier 2. And then after that, was there anything that you felt that was going to get them back in the game? Because we had that smoke. With was it a double damage?
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
the DD.
The
I
DD.
remember Will turning to me
Let's
and
do
just
smoke.
Yeah.
DD.
But they saw the
CDEC.
DD.
yeah, they knew
They-
they were
they
either-
knew
they
they
knew
were
they were
smoked.
smoked.
They
or
knew they were
his end.
smoked.
They knew they were smoked.
Yeah,
They saw it
They
on
had
the
ward
radar.
vision.
Yeah.
It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing.
Well, they were positioned very far
Yeah.
back. It was,
yeah, they were at their base.
yeah.
Well,
All
this-
right. I think we've summed up that up nicely. I don't know if anyone, I don't even know if the cameraman saw that or if it's just really far away. But I mean, we kind of summed it up. That's game 1 in a nutshell. We've actually got game 2 starting now between Secret and CDEC. So hopefully we're going to the bans and picks. What do you kind of feel that Secret should do going into game 2? Any kind of strategies or?
Probably pick Envy, a hero he's more comfortable on, I think, or something that just suits him better and their playstyle better. And also, I think put Weeha more on a tempo controller. Put him on the puck.
Yes.
Earth Spirit's going to be banned, otherwise I'd say put him on Earth Spirit. It needs to be more Weeha tempo control, Envy on a just classic Envy carry. Ember Spirit and Anti-Mage, maybe not the best of heroes in the current metagame, but they need something more suitable for him. Juggernaut's maybe a good pick for him.
How sold are you on Tusk Dazzle in general as a support duo? I
They
feel like
used
that
to run
duo
it a
is
lot.
not as good now as it used to be. It was like
It's
the
like the
duo
old
at
patch,
Frankfurt,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
It was really good, but I just don't feel like they have the same impact as they used to. Neither of the heroes do, and especially not together.
So you guys were right. No Earth Spirit for him.
No chance.
Secret
to
But,
banned
puck again.
but they
themselves.
banned it themselves.
It's, I guess, a hero that's just considered to be god
Yeah,
tier
and-
still
and-
because it's always the team who was second pick banning
Yeah.
it, which is kind of what ended up happening at MDL, where if the other team had first pick, you ban it.
No one wants to
regardless.
play
It's
against Earth
remaining.
Spirit,
Yeah.
basically.
I mean, the only nerf the hero received was to the Ags, and you don't pick the hero for the Ags. That's just like your late game, like, oh, I have this ridiculous Ags now, but you don't pick it for the late game.
Oh, now my hero also doesn't have any weakness in the late
Yeah.
game.
Yeah.
I do think you can play around with considering giving away Earth Spirit if you get a really good trade, including a mid hero that isn't pressured by it super early. Because what makes Earth Spirit really dangerous to play against is that you go mid with Orb of Venom and you just roll in from the fog and you put so much pressure. But there are quite a few heroes that can actually deal with that pressure early on. Like the Puck we talked about, you can pick Queen of Pain, a hero that I think might make a little bit of a comeback at this tournament.
I think it's still
And then
hard.
if you
even
get a
as
really good
puck.
trade, you could think about
Even as a puck, it's still hard because if he's just going to roll on you.
The
Anyway.
silence is
He's
so
not,
good.
and he's not going for the kill necessarily. He's just going to win the mid lane. And if you ever orb to farm, then he goes on you and you do die. So.
Yeah, but if that's
still
what
rough.
you're concerned about, you can do the same. You
Yeah.
put a defensive support there, or you pick your Enchantress and you go mid with any creep and just annoy their mid laner, and then that's
Okay,
your
so
trade-off.
CDEC going to open up with Faceless Void.
Interesting.
Same pick as they did last time.
And you can see how Secret is prioritizing on not letting Aggressive have his best hero, Gyro. Like, we talk about Ember being Envy's best hero, but Gyro is Aggressive's best hero. Like, he pioneered the way that you move, how you move with the hero when you get your ultimate up online.
So I'm curious, Blitz. I mean, you've played professionally. I think all of you actually have been professionals
10 seconds
in Dota
remaining.
2. But if someone in your team is playing, you know,
5
say that
seconds
OD, and
remaining.
they say like, oh, I'm going to go this item, and you
Team
disagree with it,
seconds, turn to
how
pick.
often do you actually, you know, say something about it? Like, no, don't do that, do this, or do you kind of trust them and you want to allow your team to kind of make their own decisions for how they play their heroes?
I think it's like somebody told me recently, you just have to let your core players do their own thing because they'll have a different read on the game and a
Turn
feel.
to pick.
Because they'll kind of just understand, okay, I kind of feel like this item is going to go the best, and you're never really going to get that as a support.
Mm.
But the issue is, obviously, sometimes you can do something like that, and the cores don't communicate with each other. You get like double Orchid in a situation like that.
I mean, that was 15% when we go back to the board.
It's like odd. It's something that you'll bring up after the game for sure.
Yeah.
You'll say, what was that?
Yeah, why
just-
did we do that?
I think it's very important that the core players, in order to make the right item decisions, the game plan just needs to be defined. Like, you need to know what your goals are in the game, and
Like
then
who we're focusing,
yeah.
who we want to
who
kill.
are we
when wanna
focusing?
fight.
What's
the
our
other-
timing window?
the
When are
oth-
we pushing towers? Okay, if we're pushing towers minute 15, maybe Orchid isn't the best item, right? For example.
Yeah, the other point is like maybe you would actually, as a captain, you would actually more let the core players decide if it's not a team-based item. If the item you're deciding it's like a mech,
Team-based, yeah,
or
mech,
pipe or crimson or
Lance,
whatever, like
or-
all the team-based item, you would actually try and convince your or just straight up tell him you are getting this item, we're gonna push. But if it's an item like BKB or MKB or whatever,
Yeah,
it's based on his own comfort zone,
Yeah,
like what
yeah,
he
okay,
wants.
that's a good point.
That's really
10
interesting.
seconds
I never
remaining.
kind of, you know, I don't have the insight. Obviously, I haven't been a professional Dota player. But anyway,
5
so
seconds
yeah,
remaining.
back to the draft.
You
We've
played at a
got-
DreamHack, Valencia.
Oh yeah, I
Yeah.
came fourth at Dreamhack
Reserve
Valencia,
time.
and I played an all-star match
Yeah.
where I actually went like 36 and 2,
Seeders,
and then
turn to
the ice frogs started spawning Roshans and ruined it. So on on Dota Buff, I've got one game, one loss, but a KDA of like 18. So, and I played for Alliance apparently in that match. Okay, yeah, so back to the draft. Vengeful Spirit.
turn
This
to
is something that I think a lot of people in the compendium, and you guys were saying, was like, this is going to be the most picked.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
good versus
I,
Void as well. Like a hero that can actually save your carry if you get caught in the chrono. And the other thing, the hero is good in the early phase is because
10
he's very
seconds
versatile. You
remaining.
have no idea whether it's a core or a support. You can always switch up.
5 seconds
Shows
remaining.
a secret show a lot
Vengeful
of
Spirit's a
confidence.
core now.
It can be.
It
Plays
can be
carry.
I don't think it's an NV hero. Though.
Oh yeah, I
No.
forgot you actually didn't keep up.
There was a phase of about 2 or 3 weeks when it was almost exclusively played as a safe lane carry, and it was really good.
Really?
But then teams started drafting against it and figured out how,
How
to
did,
deal
how
with
did
it.
they beat Vengeful Spirit core?
I'm actually, yeah, what was the exact shift? That's a good question. It might have been the patch a bit. Like,
Because
what
of
I
the
could
stats, Venge got really good stats, and is very like you consider Venge a carry that's very fast tempo. It's easy to help your team. You have aura, you play around objectives, and you're very good at fighting and zoning off the off lane yourself because you have really good stats and armor.
I think the way people started dealing with it was either that they got like really high range carries so Venge can't reach, or well, if you swap, you put yourself a bit out of position, or you just had heroes that could actually fight one-on-one.
But
So even if you come in
it's
close, you
hard
can
to
fight.
fight one-on-one with Venge if you think about it.
There are some heroes
like
that
at the
can do it.
summit we saw PL got like you're losing as PL against Venge carry. Basically, the Venge got Maelstrom and Mjolnir, and it's difficult for the PL to fight against the Venge because Venge has such good stats in late game.
Invoker is a hero that I thought both teams would really heavily contest. I know Shiki's been playing it quite a bit in
10
pubs and stuff.
seconds
The
remaining.
last like 10 games I saw, he was just spamming Invoker. And it's a hero that we
Turn
had,
to pick.
it's like carried over. It kind of feels like it's still one of the heroes that he can semi/hard carry with, which is this type of player that he is. But it's also a really good tempo controller for both sides.
Do you like Weehar on Invoker then?
I do a lot. I think he's a good player.
It's like
I mean, how does, you know, how would you kind of classify his Invoker play in terms of what makes him, why am I going to care?
It's like farm heavy and you don't want to deal with it late game.
Okay.
I think he does two things. Like he does tempo control well,
Yeah.
and
5
he
seconds
carries the
remaining.
team in late game. Like he gets far ahead enough that he can actually do
He
a
just
lot.
farms.
Do you think CDEC are kind of
Reserve
aware of
time.
these? You know, because you guys obviously commentate all the tournaments. and,
You know, if like you look at like James, if you look at the draft, like how CDEC is drafting right now, like I don't think they really care about what heroes they're playing. They're just very content in like drafting they want Secret to play very standard. If you look at their bans in the second phase, they're banning out Ursa.
like weird stuff.
They are banning out Blue.
Brood.
Like those stuff are like cheesy stuff. So it tells you that this team is not afraid to play against their opponent with stable draft. They're just worried about losing if the team does something unusual or might catch you.
So they want to
Offside.
play the game, not the
Turn
team.
to pick.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think this game is going to be really hard for CDC already.
Yeah.
I think they're more like in first game I said I favored CDC's draft. I think this game they're just flat out outpicked right now. They have to find a very good solution to this. Secret's team fight is almost impossible to beat. They've Tide Enigma. Enigma gets a fast mech. Tide obviously has Ravage. You have Invoker in combination with all that and a defensive support in Venge.
10
I think you have to
seconds
try to
remaining.
avoid it. Either, if I'm CDC now, either I try to just run over the lanes and take
5
advantage of the fact that there's
seconds
an Enigma
remaining.
jungle. So
Yeah.
I play like super active with Ench Rubik just smoking 3 times in the early game trying to win the
Reserve
lanes,
time.
or I play hardcore split push with the last 2 picks. Because 5-manning just flat out won't work.
Yeah,
They
that's
will lose every
basically
fight.
a better idea against the Void because Void mostly just wants to team fight with you, and having a lot of team fight, especially with the Tide. I think because when I play Void, the hero that I dislike playing against the most is Tide because he has a bigger AoE, and if you make the first move and you don't kill the Tide, it's also a problem. Or if you don't catch the Tide catches your teammates, it's also a problem. So it's very hard for Void to feel confident that I'm going to jump in and make the first move because you have too many stuff you need to think behind your mind.
Razor pick up here as well. I mean,
Lanes.
this is something that's gonna
The lanes,
Razor's gonna last
yeah.
a
Laning
long
stage.
time, and it's
They're
the
playing
laning
lanes.
stage.
Yeah. They want to win their lanes, and it's really good versus Tide.
It's
10
the only
seconds
way to go now.
remaining.
You have to, if you win your laning phase, because Invoker has a build up time.
5
Like before he
seconds
gets
remaining.
levels and he can just invoke and do whatever he wants in the fights once he grabs his Ags and stuff. You can abuse him and just run it down because most of the time he's going to have like Forge Spirits
So-
invoked up and he's not going to be able to
So you think
fight.
the Razor is going to be up against the it's like 1v1 mid again? Isn't a safe lane this game?
I think it's going to be, I guess you have to kind of put him safe. It does pretty well against a Tidehunter. Like he
Mhm.
can zone out 101. It's like
There's
one of the
other
few
heroes. They could pick like an OD or something for the
Yeah.
safe lane as well.
10
So
seconds.
But I just think
remaining.
you need to prioritize lanes like crazy and make it so that your laning phase is strong
5
enough that
seconds
you
remaining.
can just get into these individual fights.
Which matchup would you prefer versus Invoker? Like what matchup do you think that Invoker
Reserve
struggles the most with?
OD is really good.
How about TA? Like TA is quite
TA
common.
is pretty good. I just think TA's base breaking is kind of weird.
I think
It's
the
like
worst matchup for
10
Invoker is Brood,
seconds
but that's
remaining.
banned. Yeah. That stomps him in lane. That's actually the only hero I can think of that just flat out
5
destroys
seconds
Invoker. There's no other hero that beats him 1-on-1 like that.
Team Secrets
Oh.
turn to pick.
Ah.
Roshan control.
CDEC
Lane, they
turn
have
to
good
pick.
lane as well.
Yeah.
Like Klings is also quite good at dealing with the Void.
Eat an inch creep.
It's the original Envy hero too.
Is Klings still get rich fast? You know, still looking for a BKB because Enchantress will just fall off if Klings can get a BKB after his first damage item or something.
Impetus
That-
pierces BKB now, actually, if that's what you mean.
No,
I think you
but
mean
I
that
mean,
the
like, as in
untouchable.
Klings kills.
Oh,
yeah,
kill for
stops
killing
the
her.
untouchable.
Yeah, that's true.
Remaining.
Yeah, but don't you still have enough
You have
attack
enough attack
speed
speed
from
from
Strafe?
you have
With
you
strafe,
have Invoker
strafe
spell
plus
damage as
treads,
well.
you're pretty good.
Remaining.
Yeah.
You got like Soul Ring Deso and you 2-shot the Rubik and
Yep.
now
Yep.
he can't steal
So
spells.
this is a really
Reserve time.
difficult last pick for CDC. Like
He
this-
could consider Orchid on Klings,
Oh,
actually.
this is all out on the lanes. Like they need to win their lanes
Yes.
basically.
Yeah.
It's like last game, except they don't have the big team fight to back it up. And last game, they showed that they don't necessarily win lanes when they can, because they had the Enchantress. They had
Mhm.
the ability to pressure and disrupt the secret lanes, but they didn't do it. So I kind of worry for CDC this game because of that, looking at how last game's lanes went.
So if you're in Team Secret, you're Puppey, what are you telling to your team that you need to do?
Just play safe. Just don't give up. Try to avoid giving up silly kills in the lanes. You've got the greed factor on your side. You're running a jungle Enigma. You just need to play just
Safe.
very, very safe, controlled Dota.
Everyone else, you kind of very
Look out for
agree?
smokes.
Yeah.
Number 1.
I think
Keep an eye on the
CDC needs
rotation.
to be the team that is making like pressure, feeling the pressure that they need to be the white pieces in chess. They need to make the plays. They need to do something.
10
Otherwise, the game is
seconds
just going to fall
remaining.
off.
Do you think they have the players for it with the lineup? I mean, the
They have the
lineup is-
heroes for it.
They have the
Enchanters.
heroes for it. What
Yeah.
about the play style, the players? Who do you think is going to be the player for CDC?
The captain.
Huh?
the Enchantress, kill the Enchantress player.
Okay.
He's important.
Well, keep an eye on the Enchantress then if you are rooting for CDEC to take this one. And we're going to go over to the commentators for Game 2 of Secret versus CDEC.
Covering.
So, welcome back. A Team Secret win in game number 2 in the first best of 3 series that we're covering. Before maybe we talk about that win, Blitz, you looked very excited because MVP.
Yeah, MVP are currently beating Ehome, who all of us touted. And I was just going to
We
say, like,
even gave Ehome a little crown.
yeah. If they if they lose to MVP here, there's actually no way that they can get first in their group.
They had a crown.
So we'd be wrong.
So if they lose to MVP, do we give them the crown?
I don't know
And then
about
they're the favorites. Surely that's how it works, Blitz.
I think it's both a playstyle clash and MVP is hungry.
Oh, we did have
Yeah.
motivation. Yeah. Yeah, we did. All right, well, we'll see how that goes. But yeah, MVP looking like they could topple Ehome, which would make this group, well, I mean, it's a great group to watch anyway. I think someone said to me before that Group A actually had 8 teams, 4 of the teams here were all in the top 8 of the last TI.
Yeah.
So it is a kind of a stacked group on paper and a great group to start with for the tournament. But let's go back to the match that Secret actually were victorious in. Some of you had lunch, some of you were here. I'm sure all of you watched. What are your thoughts on the game?
I was watching next to Loda and EGM, and Loda said, this Enigma is going to go crazy. It's like, it's going to be top net worth. He's going to hit multiple hero black holes. He said with like so much admiration. He's like, Puppey is just such a great Enigma player. He like sighed. He's like, I wish EGM was like that, but
Who is this?
it was Loda.
Yeah.
It was pretty funny though.
Did he say it next to
Yeah.
Ake or who plays?
Wait, doesn't Arcade play the Enigma when they have
Yeah, he
the-
does, but
Yeah.
I'm just teasing.
All right, and of course we have, this was how the game kind of started off. And we talked about winning lanes. CDEC came in, they get a kill soon on Eternal Envy, and actually Pylite Eye is like, yo creep, I want to be friends, goes down, and then you can see
Oh,
here,
this
wow,
went really
this is just
fast.
like, if you missed the game, don't
quick
worry,
cuts.
we've got it all here. This was one of the first big team fights, the first time we saw a black hole on Puppey. They managed to clean up 2, and then the team was like, run away. This was a nice kill, this one here.
Yeah,
on,
this is really
Wuhan.
good.
But they still got the tier 2 tower bottom, Secret off the back of this. It didn't seem like they cared too much, but they had Dust and then pick up Wuhan. That was the Age of Scom, but they were already felt like too far ahead. But it kind of started off with like Eternal Envy was having a bad time.
Yeah.
He was even roaming. I think Winter, you pointed out, he's roaming without boots at level 4.
Yeah, but because basically the Enchantress pressure was like too much for him to take in a lane. But then again, like what Blitz mentioned, like when the Enigma came online, the first black hole was really crucial. They made so much space, and all the team fights after that, we could see this team fight as well. Misery, he barely had his Ravage online here, but he was still, I think he's still able to get it off at the end.
Yep, I think so.
Yeah.
Puppey's going to heal him up with Guardian's Greaves.
Crimson Guard as well. So basically, they just had overwhelming team fight, and the only way CDEC could actually win this game is by winning the early game so hard that there was no way that the team fight could come online for Secret, but that was not the case.
Mhm.
When I saw the second phase of the draft, that's when I said I think Secret just flat out outpicked them here, and it kind of went the way I expected. Secret get away with their Enigma jungle, they farm up, and you just reach a point of critical mass at like minute 14. He has Guardian Greaves and Enigma. At that point, I'm just like, this game is over. You can't fight into their lineup. They're dire. They just take Roche, then they take your towers one at a time. So for CDC to win this, like you said, they need to dominate the lanes, and they crush top, but it's not enough. There's an Invoker free farming mid. Tide is getting his stuff bottom. It's like,
They did.
I wasn't exaggerating when I said I think they have to use all 3 smokes in the early game. Just need to run over lanes.
They did have
Just-
50-50 CS though on like Invoker versus Void. Don't you think
Yeah,
that's,
that's
like,
okay.
acceptable for them?
But yeah, that just means that like the trade-off there is that you're giving Void the levels, but you're giving a Void that can't teamfight the enemy team the levels. So he doesn't benefit at all. Like the Chrono was useless the whole game. Like I don't think it made a
And it
difference.
really comes back to the Enigma that Puppey played, you know, in terms of his items. And I think I remember Wepaz started playing Enigma because he wanted MMR. And he basically copied Puppey's kind of, you know, jungle rotations. And it was like crazy. Like by 7 minutes, he has these items. how devastating can Puppey be, not just on the Enigma this game, but throughout the tournament? Because his farm, off the hook, as you mentioned, I think he ended up like 540 GPM by the end of the game, like second highest GPM, but still he's so impactful, even if he wasn't throwing a black hole with just those items. Is it just Puppey on Enigma, or is it Enigma in general, or is it the lineup? Because
it's really just Puppey. I mean, him and maybe one or two other players who can, like, I think EG's the other team who can play Enigma really well. Zai used to do it as well with Enigma, but I think what sets him apart from like your everyday Enigma player is not just like the farming efficiencies, what anyone who plays like 10, 20 games of Enigma can practice and perfect, but what he sets him apart
I'll
is...
tell that to Wepez.
Yeah.
He lost MMR. Yeah.
So for Puppey, it's
here
how
comes
he
the
uses
rest.
his first few black holes. Like he'll find a really good rotation, and he doesn't care about using a black hole to get a solo kill. Like his first couple black holes, he had the really nice one bottom that got 2 heroes. His next black hole's on a solo weaver, so he recognized that this spell's got a 3-minute cooldown, but if you kill a core hero, it's well worth it. So he's just so much better at using those black holes in the early game.
He has a very good read on the game in general when he plays that hero. I think when you're jungling with Enigma, it's like autopilot, right? It's so easy that you get to look at the map very much and prepare your next move very easily. So you see the black hole rotations like God's talked about, but also maybe itemization. You get to like think more about the enemy lineup. What am I getting here? Puppey has historically invented quite a few item builds on the hero, I think. Like
Isn't every game the same? Just go mech?
Well, the mech is
Mercury.
standard. The
He
mech is
doesn't
standard,
really
but
go BKB.
I think
Sometimes he goes pipe.
he's
done
one of
pipe
the
more
first
than-
that started doing pipe.
Yeah.
Guardian, or not Guardian Greaves, the Crimson Guard he started doing. The Rod of Atos, like he goes these much more tanky-oriented builds where other Enigmas are very one-dimensional. And they just go, okay, you need Greaves, blink, BKB, and then you have a black hole.
They focus
He
on
plays the
getting
hero.
the black hole off, whereas
Yes.
Puppey focuses on items that the team needs against the enemy.
Because you're so
composition.
rich as well if you get
Yep.
so you can really just like bring so many more team
Yeah.
items to the game.
I
than
really
most other-
feel like the most important part of the hero, you talk about the efficiency, but I don't think that part is the most efficient. Like the most important part is like what they mentioned, the rotations, your decision making, what item to build for that game. Those are the very important things for the hero.
Because I noticed that when I play Enigma, I just think like, okay, I've got this kind of rotation, but in the back of my mind, it's like, when do I want to help out this lane? Do I want to TP here? Do I, am I needed here? Should I be ready for defense here? And do you think just because Puppey is one of the best in game sense that really it's the stuff that we don't really appreciate, which is just how he wants to move and execute and help his team with that one hero?
Yeah, just look at the way he plays Chen and Enchantress. Like it's very very similar. Like he always farms, but then he makes one really good move. The one move actually gives his team a lot. Like maybe some other players, maybe like Art Style, it's very different because he gets 2 creeps and he tries to find kills always. And he tries to be aggressive, even though he can't get a kill, but he's always there pressuring the enemy lane, whereas Puppey picks his opportunities when he should gang and who to gang, like you mentioned, who is the key target and how to make space for his team. So that's a very big difference of the way Puppey plays.
So, and to talk about the start of the match, you guys were pretty much all in agreement that CDEC were behind on the draft. So, of course, we're bigging up kind of like Puppey's Enigma, but it was maybe a little bit too easy for him to play the hero in that lineup.
I think the Tide enabled him for a lot too. Like typically what you think of Tide is he's going to be the counter initiator. Like you're going to see spells go off on your teammates first, and once they're out of position, then your Tide comes in and he gets like a 4-man Ravage. But Misery was always like the first hero in. He just kind of like ambled and he said, okay, bring all the attention towards me. Then they try to kill him. That's like the biggest mistake ever. You're never going to kill that guy. He's a Tide Hunter that is just naturally tanky because of his
Kraken shell.
his Kraken Shell, and he's always going to get the Ravage off as a result. And that's set up for all of the black holes. Like you didn't really need those like 3 or 4 man black holes that he kept consistently getting, but that pretty much just put a damper on any sort of comeback hope from CDEC.
How about the early game? Do you feel like, because the way the Enchantress played, he focused on shutting down Jackie Mao. Like should he actually be shutting down the Enigma instead?
You have to pick your poison though. Like
But don't you think
Clinks
it's
is the
better?
easiest hero to bully in the lanes. He's a very weak laning hero, and his laning stage is a big place exploit. But he's also a hero that catches up well, which is where I think maybe you're right that you pressure the Enigma instead.
Because the point where when Secret looks to make a move, it's always going to be, if you look at their 5 heroes, is when Enigma gets level 6, he's going to run. It's just like the Gyrocopter. When you get level 6, you want to make a move. The same as Enigma. So Enigma is like the focal point of their lineup. So maybe if they actually did pressure the Enigma more, the tempo for Secret could not be as fast as what happened in the game despite losing their lanes.
Do you think that's a riskier play though? Because obviously, as you mentioned, going on Eternal Envy is an easier play because Klink's weak in the lane, and then when you're going for Puppey in the jungle, you don't always have vision. You're not sure really, and if he kind of suspects it with his game sense, he might just back off, go your jungle, or his rotations. He might even turn a fight on you. Do you think that would have been a riskier play, and that's why they didn't do it?
Yeah, absolutely. Because if you the way you start in the jungle, you use the 3 camps on the far right. So to contest that jungle spot, you have to go deep into the enemy jungle.
And you've got an Invoker that can back you up.
Invoker doesn't even have to come. He can just throw a Sunstrike. Avenge rotates in, throws a stun, it sets up a Sunstrike, and then some Enigma Eidolons kill you off. So it's incredibly risky, as you're saying. And the safe play is you take the free kills on Envy. Envy's there, but that just kind of plays into Secret's hands because they don't Envy's not meant to do well in the early game. So I don't know.
But I think
what would
that
you have done, Winter?
But I think
Captain
that,
Winter.
But I
would
think
you
that
have gone for the Enigma?
because of the, like you guys mentioned, okay, they already lost the draft. They had to win their early game so much that because even if it's the riskier play to go for the Enigma, I think they had to actually, because if they shut down the Enigma, I think that they could have won the early game more instead of just shutting down the Klings.
Yeah. So if you were in the team, and so would you because sometimes you're a bit abrasive and scary, and people don't often like to say no to you. Do you think if you were in that team and you said, we're going to kill the Enigma, do you think they would have followed you, knowing that you're shit at tic-tac-toe?
No.
You think they would have gone, no, we'd kill...
Can't win a game of tic-tac-toe.
But obviously, maybe the whole team decided that it's better for them to shut down the carry, because we are just looking at this after the game, like we saw what happened, so we could say that, oh, maybe this is not the best move. But obviously in the game, you don't have as much time to think about shutting down this hero might be better or the risks involved.
This series so far is a little bit, to me, stale compared to what we can get out of Team Secret and what we can get out of CDEC, because a lot of it's still decided in the draft. The things are playing out their way. And no team has been able to go like, okay, we came in as the weaker team in the draft and we were able to execute something magical, which are the moments that you normally get later in the tournament when everyone who's playing well meet each other. But these are super high caliber teams. Who is it that is capable from either team to go into the next game and maybe be at a slightly disadvantage? Because there will obviously, you normally do have a favorite in the draft either way, that can bring their team to be like, I'm going to go the extra mile. We're going to win even though, it was a harder game.
I think if you get close games and they go late game, I think for Secret, the player to look out for is Eternal Envy. He has these, how to say it, he's like a very high risk, high reward kind of player. There is a saying, feast or famine. There it was. He's kind of feast or famine, and
What's that?
Feast or famine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So in some late game situations,
So Eternal Envy is either a feast or
you know what I mean.
Really good. Yeah.
You know what I mean. So in late game situations, we've seen, especially his Ember is obviously very memorable. Also his Morphling. When it comes to super late games, since he is so good at farming and optimizing in his gameplay, he can carry the team very well late game. But he hasn't got a chance yet in the series to really show what he's capable of.
Like what the heroes he had were Bristleback
and Klinks.
So
And in this game, I think his hero could have been almost anything that gets punished. I feel like he almost didn't even need to play that game, which that's not what you want to hear. But the rest of the team just played so well, and the strategy came through.
He didn't have a bad game. He didn't have a good game. He didn't have a game.
He showed up.
He was.
He was like,
it's
okay, I'll play Klinks.
Participation award. There you go.
The
There's your
nature
gold
of the
star for
lineup that
playing.
He doesn't really need to do that. So, overall, I feel like.
But maybe this is
I agree with
Puppey's strategy to how to win a tournament.
But they pick a hero like Klinks. It's gonna be, you're gonna use a lot of resources to kill him in the first place. Like you have to bring dust. You have to make sure that the gank goes off without a hitch, and you have to bring multiple heroes to do it. You can't just do it with a single hero. So you take the Klinks. You're okay if it gets sacked because you know that your Enigma's getting free farm anyways. And the core of your lineup, we already talked about it to death, is you're just gonna death ball. Eventually, your team fight is gonna be way too strong. EE, he can die once or twice. You actually game plan for it. You're just like, okay, it's gonna happen at some point. Maybe he can rotate a little bit earlier, but at that point it doesn't really matter because.
And he was actually good for taking both Roche and towers, which we haven't given so much credit for. Like when you look at the kills and the ganks, he isn't really a necessary part of it.
If still 3 heroes are like focus their attention on you and they're like, okay, we're gonna shut down this one hero. It's like okay, because the rest of your lineup isn't so dependent on this one hero.
Basically, the Kings, the way he gets his farm this game is by objectives, Roshan, towers, and he's expected to get very little from the lanes because there's Enchantress. So they're fine with it. It's like what you guys mentioned. It's part of the plan. It doesn't matter whether he does well. Like if he does well, it's like a bonus for them, obviously, because they're expecting him to have a hard time that game.
Good points, everybody. Well done.
You're doing quite well too.
Man, I wish we could have seen the other one though. I really want to know how Ehome.
We don't know what happened in game 2
Game
yet.
two.
How they
It
lost
sounded like
their
MVP
crown.
were doing well in
They
game
were
two.
like 15-5 and they had just taken Roshan. It was looking
Team
really good.
Turn to ban.
We'll have to find out.
It's like they're
And looks
reminding
like
us
we're
which
ready
game
to
we're
go
watching.
into. Say again? Sorry, I didn't hear that.
I said it was like they were reminding us which game we're watching. It's like, I really want to see what's going on in MVP home. This is just like Team Secret versus CDEC.
Yeah,
It's
I
crazy.
thought it was going to go to an MVP update or something, but no, it's cool. All right, so
5 seconds
final
remaining.
match between these two, or final game in this match between these two, CDEC Gaming versus Team Secret.
CDEC turn to
Yeah,
ban.
as I said, personally for me, I love seeing these teams play. Contractually obliged to say that, but it has been a little bit. It's just been a little bit
Team
too
Secrets
too
turn
stale
to
for you.
ban.
too stale.
Wait, how did the coin toss go? So what?
Secret had first pick game 1. and
Okay,
game
so
3.
first pick has lost both games. so
No,
far.
you coin flip for the first game,
Yep.
then opposite side second, and then you coin flip again for the third game.
Okay,
So I
you
wonder
lose
who
the
won
second.
this, because first
Turn
pick
to
lost
ban.
the 2 previous games.
I imagine
Secret
teams
might have
still
just chosen
chose.
it
I
again.
imagine teams still choose first pick. Even I don't think that's
Or
gonna turn
Dyer,
them
I
off.
think
It's just
those-
very small sample. size,
Even
but it's
Dyer
interesting.
is like really good now, I think, because of the Roshan and your
Yeah.
offlane. It's better. I think it's
But
better because
I
you
think
can
better
block.
than choosing
Team,
first pick.
Team Secret
10
also seem
seconds
to
remaining.
really favor having strats that can control the Roshan.
Mhm.
Like every game they
5 seconds
really have
They-
control.
Their like average match time is much longer than most teams. They play much more towards the late game. Yeah. Roche is a lot more important for them.
But do you guys think that drafting a team fight composition will be really important in this
CDEC
matchup between these two?
turn
Yeah,
to
I mean, so far for both game 1 and 2 it was. So I mean, I expect CDC to go for the void again. Like
Mhm.
it's. I don't. I think the previous game was they had the void, but what did they have to go with the void?
Yeah, they had
They picked
void.
the Rubik was the big question mark pick for me because like game 1 they had Lena Enchantress and then they go into a Rubik, which doesn't really offer.
But don't
much
you
with
think it's
void.
also because of the core they paired with the void? Like they had Weaver and
Yeah.
Razor, which are just meant to win their lanes and not meant to, do well with the chrono. They're just
10
gonna right click
seconds
outside the chrono.
remaining.
I think they got tempted to get Rubik because there was a tide.
And then
Yes,
it was
Hope-
hilarious. You,
just
you
like-
could see how much disrespect Secret showed towards the Rubik because they picked Enigma after the Rubik. Like you pick Rubik,
doesn't matter.
We don't care. We'll take Enigma anyways.
It's not like about the black hole.
No,
I mean,
it's
the
not.
black hole was really good in the game, but it was more of like we wanted to have a jungler that
Yeah.
can transition into a core so that we can actually pressure you in the
I mean-
game. You have to always feel like we have to do something because the enemy has one guy jungling.
Yeah.
And if we don't do anything, we're gonna lose out.
they
I
could have
think
won
this is
that
gonna be
game
a
without
puck, by
Enigma.
the way.
I mean, without black
That'll be
hole.
really
Yeah,
good.
let's be real though. The Rubik was never gonna get anything anyways. Like if he gets Blink and he gets an Aether Lens, okay.
Still,
But he was never going to when they have an Enchantress and he
Yeah.
has to play
10
like the hard 5
seconds
support.
remaining.
He has to like go beyond playing the hard 5 support. He has to be like the
5
6th
seconds
position,
remaining.
and he's never gonna make that impact.
okay, or Lena.
Is this the same?
Well,
is this the
draft.
same?
Yeah, it's the
opening?
same. Apart from the
Turn
Invoker
to
is different for Team Secret.
Yep.
From game 1, I can't remember what they
Game 1
opened with.
Secret banned it out instead of
Yeah.
the Bounty, I believe.
Did they ban it?
Bounty was second stage ban in
Ah.
game 1.
So I think this is like similar. This is similar logic to game 1. The reason I said they might go for Puck is that obviously worked for them very well in game 1. I think it's a solid mid laner, but they do the same thing here, just with the Lena. It can go mid, it can play against Invoker, and if they need it, they can swap something else.
So team fight it is.
Yep.
Team
They're going back
Secrets
for-
turn
Telling
to
man,
ban.
just pick Silencer if you see DEC. I had to say it at some point, boys. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but I mean,
it is true, though.
Winter even said it's not about the black hole, and it's really not. Like you win
But
that last
Invoker,
game with black hole.
Invoker, he gets
Yeah.
sad.
That's true.
He gets sad.
Who
Void makes him
else
super
doesn't
sad
get?
too.
Who else
Huh?
doesn't get
Void makes him
silenced?
sad too.
Yeah.
I don't think
CD's
Silencer is a
5
bad idea,
seconds remaining.
but
Oh yeah, sorry.
you
People-
probably ban Tide now.
Yeah, but at the same
Reserve
time, when
time.
you have Invoker, like you want supports that have like disable. You don't want to just rely on, okay,
Yeah,
we
yeah.
have black holes so that I can land my combo. You want something else that you can always constantly have instead of a big cooldown like black hole. So I mean, it's nice to have silencer against
Yeah.
the void, but then again, you have to realize it's all about having balance as well.
No, I meant CDEC get Silencer.
Oh, for CDEC.
Yeah. To play against the Enigma Black Hole and also make a Invoker sad.
Yeah, it's still good, but at the same time, for Chronosphere, like you want to draft stuff that
CDEC
actually can
turn
deal
to ban.
instant damage. Like
But
first.
when the chrono's over, then you silence.
But if the chrono is over and you haven't won the fight,
You win big.
Then you win during global.
Yeah, exactly.
I
It's a
mean-
backup plan, Winter. I've got plan A, B, and I'm working on C.
And what happens when the Chrono misses? Global's not going to miss.
Yeah. I don't know.
5
Pilot Dice
seconds
missed a few
remaining.
globals.
Yeah. I just figured someone should respond, so I just said yeah.
CDEC, this is what we talked about. They're stubborn and they're one-dimensional.
Yeah, stubborn and one-dimensional. That was our
Three
cons
void
for
games.
CDEC.
But then they open up with the exact same draft as game
It worked
one.
though. I mean, you kind
Yeah.
of stick with what works.
But they're also fast. So what can they pick that's fast? Weaver was pretty fast. last game.
Bloodseeker.
Huh?
Enchantress, highest move speed.
Really?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's the highest move speed in game.
Chaos Knight is fast.
Yeah.
Team
Who has the
secrets
fastest
turn to battle.
animation for like spell
Rubik.
casting? Mm.
Every spell he steals with ult has 1 millisecond. Is it? Yeah.
Sorry, I'm derailing this draft.
Oh, there's a
10
draft.
seconds
Continue as you were, Cinderin.
No, I think CDC just need to be careful not to fall into the same
5
trap again, because they
seconds
might feel
remaining.
like, oh, but this time we know what went wrong last game. We can pick more team fight and we can fight them head on. I still don't think you fight head on into a lineup with Invoker
Reserve
Enigma
time.
Tide. It's just too difficult.
Well, are people
So-
scared of just like playing? Is this the meta? Is this what we're going to see in other games as well? Like people just going, let's pick how much team fight we have, or you know, it's like surely Alliance are like, no, let's split push
I think
and be annoying.
It's gonna be dependent on series. Like every series has their own like, because different teams prioritize in picking different heroes. Because everyone is good at different heroes. So I think we'll see a shift between teams. Like every team has their. Obviously, there are gonna be a few heroes that everyone plays,
Mm.
but there are
CDEC
gonna
turn to
be
bat.
difference between how the teams run it.
Where do you want CDEC to go with this? Couch number 2
Are we
and
counting
Winter.
number
Your
Couch.
couch number 1.
Couch
Oh.
number 1. Oh, I didn't know we have numbers here.
I just gave them to you.
10 seconds remaining.
I think team fight, like what we mentioned, like both teams will
5
prioritize in a lot of
seconds
team fight,
remaining.
despite Cinderin mentioning, oh, you're not going to be able to fight into Invoker, Enigma, and Tide. So maybe the
Reserve
first step
time.
is to remove the Tide first, because Tide is really good versus Void, and they're taking a long time.
Yeah, I'm kind of most curious to see what aggressive's going to be playing, because I think that's going to kind of decide a lot of how CDC play. If they're going to play, like their timing window is reliant on probably him more so. Like you go back to game 1, he's playing a Sven and waiting. Like he played a lot. It was a lot much later timing, but they can also get something more early game centric. The gyrocopter's out the window, but there's a kind of other options they can look to go for, and they're going to go for the Clinks here. So I think this is much more early game focused than the Sven, for example, because Clinks doesn't need as many items to
Yes.
to get active.
So I
Very
guess,
good synergy with
So I
Void.
guess the Slada ban was just because Klings is weak against Slada
Yeah.
because of the M damage. Even though we think that the
Hmm.
Tide would fit their lineup better.
I still think Secret might just pick Tide, but this is a good hero in lane against Tide. Clinks does very well in that matchup one.
It's still it's not going to be. It'd be a 2-on-1 anyways. They still have their support open, so they could
Yeah.
they could either run the Lina there or get like a Witch Doctor or something. And I feel they can zone a Tide.
5
And this
for
is
sure.
aggressive
remaining.
on Clinks.
Yeah,
Most likely.
most likely, yeah.
Yeah,
I kind of don't want to see them do the
Reserve
mid void
time.
again against the
I agree.
Invoker.
Yeah.
I think then if you have an Enigma, you need a carry that can do really well against the Void, just in a straight matchup with just one other support. We saw Ursa get banned out earlier by, I can't remember which team.
CDC.
CDEC.
Yeah, but I think it's really good against the Void because the Fury swipes carry over.
Yep.
And it gives you really early Roshan potential with Invoker plus Enigma.
Hmm.
And the Void like offlane becomes so easy when your opponents have Enigma because it's like there's 2 heroes there
Yeah.
at most. So if anything, it should be like a dream offlane game when you see an Enigma.
Lion is probably one of the better
Seconds.
solo
Turn to
supports
pick.
in this situation then.
Yeah.
If you have to play
But it's hard to zone Void as Lion though. You can't really, because you don't have anything that's, you have a lot of disable that can actually, you do damage and he can't really backtrack off it, but you can't really like harass him a lot because you don't have any damage over time.
I
It's
think
not
you
good for the
just-
lane, it's good for the game.
Yeah,
good
but
for the game, yeah.
if you just like stack and pull, get level 3,
Mhm.
then you pick some carry like Ursa or something along those lines that can just burst them down
10
during the
seconds remaining.
disable time, it's okay. Because then the Void will just respect you anyways.
5 seconds
So you basically need a
remaining.
carry that is self-sustainable. You don't really
Yeah.
need the support there in the lane too much.
But Secret
Reserve
picks
time.
like that anyways. They usually pick Envy a hero that he can just
Mhm.
go and do whatever he wants with.
So and for CDEC, they're probably still deciding whether the Lina should be a support here. That's the biggest question. Or the Lina will be mid. So the
Team
Stalker would
secrets
most likely be
turn
the
to pick.
position 4 with the Iron Talon. We see there's a lot doing MDL, jungling and getting like what, minute 21, minute 22 Aghanims for his team. So it gives the Void a lot of vision, and it means that it's easier to actually get the Chronos off.
They seem like a really quite scary team here, CDEC. In terms of if they get any kind of momentum, it's going to be hard to stop.
Yep. fast paced. They take control of the map and
Yeah.
they suffocate you
10
because of Night
seconds
Stalker.
remaining.
Yeah.
And the Night Stalker synergizes really well with the rest of their heroes because you've got can give vision for the Void to get a good Chronosphere off, Lina to get pickoffs, and you can see the Enigma coming in as well
And-
with the Black Hole.
And I think as well, like even if they are putting fear into Team Secret, sure they've got this nice kind of team fight lineup, but they can also kind of pose and just never team fight unless they just
10
want to get ahead and
seconds
farm.
remaining.
Pick the
Because
fights
they
that
actually
want
have
to.
like Night Stalker skills great, Klink's obviously amazing,
5 seconds
Lina as
remaining.
well. So they almost seem a little bit like they have the late game advantage. Would you say for
Reserve
CDC?
time.
Yeah, and it's very multi-dimensional because they can not just team fight but find pickoffs. Like Night
Yeah.
Stalker, Clinks. I mean, Lina. These heroes can just go off and like 2-man gank squads, find a kill on an Invoke who's trying to split push. So it forces Secret to play 5-man, and then CDC.
And then they can decide if they want to take the
Yeah.
5-man or avoid it.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Last time they had no way of dealing with the tide, but this time you can just silence it and ignore them entirely. They're in silence. And most importantly, vision is so important when you're playing against heroes like Enigma plus Sidehunter. That you always want to determine the field of battle and how you're going to approach the fight. So when you've got the Night Stalker Agonist or something like that, you really limit the mobility potential of teams.
10 seconds
It's really
remaining.
hard for them to fight around.
I still think it's very, very difficult for CDC to take these
Team
fights. Like, I think
Secret's
you're saying they
turn
have
to
to pick
bat.
their fight. At some point, they're going to have to take it.
Mhm.
And I don't know if they're ready for it. To me, Night Stalker's biggest weakness is team fight lineups. If you can force him to team fight and you don't get the skirmish setup, it's very, very difficult for Night Stalker to have
10 seconds
his impact,
remaining.
which, you know, he
Okay.
excels at those smaller fights throughout the game.
So how do you want
seconds remaining.
CDC to round off their lineup? I mean,
They sort
I
of-
think they can't just allow Secret
CDEC,
to
turn
farm
to
up
pick.
at 14-minute Greaves on Enigma again, because
Yeah.
then I think they just lose the game in at 20. They just push them, and CDC can't team fight. They're not strong enough. I really don't think so. So either again, full emphasis on the early game, put the Lina mid, get a roaming support with Night Stalker, and put pressure on the lanes, or you need
Man, this
really
is my
heavy split
pubs.
push like
you
Prophet.
just like pick a jungle Legion commander and fight greed with greed. You've got that last player who's like, I'm not playing support. They've got a jungle. I'm picking Legion.
Do you like
commander.
Visage as a greedy support here, so that when the Clinks roam, you can actually farm
Visage
the-
is interesting.
Well,
I think
Q
Prophet
plays an
isn't
amazing, and he plays it like
out of the
very
question.
different with the arcane boots into the mech, and they don't really have they don't have a mech hero yet. So if
Get
they want
someone so they can
5
push towers
seconds
themselves
remaining.
early, so they can trade evenly.
Disruptor though.
So it's just
This
team
is some
fight.
team
They're
fight.
going
Team
for
fight.
team fight.
Disruptor's really good
Turn
against
to
Tide. Spec.
oh dear.
You see they banned
Team
last ban
fight. It's
Ursa.
just team fight.
Yeah.
It's like never gonna
Get that as a fit fit.
Yeah, but it's still like Secret still has like the Spectre to round their lineup up, which means more team fight. It's just all about the team fights that they want to have.
Okay, couch number 2. You have to agree with each other because I'm getting bored of asking all 4 of you. And this is the first series, so you have to agree who's going to take it.
I mean, you said CDEC at the start. I said Secret, so I don't know. Have you been swayed to my side yet? Come on, Will. You can do it. It's good Secret here.
I think Secret can actually. I'd be more inclined to switch to your side than try to convince you to go to mine.
Nice. All
But
right,
I
Team
still
Secret.
think CDEC is gonna, caveat there, but
All right.
we'll go.
Well,
do
now
the
if you're
Secret
right,
couch.
you're right. If you're wrong, then
Yeah.
you were right at the start. So
10
either way, you
exactly.
win.
seconds
So
remaining.
you're Secret over on
Yep.
couch number 2. Couch number 1, Winter.
I
Take
trust
a
my
moment
roommate.
to talk about
I
it.
trust my roommate. That's all I
So
can
you're
say.
just saying I decide for this
Yeah.
game? I think Secret's going to win this game. I did say CDC going into the series, but I just
Prepare
don't
for
think their
battle.
drafts in this game and the previous one have been good enough.
All right, well, we'll find out. It looks like we are live, so the commentators will take you from here on in. It's Secret versus CDEC for the first series. This is the final game to decide who will win.
To the panel.
Welcome back to the panel. Team Secret clutch out the victory in a 2-1 series. You guys both, all you guys, yeah, said Secret, right? Both
After the
couches.
draft.
After the draft.
Me and Winter from the get-go.
We believe.
Ooh. Why did you believe so much, Winter?
Because
Because Jackie Mao's the best player? You do tell me that a lot.
Yes, I do. I told you he's one of the best carries around, and I believe that overall, like in terms of the whole team, I just think like Secret is the stronger team, and because of how CDEC have been playing recently.
Okay. Everyone seems a little bit... Did everyone have lunch, by the way?
Not yet. After this.
Ah.
I ate a bone.
You
for a
ate a
lot.
phone.
Bone.
Oh.
Like the chicken. I just swallowed it, and I was like, there was a bone in that.
That's
Regrets.
okay. Did you actually swallow the bone?
Yeah.
That's fine.
Nutritious.
It's gonna be fine.
Yeah.
It hurt a lot.
And then I was coughing up blood.
I didn't feel good.
Okay. Well,
Well,
I'm
you're
not
telling
sure.
me I'm okay. You're a doctor, so.
I think so.
Are you a doctor?
He's just a
Yeah.
sir.
Are you serious?
No. Yes.
I thought you were Sir Too Good.
We're
Now
gonna
you're
have to change it to Doctor too.
Dr. James.
He's a knight, actually.
Yeah.
Poor
Okay.
Emma looks so confused when you're like, Sir Too Good. She's like, what? You're like, no, actually go change that.
Don't tell him how I'm trolling production. This is not. I am Sir Too Good. Tomorrow I'll be something else. Okay, yeah. So the surprising thing we've really got, we'll talk about the game in just a moment, but to kind of set up what's happened in the first two series, our lower bracket, which means whoever loses this game, which will be next, is between Ehome and CDEC, and they will be going into the main event, bottom four in the lower bracket.
It's actually really huge too to get last.
It doesn't seem like it's huge to you guys. You're just like, yeah, that's true, James.
Because of the selection priority for the first round. If you get third, even getting third versus fourth means a lot. Because whoever is the higher seed will always have selection priority. They won't coin flip it for that specific round.
Damn.
I think getting first versus second is less of a big deal because any team if you get first, you're versing a second place from another group. It's like always going to be like there's always these there's probably like 8 to 10 really scary teams, but the teams who are finishing last in their group are generally like the clearly weaker teams. You have teams like Archon who, in theory, aren't going to do very well here. Let's be real. Like at least they're not expected to. So you'd much rather be versing Archon than versing a third place team.
Is it theory, or is it expected, or is it just science? Because you seem pretty adamant on that. I spoke to the Archon guys.
They're nice
yesterday.
guys.
Yeah.
Hey, let's be real. We also said that MVP was there's like
Yeah, we didn't
No
even talk
chance.
about MVP. We're like,
We
yeah.
can say I don't think I don't think.
yeah, let's not backtrack.
highly
there.
indiv-
I'm like the
high-
MVP
high-skilled
fan.
individuals
Even
besides-
I thought there was like no shot.
And you're Korean.
Yeah, exactly. There was a
And
lot
they're your
going there for me.
boys. You seem
Yeah.
pretty tight with them.
Yeah, but we all agreed they were really high-skilled players.
Yeah. They also the ISIS.
No, I'm not surprised MVP could theoretically get top 2 in this group. I'd be surprised if Archon got top 2 in that group. Like that to me is like a less than 1% chance. MVP to me at least. I mean, there's still a chance.
Oh, that's fine. No, it's like
Damn.
you're
Do you guys? Are you telling me you
you're allowed to
disagree?
say
or-
that. Don't
1%
laugh at
is
him.
so low.
No,
And?
no, it's fucking. If it's true and it's his opinion, it's true.
We're not laughing because it's his opinion.
not-
We're laughing because of how extremely low it
Yeah.
is. Less than 1%
Less
chance.
than 1%.
That's the reality for.
Man,
for
and
in,
it
my,
wasn't
in my
for
mind,
winning, it's
that's
for top
just
two.
like the reality.
If
for
I'm
like
watching,
Archon.
if I'm watching this and I'm an
5%.
Archon member,
5%.
I'm super motivated now. Just
Good.
the gods are wrong.
Yeah, good. I hope they prove me wrong, and if they do, they can come up to my face and just give me shit for it.
All right, you're saying
Absolutely.
they have less than 1% chance of making
About
top 2.
1%.
That's like they have 10% chance of winning one game in total in the group.
What?
It's best
Isn't
of
that
threes.
bad?
How does that make
I don't
sense?
No, it's like if you're so convinced that they can't make top 2, they should have like
Nope.
almost no chance of
We,
even
we
winning a
might
game.
be going, I don't know if we're doing an interview
Alright.
here. Potentially. I guess we might just shut up. I don't have an in-ear of someone telling me that there's an interview, but hello. And Puppey, I'll shut up.
Not really. It's probably connected to the strategy. I think the first game we were a little bit overconfident on how strong our push was, and it didn't really break them, and it took too long. So we kind of like went very greedy in the next 2 games. So like all of our lanes are pretty much very greedy.
所以第一局我们是有点过于有信心了吧，那个推进流，然后第二、第三局我们就比较贪心了。
那么Puppey 自己是一个野区英雄十分拿手的一个选手，但是我们发现最近几场比赛 CDEC 对于 Secret 的野区英雄的ban pick 非常的针对，然后有没有对自己的打法造成一些影响？
So Puppey, you are a very good jungle player. So during the past few games, CDEC has been banning all your heroes. So does it affect the way you guys play?
I think we have enough strategies to play differently. Most of the heroes that kind of start off in the jungle are very powerful right now. And you have to be able to play Enchantresses and Chens and Enigmas right now. But it's not the only way to play, of course. But I feel it's very strong right now.
就因为现在野区的英雄都很强，所以我们还是有别的套路来打的。
那么说到别的套路，我们发现第一盘 CDEC 的虚空假面是赢了比赛，然后发挥也非常好。但是第二盘、第三盘呢 ，Secret 都放他没有管，直接放出来了。那么请问关于这个英雄他们是怎么想的？当时ban pick 的话，Secret 战队是怎么考虑的呢？
So so during the first game, the Faceless was quite strong, but then you guys let them play Faceless for the next 2 games. Why?
Because in the first strategy we're kind of on a timer, and in the second and third strategies I think they're on a timer, so they're the ones that have to jump into us and make moves constantly. Since we picked a lot of greedy heroes, I'm not really sure if our strategy was better, but I think that it's very easy for them to make mistakes compared to us, because we just have 2 buttons that kind of destroy all fights, and or 3 buttons actually with Haunt. So like the second that this Void makes a mistake on Chronosphereing something wrong, they're going to lose the fight, because the Chronosphere is the most important disable in the whole lineup. And we pretty much made this Void make mistakes, because the lineup of the first CDEC lineup wasn't that good either. In the sense, we just made him play very uncomfortably.
所以主要就是他们第2、第3局就很靠那个虚空的大招吧，所以他一做出了什么错误，他们就很容易就可以打回来了。
好的，那是非常感谢 Puppey 接受我们的采访。
OK，thanks。
希望你们在接下来比赛当中能有更好的表现。
Thank you.
All right. Peace out.
Well, can only assume the interview is over because they've all left. Actually, sorry, we were unable to hear that. Very softly spoken, almost inaudible. So we don't know what Puppey said, and hopefully we kind of get a feed to the live camera. But hopefully you guys at home heard what Puppey had to say. Can't imagine what it went like. I don't really know. How do you talk like Puppey? What does he kind of say? He's like, yeah, so we picked some heroes, you know, and Tunnel Envy didn't feed, so it was good.
That's actually pretty accurate.
Yes,
That's surprisingly accurate.
You know, just played the game and just expected to win, and we did.
That's too much Russian accent.
Yeah, is it Russian? He's from
Estonia.
The mannerisms were good. Yeah.
Yeah. The way he talks is pretty close there.
Don't try and impress me, Puppey. Really good at everything. I'm being tall, very tall. Yeah. So, what do you think he said in the interview?
I enjoyed playing Enigma.
Yeah. Did he play it twice?
Yeah. He did.
100% win rate. This tournament, Enigma.
I think for his team, oftentimes when Puppey plays with this caliber of players, like even in the last secret, he had to take kind of a back role, and he's mature enough to kind of say, okay, I can do that. I can just be the leader, play these like saving heroes for my teams. But you always get that glimpse again of like the old Puppey, the one that would just like solo individual skill carry a team with his like support role.
But this is one of the things I just think about Puppey is like when he's at his peak as a player, he is so individually skilled that he can take those supports, as you said, and actually take on one-on-one fights or turn situations that you were like, oh, that shouldn't happen. I don't know. Like he seems like a very, very high skill player. But we do have some replays of the game, which is great because I was at lunch and I would like to see what happened, and then we'll come back to the game as well and just kind of recap that before we go into the next series. So let's check out some of the highlights.
Your face is a beautiful highlight. Yep.
Well, my face was, you know, unfortunately.
That was the highlight. Now we're back.
There we go. There was a translator backstage, and it was literally like translating what I said, and then that's why the delay.
So this is after the very, very early game where CDC find 2 good kills, and they're looking for the third, but very, very good turnaround here. It's like they actually knew it was happening. The communication was so fast.
They kind of
Secret
outlined Low Secret's game strategy, which was to fight around the Spectre Haunt, where you initiate with a Ravage or with a Lion or someone, and then the Spectre Haunt's in, you've got yourself a kill. They even had Dust on the Spectre just for that very reason.
And then CDC there I think they get the tower there as well.
Was this
very
the tier
good
2
glimpse.
fight that you mentioned? That
No,
was
it's coming later. This
Ooh.
fight later. So right now it looks really good for CDC. They have the top 3 net worth. Their early game has gone as well as it needed.
This is where it looks amazing. Oh, the line there gets the Lina gets a triple kill there, and with the double damage, and it just destroys Secret.
And their lead now is good enough. The way Secret come back into this game is by finding a big team fight, which will be pretty imminent after this. This is a pretty good chrono. I don't think they have enough damage in this fight. I think
They
this
didn't have anybody set up for the chrono as the problem.
So this is the start of the comeback. Lina will get 1 kill here, and then it's 9 for 10. They lose the Aegis essentially for pretty much nothing. I believe it's Puppey he ends up killing here. And then gets away.
Something that we should note too is Misery played really well in the last 2 series. His Ravages, for the most part,
Yeah,
were
his
really
has
on
been
point.
really
This is the chrono.
Yeah, this chrono is incredible. So there's a 4-man chrono behind the tower. Misery's isolated in front of the Static Storm, so he can't Ravage to counter-engage. They find 3 kills right away here. this is where you start going for the racks, because you know you can force buybacks. And they force the buyback from Tide. Now Glyph and backdoor protection kick in, so they've overextended. And they end up losing 2 to another good Ravage. I think XZ actually makes it out, but they lose someone else. The Sunstrike.
They lose Garter, and they lose Aggressive.
Yeah.
They stay too long and you're against Spectre Horn.
And this is still fine for CDC. Like, okay, they trade 2. They could have avoided that and made it cleaner, but they're still very far ahead. And now this is the game-deciding moment. Secret have been in this Roche pit. They pull back. And now the Blink is being revealed here. And CDC, I think, just flat out a mistake having Disruptor in the pit. He's not useful in there. Doesn't deal damage to Roche. Essentially just dies. Late Chrono comes out. And Secret get 4 kills for 1. They get Roche. And this is kind of... You know, this is what they want. Their lineup, this is the best place on the map for their lineup to fight, is in the Roche pit. They're incredible in that area, and they CDC take the bait and try to snipe the Roche. It costs them another great man. How many good Ravages did he have this game? Like 6.
And the fights we're looking at, the last couple that went really poorly for CDC, the common factor is Lina getting kind of isolated or caught in a position where she... the fight at the Roche, she had to Laguna Lion, which isn't really the ideal target. It was just like, oh, I'm going to die, I'm just going to kill off a Lion.
I just think that she needs a BKB for that to avoid a lot of...
Would you have gotten it before Ags? I mean, in hindsight, maybe it's easy to say you should have, but...
I think Fada does. Like
I might have actually done that because it's against Tide. It's
Tide line.
Sumail often goes early BKB against heroes like a draft like this. He would.
The problem is you have a hero like Lina that takes up so much net worth, and she's your primary damage dealer. You pick her as a core, and then you don't have a BKB, so all of that prodigious net worth that you built up just goes down the drain with 1 stun.
There's actually an aspect we don't talk about so much with Spectre. We talk about like how much spread damage it deals and all the assists it gets and how it can be global. I think in this game, a big part of the problem for Shiki is whenever they haunt, they find the Lina. They get the vision, so he can't just like hide in the tree lines and land a stun out of fog.
Yeah,
and
Ravage
take
again.
The fight
He
there.
just hits 3.
It negates a lot of the
they
Aether
isolate
lanes
him every time
impact.
because of haunt.
They clip 3 like consistently though with the Ravage, and he could have been better though with his positioning. Like oftentimes when you're Lina, you have to kind of tell your Void, okay, it's just up to you, XE, to find the Chrono for me, so I can play the defensive game. But he was really close to the other 2 supports at all times. So the decision making for Misery was almost always just made for him. He's like, okay, well, I'm gonna get a Ravage on 3.
This is the reason why I mentioned during the past game where I felt like when you're playing Void and you're against Tide, it becomes very difficult for you to actually decide when to go in and when to go up, because it's just hard if you don't catch the Tide, and even if you catch the Tide, you don't kill him right away, he gets his Ravage off. It's very hard for the Void to play just his game, like the normal Void game. And, you know, his item build, I think it was listed during the game, like it was the first time ever Tide went for drums in both games. No one actually has ever gotten drums on Tide.
In the history of Dota.
Literally.
I think that's...
What do you guys think about it?
That can't be true.
Oh, that's what the stats say. Like
that no one ever got drums on Tide.
I mean, in an official match.
Maybe as a first item.
Yeah, official match.
Yeah, it might be as a first item after Arcane.
Maybe Toby's doing stats backstage. It could be a problem. Okay, so we'll talk a little bit. I guess I want to go into the final pick of.
Apparently, just skip away from that. What do you guys think about the drums? All right, we'll just walk over that. It's okay.
CDEC. Final pick, Disruptor. How do you think that hero played out?
I think the theory was good. Its synergy with Night Stalker is great at night for finding glimpses and setting up fights, and they did accomplish what they needed to in the early game. So for me, it wasn't actually... I was positively surprised by their draft. I thought they were going to lose harder than they did.
I think it was an amazing pick. Like the first big fight, which really swung things in their favor, was at the bottom tier 1 tower. They dived under, got a couple kills, and a big part of it was they glimpsed the Tide Hunter TPing in. It prevented Tide Ravages. The glimpse is always good against the Spectre if he's trying to haunt in as well. So I think the hero offered a lot to their draft, but it purely came down to execution for that game.
Yeah, it was just like their overall lineup. They had probably less room for error compared to Secret. Could have made more mistakes, but still win the game. Like in terms of depending on how long the game goes. But for CDEC, they have less room for mistakes in that game. Even though they could have still won that game given the situation they had. They just lost a lot of control. Like you mentioned, the Roshan pit, the Roshan fight, basically.
And you know, looking over at Team Secret, who gets the biggest pat on the back for the whole series? Because before I said I thought Misery is really good because that's what he used to be apparently, and now people are like kick Misery. That's what people say. Hopefully not his team, but he seemed to have a good game on the Tide there. You know, what do you think in terms of if you walk away from Secret, who's the one that's going to be really chuffed about the performance that they had and is going to get the biggest pat on the back?
I think Misery and Puppey
Puppey,
share it.
yeah.
Probably. I wouldn't say any of this. You know, you'd be tempted to say, of course, the drafter always plays a big role, and they, in our opinion, won 2 of the drafts. But
You do drafting, don't you?
yeah.
Yeah.
But you know, it's
They're the
still-
most important
You
person.
know, it's always a really big part of the game, and depending on what team you are, how you draft, etc., etc. But I don't think Puppey did anything extraordinary in the drafts. I don't feel like he was just like genius. He did solid stuff that we know and that works. So I don't want to give him too much credit for the drafting. It worked out well. They probably had some good ideas. So not too many points there, but for his individual skill today on the Enigmas were very, very, very solid play.
Right.
And the Tidehunter too from Misery. So those 2 for me.
Yeah, definitely. We'll probably let them share it, but already looking good for Secret. They take their first match, and they'll be playing MVP a little bit later. So that kind of first set of series has concluded, and we're going to be moving on for the next game, which will now be CDEC. Again, we'll see them, but this time versus Ehome. Another best of 3. Loser will go into the bottom 4 of the main event, and third place, as Blitz mentioned, is really important because you still get to pick. Is that correct, Blitz?
Yeah.
You still get to, like, if you're third place, you get to pick in terms of which one of the bottom 4 you get. If you're, I guess they have to like randomize who gets to pick and why.
No, what happens is you just get selection priority
Okay.
for the best of 1. So it's like you get to
You
choose.
auto win-
okay,
auto win
okay,
coin
okay.
toss.
You don't get to pick your
First pick
opponent, you
or
get to-
Dire Radiant. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
okay.
that's pretty massive, honestly.
How massive?
It's like for most teams, if you're in a best of 1, you want that as bad as possible. So it's like now you get rewarded for at least getting 3rd in the group. You kind of feel a little bit better because you're playing against somebody that got dead last in their group, and you've got priority. So the best of 1 feels a little bit less scary after that moment.
Okay. So yeah, CDEC versus Ehome. We didn't expect to see Ehome here, and you guys were a little bit torn if CDEC would win or lose versus Secret. So again, they were not overly a surprise because it's against Secret, but still they're down here. I'm sure you guys I feel like you're going to favor Ehome going into this, but you know, you didn't get to see their game, or did anyone catch their game versus MVP?
I didn't see them play, so I don't know.
I saw like the latter half of the second match, and it just looked like they were getting outplayed around the map. They got out-strategized, in all honesty, which is surprising to think of because you've got Ehome, who's just like built to win championships, right? You've got the coach, you've got LAN. These are both great Dota strategic minds, and then you've got MVP, who they lost March, which a lot of people said was like the reason why Korea was so successful. And then you get a captain like Dubu, who just started playing Dota like 2 years ago. Now all of a sudden he has to play in like the biggest match ever against a team like Ehome. It's difficult, but they were able to do it.
How long ago did he join Dubu?
It was like when we first got to Korea, he had just joined their academy team like in
Okay.
Zephyr, and all I remember I was like, this guy's terrible. It just was at the time. I'm not like
And you played for Zephyr, saying that.
so it's just like
Wow.
the guy just became so
Oh my
talented, and the way that his drafts worked out, I mean, apparently it all came together.
Maybe he got carried.
I mean, you say he was terrible, right? But if you compared him to Purge at the time, who's better?
At the time,
Yeah.
probably Purge was better at the time.
That's mind-blowing.
The fact that you even need to say probably after you've deemed the other guy terrible.
No, it was not.
Purge in a
You
really
guys are
bad
just making
light.
me look. Let's relax here.
Hey, I'm relaxed. We're all sat down, having a good time. Talking
Are you
about
still
Dota
friends with Purge?
And our friends.
Yeah, we're really good friends.
Not anymore.
Kevin's a Nexon champion, guys. Let's show him some
Yeah.
respect.
Yeah, and also, Blitz, a little bit harsh, I think. You should probably tone that down. This is a family show. No one needs to...
Not good.
Maybe you should take this time to apologize to Purge.
Why would I apologize? I was the one that formulated the question, and he twisted the words.
Didn't I just say what he said, though? I didn't twist the words.
We didn't twist anything. In fact, I mean, the production are so distraught by this, we're going to make some changes. So I believe that we might just go to some highlights of some games and just put music on. Because we're done with you. Tour production's cool. Monitored by the police. They're like, that's too far. That's almost a crime what you did to Purge there. We'll be back after the break for the lower bracket game. See you in a moment. Think about that, Blitz. Think about that. Shanghai Major for the third game of the series, but second game that we're going to see of Group A Day 1. We've replaced some people. I'm Sir 2GD. Nice to meet you. Joining us now on the panel, accompanying Winter and Gods, we now have Melini and Shiva. Welcome to the panel.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, James.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, James.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Did you just come back? It looks like you two just came back from like ballroom dancing or something. Like Strictly Come Dancing with Shiva and Melini. Is that your partner? Is it? Okay.
I like that. The makeup artists do like a fantastic job on me. They're like, oh my god, it's a girl. Gotta do everything we possibly can. So this is
I like the way that the hair lady was doing God's hair just moments ago, and then we were like, oh no, we've only got 5 seconds. And if you actually look at God's hair now, I don't know if anyone can put a camera to him. You can see. But I believe, we come back. We're a little bit. The players actually had lunch between the games, but the players ready to play now were quite adamant on just getting in. And of course, we started a little bit late, but that doesn't matter because it's going to be fast Dota, guaranteed. So I believe that they're already in the lobby, and they've been there waiting for about 10 minutes. So they're going to go into the game. And of course, the match that we're going to see, and for you guys to talk about, is CDEC versus Ehome.
Not what anybody, or not what I was expecting when I woke up this morning, that's for sure. I was actually, I knew it was going to be here for the loser match, and I thought I was going to be seeing MVP versus Team Secret, because based on his results. So I'm pretty hyped to see CDEC versus Ehome, which, according to Matuma Man, and according to him, everybody knows, the 2 best teams in China. So one of them is going to a lower bracket in the main event, and that's going to be quite this rough start.
All right, well, we're going to find out how the 2 best teams draft as well, because it looks like we're going there now. So into the draft. For the first game here, or first match of the series, is Ehome versus CDEC. Shiva, you have a lot of notes in front of you. That is...
Yeah.
What's going on with your notes?
Well, I basically always write down all the drafts, because that helps me remember the drafts in the game, and I write down like key notes of the game so I can remember the games. But I also wrote down a little bit of the playstyle. I wrote down what I heard professional players talking when I was talking them, basically.
That sounds like a little bit, TMZ, like the paparazzi of Dota.
I'm just sitting right behind or right next to the teams, like, what do I hear them say?
Can I have a look at your notes, Steve?
You can.
What have you got there?
Okay. God sucks match tie. That is one of my notes.
What does it tell you about the outcome of this game?
And how do you think that's going to affect Ehome versus CDEC Game 1?
I think it's going to affect not them not at all, but a panel all the more, because tomorrow, I mean, God, come on. People are going to expect you to match your socks to your tie. Are you prepared?
I've been thinking through my wardrobe. Ever since you brought that up during the break 10 minutes ago, I was like, what other socks can I wear that match my tie?
I mean, there's a call-out thread on Reddit on the front page calling out Blitz's socks, which are white, and ankle socks, which you saw. So, you know, socks are an important thing here. But for Ehome CDC, obviously, I wrote some stuff down as well. But the biggest thing that I have for Ehome, actually, because this Ehome game was not shown on the mainstream.
No,
so
but
Ehome
I casted it.
I
casted it and watched both.
You casted it. Well, that's, whatever,
That's
Ben. To be honest, I'm going to go with Sock Lady here. Sock Lady who didn't cast the game.
I didn't either watch the game, but I talked to professional players, pros that actually watched the game. And they thought, well, obviously nobody was expecting Ehome to win, MVP to win, rather. And Ehome, Moon said, Brood fed. Basically, that was 11 that was playing Broodmother in the second game. He fed both games. He died 3 times before 5 minutes. Laning stage was like not good for Ehome, and that's going to be something they have to improve for this series, I think. For sure.
They're going to have to pull their socks up if
Yeah.
they want to win this game. Ben, we might as well get your opinion, since apparently you casted the game, whatever that means. But if you can elaborate on Brood fed.
That game he actually did decently. He got return kills. The first game he played Faces Void, he actually did not look that comfortable on the hero. And
who played Faces Void?
Their offlaner.
Old 11.
Old 11.
Old
And
11.
he got OD Astraled into Arrow a few times, which Void can't really do that much about. So that kind of led to his demise. A key for most of the teams has been to not give Ehome their Lone Druid, considering how much success they've had, and it's never been given to them. Also, Nature's Prophet has been kind of highly prioritized against Ehome. It was banned in one game, and MVP Phoenix first picked it in the other game. Ehome also don't really like the super stylish heroes, Invoker and OD. They have not picked up in either game until now. Well, last game it was Invoker was 10th pick overall. Like
Really?
it just kind of skated by. It's like, oh, okay, MVP. You're just like, I'm just gonna take it mid, no problem.
All right. So if I'm new to watching these two teams play, Ehome versus CDEC gaming, of course, if you know, some people might have been able to watch CDEC earlier, but might have not caught Ehome. How do you sum up Ehome, Ben, Melanie?
Their laning phase is not actually the strongest, which is why I think MVP Phoenix actually dominated them in the first series. But overall, they have a very unique playstyle from the other teams. They don't even know how Ehome is so good. They're like, wow, they just use these picks that no one else does, and they just win games when it looks like their strategy has no synergy at all.
So basically in China, most of the Chinese teams would say Ehome are a bit of 野路子. It means that they are a team.
Overrated.
No, it's not overrated.
Underrated.
野路子 means that they are a team that are not afraid to do something else that none of the Chinese teams are willing to try out or do in an official match. Because most Chinese teams are very known for being stable. We just do whatever we know will work and we just stick to it. But Ehome, you know, they like to draft, like we mentioned, Legion Commander support, a balance support. They're not afraid to use all these type of heroes.
Who do you credit for that in Ehome? Who's the crazy guy in the team?
Isn't it 7-1? I'd say who's their coach. If anything, he used to coach the old Team DK, who did the same thing. And
I think when Lam was drafting before this, he drafted a balance support, but after they swapped drafters, now Old Chicken is drafting, he drafted more of the crazy stuff because he's the new breed of type of new players, like the younger players.
Yeah.
So they are more daring into trying something that no one else has done, and they have a lot of novelty ideas that, oh, I think this will work.
What
And
do you think about
I think for a team to be successful, you need both. Like you need the experienced player and you need the new player that wants to try stuff out.
What do you think about the Phoenix support then? In both the games that Ehome
Did he
played, they
go
had Kaka
Sunray?
play
Did he
Phoenix
go
support.
Sunray max?
Yep, he went 1-1-3.
No, at level 7 did he max it?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I've seen a few teams that have actually done that before because this patch he got buffed like from 4% to 5%. So it's a huge deal.
That's 1%.
Yeah, but it's a really
That's
huge
more than sorry, gods gave Archon. Finish a game, I think. I'm not even sure what it was, but yeah, go on. That's a lot of percent.
I mean, it's
in
really
Dota, that's big.
I think it's really good at if you have a lineup where you have a tank, where you are healing the tank. It's really good. And I think I've experimented a different way of playing Phoenix, where in the laning phase, if you're a support, you get the Sunray early to zone the offlaner up.
Okay.
I don't think you've seen that done in like maybe the past year or so. Like it's mostly been recent that players have been experimenting getting the Sunray at level 1 to zone the offlaner, which is really, really effective.
I love the way that you're telling me that with like just absolutely bright eyes. Just kind of
Yeah,
like, this is the coolest thing that I have done
It is
in
cool.
the last 6 months.
I haven't done it, but I had the experience of being on the receiving end of it.
When are
yeah.
you going to do it? When do you think you'll do it?
No, I was the receiving end of it. I
Yeah.
was getting zoned by Sunray.
But you were still smiling. Because it was so cool.
Hey, it was cool. It was cool.
I love it. All right, let's get back into the draft. We talked a little bit about Ehome in terms of what we can expect and some of the heroes that they've played. So this is the first time they're going to be playing OD this tournament, as far as Melanie, you mentioned. So
Yeah,
how
nice
do you
luck.
how do you like the draft so far?
It's different than their other ones. It seemed like they rely too much on the Phoenix because he just got level 6 way too late, and they just lost all their lanes and all momentum before like 8 or 9 minutes in both of their games versus MVP Phoenix. So I think this game they want way more map control and they want more aggression from their supports. They also had a Crystal Maiden in one of the other games and just kind of passively farmed, and then they just lost all their lanes because no one moved around. So they want more movement, more aggression, not level 6 dependent heroes.
Yeah, what I'm going to look forward to this game for Ehome and also for CDEC is both of the teams kind of lacked fast-paced hero or heroes that can determine the pace of the game, and we saw XC actually do it in the first game today against Team Secret on his Void, which he, by the way, has played all 3 games, and he will probably play that again today on the 4th game he plays, so that's going to be fun for him. But it is a hero that can determine the pace of the game, and I think for both teams that is going to be very important. It is one of those heroes that you say like relies on levels rather than specific farm. So I'm right now already favoring CDEC a bit more than Ehome purely for that reason.
Another thing we've seen, at least looking at the Secret CDC series, where it was always about the team fight, who had the bigger, scarier team fight, and that, I mean, we've got Void, Ehome had the OD. It's still very early on in the drafting phase, and heroes like the Enigma, the Tide, etc. are still in the pool, but CDC kind of sticking to what worked for them in the previous series and what worked for Secret as well.
Yeah, saying that CDEC did, like they played team fight heroes previous game that they played against Secret that they actually ended up losing, but they had a draft that was more specified for pickoff. So I had a Matuma moment again saying, or rather it was Crit that said, well, CDEC, if we would have played CDEC's heroes, we would have won that game against Secret. Easy. He was saying CDEC is going to win every time until Secret started winning team fights. But the reason Secret started winning team fights was because CDEC team fought them, and they shouldn't have because they didn't have the better team fight lineup. So as long as they draft for that, then they're going to be okay, at least if they have better team fight than Ehome. But I think for CDEC, the biggest problem is falling into the playstyle of the team that they're facing. If that, like...
You mean like kind of CDEC don't really make all the moves, they just
yeah,
play it out?
they play reactionary Dota, if you will.
Or they try to, because they're so used to fighting, they're always drafting heroes that fight well. Then there's this one particular game, like you mentioned, that game they are not as strong as fighting, but they still try to fight because they are used to it. Instead of like trying to, we are not having the same type of drop that we usually have, and we have to adjust, but they're just doing the same thing. So I guess that was what Crit was pointing out.
Yeah, I think so too.
Oh, Viper, what do you think of that, Ben?
I think Ben thinks it's a disgusting hero.
I think Viper's great. What's bad about why is he disgusting?
It's annoying to lane against.
It's super annoying to lane against. I mean, it's a great hero. Don't get me wrong. He's disgusting, but great. Winter's looking at people intently now. What's your feelings about
Is it
Viper?
too low skill for you, Winter? Is that
No,
the
it's
problem?
just very annoying to lane against him. That's why, because he doesn't have to do anything. You hit him and you get slowed. And he just
It's no sun ray
do
for
you like him
Winter,
in the
you know?
lineup?
No sun ray.
It's no sun
I mean, you've got Bounty Hunter in there.
I think
Jack Gold.
the reason they picked Viper here is they wanted to have a hero that can lane primarily against OD. But even Viper in certain situations, you might still struggle. I'm not so sure because I remember my teammate told me that Viper can sometimes, even though you can pick Viper against OD, but sometimes OD still wins the matchup if you make a mistake in the lane. It doesn't mean that.
So if you make mistakes, you can lose.
You can still
the
lose the
lane.
lane, yeah.
Wow.
It's not like a Viper super favorite matchup, even though I think that they pick it just so to lane against the OD.
Okay. Do you like it, like Gods, the Viper pick?
Yeah, I think it's the CDC. They kind of go back to their playstyle. They want to fight. They want a 5-man. They can pick aggressive Gyrocopter. Great counter pick to the Undying now as well. Just being able to deal with the Tombstone and flak down all the zombies.
Remember this hero? It was banned all 3 games by Secret in the first phase.
I think it was maybe over prioritized in terms of the bans, and I think if not for the Undying, CDC may not have even picked it. It's hard to really know for sure. But as soon as the Undying came up, I'm like, yeah, they're going to Gyrocopter. It's just, and Ehome as well likely would know that. So. They don't seem to mind that they're picking Undying into it.
This game is like, again, both teams are drafting so heavy team fight, and Undying Night Stalker, this is something really popular in the previous patch where you just put a lot of pressure on the off lane, and especially when CDEC have a Bounty Hunter, you're going to roam one of your supports, so you only have one lane support against Undying and Night Stalker, so your Gyro might have a bit of trouble. But luckily, Gyro is one of the carries that is really good in the lane. So they need to be very careful of what they pick as the supporting partner. So they ban out the Witch Doctor as well. One of the strongest laning supports in the game right now. So Ehome is really showing that they want to pressure the enemy safe lane heavily right now.
Yeah, and Undying and Night Stalker are both pretty resilient to the Bounty Hunter, who can sometimes pressure the safe lane as well. So, I mean, Bounty at this point is kind of limited to just poking at the OD
can't
mid.
really help the lane though.
Yeah, like I'm kind of looking at it, it's like, where's Bounty going to help? Like OD mid, all he needs is a sentry there on his high ground, and he should be fairly safe. The Undying Night Stalker, there's not much you can do. And
the Lion though, the Lion seems like a particular weakness that the Bounty Hunter could focus on.
Is it one of those things that Bounty like really needs to start a fight though, or help? Or was it just more like you need to get levels and not die?
You need to make a difference in the laning phase.
Okay,
so
you
that
do need to make a difference.
Yeah, so that you get your level 6. Because if you don't do anything, it's going to take a long time for you to reach the point.
Okay.
This
and
is
Ursa.
Yeah, it's like the CTY hero. And to summarize why Ehome is such an unpredictable team and why it's so hard to kind of describe like how good they are, it's because of this CTY guy. He's just crazy. He just plays his hero pool is so versatile.
He played Lifestealer in game number 1.
Yeah, he plays
it didn't really work out though.
It didn't, but he still picked.
It's the fact he'll play Lifesteal. He'll play Anti-Mage. He'll play Ursa. He'll play just whatever the hell Ehome want to pick for him.
And he said this before, like he mentioned that Ursa is really good versus Void because even if you take damage, you backtrack. There's still the Furry Swipes buffer on you, so you don't actually remove that. So Ursa is really good in the lane versus Void.
Ooh. But then Winter Wyvern is really good against Ursa.
Yep.
So
you still stack
up the debuff, but you do get time to actually kill the Ursa, or at least maybe kite him away. You have the Viper already, which is a very great hero to kite the Ursa around.
Does the Fury swaps work on your teammate? It doesn't apply to your teammates, does it?
Oh, you mean when you get cursed?
Yeah, if you get
Why wouldn't
cursed.
I think
I think
it applies because I remember when Slark
Okay.
hits his own teammate, you still steal.
Oh, you
stats.
still said
Yeah. So it's,
That's cruel.
That is actually very
yeah.
Okay, so for game number 1, couch number 2. Shiv, you're couch number 2.
couch number 2.
Couch number 2. Who's going to win and why?
What do you think?
You have to agree. Come on.
Ehome?
I think Ehome.
Ehome? Good. We're
Yeah,
agreed.
I'm gonna go for Ehome also based on purely just they're the better team. I
So
think.
that leaves
That's a
us.
brave prediction.
That
What
leaves
are we
us
doing?
no choice but to say
Mind you, I've been wrong all day. so
Bring it on, Merlini
I'll
couch.
go down with CDEC.
Yeah, let's do this. We are doing everything together. So CDC.
Ursa's going to get kited.
You
He's
have
going to be
agree,
useless.
You can fight if you want. Be like Dota.
I'm not in
therapy.
the mood with fighting with Ben now. So
Okay.
we'll have to
But
agree.
CDEC. Why? Why?
I think that Ursa might just get kited way too
Yeah,
much.
because of the Viper. The Viper might
and
be
the,
able.
and the Winter Wyvern.
Okay, well, we'll see if that's going to be the case as we go into game number 1 between Ehome and CDEC. An Ehome victory there in game 1 of the series between Ehome versus CDEC. A much different game compared to what we've seen today. A lot going on. We've only actually got a couple of minutes to get your thoughts on it because we will be restarting the stream just for a moment. But until that happens, guys, girls, thoughts on the game?
we were right. Couch 2. Do we get points?
Sure.
Okay.
Get 10.
10 points.
10 points.
10 points for couch number 2.
Did they get
Fantastic.
minus points for getting it wrong?
Yes, they get minus 10.
Okay, so we're
Or
20
2.
points ahead.
Sorry.
Well done, Shiva.
You seem quite competitive here, Shiv.
Sorry. I get something right for a change. I want to
Yeah.
emphasize that. Doesn't happen very often. No, but I think this game, the laning stage, showed that both teams maybe weren't entirely certain in laning stage. Obviously, CDEC did very well, and again, Old 11 was actually not doing very well again. But they seemed to pick it up later on. Ursa, CTY, making sure that the whole game got turned around and buying time for the OD to get farm up. But I think both teams still show the weakness in the laning stage a little bit. Ehome just a better team in the end, though.
You can kind of see why and how Ehome lost 2-0 earlier. I didn't. Apart from Ben, most of us didn't see that series, but they didn't look good or convincing at all in this match here. So I kind of worry for Ehome moving forward. But CTY had a great showing. Like he didn't actually end up getting all the kills. They went the way of the OD. It was kind of funny seeing the end scoreline with OD having 17 kills, CTY having 8 or 9. But it was CTY who created tons of space, bought them time, and just put his team on his back to a large extent that game.
Lanem as well, though. You were impressed
Yeah.
over here, couch number 1.
Alana was, I think, the MVP for me. It started looking dicey for Ehome when they got 5-man Winter's Curse into that 5-man Chrono. I was like, oh man, this is looking really bad. But then Ehome, they adapted. They actually had like 3-man Suns of their own. They had the better jump, and CTY was away from his team a lot, so they didn't really, they weren't able to kite him as I thought they would be with all those AoE ultimates. But Lanham with those stuns, the Aether Lens build is super legit.
Yeah, I think that he.
You sound like surprised in terms of the Ether lens on Lion is
We
good.
haven't seen that often.
Really?
Yeah, he does it a lot though. I
Just
see
like
him-
Yeah,
from
he-
other Lion players.
I think it also was the fact that he got it very early, so it
Yeah.
had a very large impact. We're just mini ravages that you.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
the first big stun that was because he had the Aether Lens, the one on 3.
Yeah.
Because he had the Aether Lens, he was able to pull that off, and it turned the game a lot. because he got that-
You don't see it as a game changing item that often. Sometimes it's like, oh, it's pretty good, but that game it was just completely game changing. And like you're thinking, oh, it's a harder position versus a Lion or a Winter's Curse plus Chrono, and it ended up being that the Lion was able to do more work.
Yeah, I think they outplayed them a lot in that department in terms of team
Yeah.
fight initiation, and even though Ursa didn't get a lot of kills, but I think his primary job was there to soak damage. He needed to tank spells, so OD could have actually done a lot of work. So I think even though certain players like the Night Stalker didn't play very well, but ultimately he still contributed in terms of vision. So the whole team still
Yeah.
managed to pull it together.
It's a bit like our panel, isn't it? Because I feel that like me, Gods, and Winter are all doing fantastic. And then our 2 new guests, we've got Ben, who's got some sort of mic cable problem going on here. And Shiva, apparently no one can hear you because your hair has pulled your microphone away from your face. Fine.
Carry me, CTY.
Yeah, be the CTY to... Who was playing Night Stalker?
11.
Old 11.
Old 11.
We're warming up.
Who are you? Are you
Oh, the
are you
Panelist
Lan
happened
M in
already.
this situation? Who are you?
Huh?
James? Who are you? Which were you in this situation? You're the Lion.
Yeah, sure. I'd like to be. Lanem's like a lot of people have.
You
huge
were the
respect for that
Undying.
guy.
Yeah, you-
I was
no,
the Undying.
No,
yeah.
you'd be the Lion. He's the old man of the team.
Yeah, yeah, he is.
He's the old one.
I'm wondering if Lanham is wearing his sweater. And he actually doesn't wash his sweater. He wears it all the time, the one that says victory on the front. So if that is the case, are you going to also wear your sweater the whole event, same sweater? I mean, if you're
I
Lanham
have
here.
multiple sweaters.
Oh, so
I am
you're not
ready
Lanham.
for the same generic
Lanham
look
only has one.
every day. He doesn't wash it, you said.
He does not wash it. It's his lucky sweater. Yes. Says victory.
It's also his smelly sweater.
Yes, I would assume so. Maybe that's urban legend that he actually does secretly wash it, because I can't imagine. He wears it all the time. Like, he wears it actually a lot. I can't imagine him not washing it.
Okay.
Okay.
The more you know.
The more you know.
Yeah, it's good. It's good information. I'm not sure when the stream we're meant to be taking it down.
Yeah.
Because we are going to do a restart, and we thought it was going to be a quick wrap up. But yeah, this game, we probably didn't give it justice going into it of how important it is for both teams, because we kind of threw it into the match like, here they go, off again. But really, it's pretty huge, because losing this series, this will be, if you lose this is the last game you play in the group stages, and you are bottom 4 going into the main event. And now CDEC find themselves in that position going into the next game of this series. If they lose that, they are done for Group A.
And the worst part is that it's not just one best of one in the lower bracket. It's 2 best of ones in the lower bracket you have to get through. So it's really harsh. So I'm kind of curious, because Ehome, everybody kind of expected them to do really well. I do want to point out, by the way, of course, I mean, they're one game up here, but in the MDL, they actually had a horrendous group stage, and they still ended up winning. So they can do that too.
All right, well, we'll see if they can spike. Yeah, because if they win this, they still get a chance to go back into the upper bracket, because there will be a match that they get to play. So they're going to be certainly wanting to pick up the next game of the series and take it 2-0. But we'll find out how that goes, because for now we're going to go for a quick break as we restart the stream. But when we come back, Dota 2, the Shanghai Major Group Stage, is presented by Perfect World. We'll resume. See you in a moment. Series between Ehome and CDEC. We're almost getting ready, because we had a little break where you guys could see a lot of the replay moments. Not sure what music you were listening to that, but as we get ready to go into Game 2, we should be moving pretty fast into that match. So anything that you would like to say before we go into Game 2? Not just generally, maybe about the game would be a good idea.
Both teams didn't really look too sharp though in that game. Like, they were making so many mistakes, and generally when you
This was good stuff, Winter. I like this, because I wanted to say, right, from everyone we've seen today, just to back you up, Winter, right? Not you need backup. I was going to say, like, it doesn't feel like we've seen a championship team yet today. I think like Secret have been the most impressive so far, because even though they, won 2-1, they still think like they had so much more ease, or they had so much easier room for improvement, but they still made it look easy to win. And Ehome didn't do so.
No, they look
Phoenix
really
looked
shaky.
really good.
I didn't see them.
Yeah, we didn't get to see the game.
I'm not sure if it's like a championship quality team, but they made very few mistakes. They just ridiculed Ehome in the laning phase, and they didn't really make any blunders.
Wasn't
So.
that also partly because Ehome's laning stage is just not that strong, and therefore MVP, who's generally strong in the laning stage, had an easier time?
Yeah, but they had a lot of team fights, so there were a lot of opportunities for Ehome to get back into the game, but they just didn't let them get anywhere.
Shiva, I'm actually a little bit grateful because of all the swearing that you just did there. Could you please, your mic, you might need to check it. Luckily for us, it might have been off language. It's ridiculous.
I'm glad I
Is it on or off?
It was on now, but I'm glad that wasn't on camera, because I do not want to be associated with the words I just spoke.
Yeah. Poor Lanham as well. You know what I mean? I thought he played good. But yeah, you were saying, Shiva.
I was saying that I really thought that MVP Phoenix, I watched only part of the games, and other than that I heard other people talk about them. I thought, and from looking at this as well, Ehome, laning stage, weak. Any team that has a decent laning stage, which I don't think CDEC really has, can take advantage of that. And MVP is definitely a team that can do that. And they got ahead in the laning stage to a certain extent that they just, like I said, they just couldn't give up their lead because Ehome wasn't able to do that, and they got too far behind. So I kind of feel like that win that MVP Phoenix had was mostly on Ehome not being really strong, rather than MVP Phoenix being, oh my god, super
You
dominant.
still have to look at it, the overall strategy, though, where they had a couple weeks to prepare versus Ehome, and they dominated it in such a fashion. If they can take that research to other teams, because they will have a lot of time to prepare at the main event, then if you're facing them, you have to be really, really afraid.
The crazy thing for me with MVP is they're a team who they play a decent amount of matches like in the Southeast Asia region, which is looked as being maybe one of the not quite as strong regions. Like they even just before coming here, they were playing in like a online SEA Cup where they didn't even win. They don't even necessarily consistently beat the other SEA teams. They lost to a team called TNC. So by no means is MVP dominant when it comes to Southeast Asia, but they perform incredibly well when it becomes like to the high pressure stakes at majors. At TI, they did really well, ending up in the top 8. So they're a team that you can never discount when it comes to the big events. They compete and compare very well to the international teams, whereas in their own region, they maybe don't do as well.
But if you were talking about championship level, what we see here today for this group, I would
It's
not.
meant to be like one of the hardest groups, though. I mean, really, on paper.
I think it's also the nature of having the longer format where there's a group stage going into the main event. Even just looking at the last few LAN tournaments, like we had Starlighter, where Alliance, they had a pretty shitty group stage and then go on to crush everyone in the playoffs. You have MDL, where Shiva mentioned Ehome didn't do great in the group stages, then they go on to win the tournament, beating EG convincingly 3-0 in the finals. So I think it's going to take a while before we can really truly tell which are the championship
And
teams.
what's the CDEC storyline going to be from the group stage?
They play new heroes. That was because LD and I saw the draft and were like, wow, they're actually picking different stuff. It took a while.
For CDC?
Yeah.
They played the same thing all 3 games, though. They played 4 games.
Different from when we saw them struggle, like let's say in Frankfurt, and because CDEC storyline goes back more than just the most recent tournament.
Yeah, go ahead, James.
No, I'm just saying because earlier in class we did this and we said CDEC pros because you guys weren't here, Shiva, and was Unity
I saw
and
it.
fast.
Don't worry.
And also they are stubborn.
I would
and
actually
one-directional.
not think they're fast at the moment.
You're not fast.
Not anymore. Not after they saw the series.
You would remove that.
I would remove that.
It seems like Aggressive was such a big player for them when he actually could play really high tempo. But now Aggressive's got slow. Less aggressive. Almost.
Because of the meta and
I have a pen, I can change that.
I think the other reasoning is because when you keep doing the same thing over and over again, people adapt and adopt to it.
Yeah.
Like you see other teams doing the same smoke moves into the jungle. So you have to find another tempo to actually play your game now.
They're not one-dimensional anymore either.
Yeah.
I'd say they play somewhat similarly, but their hero pool is just way wider.
Okay, so they're not one-dimensional, but they still they still have Unity for their pro and Stubborn on their cons. What can we give them for pros then if we remove Fast?
Well, I kind of feel like they're a fairly stable team, which is good.
Stable at losing.
No, no, think about TA5, right? They were stable from the start to finish. They were just a strong team. Once they won the laning stage, they didn't necessarily win all the laning stages, but they never really lost them, and they just were able to win their games.
Sounds like she's describing mediocre. Not
that's what I mean.
No.
Mediocre.
Stable, because they never really lose the laning stage, but they
Pros,
never really truly win.
And they never really win it either. Come to the Shiva. I don't think that's a pro.
No, but I think stable
the language
is a
barrier
pro.
is really.
But I'm gonna turn it into a con because if it's gonna be stable.
I feel like I'm being conned here. Gone.
I think stable in this case, it used to be a pro in TI5, but I think that pro turned into a con at this tournament because they didn't improve enough, and I don't think their trajectory in terms of learning throughout the event.
So in cons, do you want stably bad? I don't understand.
I want in cons. I want lack of growth in between series.
So we had 1D and lack of growth.
Yeah. What more can I say? It's a problem.
All right. We still need a pro for CDEC. Why they're going to win and come back in this series? What
Very
is the
participative carry. A carry that helps his team a lot.
That's kind of like Unity, I would say.
Shiva, apparently you're just not allowed to talk now because your mic's cutting off. We don't know why. We'll try and fix it. Sorry,
it's okay.
Shiva fans out there. Probably get at least 2 angry letters.
It's difficult though. Like this team is always about when you talk about this team.
But Aggressive hasn't done
they
stuff this series. He hasn't done stuff in
the gyro game. He made good rotations early on.
Oh, all right.
But apart from that hero, it's difficult for him to play his own tempo. because other heroes, the tempos are either much slower or it's much more difficult for him to help his team early.
I think they're opportunists. They're good at capitalizing on small opportunities.
I mean, Garda played great on the bounty at the beginning.
He did.
Every lane they went to, they were getting kills, but they didn't really transition that into a game flow.
They let Ursa free farm and get Roche, which
And we talk about them being outplayed as well, because like they were, remember when they were going up high ground, they were just cocky because someone was dead, like the Ursa was dead, and they grouped up for the Impel. Like they weren't playing careful enough to consolidate their advantage. Once
we're
they
talking
got
about pros though.
yeah, once they got something, like, I mean, no one's perfect, right? Sometimes you make mistakes, and they got a kill, they went high ground, they grouped up because they just kind of forgot that Lion can just blink and get a 3-man stun, and Ursa just buys out and they just wreck the fight. So like, it's like they are not sharp enough, they're not clean enough. They get the advantage, but they don't consolidate the advantage. That's why they lost that game, even though BH got a really good start.
It's great information, but we're still going for pros. The fact that we're sat
Pros,
here and
they
we cannot
got
bring
second at TI. That's a pro.
Come on,
I think
give me something.
I think that CDEC can do a lot better when... Is my microphone working?
Yes,
by the way?
yes, I'm pretty sure.
That's great. They will do a lot better when Q actually gets a hero that he can do better on. I don't think that Winter Wyvern worked out that game at all.
Winter Wyvern's been off.
So I would say
Q is a pro.
yes.
If he gets the right hero.
But I mean, he hasn't shown. If anything, like if everyone look at players who are pros,
it sounds like the pros for CDEC is Q is a pro, clause, if he gets the right hero, and team win laning phase, stroke, don't fuck up. Pro.
I think XZ's Faceless Void play has been a big pro.
Yeah,
he's
good,
been
but people haven't
incredible.
Really capitalized off it. It seems like
I think he's been their best player by far in all the games so far for them. His Void's been phenomenal.
Like going with XZ.
The games they're losing, even that game there, he just had to do too much as a Void. So
Okay, I can
agree with
I
it.
can agree that he's been their best player.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, how can he? I mean, I feel like he can't even play better. It's the rest of his team.
Yeah,
needs
but
to step up
you
right
can
now.
only do so much if like.
He had great Chronos.
He had great Chronos, but Chronos is like you need your team to follow up.
Yep.
You need someone else to be in a good position or not to throw. Like the one at bottom, it was partly, even though he got the good Chronos before that for him to win the fight, but when they were going high ground, he wasn't supposed to be with their team. And
He also crushed his lane too, so I feel like he's done really well overall.
yeah, but then the overall decision making when they were sieging wasn't really good, and can't really say whose fault was that. It's probably just the team in general making the mistake. So
One of the
But
pros, room for improvement.
Yeah, but Ehome were just better in the team fights, more coordinated, had higher individual skill when it actually came to those team fights, like LANM and yeah, they were just. If I was on the CDEC team, I was just like, Jesus, could we just get a kill, like or a kill that doesn't cost us half our team? So I wonder, how are they going to approach the bans and picks going into game 2? What do you want to remove from Ehome after the first game?
They need a better scaling core than Viper. Viper, his main job was to kite the Ursa, but he couldn't do anything in a Chrono, which I think was a big issue because XE had great Chronos. Also, I think some would say their draft was just not that great because a lot of people view Winter Wyvern as just not good. Yeah, sure, he had a couple of good ultimates, but then there were a lot of ultimates that was just pretty much a Bay nightmare.
So you needed like another support that can do better with the Chrono. So you would rather have that.
Or
do
their mid
damage.
hero.
Do damage in Chrono, like Witch Doctor or something else.
Yeah.
They also lack that hard lockdown to be able to kill the Void. Like outside of the Chronosphere, it's like, what are they going to do to stop the Void just running all over? They had the ability to kite him, but they didn't have the ability to kill him. The Ursa, yeah, sorry. They couldn't actually ever kill him. They didn't have like a hard stun or reliable disable to actually try and bring
And
him
they had
down.
Astral Imprisonment for the
Ursa
as well,
yeah.
so it was kind of big, and they didn't even get the Aegis one time. But I think the draft is about ready, so we'll be moving into that as both teams will get ready to play for. No one gets knocked out, but one of them could be going into the main event, playing 2 best-of-1s to get kind of the flow back into the tournament. And CDEC are the ones that have to bounce back. So it seems like they are loading and are loading into the game. So yeah, I'm just curious to see how CDEC handle kind of almost like the tournament lifeline. You know what I mean? Like that last chance moment. Do they just go, yeah, we'll do what we normally do, or are they going to throw something in? Because the group stages are hugely important going in. So it's not like people are hiding strats.
No,
at all.
I think that the Winter Wyvern pick, which was the last pick, previous game for CDC, was reactionary towards the Ursa pick. It felt like that was countered like countering the Ursa in the landing stage, or maybe later on as well. If that would have been a different hero for Q, and he could channel that, then it would be doing a lot better. They should focus on their own players and their own strategy rather than countering what their enemies do. And I think that's going to be the key in the draft that is upcoming. And I would really like to see Q's visage that he has actually played a few times this patch and is, I believe, unbeaten on, or at least doing very well. So hoping that's going to be one that he gets to play and gets a bit of a limelight here, because so far it's been only
All right.
Interesting. This game we see CDC again on the Radiant side, so it's gonna be 2 games there on the Radiant side. I don't know. Not
Isn't
sure
that,
why.
that interesting?
Isn't that weird?
I don't know.
Isn't that weird?
It's weird. Yeah, that's what I don't know if you think there's a reason why Winter. You probably would know best. Like what? Why does CDC want to be on the Radiant side?
So who was the first pick the last game?
First pick last game was...
Wasn't it CDC had first pick both games? I guess.
Both games was...
So Ehome wanted to be on Dire more than first pick.
So probably what happened? Yeah, CDC probably chose first pick game 1, and Ehome chose Dire instead of first pick in game number 2.
I see. Yeah, that's
what
like the
happened.
reasoning I told you as well before that we were discussing about first pick
Yeah.
and Dire. I said that Dire's, hard lane is much better because you can actually block the camp easier, block the creeps, so that you can actually have a higher chance of getting experience. And some teams like Secret like to run drafts around Roshan, so being on the Dire side definitely very, very helpful for that.
We've muted Shiva, by the way. We were reported before the draft. So I do apologise if you don't hear Shiva throughout the draft, but we'll get that sorted if she's nice.
She'll have to go through a low priority games.
Yeah, a couple of priority games. She'll be back for the last series of the day.
So I guess we got our answer, so they're just gonna do the same thing.
More team fight, I think, though. I think they'll draft far more.
Well,
team fight heroes.
this was their one of their second pros. This
Oh,
was
so it's
Faceless Force, the Faceless Void. I'm losing my mind on XZ. So they've got their one pro, and they're all in the game. So I think Unity was the other pro. So that's worked out pretty well for CDEC. Probably 100% win rate.
So if you're CDC's coach, you'll be really happy now.
Yeah. Everyone's in the game, and we got Faceless Void. We are, let's just, do we get extra gold from randoming? If that's an option, I'm
They've only had 3 losses in a row under those same conditions.
Yeah.
Apart from that.
This is everything we have. I feel like, correct, tell me if I'm stupid. I feel like with the constant team fights and kind of Ehome, they've been playing these quite tanky lineups. You just want to be able to delete heroes.
Burst, yeah. You need more burst.
And I feel that that's really what CDEC haven't bought into these fights. They haven't bought enough burst. I personally, if I was that bounty, I would have just gone Dagon, because I'm a douche bag.
I mean, it's the right idea, right? If you're not
Yeah.
getting kills with bounty, then what is the purpose of the hero?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Apart from to piss people off.
And to annoy junglers.
Yeah. I like Bounty Hunter a lot. I probably have a win ratio that isn't terrible on that hero. It's really easy at 1k MMR.
Don't lie.
Still higher than
James.
OD Pixel though.
About 1k, I believe, I think.
So you guys were talking about whether they should remove the Ursa. So maybe because they felt like Ehome went back for Dire again, they wanted to do something similar.
Yeah. Well, they tried the level 1 Roche last time.
I think the Lion was a bigger deal, though. I don't know.
Yeah,
if
but
Alabama-
he played like it wasn't the hero. I felt like it was Lamb playing very well. It wasn't because the hero was.
It was good versus the Void. They fingered and just killed the Void like 3 or 4 times, I want to say, in the team fights.
And
Which-
I think it was like Scan who was doing stats. He mentioned his build. He maxed out Hex
Mm-hmm.
over kind of like
Mana drain.
Mm-hmm. Which in team fights is huge, right? It's like it's a huge duration. But any thoughts on that?
It's really easy to get like your level 10 or so as Lion, but making the jump from level 10 to 14 is like where it's that's where your level progression really slows down. So you kind of have to make the choice between one of the 2 spells. So
Okay.
And because of the build as well, because don't forget the old Lions, you don't get mana boots for Aether.
Yeah.
You go for dagger for stuff. So basically, what he's doing now, he's getting Aether Lens first, so your mana problem is solved. You don't need any more extra points in the mana drain. Probably you want 1, 2 points.
Okay.
Then you're good to go. So you're able to actually adjust and adapt your build.
yeah, and you need to have the hard disable to deal with the Faceless Void, prevent him getting the time walk off. So it's something
Shiva,
kind of
if you,
unique.
just a thing, Shiva. If you want to say anything, because you don't have a mic, just write it down. You can use the board and pass it to Gods, and we'll read it out.
He just wants your notes.
Yeah,
secretly.
You prepared for this? You're writing the draft down.
James, you don't want to know what she said about your attire.
My attire?
Yeah, she had notes on yours as well.
Oh, no.
Yep. I'm sorry.
Melanie, you look deep in thought, or maybe that's just how you look.
I think about what hero they want to give aggressive now that they don't have the gyrocopter. What other hero can dump a lot of damage into Chronosphere?
I like Klings.
They
though.
play Klings
I
early.
like Klings. He plays Klings, and Klings has a really good synergy with Chronosphere. And it's like a hero that I would say is fast-paced, suits his playstyle. You don't really need to wait on any big items. You just need level 6, level 7. You're running around.
Do you still do like a medallion or whatever it's called?
It depends on the game. I think most of the Klings that get medallion is mostly on the Dire side, where you want to have an early Roshan with the hero. On the Radiant side, probably you see a very standard build. You get Desolator, then you get BKB if you need it.
So
I
you
was
guys
thinking Ember more.
Huh?
Ember.
Yeah. I was thinking Ember a little bit more. I think he has a little bit better synergy with their heroes. I also feel like they just had a really weak front line. Like anyone who was next to the Ursa just had to run away, which is not what you want. I think you need to be able to, I don't know, threaten them with a hero up in the front. Because that's why the Faceless Void died so often. Because he was the one who had to be up in front to protect everyone else. I think if someone else can go and then Faceless Void can get good ultimates without the...
Yeah, that was basically what we were talking about in... Which game was that? CDEC, the first game where they had Sven on aggressive. And he was the first one running in, giving the whole team vision. So the Void could have chronoed a lot of heroes because of that.
They need a hero like that. I don't really like the ranged backliners, although it is better because you can like attack during the Faceless Void ultimate. I think it's more important that the Faceless Void can actually go around and not be the first one in.
Okay. Well, Mirana's going to be picked up, and Shiva, we've unmuted you potentially.
Yay! I hope. Can I? Yes. Great.
Yeah.
Mirana is actually a hero that Ehome lost against with the OD Mirana combination against MVP.
They got murdered by Mirana.
They got murdered by Mirana, so perhaps they're trying to copy that. I mean, you talked earlier about fun thing about Dota is if you get murdered by something or you know that something's
Sorry, Shiva, I was just joking. Apparently we haven't unmuted you. I'm only getting information about if you can or can't talk, Shiva. I'm really sorry.
A lot of talk about murder from Shiva anyway.
It was really good points though, Shiva. That was really spot on. That's probably the most interesting thing anyone's ever said on a panel. You know, I've been doing this for way too long. But yeah, Mirana has a lot of blue in her outfit. Thank you, Shiva. Anyone else want to continue?
This was a very similar setup where OD and Mirana were versus the Void, and it was Ehome who had the Void and MVP Phoenix that had the OD and Mirana, and the Void just could not do anything all game long.
So you think it's going to be an OD safe lane?
I think it was OD safe lane when they played it, but they can easily...
But don't you think it's also as effective against the Invoker early levels?
No,
you
he has Force Spirit.
No, early levels. You don't have it. Like it's easy to kill the Invoker. So you don't think that it's as effective?
No, I don't think it's that effective. They can also just draft like a Abaddon or something like that, but...
It's easier to camp, like have a support help mid than have a support help the
help your
offlane
offlane.
probably. The
Yeah,
Void's
okay.
typically just left alone to solo.
Yeah.
But...
So Rubik comes up from CDEC, which didn't work out so well today. We saw him one game.
Yeah, it was versus Secret.
Secret?
And they played it versus Tidehunter and also
Enigma.
Enigma. They didn't actually steal anything, didn't do anything, and Puppey
But
just kind of went ham.
it still seems strange here, right? If when they go for the Rubik, and when we talk about Void before, we wanted supports, that deal damage in Chrono. Oh, laning phase problems now for CDEC.
Yeah, people say the Broodmother. Who said that earlier? It was Broodmother versus the Invoker is a problem.
Cinderin.
Okay.
He said it as a mid matchup.
Yeah.
Which I mean, we were kind of mentioning the OD could go safe lane. That's possible, but it's not really something Ehome have done before. So
I mean, one of the things that Rubik can help out with, even in the laning phase, is just like getting those easy sunstrikes. Right? It's long enough.
Yep.
Is that? You guys don't like it? Then you're
Yeah,
kind
but
of shaking your
but
head.
Rubik is not really good versus Brute. Like once Brute Mother gets level 2, level 3 and level 4,
you're
the lane is basically done. You can't do anything as Rubik. It's nice to be able to set up a Sunstrike, but the hero doesn't deal with Brood in the
So
lane.
now you just pick Axe, right? If you're CDEC. Just pick Axe. And you like, get wrecked. Ember's the pick.
Ember's
You
good.
called that, Ben. That was you. 2 points.
A little bit better now because of the Brood in the game.
You look so unimpressed.
Yeah, because before that, like, it wasn't like
Before it wasn't. Yeah.
it wasn't really that great, but because there's a Brood,
Yeah, it's
the
it
Ember
becomes
has a
much better.
purpose right now in the game to deal with the Brood early. But I would still say that Ember is still quite weak in the first few levels. So Brood, I think if you can actually get to the point where you get to level 3, level 4, you are still not going to be too worried that the Ember can actually farm, because you don't really care. You just want your levels, and Ember can only kill you once he reaches level 3 or level 4. And that's the point where you're contented with your own levels as well. So once you reach that point, as long as you don't be too greedy like what O11 did in the last game, where he was so greedy in a few situations with his Night Stalker and he died so many times. So I think he has to be just a bit more conservative and, you know, don't die, just let your team do your job.
Oh, the Disruptor ban. Is it going to be Slark? That's
Maybe.
most of the time when
yeah,
I see
it's
EO
possible. Yeah,
ban
yeah.
Disruptor.
Nope.
They're doing OD safe lane. They want Death Prophet.
OD safe lane, yeah. So
Yeah.
it's for the reasons that you mentioned. They wanted to have a lane that kills the Void. Astro into Arrow.
I wonder if there's any chance CDC tried dodge that lane after just kind of knowing what it could do. They've sent the Void mid before,
I feel,
so
I feel
Well,
their
what would they
lanes-
do in their safe lane though versus the
I
Brood?
feel their lanes are pretty much screwed now. They are.
I mean, yeah, no one can lane against
Then
the OD
they don't
right
have
now.
very good laning 1v1 against Brood. So I don't think they have any other choice but to have the Ember lane against the Brood and just pick supports to help him out. Other lanes are going to be really tough because you have to dedicate resources to shut down the Brood.
Alright, and they're going to go for Lina, so they've got a lift into stun potentially, so
Mhm.
Sunburst on the Brood if they are going to fight. Alright, so yeah, let's get some predictions. Ehome finished their lineup, CDEC finished theirs as well, and it's really CDEC that are going to have to bring back 2 in a row. So we can go to couch number 2, and I can almost definitely promise you, Shiva, that your voice will be heard.
Are you sure?
Not sure at all, but like censorship, you know.
Okay. Well, I already
Well, we
pointed
hear
out.
you,
to-
we hear you.
She
Okay,
gave me an
great,
aside,
great.
yeah, we hear you.
I already told gods, or rather wrote down for gods, well, what my vote would be. And I think Ehome is looking very strong in this draft, and I think that gods might agree. Yeah,
Well, Shiva didn't let me down in game 1 when she went with Ehome.
we're going
so.
for Ehome.
And
mean,
it's
just-
not. It's not
well,
fair.
It's not just allowed to say.
It's
You
not
don't have to
fair.
agree with them.
You're
You know,
asking couch 2 all the time first.
You can't just say
It's
this.
based on it's based on
not like
MMR.
you
Lower
have to
MMR
take
guesses
sides,
first.
right? It's just more if there's any disagreements between the people on the couch. I want to see because, like, you know, you're just like, yeah, they look good.
They look good. I think their laning is more flexible, as people already pointed out during the draft. I think that they are
Sell it to
just
me,
a stronger
Shiva.
team.
Sell it to me.
I
Alright?
think that Ehome is going to take this game, and that CDEC is tilting right now, despite all
DC 11, he's tilting.
I was going to say,
if anyone's
despite
tilting.
11 being probably Night Stalker again, but he is just, you know, they use him as a distraction. It's like, let's pretend 11 is tilting, let's feed him to the enemy team, think that they're ahead, make them all cocky and stuff, and then they can come in and crush.
It's
This is
beautiful.
strat.
I'm on this train, unless
Yes.
anyone's telling me otherwise. Couch number 1. Ben,
Is that what we're going to say next time someone feeds? Oh, let's pretend that he's tilting and bait. Winter, you got this.
All I have to say is they have a spider problem that they can't resolve. So
Okay.
I'm going with Ehome as well.
all right, no one with CDC, but I believe in the Rubik and Lina combo. 2 of my favorite supports if they both get to play support. So we'll see how it goes. But CDEC need to win this, otherwise this will be their final match of Group A. So let's find out if they can. And Ehome want the win as well to climb back in to the potential upper bracket. And over to the
Welcome back,
commentators,
everybody, to
Stefan
game
Blitz.
number 2, Ehome.
Welcome back, and CDEC Gaming have another chance now to actually stop from going into the lower bracket, into the main event. But also Ehome are going to be put in that place for the first time of today. So we'll have to see if they'll be able to bounce back. And to celebrate me being right, because I was the only one that said CDEC. I don't even say it because I just wanted to be different, even though I do. I said it because I like the support lineup and I like the heroes, and actually it was a very fun match for me to watch. And so to celebrate, I've taken off my shoes. And
What a happy celebration.
yeah, it feels so good. It's unbelievable. Would you like to take your shoes off, Shiva?
I would, but
But you can't.
I
'Cause you bet on the
I
wrong
didn't
team.
get it right,
Yeah.
so I can't celebrate.
So we've got to guess the next game.
Yeah.
Right?
It's just like in Sweden, you just don't wear shoes indoors. You don't in Netherlands either, do you?
You know, well, depends. Some households do, some households don't. At home, I don't, because why would you put on shoes if you don't leave the house?
That's true. Yeah. I hardly ever put on socks, actually. Come to think of it. And I normally just wear a blanket, which they've provided for
They
me here.
give you a blanket.
Yeah. I'm looking for ponchos.
So what do you take off if you guess the next game, right, Jay? This is stripped Dota here.
Yeah.
We may need the blanket soon.
All right. Okay. So let's kind of talk about the game. CDEC obviously won, unless you forgot moments ago. But how did it really go down for you? What was the impactful moments? What was the reason? You guys loved CTY's items.
Did the game just last too long for Ehome, you think? No, because I thought they were doing really well, and I thought they got this.
I think they could have still prolonged the game and play around the vision from Night Stalker, but because he didn't have, like Ben mentioned, he didn't have buyback, he died. The game was just over there because he got caught. Because he spent his gold on Shiva's guard, which Ben didn't really like. Ben would have preferred that he went for Hex
or buyback.
Or buyback, yeah. But because he made a fatal, like, obviously he was just confident because in the past few fights they literally couldn't touch him because of his teammates, and he was able to dish out a lot of damage, so maybe he felt like, I could actually get away with this.
I think more than CTY, again, we saw 11 getting caught out a lot. A lot of it was just great Void play. Like, again, the MVP of this game, to me, possibly the Void again. Like, he found so many clutch pickoffs with the Chronos, and it was just such an important thing for CDC.
Played really well too, but I think the other thing that I think we should also not forget is the way they played their composition, because we were thinking that, maybe it's going to be an Exalt Invoker, they have Faceless Void, but at the same time, because it was a Quasvex Invoker, he was able to make space for, like, Ember didn't really have a really smooth sailing early game, so they needed someone to actually make space, because it's a Quasvex Invoker, he was able to offer a lot more space for his team, because if you compare it to Exalt mostly wants to eat the space up. You want Midas, you want to go for more farm in the jungle. Obviously this game he went for Midas as well, but he was able to contribute a lot more with his Tornado EMP early game.
Rubik set up a lot of kills for them. That's, they didn't do that well in the laning phase, but with a turnaround and a Night Stalker up there, the leap to catch the Mirana right there in that fight, like, he set up so many kills for them.
Do you guys feel they should have just laned it more standard with the Death Prophet mid? Because Death Prophet did struggle a lot to get farm this game.
Probably. I mean, in hindsight, but they thought they would have won the lanes better.
They did win the lanes. Like, at 10 minutes in, they had the 3 most farmed heroes, and then Ember got involved.
But I felt like because they were able to actually, stop the lead from going too big, and Brood was like, I was talking about Brood is top net worth, but Brood with that net worth is not comparable to, say, an Ember with the same amount of net worth, because the hero just doesn't contribute that much.
And CTY's net worth wasn't as high because of that, the laning situation.
But
right?
wouldn't he have even had less impact if he was on the offlane? I mean, at least now,
You mean
since he
Brood?
was mid, he can actually do something.
But
He actually had a bit of an impact. But
That's the
wouldn't
Brew's job, though, right? It's just to...
Yeah, I think it's more so that because if we would have, if we were in their shoes, we lane Death Prophet mid, Death Prophet would have gotten more farm, and Death Prophet would have been able to be way more tankier, harder to kill, contribute more, and I would actually trade that for Brood Mother being more useful, because Brood has a lot of limitations on the hero.
Yeah, and Brood was the top net worth for like the first 23 minutes of the game, and that's where when you're ganking the Brood using those Chronos, like they killed Brood like 3 or 4 times in a row. That's huge comeback gold going the way of
and he fed the spiders every single time.
And not to mention, he went for a build which doesn't allow him to be that relevant in late game. Like you see some players, especially Bulldog, he goes for a core item first, then he goes back for the Midas, so that he maintains his relevance as the game goes by. And not to mention the attack speed is good for Brood, but because he didn't go for that build, you could see like his effectiveness like fell off as the game goes longer.
But the times that he did get killed, he did make sure that either he got a kill in return or 2 even at some point. And he made sure that there's 3 heroes of CDEC coming to kill him, meaning that the rest of the map is free for the rest of his team. Wasn't that not enough space for?
I mean, Ember was still able to farm at the same time.
Yeah.
And when Ember's one of those 3 heroes, Ember's there for the kill, and then he's suddenly on the other side of the map. So it's
even if the Brood removes supports, it's not like a big deal, because you're more interested in removing the Brood because you just relieve pressure on the map. I mean, in my opinion, I don't know.
Going back to the point as well, like the item selection, I felt like if he had went for like probably an Orchid early, because he went for the Vlads, which means that he wants to play around his team. They want to push, they want to get Roshan. But at the same time, because he didn't go for the Orchid, like if you're the Ember, there's no threat so you can push and you can farm very deep. You're not afraid to die. So that's like the drawback of going for that build. Because if he had went for the more aggressive build, maybe aggressive would have been way more cautious. I'm not going to push so far. Then his farm would be slower. Like these are all the indirect consequences of his choice in the game. So I felt maybe this could have been better for them, because the Ember was like a huge problem after that. He got way too farmed in this game.
So are you impressed by CDEC here, or do you think Ehome are giving too much room in terms of how they're playing right now? Like
A little
not
bit of
tight
both.
enough.
Both, I think.
I think they like they're not really respecting the Faceless Void as much as they should. Like the Chrono, like it was just game ending when they almost cut out the OD at the end of the game. Like there were a lot of fights where if he had a slightly better Chrono, or and that game didn't even have a solution. Like it was just one good Chrono would just straight end the game.
Basically, the OD had to be outside of the Chrono, and he has to be the one to prison whoever.
Yeah,
the
that's
Void
asking for a
focus.
lot. And
He had to do too much. Yeah.
Yeah, and
Because you had a brute, because one of your cores is brute, so it's going to happen. Like someone else has to do more, because Brute Mother doesn't do a lot after the early game.
Well, and something
You
also
said
with
they
the
had a spider problem at the beginning.
Yeah, but they
now it's like
I didn't
99
expect
problems, but a spider
I didn't expect
won.
the lanes to be like. I mean, the Brute won her lane, won mid, but
Yeah.
at the expense of the Death Prophet's farm. I didn't expect them to do that. I thought that the Brute would have still gotten a really good early game. Without them needing to sacrifice the early game of the Death Prophet. Or maybe they thought that probably Death Prophet could still be able to do well. They were greedy in the off lane, and we would have gotten 3 cores super farm. Maybe that was their plan, but it didn't work out.
And one of the things we have to bring attention to is aggressive kind of gets a hero where he can shine, and was able to do so. There were some really nice kills. Ben, you were quite impressed with any of the
that last
Oh,
the one on bottom.
The bottom
the
lane.
one on bottom
yeah.
where
that was
he ended
great.
up using an additional remnant, right, to teleport away, and it's
Yeah.
150 damage.
We've seen
instead of
so
good.
many tricks with Ember Spirit and having one pop.
Getting runes with the spirit, getting Aegis.
Sleight of Fist TP.
Yeah.
Like
So many
there's-
tricks. That was just a really fun move to watch there. It's just basically like in football, someone scores a bicycle kick, something along those lines.
But this is definitely a hero that you're happier seeing aggressive on.
Yes.
Yeah,
we saw
Very-
him with Gyro last game. Like, I think it's
like
fine that he plays
it's
Gyro
like a
as well.
similar
Like,
tempo to Gyro.
he's had good heroes. He had Gyro, he had Clinks. I don't feel like they've been picking him heroes that problematic for him and his team necessarily.
It's just like the laning phase is weaker. If you compare Gyro and Ember, Gyro's laning phase obviously is much more superior than Ember. But during the mid game, when you're level 7 to level 11, you do a lot of help for your team. You know, you help your team, you get kills, you set up kills.
But this is one thing I think about CDEC is just by having the Ember, it wasn't necessarily the transition. It's more that when CDEC kind of it feels like when they're questioning what they need to do, they're often like, okay, normally we should just be able to 5-man team fight, but we can't, but we need to. But Ember just allows you to be like, hey, we can just farm a little bit more, farm a little bit more, farm a little, you know, take it on their terms just because they have the ability to control some of the map. And when they were pushed into a corner, they weren't ever really able to get out of that corner. And even though the opposing team, Ehome had a Night Stalker, Gem, Aghanims, they still utilized the map really, really well. And I don't know if that was something that you felt that CTY could have a difference on with itemization.
Like
yeah, the Brute or the OD. Like someone has to build an item to be able to threaten that you can actually kill the Ember. But because no one had those items, then the Ember was able to farm despite being up against the
They
Night
had
Stalker.
they had a scythe at some point, but by that time Voidor were
It was on the
already
Death
It was on
Prophet.
the Death Prophet.
Who played
Yeah.
the Death Prophet? Was it?
Old Chicken. Arguably, that was the core that suffered the most in the whole
Yeah.
game. And
So
he,
it was late.
he was forced to build the
The
item that is going to be able to threaten the enemy carry.
You're quite questionable over CTY's item picks.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's okay. Be honest, Winter.
I mean, it's okay if someone else were to build the Hex or the Orchid. Like, if someone else actually covered for that department, it's fine.
I mean, but you say, like, you know, they're covering. So, you know, why are they having to cover?
What did
Yeah,
you
why
think
can't-
about
'Cause you could
the
CTY
Urn?
your
This
team.
was the
Is
first
this
time
a
an
thing?
Urn was
Like,
built.
CTY item build is...
Oh, it's always been a thing.
I mean, it's not all about
It's-
a lot,
it's
of,
just
a lot of
strange.
games. It's strange, yeah. Like,
Yeah.
for example, like the way he plays anti-mage, he goes Hyperstone, whereas normal players would go for Vlad's.
But there's always that, like, kind of question.
He's a bit
if
different.
yeah, but there's always that question. If you do something different from everyone else, either you're absolutely wrong or you're a genius.
You can be half and half.
Yeah, it's tough. Sometimes
It's
it's really
half
good.
and half for him.
Sometimes it's really
Okay, okay.
But I guess if this game, the Brood would have had the Orchid, then his build would seem fine. I think. So I can't really put all the blame on him.
I mean, last time we talked about items, they got a 15% increase on chance to win in Secret. What if CTY went items that you agreed with and the Brood? What percent, if any, would you give for them to actually win this game?
It's not like
10.
Yeah, it's not like
10.
huge, very huge, but it definitely has.
I think 10 is quite substantial.
I think with that game we're talking about, it was like it was the Secret versus CDC. It felt like it was just a matter of like
it was the double Orchid game, right?
Yeah.
I think this game was fairly
that
close.
game to me, I feel like
10%.
Ehome's problems were much more execution and decision making. The item choices I think could have been better. I kind of agree. I don't know if Shivers was the right choice when he could have gone for the Hex, but like just the pickoffs they kept finding on the Brood. I think 11 had another really bad mid to late game. He did better in the early game, but after that he.
So is 10% reasonable? A little bit less.
Yeah,
than the Secret
maybe
game?
10%.
There was like the one time where he was about to kill the Ember, and then he astraled him, and then he couldn't get the Aegis because of that, and he died. Like that one was, that's if he had a Scythe maybe, or if he just played a little bit better.
Like if he had a Scythe or someone had an Orchid, then it would be 100% kill.
Yeah.
So small things like that.
They did build a diffuser on the Void though to get rid of the Scythe later on, but I guess it would have been a lot later than the Scythe of Ice if OD indeed went for that one.
He could have gotten it.
He didn't play around the BKBs very well though. Like sometimes he dumped his ultimates, and like 2 people were already BKB'd, and normally you'll see like 3 people die to same Eclipse.
It sounds like we're really whiny on him right now. We've really been like kind of, like there's some of the mistakes they made. What was kind of standout good though in that match, and what do you expect, to carry on into the next game? Because normally when I feel that when teams have like a nice game and they get their flow just in one set of the series, it carries on quite strongly into the next game because they found their flow, they've got good communications, they're not down there just like, this is how we want to play.
Their laning phase was a lot better than normal, I would say.
Who's laning phase?
Ehome. Like in all 3 games that I saw prior to that, they just not good in laning phase, down by 3 or 4 kills and a couple thousand net worth. In this game, they were slightly ahead, and then they kind of had the reverse.
But could you say that this is because of the draft? Because they picked Brood. Brood is
no, they had Brood versus Phoenix, and they got rolled.
Oh, in the MVP game.
Yeah.
Okay.
He died 3 or 4 times. He was like 4 deaths, I think, prior to 10 minutes.
This is old 11.
Yeah, this is old 11. So it's not only because of the Brood, but it is somewhat refreshing to see Ehome do well in the laning phase. But I don't know, for some reason they didn't play that well around the Brood, even though they picked the hero a fair amount. They kept trying to like fight with her, or he got picked off, even though he's the highest.
Maybe they just tried to be too greedy. They wanted to win all their lanes. That's why they.
Yeah.
I think the way they placed their lanes kind of limited how much old chicken can do on the depth for this game. I think that was also a really huge problem for the whole team.
Normally, like Death Prophet is such an amazing hero in terms of its scales with items, and not having the items.
We didn't feel the Death Prophet in the game.
Yeah, because I've seen some like clips of
Resolution Death Prophet.
Yeah, and G, I think.
She wasn't tanky enough. The thing with Death Prophet is like you want to survive long enough so that if they keep going on you, just have more and more siphons, and then you just survive, and then everyone's forced to run away. But she was never in that position because she had 1,000 HP.
Wait, what about her build? What do you guys think about her build?
I think Aether Lens is really good, but when you're playing the offlane with the Aether Lens, you're going to farm slower, and it means you take longer to tank up there. So that was really, we talked about how squishy the Death Prophet was, and a lot of that came down to
power traits Aether Lens. That was the build, James.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like 1,100 HP or something.
The Death Prophet
900. 900.
Well, the Intel 1100 with strength trait.
With strength, yeah.
When the fight started, she went to strength trait.
Don't you feel like there could be something more done on the bottom lane with Mirana, perhaps?
Sorry.
Mirana was there, and she had a couple of nice
arrows.
Mirana
was a really non-factor.
But I kind of didn't feel like Mirana had the impact that she should have had as a roaming / supporty hero.
The prison arrow, I guess that was her main duty that game.
But she wasn't laning there all too often, and they didn't really get that many kills.
Well, we saw that it was their first recorded professional game, Lanam's first recorded professional game on Mirana, so maybe they just haven't practiced.
I don't think that's an excuse when you're playing in a major.
I think it is. I think it is because they lost against MVP Phoenix really badly against it. So they're like, oh, okay, this is probably really good, but they haven't refined it really well. Febby had some really nice arrows.
Does that show some desperation then?
Yeah, it shows like maybe the teams they've been losing, and then when you lose, you try and copy what your opponents did to beat you. It sort of feels like you're lost. You don't have a sense of direction, and you just do something that you lost to.
They probably expected to be in the winners bracket final and not playing at this very moment. So they're they're just not in a good spot. We talked about Old 11 going on tilt with a Night Stalker going for the Wyvern kill.
Yeah,
There's been a lot of weird
and
things.
Shiva
from Ehome.
mentioned, Moon Mienda even said, all 11 is speed.
Yeah, he was speeding.
I mean, Ehome. Go back to some paper.
Yeah.
We only have one con for them at the beginning. I don't know. Laning phase.
It turned out to be their biggest weakness.
Their
though.
biggest weakness. But
So I
that's-
think it was kind of
what else
spot
is
on.
there
But
now?
the previous game, their laning stage was actually, they fixed it. They saw your sheet
Well,
and
they
think,
picked
hey, we
Brood.
need to fix our laning stage.
Picking
guys."
Brood's like a, I don't know, does it
And
really
they're meant
count?
to be meta kings.
Nope.
No.
Well,
Nope.
No, Crash.
I mean, not for one game. I think it's some of
And their off lane are just fed.
So, gone.
The whole
Currently, Ehome.
Their pros right now is looking like CTY's I think played really well.
CTY is
Yeah.
unpredictable.
Yeah.
Well,
Is that
that's
good?
kind of true. That's true.
All right. So do you want to? Should we put
I think,
Ehome down here? Should we give him CTY as a new pro? Is
Well,
that-
I'm not sure because we saw the first game of this series. Lanham was MVP. Most people called him as on his lion,
Mm-hmm.
and perhaps he just didn't
I
have
think
that
I think
much
like
in
he
this
made the
game.
flashier plays, but I think to me I would still give MVP CTY. I think CTY.
He
He
I mean,
carried-
he
he
played
carried
very
hard,
good.
yeah.
It's not over yet, guys. They still have one game.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're
yeah.
tied 1-1. I think going to game 3, like I still put Ehome as slight favorites over CDC. We're kind of talking like Ehome, like
I
oh they're
think
out,
those
they're
two sticks
down,
together. I
they're in
agree.
trouble, but
They're on tilt.
How do you know they're on tilt though? You just want to think they're on tilt.
No, from the drafts, from a
Yeah,
couple of
from
plays,
their
you
plays.
can tell.
When you copy your enemy's
Yeah.
draft, it's sort of like a bad sign.
but they copy their enemies draft after they won a game. So if anything, they're up 1-0. They don't like. I don't feel like. I feel like they legitimately believe.
No, it
in
was
their
the
ability to
MVP
execute.
game. The Mirana isn't the Mirana from
Yeah,
the
yeah.
MVP
No,
game?
but they won game 1 and then they were up 1-0 against CDC. So like when you're already up 1-0, you shouldn't feel like oh we got to copy a draft. Normally, if you're on tilt copying someone else's draft, you do it after you've just lost.
And I think when you're on tilt, a very
Still- it's
important
still
factor of the team
not-
is the coach. They have 71 as a coach, very experienced. I think
Yeah.
he can talk the team to calm down and not be on tilt anymore. He should be good with that.
Tilt.
So,
71
alright,
is
we're
a
gonna
pro.
put cons that they're on tilt,
No, but oh,
like a temporary
Okay.
status.
okay, temporary
Is there a
status.
question mark at the
Debuff,
end?
debuff, tilt.
Yeah, they had the debuff.
Last for
They're on
15
tilt.
minutes.
unknown.
And just CTY is their current pros, and the fact that they probably should be winning. But we're going to go into the draft. Let's
10 seconds
I think we
remaining.
need to get better at paper pros and cons.
I think we need to start over.
5
Yeah.
seconds remaining.
I mean, you got 2 more series, so it's like, you know,
Yeah, we
They're rough.
got paper for days.
Reserve
good,
time.
We're all good.
good. CDC, Dyer, this time.
So
First pick going
Ehome,
away
finally
from
Ehome goes for first pick if they won the coin toss.
Yeah, there was another coin toss which we don't know who won.
Yes.
Because the last 2 games Ehome was on Dire. So maybe they are changing things up.
Is Lone Druid going to get through?
Unlikely.
Yeah. They banned Earth Spirit and Lone Druid.
Well,
already,
Ehome
so-
will take the void though, most likely. So
CDC was the team that
No,
banned Lone
CDC
Druid
is the
previous
team.
two
No,
games.
I think they'll take.
no, I'm saying if they ban Lone Druid, Ehome will first pick void to block it from
5
CDC.
seconds remaining.
Yeah.
So that's why CDC aren't just going to necessarily instantly ban Lone Druid, but
Ehome's
But they
turn.
still do it.
yeah, they will. You don't want to lose to it, so.
No.
The
That's
first game we will see XC play something different.
Turn.
What will it be?
And that was one of their pros to remind viewers at home.
The fact this guy's
So
going to play
now
void.
they've just got Unity.
Tide
Where's
Hun-
that ever
Can
got
Tide
anybody?
Hunter replace the Void's role?
Huh?
Can Tide Hunter replace the Void's role?
Does he play a lot of Tide?
He plays the hero.
I'd
Mm.
hope so. He's a professional Dota
All
player.
offlaners can play Tide.
Yeah, like I mentioned, I think Tide is a really good hero versus
I
the
don't know. Have
Void.
you seen Shiva?
Are you an offlane player, Shiver?
5
I
seconds
am.
remaining.
I haven't played a lot of Tide Hunter though, lately. Thank you. I'm not ashamed.
Winter found that way more funny
Yeah.
than
Then it
I
should.
think, yeah, it should have been. It was really low-hanging fruit of a joke there, Winter.
Sorry, Shiva.
It's okay. I don't mind. I'm used to it by now. I mean, I don't consider it a flame anymore. It's like I'm known for something.
Yeah.
Yes. What are you known for? Which
Yeah.
hero is your
She's
typical
making
hero?
bank off Tide Hunter skins. I
If
mean,
if anybody ravages and doesn't hit anything, everybody says Shiva Ravage. What's your spell? And what do people say? Winter,
Yeah.
which
You know,
hero?
you know what I remember about Winter? You want to know
You're
what
just,
meme
you're
I
just,
remember?
You're just
What?
1/3 of a Manta.
0 and 14.
Oh, zero.
That's what you
0
are.
and
Winter.
14 is what.
You have to share an item.
Reserve time.
Yep.
GG.
I'm sorry, Winter. I still love you.
No, you don't love me. GG.
Great. Okay, so CDC goes for Enchantress.
You know that Scrift was known for the same thing, but globally.
What do you mean?
In a game, Bloodline Champions, if you missed your ultimate, everyone in the community
all
called it
ultimates.
Scrift. Yeah.
Oh,
So you're-
doesn't
yeah.
matter which
Wow,
hero.
that's
It's like you
great.
Scrift your ulti. And actually, yeah, you can.
That's worse.
Apparently, there's
better.
some stuff.
Does it give you
happening.
more fame or less specific fame?
Yep.
More
Bad
fame.
There's no such thing as bad publicity.
You shiver your ultimate.
I don't know.
So quite a solid opening for CDEC. I think I remember them. They do not only run a 4 Enchantress. I think all the Enchantresses we've seen today are all 4 positions. We
Nope.
haven't really seen
There's
an
been a
offlane.
there's been a 3 in the
The
MVP.
MVP, oh,
Phoenix
the
game.
MVP game. Okay. I think in the correct situation, if you utilize it well, offlane Enchantress can actually do so much in the game, a core position. And once more, the bench is there to deal with the Chronosphere, with the
Ooh.
swap.
Something that CDC has actually done when they picked up Venge, they went for Batrider in combination with that 4 XE
Wow,
actually.
that is early.
Ehome have loved their Phoenix today.
Yeah.
They ran it.
Phoenix is pretty good against offlane Enchantress, I guess.
Because
as
of
a
the
support.
Sunray.
It was so-so.
Okay.
It was so-so. They lost. They when they drafted this Phoenix, they had like hero like Crystal Maiden, some other heroes with attack speed slow to help out with helping the
egg
Phoenix.
as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ehome's turn to bat.
A lot of team fight, generally.
So once more, the topic has gone back to just heavy amounts of team fight. But you know, these 2 heroes are really weak against Silencer, so Ehome takes it out. So sorry, James, you won't get to see your favorite hero.
Well, he gets to see it in the ban phase. That's more than we saw before. Every little bit counts.
Yep, at least he made it to the ban phase this time. Next time, he
Yeah,
might.
thanks,
Who
Winter,
knows?
that's really helpful.
5 seconds remaining.
Is it weird to you at all that Ehome were the ones that banned out Ursa? Would CDEC pick it up? I guess it's okay versus
I mean,
Phoenix.
with
Okay
Ursa
versus
and
Phoenix.
Enchantress,
Against Void and Phoenix, it's
yeah,
really good.
Ursa plus Enchantress can be really fast-paced again because you go for Roche and then you keep pressuring the opponents. Maybe they feel like on dire side that might be something really hard.
They could
to
have
deal
used
with.
it though. They could have used it versus Ench. They could have used it for some Roche potential that CDEC.
But they don't have first pick in the
mirrored
next
it.
series. Next
Next
pick.
phase, you mean? Yeah.
As a next pick stick.
Yeah. I feel like a third pick Ursa could be somewhat easy to deal with though.
Yeah, they're probably like worried that, like what Shiva mentioned, like CDEC just grab it. They have Venge, they have Ench, so it still fits their lineup, and they're on the dire side. So they do not want to run. It's the last game, so you do not want to run the risk that you get caught by a certain hero.
surprised.
Yeah.
I still think you could use like Clinks or something as an okay substitute.
Turn to
They
pick.
removed the Sven, so they want to go for something that deals a lot of physical damage.
Or just like a Meepo / PL. Although the Meepo's kind of out of the question.
I like this a lot. Nature's Prophet.
These are 3 of the 5 heroes that Phoenix ran.
And
So
suddenly CDC's draft's looking like it could be like a
They-
kind of cheesy push strat even, like
Yeah,
where they
they
take Roshan,
basically
5-man,
I
take
think
towers.
I think you want to, if you're CDEC and the way that Ehome have been playing and the way that you've been successful, you want diversity in terms of being able to be like, okay, we can start pushing. Okay, not working, we can start split pushing. Okay, we can take the fight when it comes to us, and we have to, which can be at the base. But by then, you know, when the game goes really late in Dota, it's never really decided on who wins until the fight at the the final fight, because the items just do so much and the heroes have scaled to that point where it's like a big mistake can really cost you the game. So I like the fact that CDEC are picking up like Nature's Prophet for this, and Tusk is going to be
They
I mean,
have.
I mean, you can see 2 different plans right now. Like CDEC wants to have really good lanes. They're very good early game. Furen, Enchantress, and Bench. At the same time, they picked the Furen in response to Ehome's heavy team fight. And you can see the first 3 picks from Ehome, they're just picking around team fight. And Tusk is really good with the Phoenix Egg because your Sigil slows down attack speed, so it makes it really difficult for the opponent to focus the egg. So you can see just 2 different plans. Like CDEC just want to go for a really fast pushing tempo with the draw even. So this is really some MEP draft. They love to draft like this.
Yeah, this is like this is basically a pocket strat from CDC at this point. And the key thing with Ehome's first 2 picks is they're very ulti dependent. Like if you don't have Supernova, Chronosphere, there's no way you can fight into
look
a
at their
Drow strat.
lanes, Parker. Their lanes are so strong.
Yeah.
With the Drow, the Venge.
Aura is going to be crazy as well. Like the actual right-click damage from a Nature's Prophet and a Avenge, you know, with a Drow.
How is Ehome going to
All
survive?
they need is some like
for 10 minutes?
last pick mid-tempo control. Like they don't even have to pick a range hero. They can pick Viper if they want. They could pick Beastmaster. Like there's
anything along those lines
doesn't
will
really
fit their lineup.
their last pick from mid can just be whatever, and their draft is looking damn scary.
Their team fight's not nearly
Ehome in
as
trouble.
Yes.
No,
I would
not
say
in
yes.
Ehome has a sick team fight. Faces
Yeah,
Void
but
Phoenix.
you're gonna have a very.
do
The
they-
problem is you're gonna have a very hard time in the first 10 minutes because Enchantress and Prophet, Venge, these 3 heroes are really, really strong early game. You are drafting a position like a 4 or 5 support Phoenix. You're gonna take some time if you come online.
Yeah, and remember, Melini, currently they are Ehome are debuffed with tilt, and their other con is laning phase. So CDEC know what is up.
Oh, well done, James.
But
Well done.
CDEC, their problem
Good
against Team Secret in the
observations.
third game.
Thank you, Winter. Huh? Sorry, what's your...
The problem against Team Secret in the third game for CDEC was that they had a pick-off team and they went for team fights anyway because they like
but
the
you got
team
Nature's
fights, so
Prophet,
they
you
can
don't
get
have to.
baited into team fights, and Ehome can still dominate them. I do like Nature's Prophet though. He has a
snap.
80% win rate on
There
the
Team
FC, by the
fight.
way,
Oh,
at this
snap.
match.
So
They're all in on
this
the
is
team
a
fight.
core warlock. It's like a mid. It's either a mid
Yeah.
warlock or a safe lane warlock.
Probably old chicken mid, but we'll see.
Doesn't sound like a CTY hero.
Yeah, probably OG.
Yeah, it's too slow paced, too boring for
But
CTY.
I still feel like
He's
even
very
with
squishy.
they have a big amount of team fight, but at the same time, like I feel like they could crumble in the lane.
And what happens when the ultis are on cooldown? Like you win a team fight and then CDC
Yeah.
respawn. Like you're looking 15 minutes in. They're like 40 second respawn times. You respawn. There's no supernova. There's no warlock.
The
ultimate.
power of the Sunray.
You just go straight down
Have
to
you
the
seen
lane.
Sunray like
Yeah, yeah.
single-handedly stop like 3
Okay.
of Phoenix's pushes, even when they were really far behind? Sunray
Okay.
is
See,
ridiculous.
if,
Yeah,
I'm,
yeah,
if
I-
I'm Drow Ranger in this game, right, I'm just going to get Shadow Blade. Just go around ganking people. It's going to be legit.
What do you think about Warlock safe lane then?
Shut up, Winter.
We
Are
think
you laughing
Warlock
'cause you
safe lane
remember
is
the joke from earlier? Is that what's happening, Winter?
No, I was gonna say that's why you're not playing here.
Huh?
That's why you're
Warlock
not
safe lane
playing.
versus
I
Enchantress
know.
would be.
yeah. I just want to say
It's just
keep
it's
it
not
soft
CTY style,
to keep my
which is
keep myself entertained.
why we don't think it will be a Warlock.
But it will help.
They want a hero that can deal with the Enchantress better, like the Gyro Juggernaut maybe could be.
I actually like
possible.
Skyroth though. Oh no, they can't
need a
pick
carry,
Skyroth.
they need
Yeah,
a
they need
CTY
a carry.
carry.
Yeah, they need a carry.
Gyro's
Something
already banned though.
Gyro would have been good because it's kind of can fight, can deep push a bit.
Maybe QOP. You know, CTY
Yeah.
has been famous for QOP.
CTY used to play
Ooh,
Mean
that'd be
Tusk.
great.
Yeah, that might
Is that out
actually
of the
be good.
question?
Carry Tusk.
I mean, that's what CTY was known for. Queen of Pain and Tusk in like.
No, Tusk
2
was
patches ago?
11 when they were picking
Yeah,
Tusk.
that
and
Oh,
was
yeah,
the
you're
offlane.
right.
yeah. So right now, CDs.
Could he play the Void and then they do Tusk offlane? Is that?
I'm
Is
not
that
sure
outrageous?
though. I don't really
probably
fancy
outrageous.
safe lane Void
Yeah.
too much.
They don't have
Yeah.
much damage then if they have
Yeah.
Warlock, Void, Tusk cores.
Okay, the Queen of Pain goes the other
Oh,
way.
alright. CTY,
So
what are you
just
gonna
look
play?
at CDC's laning phase. Their laning phase is just absolutely terrifying. That all their lanes are so strong.
Maybe Razor. Razor's some deep push. Not.
Not strong enough.
They definitely need deep push and a carry that can do that. And a carry that needs to be at least decent in the laning phase, so you don't get run over by the
Juggernaut
nature.
maybe.
Jug's so like against all the treants and summons. It's
Yeah.
What
okay.
about like a Death Prophet?
Not CTY style.
CTY hero. CTY hero is like Slark, Storm.
Slark,
all this-
morph- yeah,
all these
morphing
type
these
of
So they're
guys.
just so
morphing.
bad against like the 5-man death ball push that CDC could do.
It's tough though. I'm not sure.
Yeah. Maybe they were thinking
He
QOP.
plays safe lane Lina too. I think Lina would be really
Do you
good.
like Medusa here?
No.
It's too slow pace.
Way too slow.
Because you can actually deep push. Yeah, but too slow pace.
I think Lina would actually be my nice middle ground. It's like decent amount of AoE, CTY hero, good versus Ench.
Yeah, that's pretty
I
good.
can't really think of that.
They
many
need
others.
burst versus the Ench, so Lina would actually provide that.
Spectre.
Well, even more team fight and
Wow.
deep push wise, not that much. on
Dude, the
Spectre.
Warlock Spectres.
They can-
Disgustingly
They can
good.
delay the game very long though. Now.
Yeah, but how are they gonna be able to survive? That's very dangerous. Like their first 10 minutes. It's
They
very-
could just lose in 15,
Yeah.
and we wouldn't be surprised.
Okay. Couches, are you ready? One team is going in to the lower bracket where they have to play 2 best of 1s when they get to the main event from the 2nd to the 6th. And this is the match that's going to decide it. Couch number 1. You see that, Winter? I went to you first this time. And Ben, who do
Do you have
think
faith in
take it?
CTY Spectre?
After last game, probably not. Sorry.
So you're going with CDEC?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think their early game potential is just way too hard for them to deal with. I don't think, even though they have superior team fight, I don't think they can survive long enough for that to come online.
I'll stick with the Ehome. Come on, Warlock, dude. Warlock Spectre, that's old school.
Can we be split?
No, you have to decide. One of you has to convince the other.
Okay,
and the game won't start.
Warlock
until-
Spectre, come on.
I'll just trust him because he's older.
Okay.
He's more experienced than me.
All right. Counter
Let's
number
go.
2.
We're going to
I
Ehome.
think the tilt debuff is gonna wear out. I think Ehome is gonna show up, and I think the debuff we had a con at CDEC.
I don't know.
Are you in on this?
No, okay, hear me out.
Can I go couch number 3?
Lack of growth. We called that like we said that was a con for CDEC. They have not learned from their mistakes they did against Team Secrets Game 3, which means
I
that
don't
they're not going
understand,
to be able
Shiva.
to
Who's
stop
winning?
team
Just tell me who
fights.
the fuck is winning. Shiva.
Ehome is going to win this because they're going
Alright.
to team fight, and CDC is going to be baited
They're
into
not
team
agreeing.
fighting
Good,
with
thank
them.
you. All right, I'm going to go for CDEC because I know what the fuck is up. So let's go to the game and see who's going to go into the lower bracket. A huge match for both these teams, Ehome versus CDEC. Welcome back to the Shanghai Major panel here. We've just seen Ehome win. They were victorious, so they have a chance to still go into the upper bracket because they'll be playing the loser of Secret versus MVP a little bit later today, whoever that may be. And now we know that our first team going into the lower bracket is going to be CDEC. This game everyone was very invested in. There are lots of comments that I probably shouldn't say on stream, but yeah, okay, let's be real, I probably will say. But Winter, you got carried by Ben. Is there anything you want to say for helping you be correct here? Ehome victory. You wanted CDEC.
Well, I'm just glad that
Say it to Ben, please. Look into his eyes.
I'm just glad that you made the right call. I was wrong.
I had faith. Warlock Spectre, you're a Dota 1 player. You have to know.
I'm
And
sorry.
Sunray's ownage too.
I'm sorry,
Say it
Ben.
with me. Sunray is ownage.
Ben Wu is on it.
Oh. Thanks, Winter.
Gods. Shiva had the pick.
Yep.
She was
I got
right.
carried
What
once.
do you
once
want to
again
say
by
to her?
Shiva, should not have doubted you. I'm sorry.
I'll accept your apology.
This is like a
Okay.
soap opera now.
You guys were really invested in that game.
We did really well.
I mean, like,
As
Ben
in
was
me,
literally
Ben.
like, Sunray, look at this. You cannot push. Sunray. And,
Winter kept wanting to give up. I'm like, no, Winter, we're
Yeah.
not giving up until Thorn goes down.
Well, I went for CDEC, but I was like, because, you know, in my defense, I'm pretty stupid. So I was just like, oh, they're going to split push the whole game. And because I didn't know any better. And you're like, no, they're meant to be pushing. They need this tower. They need this tower. They need to get this tower. And as soon as you said, like, Ehome would start pushing, they start winning the game. But still, I still believe in the Drow Shadowblade into Silver Edge.
That's the
I
only
would-
reason they didn't win.
If
If
they
they
had,
went
if they had the early
Shadowblade,
Silver
maybe.
Edge, they could have actually fought the Spectre. It's hard because it's not a push. It doesn't fit the strategy, but it
Yeah.
counters the one hero which was just
Well,
winning
my
fights.
strategy wouldn't have been pushing. My strategy would have been like, let's set up our Drow Ranger to actually just kind of run around with a Shadowblade while we get towers outside, and then if we can get all these kills with Shadowblade into a Nature's Prophet TP, we can go Silver Edge and blow up the Spectre.
That strat
was-
can
that
kind of
was-
work. I think that game because the draft for Ehome is very much like they want to 5 use all their ultimates, and if you're splitting the map with Nature's Prophet with Drow Ranger, then it's going to open up pickoffs because it forces Ehome to split
It
apart.
only
but-
worked because Faceless Void died like 5 times as much
And
as he should have.
Let's
Yeah.
be real. Old 11 died, not Faceless Void. Old 11
Old
died.
11 died.
He's getting a little too old for this game now.
I mean,
He's
that
got
guy-
one more series to redeem himself, but today has not been his day.
Well, honestly, at minute 20, we thought the game was already close to over. They were just able
Yeah.
to play the game that long because the Void was like, 11 was like, he made a lot of mistakes. He died. He got
I
caught
love
by
the
the
way that
silence.
you say it. It's just like, it sounds like O out of 11. You know what I mean? Like 0-11. I don't know why. It doesn't sound like old. But
Yeah, I mean, they missed their timing with their lineup. I mean, I have to admit that. They missed their timing. They weren't supposed to let the game draw out so long. And I think there was one crucial mistake that I felt like, even though they got a tower by rotating the Prophet to the top lane, remember the early movement? He went really
That
early
was the
to
mind
top
game.
to take the tower. But
Okay.
I think it came at a
Winter, I'm
big
going to have
cost.
to interrupt you there. No reason. No, actually, we have an interview with one of Ehome's players. in a moment. It's my decision. I decide when it happens, and who can talk.
Who can talk?
I'm
I
being
can tell you
told
about the
whatever.
mind game, by
Huh?
the way. Because, I mean, Ben, despite you being for Ehome, you were a bit weird during the laning stage for Ehome. You thought Spectre left alone on the lane, Nature's Prophet's going to have a field day, he's going to be doing really well. And with the aggressive trialing on top for Ehome, they weren't doing well, so you were kind of worried there. Fear not. I was not worried, never worried. Nature's Prophet was forced to go top to help with that push.
Forced to go top.
Okay, he chose to go top. But
Strategic decision.
no, but it was... Ehome knew he would do that.
Whoa, Shiva. I've decided that we're going to have an interview.
Okay.
Let's listen to these lovely people.
Okay.
Like they're all waiting to die, isn't
Okay,
it?
when you're ready, just give this sign to the camera.
I'm ready whenever. Let's do it.
My asshole was this big. I think we're muted.
I don't think we're muted.
Welcome back.
Okay.
They're not ready for an interview.
Very enlightening.
So what's up,
Great.
James? What did you think of the interview?
It was pretty good. That was Lanham, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
He wasn't wearing the sweater that I saw.
True. Maybe saving it for the main event because he knows every team will go to the main event and that's when he needs it. And he doesn't want to
You can only
pollute his
call it
teammate.
out in the time of need.
Yeah,
His
because
special
if he wears
powers.
it during the group stages the whole day today, he might pollute his teammates on the main event, and you don't want to do that.
Right. Shiva, we're going to go back to the interview.
Okay.
They are prepared, so to speak. Here it is.
对，我就是之
Here's the
前拿了
interview.
比赛，拿了那个冠军以后，其实心态稍微有点不对了，然后输一两盘挺好的。
I didn't wear my sweater because I would actually like my team to lose a few games first. Yeah, because after winning previously, it wasn't really a good thing on our team morale. So yeah, maybe losing is a good thing instead.
So you're saying you're losing on purpose, but it was a really impressive showing from MVP in the opening round with the 2-0, and now CDEC taking you to 3 games. Do you actually think that this group ended up being a bit tougher than you anticipated?
就是你们在小组赛开始的时候，就跟MVP 打了3场嘛。之前有没有想象到这个小组会那么的艰难？
之前我们觉得就是小组赛我们出线就好，然后但是肯定是要比想象中更难打一点，然后再加上我们自己的发挥也不是特别好。
Okay, it was actually tougher than expected because we actually just want to advance to the next round, but this was tougher.
So this means potentially you're going to be going against the loser of MVP or Secret. Who do you got for that match? Would you like to have a rematch against MVP next, or do you think that they're actually a very tough team and you could potentially be going against Secret in your next round?
Okay, 接下来是 MVP 打 Secret 嘛，在胜者组，觉得谁会赢？然后会想要再战 MVP， 还是觉得 MVP 能够打赢 Secret 呢？
谁会赢我不太清楚，但是我们更希望再打一次 MVP。
Okay, we're not sure who will actually win, but we would like to have a rematch against MVP.
Sounds great. Lanham, thank you so much for your time and good luck moving forward.
Crazy big hands.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you for that interview there. What did you guys think?
It was very enlightening.
Ben? Anything that's
Sad at the lack of sweater. Victory.
Sad of the lack of audio.
Just for us, but we can fill in the gaps. How do you think Lanham played overall in the series?
I mean, he had that incredible line performance, so I think you can look back on that and obviously be thrilled with his individual play. And I think he just provided that bit of stability that Ehome needed, because he's kind of the veteran of the team who kind of has to keep everyone in check at times. So
He's like the dad, right? You can
yeah,
say
he's the dad with the 4 kids who's just
Yeah.
kind of run around doing irresponsible stuff.
Oh,
We
okay.
definitely know who the bad kid is. That's CTY. He's the troublemaker who Gets up to all kinds of.
How would you describe Old 11?
Old 11 is. God.
Mischievous.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mischievous.
Mischievous. Okay.
Yeah.
I was just going to say the one with the maybe, at least this series, the one who was not as intellectual as the rest of his team.
Slow.
The low IQ.
Yeah, he was the slow. He was the slow child for this series. Past tournaments less so, but
yeah.
Yeah, CTY is definitely like the indigo child of the team.
Idiot brother.
And yeah, he's the.
I imagine 11 as a kid that's like eating things and drinking things he's not supposed to. All the things with toxics on just ends up.
Once he needs to get the toxins out of his body, and then he'll play well in the next series.
I think Lanham's task in this third game as well was really remarkable, especially him knowing exactly where to go. He scouted out the Roshan every time so that they could actually react to it, make sure that they knew what's happening, and he just had overall. I felt like he had overall control of his team.
One of the interesting things I felt that was kind of the consensus here was that Ehome have won. You know, Ehome, even at like I think it was like 20 minutes or whatever it was like, no, they can't break base. There's Spectre now has Radiance. It's GG.
Apart from these two.
Well, they were. I mean, even Winter was like, okay, there's like a 20%.
And I would say like once Spectre gets Manta, it's over.
Yeah,
They had an 8k gold deficit too, so it wasn't like they were behind 8k gold, but it was like.
But somehow
they're probably gonna win.
CDEC still stayed into the game. Do you credit that to CDEC, or do you kind of put that a little bit on Ehome not playing to what we kind of said today? A championship kind of quality of
definitely Ehome. Not
blame it on the mischievous kid.
Yeah.
Well, and there was this fight in the Radiant jungle where there was a Phoenix egg going on, and the rocket dropped like a split second too late, that they couldn't get the.
The one exception I think would be the Enchantress going into Roach pit, killing Roach and taking the age.
This moment as well, they were playing so aggressive once the rock came online, and I felt like I agree with Ben when we were watching. Before CDEC could make all these aggressive plays, they need to secure the Roshan first before they actually make all those plays.
Here's 7 minutes in, Spectre, the most farmed tier in the game, had a 1v1 lane against Nature's Prophet, and I think a lot of that came.
He left the lane.
Yeah,
so
he left the lane. And the other thing is, one of the reasons I feel like they want to give Spectre the soul in was to get him a really fast level 6, and once he's level 6, he just haunted around getting kills.
By the way, they could have already lost the game here,
Yeah,
but
right.
thanks to Q saving the Roshan, he got the last hit, he got the ages. Otherwise, the game would have more or less been really, really over for them.
XZ is a bit sad here. He gets stuck in trees, so that's not fun.
Old chicken here with the Invis rune, by the way. That played a gigantic role in this fight as well.
They got 2 kills, and then they like potentially looked like they could chase more, and it's like
the only reason C2 lived.
Yep, they could have actually lost this fight really badly if Old Chicken didn't have the Invis and slowed everyone down here. So he saved the day.
I felt that Garda played really well, by the way, on the Venge.
Yes.
Yeah,
the swaps were really
incredible saves.
He's like very reliable in this game for his team. They can count on him. He's always there. That's the problem, right? You run a draw Venge lineup, and then your Venge, the only thing the Venge can do is save your teammate. You know how depressing it is.
Yeah. I think this was the egg that got shut down.
Yeah, he didn't really want to refresh, but he had to. You can see his ultimate's not up. And then
he only just refreshed right there.
Yeah. But like a second too late. They could have saved the egg if he was faster with that.
But this was what they were trying to avoid the whole time. CDEC was, it's like, yes, there's going to be a wombo combo, and we need to stop it somehow from happening, and they did for so long, through the help of maybe Ehome, and even that last fight we saw, there was like 5k damage done by the Spectre, and now you're going to see another swap.
This was so well done. He didn't swap immediately. He just waited for him to take damage, and swap him right at the end. So Ehome was already committed to the fight, and they were able to actually turn it around.
And then they just need to back off.
I think they killed the Spectre here as well, did they?
No, I think they backed off here. Everyone backed off.
But they won the fight here.
Yeah.
Well, basically, as long as if CDEC are on the defensive with their heroes, it's really bad for them.
This was another on point
you
swap, by the way.
quite upset that you're not going to trust CDEC anymore if they pick this kind of lineup. I think that's actually what you said, word for word.
Yeah.
I will not trust CDEC playing this lineup again.
Shio was even talking about it. As long as CDEC don't draft a 5-man lineup, they're still going to play like 5-man and they're going to lose the game. That was basically what... I mean, they just kept taking fights where they weren't strong enough to take. And with this type of lineup, you can't really make mistakes like that, because you lose one fight, you lose the game. There's no room for error.
It was a nice cheese pass here too. I think 11 passes it to
CTY.
CTY, yeah. Which I think was
Sunray.
Very, very clutch. But again, like 11 had the Aegis and he just like dies. I think another time he walks in a Roche pit and just dies. A lot of he had a blink dagger. There's no reason for him to be that far forward when they have a spec up in front who's mega tanky.
Just look at the game. Like one of their players are tilting so hard, but they can still win the game. It's like how strong they are at that point. It doesn't really matter anymore if they make mistakes because they are in total control, and any small mistake that CDEC make in that situation would result in a Rax down, or like it amplifies so badly because of the lineup.
All right, so to kind of sum this up, we've now got CDEC going into the lower bracket. We probably won't talk about them much more as we go into the other days, which will be focusing on what's up and coming. But final thoughts on CDEC?
They were actually not as... I think they played pretty well today overall. Like, they had a few kind of shaky games here or there. I think a few plays like XZ really showed up, had some incredible Void performances, and they're a scary team to verse in the lower bracket for a lot of teams. So I wouldn't definitely not count them out.
Can't really say like someone played, like there's no one player that played bad. It's like mostly the way the team played, like the unity, like the way they choose their strategies and the way they made their decisions in the game. There was a lot of places where they could have improved on, definitely.
And they got 5 days to prepare for the main event as well, which helps them a lot. Like they know what they're up against now. They got days to study their opponents. They know who they're going to be up against.
Yep, they can really sit back and watch, and maybe people will forget about them. But of course, if you just tuned in and you're a Secret or MVP fan, this will be the next match that will be coming up here on the stream. So make sure you stay with us. And yeah, I'm very eager to see how well MVP can play, since they did kind of push over Ehome with a 2-0 victory, and Secret as well. You know, definitely still look like the strongest so far. But again, we haven't seen MVP play. And the loser of that will go up against Ehome. So still plenty of Dota. We've got a few more games, and we're going to be finding out in our next match who's going to be king of the group and moving into the top seed going into the main event. So we'll leave it here. We'll leave it at that. We're going to go to a little commercial break, and when we come back, this is what we get to. It's MVP versus Secret. Welcome back to the panel here at the Shanghai Major, presented by Perfect World. We're going to go into our winner bracket finals of Group A. It's going to be Team Secret versus MVP. First time we're going to see MVP here at the panel, but some of you guys have seen MVP earlier, and also welcome to the panel for the first time. It's Cap and Draskell. Hello.
You call me that. I'm basically just calling me Andy all the time.
I do call you Andy at home, don't I?
Yeah, well, even when we do other stuff, you still call me that. So it's good to be here, though. I'm ready.
Draskell, you need to put your mic closer to your mouth. Yeah, welcome to the panel, by the way, where there are no rules, apparently, and we don't know what's going to happen. It's a real mind bender.
Like you're not hosting a panel, you're just starting a sketch show.
Yeah, I've been giving out points to people, but I'll take that to another level. And we also did pros and cons for teams. Did you see that, Cap?
I did.
It's great. We can.
You never let an opportunity to flame EE go by, like, ever.
I know. Well, it's just I'm not sold. I'm still not sold. Like, until he wins TI, right? I'm not sold.
Literally one of the greatest games that has ever happened. EG versus Secret, where Eternal MP plays fantastic.
I don't know. Hopefully your mic is on, by the way. Have you checked your button, Cap? I'm just checking for you. Is it green or orange?
You tap.
That is not
and it makes
green.
it green.
That's not green.
There we go.
Is it green now? So basically, yeah, Cap.
I said really funny and insightful things. Just
Yeah.
believe it.
That joke's already been made. Come on.
All right.
Oh, come on.
So anyway, you guys did you pick couches for this one? Because we've got couch 1 and couch 2, and you have to kind of pick. You have to agree on who's going to win.
Okay.
The thing, right?
I will coerce
I think
you.
we can come to a consensus. I think that's okay.
Are you
so creepy.
Can we just take MVP away from Blitz?
He said, "I will coerce you."
Yeah, to agree
Look
with
me
me.
dead in the eye.
I'm that persuasive.
Yeah. But how's it been for the tournament so far for you guys on the commentary? Has it been good games? We've
Oh, it was
enjoyed them
fun.
here?
I mean, I did the first series, so I didn't get a chance to actually see MVP playing the games just yet. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what they're going to
Who's
bring
seen
here.
MVP play their game? Cap and Melini. All right.
Okay.
Well, I tell you what. I don't know when the game's going to start. It might start really soon, but I think it's time to bring out the drawing board and have a meeting.
Okay.
Yeah?
I'm ready.
Sure.
A meeting.
I'm down.
Okay.
I'm in.
He's skeptical, but he's down.
Well, while I get the drawing board out, we can look at today's matches that have already been played. We've had 2 games, so we're halfway through the day. Cap, take us through this.
All right, so we start off with Ehome versus MVP as well as Secret versus CDEC at the same time. Of course, big upset that MVP managed to take out Ehome 2-0 in pretty dominant fashion as well. Meanwhile, Secret managed to kind of squeak in that win against CDEC, and then CDEC ended up falling to Ehome shortly after. So I'm not sure how many people, like, did any of you guys have CDEC bottom of the group?
No. I mean, prior to this event, I would actually say, me personally, I had MVP at the bottom. But that's because I obviously haven't seen them in a really long time.
Yeah.
So, just seeing this and how they played it out is actually really impressive to me. And the fact that they're going up against winners. And I mean, Secret versus CDEC was also a really big match. And that was the game that I actually got a chance to cast. And I can tell you that Secret are playing pretty well. So this should be a great series coming up. And James is just
class is
drawing
in
away
session.
over here. All right, let's go.
So too good here. They get the whole sheet of paper because it's Group A winners finals. Very exciting.
Your
All right.
handwriting's getting better, by the way.
Thanks.
And you're getting more consistent. Before it was like,
Yeah.
you would
I
alternate
drank a lot of
between
coffee
caps.
in the break. I'm
Yeah.
really on it. Okay, so stuff might happen on the screen apparently, but until that happens, we need to go through our two teams and why they're going to win. Why am I excited about seeing Team Secret versus MVP?
Well, I think Secret are bringing back the double bubble. At least that's what we called it, TI2, TI3. It's like they were picking Enigma and Tidehunter together, so they're going like for mass like team fight AoE. And I think it's actually quite strong at the moment. Seemed to be something that couldn't be stopped.
Double bubble. I thought that was like Refresher Chrono or something.
No, double bubble was actually Void and Black Hole together. So Void and Enigma,
okay.
and they were picking that like not their team, but way back like TI2, TI3. But now it's like two really big team fight oriented ultimates that you like alternate. So like you Ravage, and then you fight, and then you have Black Hole still, and then you take another team fight, and you just like constant pressure.
Sounds like EG at the last tournament.
It feels like that's kind of the Secret's answer to the fact that this meta is faster than what they really play. Like their playstyle really wasn't suited to this kind of patch where everyone's like hitting their timing so early on. So maybe that's their answer to that they just get like the really big team fight ultimates. So when the enemy team does go for their faster pace, they can actually slow that down.
Yeah, it was interesting too because they did it against CDEC, which you could argue is one of the faster paced teams in the entire tournament. Like they were known for playing like hyper aggressive all the time, and they even let Enchantress through like every single game. And they were playing against that, and they were still running Enigma and still winning. So it was quite surprising.
Okay. Good. I'm glad you had a time to little pre-talk, and we showed people at home if they weren't familiar with MVP's lineup and who plays for Secret. You've seen that as well, but now we're in session until the game starts, and I don't know how long we have. So I'm going to ask each couch to represent a team.
We get MVP.
You
I
happy with
wanted
that?
MVP.
You want MVP. Do you want to swap places with Ben? I can allow that to happen, but you need to decide now. Ben?
It's up to him.
I would kind of like Ben on my couch.
All right, fine. Let's go Secret.
All right, okay.
To be offensive.
Okay, so why are MVP going to kick ass here? What have we got for MVP? Blitz. Come on.
I think they're highly motivated and hungry to win.
We had that earlier. Motivated.
But it's like the
You
strongest
can say that
reason.
for any team, though.
No, it's different. I'll tell you why.
Very really
no. These
motivated.
guys live. I was about to curse right there. These guys live in like a 3-bedroom apartment. They sleep where they play Dota. Can you imagine that? You're going to sleep at like 4 a.m. Some guy is like madly clicking and screaming in Korean and his Chinese.
That's every
teammates.
day at my house, dude.
No. But
Alright.
it goes beyond that. They
So
share one bathroom,
these-
and they've been doing this for 4 years. You don't get to say that they have the same level of motivation.
Okay. I'm going to put want a better life.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, you sold me.
They're motivated, want a better life. Now for Secret.
I mean, that's on you, Draskell. I was gonna go with MVP. So
What? Okay, all right, I want Ben. Bring Ben over here.
I can't be on both.
all right, so
couches.
I can tell you
No,
that. So I think that Secret, like MVP, played really well in their match. They just played really clean and crisp. But I will say
I'm
that
gonna
Secret.
Sorry, I'm just going to put / private bathrooms. But go on. Sorry, I interrupted you.
I think that Secret, strategy-wise, they know what MVP does. Even if they haven't like actually played against them yet, they know what MVP's kind of playstyle is going to be. They had plenty of opportunity to look over that match, and I think that strategically, I think that Secret will always come out ahead in a best of 3. So
Smart. Would you sum that up?
Sure.
Or prepared?
A little
It's
bit
kind of
both.
both, right?
All right, we'll do smart/prepared.
I also feel like some teams actually have a playstyle that's kind of independent of what the other teams even are doing at the time. So their strategy doesn't necessarily rely on like certain picks to be good against, you know what I mean? And the Enigma is something that Puppey's run like all the time. So I think that their strategies can be run in a volume of situations, which is quite strong in my opinion.
Okay. We can actually go into the draft, but while that happens, I still want one more thing from either of you guys as we go into the drafts. Back to Blitz and Melini as MVP versus Secret. We'll start drafting.
I feel like there's no eyes on MVP. Like even after the shuffle, no one was like, "Oh, this is going to be like the top team." They haven't won any tournaments. They even lost like a smaller SCA tournament, so they're just a big wild card, unknown factor.
Yeah.
So
kind
no
of dark horse, shadowy. How would you like to sum that up? What are you thinking?
Avant-garde.
The avant-garde.
Yeah.
Blitz, you happy with that?
That's pretty funny.
The avant-garde of Group A and the Shanghai Major. I don't know how to spell
Yes,
it.
you most definitely.
I have no idea what even it means.
I don't want to call you out, but wait till they flash towards that board.
I wrote avant-garde.
That's not even how you spell
not how you spell guard in any world.
G-U-R.
G-U-A-R-D.
Gurt.
But even that's not right for this one.
Hey.
And then there's an
hey.
E at the end.
Hey, there's an E at the end.
In this version of guard.
Well, that's just very confusing. They should say fucking consistent.
Something Old English. I don't
Stupid
know.
English language. Okay, back to Secret. The second thing that's gonna...
Let's just try to confuse James.
Don't give me hard words.
I think that Secret will win because QO is a really explosive player. Write it down.
I'm sorry.
Wait, what?
I just want to see. I just want to see if James will just be like, yeah, Secret QO.
Oh wait, I was actually gonna write it.
See, it would have worked. Why did you guys act that way?
Right. You're not coming back to the panel ever again. Andy, help me out here.
Something for Secret.
Yeah.
I think that they're actually, like this tournament especially, they have to be driven, right? It's kind of what Will said. They were a team that is kind of like, not necessarily all-star, but they had a really hot streak, and then they had a rut. So I feel like after winning the first opening like match against CDEC, that puts them, I would say, high morale. You know, they get momentum.
They're on the up.
Yeah, they're on the upswing, which I think is really good early on in the tournament.
So a bit momentum. Although that's harder. I'll just put up.
I don't think you can spell momentum, actually.
Hey.
Just saying.
Let's have a go.
Are you sure you spelled up correctly?
Is it moment?
Sound it out, James. Come on. You can do this.
M-O-M-E. I want to go M, but that seems ridiculous.
I mean, there's already at least 2 in there. I think you might be going a little bit too ham.
And I'm going to finish it off with an extra M. Why not?
There
We
you
got
go.
4 M's.
Brilliant.
Momem.
Okay, I know that was perfectly wrong. I did that for comic effect.
All right.
Sure.
Right.
I'm enjoying
They got
this too much.
momentum. Fucking brilliant.
Mom,
All right, so we're into the drafts now. We've got 2 big reasons. We can revisit this after game 1. And you
I
can
can't wait for us to
and
look
you
at
can
that board.
and you can add more if you want. Try and
Can we
pick
just come up
easy
with
words.
really long words that are
I've
hard
got a
for
certain
James to
je ne
spell?
sais quoi about them.
Hey, dyslexia was fine when I was at school. I had someone who could like take my notes, and I got 15% extra time in exams.
You're not going to get any pity from
I'm
us.
not going to get 15% extra
Okay,
time here.
MVP just got Earth Spirit.
This is
Yeah.
true.
But it's because the bans are pretty much tailored to Secret. Like, they just banned 2 Puppey heroes in the first 2. They saw the Enigma earlier. They're like, we don't want to deal with that. Because of that, you let other high-tier heroes through, so. And Team Secret's opening has been pretty static, I think, ever since the first series that I saw. They often like to pick the Invoker first to counter any Void pick, because obviously the synergy is there with Chronosphere.
Or just counter anything.
Yeah, well, yeah, Invoker, kind of decent hero. But it seems like Void was really favored, and then has already kind of stopped being picked in the first 2.
I don't think that's the case at all. It's just that every single game, CDEC chose it first.
Yeah, that's a good
They
point.
took it 5 times in a
Come to
row.
think of it, yeah, it's just CDEC picking it all the
I'm
time.
just waiting for one team to be like, no, we'll ban Faceless Void and just see what happens.
It's like, that hero has not fallen off. It's just, you only got to see one team play
Yeah,
it.
that's true.
Although, Ehome maybe doesn't want to play it again for today. That did not go well for them.
No, that did not.
I don't know if in the MVP Phoenix series versus Ehome, was it picked at all?
Who?
By either team?
Void?
Yeah.
Yes. It was picked by Ehome, and they mega lost with it. Not just
Yeah, they
lost.
tried to do a-
loss.
they
It was
tried to do a
it was
Phoenix Void
11 pretty much died the same amount of times in the other game.
As his name, okay. Not great.
Yes.
It's still picked Andy. Just varying degrees of success. I don't think it's the hero though. I just think that Ehome just came in a little bit cold, and MVP Phoenix is obviously playing a potential.
Yeah.
But they take Nature's Prophet.
What's the lion ban about? That's a weird one. All the other ones make sense to me, but the lion one is just like, why lion? Is it good for Morphling? Is it like good for something they want to pick? Ember was already banned out.
I mean, it kind of has to be that, right? It has to be tailored towards something like core-oriented that they want to take a little bit later on in the draft. But I mean,
Terrorblade? Actually, that's it.
Terrorblade's a hero who hasn't been picked yet, right?
Secret? Come on.
I mean, I'm not saying they can't pick. I'm just saying it hasn't been picked yet.
But that's like Lion's not that popular. He was picked in the last series, but he's the only one that doesn't really synergize well against with MVP's lineup or against Secret's lineup. So that's the one I think is very, very odd.
It's going to be
input from
such
you
a
guys?
hard mid lane for Team Secret with both the
Yeah.
Earth Spirit and the Nature's Prophet roaming potential. If you get some sort of aggressive mid, whether it's like a lane dominator like Death Prophet or a more kill-oriented hero like Puck, it's just going to be a hard time for this
Yeah, if
invoker.
they're really scared, they can just run like a Bane or something mid. Or
Well, they
just
could
a
also
Park
just go
Bench.
aggro. I mean, they've only had one hero, and I think Venge's fine if you want to go aggro lane. Saw teams do that earlier as well.
I think Secret should take Void. It's good against the Nature's Prophet, and it messes with the Earth Spirit a lot, the time dilation. And Nature's Prophet, I don't think you want him to just get going. You want a way to kind of catch him out. MVP Phoenix, I think they took Disruptor as well against Ehome, right?
Yes.
It's always been their hero though. I remember like even when March was on the team, they liked the playstyle that it gives them, because the philosophy was always we're gonna run at you nonstop, and if we run out of steam, well then we probably lost, but we'll at least have a good time.
I like this choice by Team Secret. I agree with you that they should go for the Faceless Void, but it's a free pick at this point in time. Like MVP Phoenix can't really fit it into their lineup.
No, they can't.
So they can get Gyro, Faceless Void as a combination. These are actually some of the best heroes you can run with Faceless Void.
MVP are bringing us some different heroes than we've seen today. Do you like it or?
Avant-garde.
What is in avant-garde? What is that?
Means like, I guess hipster if you want to say like in layman's terms. It's more like cutting edge, just not afraid to try
It's
new
like
stuff.
you're the one defining the trend.
Okay.
They don't care about what's hip. They just do whatever.
It's a good word. Good word.
So PL is strange here. Firstly, the illusion-based heroes are generally just not good versus Invoker because all illusions just get destroyed by Invoker. They all die. They all get disarmed. You can't buy BKB for them, so on and so forth.
But you can doppelganger out of the deafening now, can't you? With the nerf, so like you can still
Yeah.
cast spells in it, so it's like not as bad.
But
I
still,
guess.
illusions are just generally not.
Yeah,
not
they
that
can
great.
still get wrecked very quickly.
And it's also versus Gyro, which is I would just say already an overabundance of AOE to deal with the Phantom Lancer. But it is a hero that can be played in a very aggressive strategy. It's also decent at pushing towers down very early, which they like clearly with the Nature's Prophet.
Wouldn't you say though that it kind of requires damage and lockdown for PL? Like old PL, I would say that just damage or just lockdown was enough. But I feel at the rate that he spawns illusions now, and the inability of Team Secrets to lock him down for long periods of time, Night Stalker is obviously going to help with that. But I feel like it's still okay, especially given the style that they like, which is more go for the pick, don't necessarily go for like the 5-man.
I'm trying to think right now. Phoenix is going to have to slow down this Invoker for sure. A lot of it comes down to him if the PL can get free farm.
You definitely need one of those kind of tempo controllers, but Puck, you can't really run it against Night Stalker, I think. It's a bit too hard.
I think OD's still okay here. It's like BKB would destroy.
Yeah, I don't think there's enough overwhelming like team fight and save for like a Death Prophet or something like that. So
I don't think DP's good though on, what are they? They're playing Dire, right?
Yeah.
They're playing Dire side plus the lineup that they have. I don't think DP fits. I think you hear
I
like...
actually think DP's pretty good. They can just roll all of Secret's towers very early on. And they have like heroes that can kind of protect with the Earth Spirit and Disruptor.
Yeah, they actually have super active supports. I actually agree with Ben. I think that
you need
DP
like
is
one
alright.
support that defends really well though, or it keeps the DP alive. I don't think.
Yeah, and exactly. They don't have a saving hero. They don't have an Oracle.
I guess if she
or
gets swapped in, she's dead. So
Yeah,
that's never
I don't
good.
really like DP
like
at all.
the PL and Nature's Prophet aren't active enough to really make sure that DP overwhelmingly wins fights.
There's like so many things going against it. It's like you don't have a hero that can save. You're on dire side. It doesn't really super fit the nature of your lineup. I guess you can make a case because it beats Invoker mid, but I don't know if that's a good enough case to make for it.
I think you almost have to disregard the Night Stalker at this point in time and have to pick up one of those tempo controllers like Lina or Puck. Even though it's not good versus Night Stalker, you have to make sure that you win your laning phase in the mid and you take down that Invoker and you transition that into more control. Oh, the mid Juggernaut. Right? Seen this a couple times versus Invokers. It's one of the few melee heroes that can actually deal with that matchup.
Maybe it's the C scene famed PL mid. Miracle made really the C Miracle made pretty popular.
Yeah.
Mid PL is pretty good.
Yeah, it is. It can't die. It's the thing. It's like you see the veg coming in, you always dodge the stun. You can almost just trade.
Oh, that's a hero we haven't seen yet. Or has he been picked? I don't think he has.
I don't think he's been picked. And Misery's going to be on it, so looking for the offlane. So yeah, there we have our draft, and we're going to get ready to go into match number 1 of the upper bracket game, as you can obviously know, between Secret and MVP. Are you guys still happy with your original selections after seeing the first draft? And of course, you know, we've got MVP, the Want a Better Life / private bathrooms. Was it bedrooms that you wanted them to have?
Bathrooms.
They want private bathrooms.
Man, that's such a sad thing. I wish I had you had to put that up there now. The way you phrase it, they want a better life.
Yeah.
I'm sure they're happy enough. They're good guys.
This is it. But couch number 2, you still happy with? I
like Secret.
I'm feeling comfortable with Secret. Yeah, feeling pretty good about it.
Any particular reason why, or just a gut feeling, Andy?
Just a gut feeling.
Okay. Cap?
I think the draft is really strong. I think the Beastmaster last pick was kind of what they needed. They needed solid lockdown versus Juggernaut and PL. And I think everything before that is the kind of patch-dependent heroes you need.
Okay, and very quickly, Blitz, this is your MVP. Why are they going to win in one word?
Avant-garde.
Into the game with Toby and Cinderin. Good best of luck to both teams. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. I don't know if you had us on screen or a break. Unfortunately, someone, not us, we're not the cause of this, accidentally turned the power off in this room. So we didn't even get a preview screen for the end of the game, and we weren't sure when we're live. But we're back, and I can only assume that MVP won. I mean, there's a safe assumption, worthy of being on a panel of this caliber.
That was pretty unlosable for MVP.
That PL had almost a level a minute. Decent, not bad. I don't know. It's kind of weird because they picked a strategy, and Will said this during the game. It's like Earth Spirit's the only thing that would ever make that work. And the fact that they had 2 really aggressive, like fighting capable cores and that kind of rotation, it's just like Secret got trounced.
That's how they won their games versus Ehome, though.
Yeah.
They just won their lanes really hard, and then they just never kept down their aggression. They're never like, let's take a step back and farm. That never happened in their games versus Ehome.
Yeah.
So, you know, just to play a little game, if we may. We have to kind of go around one by one, you 4, in turn, and say something that an Earth Spirit is capable of doing, right? And you kind of have to get to like, I want you to try and get to like 10 to 12, maybe even 15 things, which means you're going to like go around multiple times. And the first person that kind of has to hesitate loses, okay?
So it's like hot potato, but with Earth Spirit.
With Earth Spirit.
Okay.
Cap, you're going to be first up. Are you ready to start the game of hot Earth Potato? I don't know how we put it. All right, ready? one thing, go.
Stun multiple people.
Silence multiple people.
Run away from multiple people.
15,000 damage with ult at level 1.
Disable someone and completely move them to an opposite position.
Pull somebody with agonyms.
Kick somebody into your fountain using eggs.
Mess up the entire team's other draft.
Make mid lane initiation that literally no other hero can.
Oh.
Eh.
Oh, you're just out of here. I have like
okay,
5
okay,
more
okay.
things.
You're out,
Come
Andy.
on.
Last place. We're ready to continue. Are you ready, Blitz? I'll give you a countdown of 5 to continue. Hot Earth Potato.
You kick a stone and hit some guy that you didn't even mean to hit.
5 times better than a Force Staff.
Able to do all kinds of AoE, disable, and damage without having any items.
Pre-built initiation.
Best Veil Carrier.
Best Orb of Venom Carrier.
Best Agnos Carrier.
Best Blink Carrier.
Best whatever item you want to go carrier. Doesn't matter.
Oh, come on. Your last one was
Divine
your last
Rapier.
one
He'll
was
be
dodgy.
fine.
You're out. You're
All
third
right.
place. Do you still want to go at it for
Sure.
the first place?
Let's
of
do
Hot
it.
Earth Potato?
Let's do it.
And Andy Camp, you can help judge as well.
Uh-huh.
Andy's just like, you look salty, Andy.
I'm just checked out, man. I didn't realize we could just say like the most random stuff and it would be okay.
It got a bit
That's
silly,
what- I mean,
but
that's
it's
what our
fine. It's
spirit
fine. All
does.
right. Blitz versus Melanie. Continue. Blitz in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Allows a Korean team that once lost to Zephyr to beat a top Western team.
No cast point stun.
Damn, you got legit ones.
All right, Blitz
Yeah,
lost.
you're out.
lost.
Yeah, Melanie
Yeah,
wins.
get out of here.
Congratulations on your win. Any kind of words?
Oh yeah, I haven't played this hero. I played him like 3 times, and I played him once. I felt like the most powerful hero in the game by far.
You had
It was
1,500
great.
net worth, James.
Wait, doesn't he actually have ridiculous stack gain as well?
Yeah. He actually gets
Probably.
like pretty tanky.
Yeah.
So he just gets in there. You can't even kill him right
His
away.
win rate at Mars League, I think over 20 plus games was 80%. Okay, it was like 82 point something. I'm rounding down here. Okay. This was before the slight nerf to his eggs, which honestly doesn't even matter because
He was in the river when he did that.
But Dubu played a pretty darn good Earth Spirit. We've seen some like, oh, how does the spell work? But no, Dubu has played that hero apparently a lot, judging by the way he nailed all his rolls. He stunned people. Yeah.
Did
This
Earth
is,
Spirit things.
Yeah. But what a great storyline coming out from MVP for day 1.
Yes.
These guys coming in 1-0 up in the winner bracket. That's going to guarantee them top 12, but also the fact that they are in the winner bracket of the main event if they take one more game in this series. And Blitz, not to put you on the spot again, but if we were going to do a segment, which is we can maybe call Letters to LD. And you kind of have to be like, Letters to LD should... You ever seen like Points of View in England?
No.
Points of View is kind of like when you write into the TV show or something and you're like, dear TV show, I watched your TV show and you said this. And I
Okay.
felt this was wrong and this, so this, kind of like that. So if it's a letter to LD, because you did say that you wanted to call him out, and I am
do.
now calling you out to call him out.
Okay.
So ready? I don't know, we have like a jingle. Can you give us a jingle, anybody?
A jingle?
Kind of like something in like letters to LD.
That was pretty good.
Yeah,
that was good enough. Just
yeah.
go.
Okay, ready? Letters to LD.
Dear LD, you said at breakfast this morning that MVP had less than a 10% chance to take a game off of a team in this group. And now they're 1 game away from being in the upper bracket finals as the first position seed.
Undefeated.
Or the group's post-group stage.
And now you have to say
Undefeated.
like LD, you don't know, or something like that. You'd be like,
LD, Gods also once said that there was no way that a Korean team was going to be successful. So now BTS is like 0-2 against the Korean hate train.
Blitz, are you saying BTS is super fanboys over Chinese teams? That is a complete surprise to me.
there we go. And that concludes Letters to LD. My voice does not.
To
do
be
that.
fair, Gods didn't say that. He said a Korean team wouldn't win a TI.
I thought the consensus was like 2 years ago that it would take like 2 or 3 years for Korea to catch up, and then once they did, we might as well move to a new game.
You know,
I thought that's how it was, right?
But literally everything's stacked against them. They don't even have their own server to play on anymore.
That's actually true.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Valve was
wow.
just like, yeah, we lost the Korea War. League of Legends took over. Server's gone. Whatever.
Yeah, but they're doing great now, and I think you know, it's one of those teams that do get a really kind of big fan base, not just because of their personalities, but the way that they do play. I remember watching Pyrion on a desk, and it was kind of like they asked Pyrion, like, you know, why do you like this team? He's just like, they're just so good. They just run at you, and I'm like, great analysis, Pyrion. But it's kind of like how you feel when you watch MVP. They're exciting. They bring momentum. They're not scared to try. You know, very avant-garde, as you guys like to call them. So yeah, I'm kind of excited to see them, you know, even if they did go through first. But of course, you can't really say that Secret aren't going to win 2 games in a row. The Earth Spirit was in there.
Yeah, if anything was avant-garde here, by the way, it was Team Secret choosing to let Earth Spirit out in the pool when they don't have first pick. Like that's some serious against the trend sort of stuff. No other team's going to do that.
I feel like Puppey is a bit stubborn in that sense, isn't he? Like he likes to leave stuff in the pool that other people would like, no, we're just going to ban it. You know, we don't want to deal with it. But he's the kind of guy who wants to prove a point and will say that he wants to beat that hero. You know, I'm not saying that he'll leave. This was a little extreme, obviously. Like they got pretty destroyed in the first game. But he kind of has a tendency to do that, I feel.
Yeah, he definitely likes to try and prove the meta wrong, or that you can play. I also think sometimes he's not even scared to kind of lose a game and give him that, and then kind of be like, yeah, we know we can maybe beat you.
Yeah.
So that wouldn't be surprising for me if Puppey was like, yeah, sure, take your hero. We'll try and beat it, and if we can't, we'll just take the next 2 games. Do you feel that that's just a possibility that Secret can come back in this and really just stop MVP's momentum?
If they do that, though, it's still underrating MVP Phoenix, and I think everyone has that rated MVP Phoenix as lower than what they have performed today. They're 3-0. They took down one of the favorites, Ehome, very swimmingly well, and then this game too, they also performed even above my expectations, even with an Earth Spirit on their team.
Yeah, that was
still
insane.
like dominated the Invoker. I don't think I've seen a poor Invoker in competitive in ages. Like he had like a 13-14 minute Midas. By the time he got Midas, the game was over. So it's just MVP really good right now, on fire. Their first 10 minutes are incredibly good.
Agreed. But did they ban Earth Spirit next game?
Yes. I think you look at that game, and if you're Secret, yeah, we're having fun with it because it's an underdog story, so we're always going to overrate that. We're going to be like, yeah, you know, MVP Phoenix. I'm feeling it too from Crane Dota and Crane Roots, but at the end of the day, Secret, they still have 2 games to kind of turn things around. And if there's a roster that can do it, it's one that features all these veterans. Like, these guys have been in this position before, every single one of them, maybe with the exception of Weeha, but even he's had the experience, right? He went to the majors at Frankfurt, got 2nd place, so he's been in this type of position before. I think Secret, they should bounce back in game number 2, but I don't think they're going to underrate MVP.
I don't think they have enough time to prepare. Like, if you're going, like they had what, like the 3 hours in between the first series and this series, but going into Group A, they faced off versus CDEC, and then they probably expected to face Ehome. And then even if they lost that, they would probably expect to face CDEC, right? I don't think they prepared much at all versus MVP Phoenix, and this is why Earth Spirit just kind of got let through and they just destroyed them with it. And now they have time to prepare, but they're already 1 down in the series and 1 game away from just already letting MVP go to the winner's bracket. Not that they don't deserve it, but it's
I agree with you. It's like you've just given MVP everything they need to actually go through, right? You didn't learn anything from playing them, really.
They
played Earth Spirit. You're probably not overly prepared for them, and they have 2 games just to get that 1 win to finish their day here and come out on top.
Yeah,
and that's
probably have like
an
5 other
amazing. Like, I
strategies.
wouldn't bet against MVP in this situation.
MVP is so funny. Febby is like, we play tomorrow? It's like yesterday. Like, no idea. He's just so casual about it.
Well, he's dressed up in his Mickey Mouse pajamas. Yeah.
Baller.
I think that, like, I'm all with the MVP hype train and everything. Like, obviously, they're a fantastic team. They showed an incredible performance in Game 1. Earth Spirit, very good. Dubu played a really nice game. But I still feel like in the first series of the day, when Secret played up against CDEC, they kind of got stomped in Game 1. Like, it wasn't really that close. CDEC did very, very well. But they bounced back, and they 2-0'd. And the second game was a stomp in Secret's favor, and then the third game was a little bit closer, but I still felt like Secret had the advantage the whole time. So it was like Will was saying, they're a team full of veterans. They're not going to let that hero that just completely trounced them, I think, go through twice. And they'll do something that they're very comfortable with. And like I was saying earlier, they're the kind of drafters who will do something, and it doesn't really matter what the other team's doing, because they won't have Earth Spirit. And then I think they can easily take this.
Where do you want Secret to kind of take the draft? Like, what are you thinking if you're Puppey and you're going up against MVP? Is it?
Well, I've only seen one game of MVP, and it was that game. So it's not really a great sample size for me. You know, I see that game, and it's like...
You've seen Secret's games, right?
Yeah,
What's worked best for him? Because obviously we've seen the Enigma come out for Puppey a few times.
Yeah, but they banned it. Like, MVP definitely watched the games earlier because they were picking Enigma Tide against CDEC, and they had great success with it, and they just banned the Enigma straight away, and then they banned out Chen. So it feels like they're kind of revolving their first phase around Puppey a little bit, or at the very least taking away the opportunity for them to be like really greedy. Because I think that Puppey functions really well when he gets a little bit of farm priority. Like he doesn't need it, but when he gets it, it feels like their team always just has that momentum going from a very early stage. So if they can get something for like that for him, and somehow maybe the Enigma or the Chen, even Enchantress might slip through, because I know Puppey can play that as well. I think those types of heroes that help control the pace of the game or can maybe get a little bit more going for them in the early game is good.
All right. Well, you know, talking about the draft, it's on its way, and we'll be going into that for game number 2 of this series. Yeah, interested to see where they put their kind of focus. Secret, as you mentioned, to stabilize, and already the bans have come in. So I'll let you guys kind of lead us through this. But yeah, very curious to see if Secret are going to be able to bounce back here.
I think they really need to give Pi one of those really strong early ganking heroes.
So bounty hunter.
Not necessarily the bounty hunter. It can be other heroes like Tusk, for example. But I think that they really need to make sure that their laning phase goes well, because I always think that MVP Phoenix will be able to control that 10 to 20 minute marker. That I think Secret is much more like farm oriented, and I think they're still kind of stuck in that. With the way that I was watching them play earlier, where they tried to go against CDEC and they rotated their heroes to mid, and they were trying to push down this tower, and it took them like 2 minutes because wasn't Shiki actually. It was the support Lina was just spamming out Dragon Slaves. Like that was really bad, where you would see other teams who are faster momentum would be able to capitalize and very quickly dismantle a tower and take an objective. Secret was rather slow at that. So I think that in order to make up for some of the weakness they have in that area, I think they need to make sure they win the laning phase. And I think Piladai is probably one of like the faster gankers in the game, where he's always able to find that opening to be really disruptive in the laning phase.
Yeah, a lot of times I think that when teams play versus Phoenix, it's like, okay, we'll get to the mid game, and this is what our game plan is. Like their whole drafts around, like they're drafting around getting to the mid game unscathed and having some sort of team fight, but like they don't take into account the laning phase enough, which is where I think MVP Phoenix is like, okay, we'll just win the lanes and we'll play from there, and their game plan just comes to fruition much earlier. But the Spirit Breaker I think is it's a nice pick coming out from Puppey. It's very good versus Nature's Prophet, and they can actually be the aggressors instead of constantly trying to defend against Nature's Prophet rotations.
It kind of also means that MVP would be very unlikely to pick a bounty against Spirit Breaker. Spirit Breaker is like extremely good against that hero in the early game. You like all your movement just really doesn't do anything if you have a support SP just walking around the map and charging people. So
at the same time, MVP Phoenix have just picked up the mid that is really hard to gank, and if you doppelgang at the right time, you should never be hit by the charge. I think that's a pretty smart response by MVP Phoenix.
It's also pretty ambiguous because it can be mid, but it also can just as easily be safe lane. Like it's not set in stone.
Things just kind of worked out for the mid PL.
Yeah.
Like you had a decent mid matchup.
He had 2,000 range ganks.
Yeah, it's like Q has to know about how it works as well. That's pretty basic. Like to run the mid PL. You had ganks going for you too. On top of that, Weehaw got first blooded by QO when they ran into the river engagement. Just pretty much everything swung MVP Phoenix's way for the first 10 minutes.
They are very likely to be able to get another kind of heavy rotating lineup, though, because they already have the Nature's Prophet. There's going to be one support left in the pool that can rotate to the mid lane.
They can always go back to the Wisp, too. I think Febby is actually pretty darn good in that on that hero. And I've seen them run Wisp Bristleback, too, in one of their recent games. Decent synergy with MP.
That was the old March special.
Yep.
It was like,
yes, it was.
What do we do? Let's just run at them.
Oh.
Phoenix's turn to pick.
Okay.
Do they actually go? Do they actually go with Tiny and just for the big cleave hero against Phantom Monster? Especially the Blink Dagger, it's decent for because Nature's Prophet is hard to split push against that as well.
Sven would have been really sick.
Yeah,
Then I just realized that.
But it was already banned out.
So now MVP Phoenix has to be thinking, okay, well now they're going to run with Tiny mid. PL's probably not going to fare too well versus that. And now they're probably switching Phantom Lancer to off lane, Phantom Lancer to safe lane, Nature Prophet off lane, and thinking about solutions to deal with the Wisp? Or do you think they just be like, okay, well, whatever, they can run that, we're just going to run our own thing?
I think you just run your own thing.
You just run your own thing? Okay.
Let the draft develop at least to the 4th pick. You can decide. Phoenix seems pretty comfortable though, so far with. And Venge doesn't really give up too much. I was gonna say like the 3 combos right now that are really popular are the Tiny, the CK, and the Sven, right? And you probably rated like the Sven the highest against the PL, but Phoenix knows that, so they ban. Then the next best option is the Tiny.
Yep.
I think there's an okay thing for CK as well, because they have like no illusion clear at all on MVP Phoenix. Like you get a Lucky Phantasm, get an extra illusion, you can just wreck. I mean, granted, then you would have to rely pretty much entirely on Invoker to kill PL, of the illusions at least.
Is it bounty anyways?
Yeah.
Yep, I think it's just gonna run at them, make sure that IO can't stack up the jungle, and just take control of that mid lane very early with the Nature's Prophet and the Bounty Hunter coming in. I think they're focusing a lot of effort on that lane.
I think they actually pick it now because they probably realize that it's going to be a Spirit Breaker, most likely, I guess, off lane at this point, right?
You can easily have them babysit Invoker in the safe lane. So
yeah.
It's not that big a deal. I mean, you reverse the Nature's Prophet, so it's with the Stout, it's A-okay.
I think it just depends. Are there any offlaners that would be really valuable right now for Team Secret? Void's not bad.
What about Tide?
But
yeah,
I think it's a bit slow.
Tide's pretty good. Yeah.
We did it. It's good against PL.
Yeah. And they're pretty much... they got an okay amount of nuke damage, I guess. They have single target.
You want some sort of AoE setup for Tiny Wisp to be able to go in.
Yeah.
I think the Tidehunter is too long of cooldown. I think when they run it, they actually want like shorter duration, or shorter cooldown ultimate to set up for Wisp Tiny. Sometimes you'll see Centaur, sometimes you'll see LC, sometimes you'll see Magnus, Tidehunter. Like all of these kind of work. Bat Rider
actually
also.
LC is really good against that.
Yeah, I think LC is actually the best of these. It's also really good at clearing PL illusions.
Yeah, for sure.
But it's not that great versus the Venge because it's defensive swap.
Yeah, it pulls you a little bit out of position, but I don't think it's actually that bad. Like most of the time.
Like land and Invoker combo too on the dual target. It's
insane.
You're done for.
Yeah, in this lineup, you actually wouldn't need that much farm priority to get kills, because Tiny combo and Invoker, you're just dead. Like you can't live through that.
I think part of the reason why they took the bounty anyways, even though the Spirit Breaker's good, and part of it is like Spirit Breaker's so tanky, he doesn't really care about bounty right-clicking him and being a nuisance. But I think if you're a team that, like Phoenix, and you don't have a super veteran captain, you're just going to stick to the stuff that you practice, no matter what. You're not going to force your team into unknown waters and say, hey guys, they banned out our strats, let's do something a little bit different here that fits the situation better. It's more just, let's do what we know, make them play around us, not the other way around.
Yeah, that's true.
Is it still really, is Bounty Hunter still really relevant in terms of like if you're fighting a lot and trading?
Yeah, it's their play.
Yeah, and then MVP are always going to trade if they take fights. They will eventually get a kill. So
it's even like good against
the safety net.
Yeah, it's good against the Wisp too, because oftentimes like the Tiny and the Wisp are just somewhere off on the map, and the Bounty can hunt them all the time, look for potential teleports, and kill the Wisp. Like it's very easy for this team to blow up Wisp. Like a Shuriken, a Magic Missile, and a Lance, and that hero's freaking dead. Like there's not really much you can do about it. But get some sustain now for Secret. They get Dazzle.
The Secret team looks like scary. It doesn't feel like MVP are going to have a great time running at them at all.
I think that they did a pretty good job of adapting, honestly, Secret. They have a lineup now that's not really cooldown reliant. Like they don't need to wait for anything except for pretty much just the IO hitting 6. Now the MVP win the game by that point, that's another story.
Who's this guy?
Leshrac is his name.
Yeah.
Core
It's
Lesh.
just another first. Is it first Lesh? I think it is, right? Yeah.
Huh? All right, and so these guys will get ready. Puppey just sat back down, and they'll be getting into the game momentarily and refer to the commentators. But before we do, we're going to ask our 2 couches if they still kind of stick with their picks from earlier, or if you would like to kind of be swayed by the draft. So
we're sticking.
Are we? Because I was like Secret all the way with this draft.
We're sticking, dude. Come on.
All right, he's coerced me. The weird thing is, I'm the MVP fan, and I was gonna go Secret.
Why do you stop believing, dude? They're on a roll. It's 3-0. They have core less. They don't even care. Come on, they have no fear. They just pick whatever they want, anything.
All right, sure.
All right. You're staying with it.
Yeah, I'm gonna stick with Secret. Yeah.
Yeah, you think it's just a much better draft?
Well, again, I think it's really important when you're playing against MVP to always be able to fight at any point. So yeah.
Oh, versus the bounty hunter. That's a great idea.
Well, good luck. Have fun to been called. So we're going to go into the next match, a huge match for MVP and also Secret. Remember, if Secret lose this, they'll have to play again today, and fatigue can really kick in the group stages. So they're going to want to tie this one up and take it out. But we'll go over to the commentators as we get ready to see the results of the game, really. Let's just watch the game. I don't know what I'm doing, Cap. Thanks. Welcome back to the panel. This game has concluded with a 2-0 win to MVP Phoenix. That's 4-0 in Group A. They won't have to play any more games. They've got their top spot of this group. The hype train is real, I guess. Everyone was like, people are blowing up over this. This is not a team that anyone really expected to come out this strong against this caliber of team and make them look like they weren't in the same competition, if you know what I mean. It was definitely MVP's show through both games. How did they do it?
I think a large part of it is that their matchups are actually a little bit favorable for just the MVP style, in that they promote so much early aggression, and they faced up against two teams who are known for a little bit more of their late game potential in Ehome and Secret. So I think that was a start, but honestly, they just played really flawless. There was like so few kills that you could look at in all four of their games where you were like, yeah, that was a major mistake by MVP. It was so many few times where they actually would make a mistake that would drop their tempo. They always were able to keep up the aggression nonstop.
However, 3 of their 4 wins did have Nature's Prophet. I think that was a really key one because they took down the towers and they were able to participate all the time because of that hero.
Yeah, I agree. I think that Furion has been a standout pick. Like, Forev plays a really good Furion as well. And it's synergized even better with this particular lineup because they get a kill, and then they have Nature's Prophet TP, and they had safe lane Lesh as well. So they just mow down towers. Like, they kill the 2 bottom towers really early inside of the game. They have Bounty Hunter track as well. They just pick this lineup that can steamroll really hard and can kill towers and get snowball gold on top of that because of track. And then Secret just keep giving away kills. And MVP seemed like they play like this every single game. You know, it's just constant aggression throughout the entirety of it.
Yeah, if we go back to our morning session, we did an analysis on Group A. Sorry.
Sniper down.
I knocked you over. I love the fact that I get to show this. From the 4 teams, we had Ehome as kind of like picked to go all the way. Secret, in terms of taking over CDEC, and probably second place, but then maybe switching with CDEC and Secret second or third. And we kind of didn't really talk much about MVP getting, you know, outside of anything of the top 4. And one of the, we gave him a lot of pros though. High skill, ice pants, and motivation.
What is ice pants? I missed this.
You weren't here this morning.
Oh.
Ice pants is what Febby wears. They're like very fashionable. And then on cons, which I think was a big pro for them, was big play bad boys. That was a con. But I think that worked out great. And captain experience. How do you think the captaining went in that overall series?
I think they were just like, let's run at them. And then they ran at them the entire game. And it literally felt like Secret weren't even prepared. Like, they did not expect the level of aggression that they got in either game. I mean, granted, the first game, you could attribute a lot of it to Earth Spirit. Like, Dubu played a great game. But on top of that, like, the second game was pretty much the same. They just keep fighting, and they keep fighting. And every single time, it felt like Secret were caught off guard. And I think a lot of it, too, is due to the warding as well. Like, you guys were talking about it during the game. Just, like, ward placement that you don't expect. And sometimes you get caught out of position, and you're like, okay, it's like, why is there a ward here? I'm dead. So, yeah, I think that Secret maybe just not as prepared, maybe as for this team at least, than some of the other teams.
Okay, and we're going to go to an interview momentarily. We'll probably get that up on screen for you guys at home when it's ready, and we'll throw it to, of course, the winning team of this one, which will be someone representing MVP. Normally we hear from March a lot, but we'll see who's going to be the interviewee for MVP. And Oh, we're
MVP
already there.
Phoenix
So
的
let's
Q，
go
先
straight
跟
into
大
the
家打
interview
招呼吧。
with MVP.
Hi。
Oh, how are you?
那 Q 非常可爱，我们上一次见面是在 T25 的时候了。那 T25 的时候 MVP 也是作为一匹黑马，所以是闯进了我们这个主舞台嘛。那么这次的比赛呢 ，MVP 也是可以说成绩非常的好，现在是锁定了 A 组小组第一。那么对于这个成绩，想问一下，Q 认为这是他们超水平发挥的呢，还是认为这是他们的意料之中？
You play extremely well today, and that's a little bit unexpected for the audience and for us. Do you think you play? Do you think you expected this result coming out, or you think you played just extremely well today?
I had a feeling that we are gonna kind of do well in the major because recently, like the rank game is related to the like Scream. It's like it's same Dota game, and recently the teammates MMR and they all went up, and well, until before, like right before the major, like we were playing so bad against like TNC. We got like 2-3, and then so like we didn't really have a sure, but we knew we knew that we were gonna own in this meta. That's what I felt.
他们觉得在这个 Major 之前，其实他们觉得自己也会打挺好的，因为在 Major 之前，他们玩了很多天梯啊那些游戏，整个队的 MMR 都上涨了，所以他们就觉得这一次应该打得也挺好。不过在这个比赛之前，有时候去训练什么的，其实打得也不太好，什么2比3什么之类的，但是还是觉得自己在这个比赛里面会发挥得很好。
哎，说到这个天梯啊，我们知道MVP 的很多队员呢都在国服里面来打嘛。那么这两盘比赛，他们拿出了猴子，就是配合土猫啊、赏金这样的英雄来针对卡尔。那么这个思路、这个体系是他们从天梯当中总结出来的吗？
You've been playing a lot of run games in the Perfect World server, and you use Phantom Lancer, Bounty Hunter, and Phantom Lancer and Earth Spirit strat against Invoker. Do you learn that kind of strat from the pub games, or?
I think for the PL thing, like we got like inspired from the C Dota, a guy called TNC, and then they've been using like PL mid for like a year ago, and then so I felt me and MP we both like invented like Sven and PL, like MP basically invented. I think that's why the Chinese servers like recently playing PL and Sven. So yeah, like those kind of heroes seems okay. Yeah.
他们主要是跟一个叫 TT 的人学的，以前他在1年以前就开始这样玩了，然后他其实主要是他跟他的队友 MP 一起讲的，主要是 MP 讲的，然后所以可能也是玩的是那个 PL 和 Sven right 斯温的那么一个套路，所以现在天梯也多了很多这种打 PL 和斯温，可能也是因为他们。
就是说他们觉得自己其实是类似始祖的那一类。那么他们自己除了说是这样的套路体系在应用之外，我们发现第3盘当中他们拿出了这个拉希克的英雄作为一个主力英雄，但是拉希克在这个版本当中可以说是已经大削过了。那么这个英雄在这个版本他们是怎么理解的呢？
We noticed that you've picked Leshrac as the main hero, and that hero has been nerfed so much in this patch. And what advantage do you think that hero has during in this patch?
For Lashroc's nerf is basically the laning phase with the E nerf, and then it's really hard to use in mid, like except for some heroes. But I think the ability that he can do the fast push and he can like win, like if he have a certain item, he can do like his AOE teamfight is like one of the top. So I think that's why we've been recently like thinking about the Lashrock is good, yeah.
其实拉希克削弱了以后，主要是对线期。对线期的话，很难打，但是他的这个那个快速的推塔或者是强大的 AOE 能力还是非常非常强的，所以他们就一直在研究这个拉希克，像也在用这个拉希克。
好的，那我们也是期待 MVP 在接下来比赛当中能有更好的表现。OK，Thank you very much， 谢谢。
谢谢。
Thank you.
All right, welcome back, and that was Q from MVP. I'm sure he's very happy with today's results. You couldn't get any better, really. You haven't shown too much because you won every game in 2. Still going to be maybe a little bit difficult for teams to prepare against MVP going into the main event because they've only really showed one playstyle, which is run at you, and I'm sure the MVP have now a lot of time to prepare, watch the other groups going on to the next few days. So they're in a really, really good spot going into the main event there.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you said, when you play 2-2-0s, there's like a really good feeling of, you know, we just had like an amazing day, you know, and you just carry that. You get to watch all the other teams play it out as well. And then you know exactly what you're going to be going up against when you get to the bracket stage. So
and they weren't even close games. It's not
Yeah.
like people can be like, okay, let's watch this game. It's like a 50-minute game, or even, you know, it's a best of 3. They really got challenged, and you know, they were put on the back foot. How do they recover? What do they prioritize? No one's going to have that information on MVP going into the main event, and they probably, I don't think anyone else will probably have as good a performance from the groups. I couldn't imagine, you know, the next 3 days, Group B, C, and D, to have such a performance like that, the 2-0 wins.
So with MVP playing as well as they are, would you say that this group is like potentially one of the hardest groups then? Because of how much MVP, I guess you could say, overperformed. Like maybe some people thought they were going to do well, but they maybe didn't expect them to be like this caliber.
Everybody, yeah, I think Blitz, was it you were here earlier this morning, and I think we talked about groups, and definitely it was the one that people were like, yeah, this is one of the hardest. And I think Group D as well.
I think Group D, you have to see what kind of form that complexity brings, but there's like 3 battle-proven teams in there, in
Yep.
VP, Liquid, and EG. And I think none of those teams are just going to come out flat. Like, for example, I thought CDEC for me was the biggest disappointment. Like, there were a lot of question marks heading in. I had heard that they were practicing pretty hard. Shiki was playing like non-stop solo queue to kind of up his hero pool, and it just felt like they weren't ready to move on past this particular style of play. And then Ehome, for me, was one of the biggest disappointments. You thought that they were going to be easily topping this group. We pretty much just like wrote it off.
Yeah, as much as you want to say that MVP Phoenix overperformed, I think Ehome definitely underperformed for today. I do also want to stress that I really feel like MVP Phoenix did get, like, I was all with MVP Phoenix. I thought they would win this matchup and everything, but I do think that once they encounter teams that are more capable of being able to 5-man early on, so if they're facing up against OG, if they're facing up against Liquid, if they're facing up against even Complexity, I think that they'll actually be, their aggression is going to be a lot harder.
I mean, we did have some MVP moments of old, if you remember, where it's kind of like they don't know when to stop attacking, and you had that kind of moment where you're like, okay, you know, Secret just pulled back like 5k net worth, wiped 4 of the enemy, and you were kind of, you know, very much worried. So if you're an MVP fan, but still they were so far ahead that, yeah, they were able to continue to put pressure against the racks. And this is one of maybe the MVP moments of old, which is, you know, overextend, you know, not aware of maybe how much AoE damage or, you know, stun and control that the other team will put on you if you're quite obviously wanting to take a fight. Of course, it was really helpful that the Spirit Breaker, as you mentioned, Andy, in the game kind of charged through 5 people.
Yeah.
But then it also helps that Eternal Envy is
This
a big part of our...
But part of it too, I think a lot of what Secret wasn't ready for is a lot of the teams that play this tempo style, they play the objective game, and then eventually the aggression sort of peters out as they take farm control. They use the early kills to kind of just establish pressure around the map. But the defining characteristic you see in this game is
they don't stop the pressure.
Yeah, it's just like there was some point where I said they could probably go for Roshan, but they just went for top racks instead without Aegis. What team does that?
Yeah, 12 minutes. Who really threatened? Who like actively, repeatedly sieges down a tier 3 tower?
With heroes like Leshrac and PL that have like no farm, there's nobody that does that. Eventually, somebody will stop. The captain on the team will be like, "Hey guys, let's relax. Let's get Aegis.
Yeah, we're ahead.
Let's farm a little bit." Yeah, it's like MVP is like, "Nope, we lost the fight. Let's just re-up." Yeah, let's
they
get
have
together.
a lot of good things to tank the towers, though. With PL, with the illusions, as well as an Aegis Prophet with the Treants, they can actually go very, very deep without sustaining that much damage. So I think those 2 heroes are like very integral to this sort of strategy. But overall, I think it might inspire other teams to play this sort of Hagro playstyle, hyper aggressive. I don't really hyper aggressive too long, so I'm just gonna
Hagro sounds terrible.
Hagro style. It's nice though. It's refreshing to see, and they really take down all the towers very, very early. And as you said, like teams just don't have time to concentrate on the objective base. They're like, what? We're just dying. we don't have time to do anything.
Yeah, it's pretty insane. Like the difference between the way they play and like the earlier games that we even saw, like the drafts and the styles, like completely different. I mean, Secret were running like 2 AoE teamfight heroes with an Enigma jungling, and now we see heroes just running at you for the first 10 minutes, and then by 12 minutes you've lost. It's like, okay, well, this guy's got like level 14 at 14 minutes, and where's Spirit as a hero?
Yeah, just unusual combinations too, like the
Yeah.
Phantom Lancer and Juggernaut. Like PL mid, you expect, okay, he's gonna not lose his lane and then just farm up, but he got his BOTs and constantly was there for fights, and they just had so little downtime too with the Phantom Lancer with the bots, and then the Nature's Prophet TPing back and then TPing in. They just had so many resources available to them that you don't usually see that sort of engine keep on going.
They were even like first picking PL as well, didn't they? Wasn't
Yeah,
the
they
second
first
game like
phased it.
first phase PL? I think it might even be worth like debating banning like the fighting carries away from them in the second phase as some of them get through, because it really feels like they don't want to pick carries that can't just contribute to the fight at a very
There's
early
so
point.
many though, right?
Yeah,
There's-
they're-
I mean, there's a
willing
lot,
to
but
go
I
for
think
Electric.
that the most standout, like obviously they picked them in the series, but I think that PL probably works some of the best for them because it can go in either mid or safe lane as well, and it makes it harder to play against.
They use Slark they pick Slark earlier today versus Ehome that can also run mid. I think it's
Ember Spirit's another
like,
fighting carry.
If
that is
you're
very
forced to
favorable.
ban PL because you're scared of PL mid, I think. You know,
But I mean, it's
kind
it's
of
the same thing as you would argue as a team who's really good at playing a specific hero. Like they banned Puppey Enigma and they banned Puppey Chen. It's like not saying first phase ban it, but I'm just saying if it gets through and you feel like there's an
Off the
opportunity they
first
can
game
come
as
through.
well, you probably wouldn't have expected the PL to be the
No, of course
a
not.
factor to come back in. You're like, okay, Earth Spirit's gone. We're good. Oh, there's a PL again. Oh, and then you lose in two.
But it's just going
it's-
forward.
Yeah, it's going forward. We can expect that to happen. But they've got a long time. So, yeah, to kind of wrap that game up, obviously MVP victorious and certainly going to gain some fans as well as use their momentum, hopefully, to go into the main event as they are now top seed. And our next game coming up is going to be Team Secret versus Ehome. And, little information here. Team Secret, I think, probably in a really bad spot because they're playing it against a team that I think is this the second time they've played them today. No, they played CDEC in the first game. So it's going to be the first time they play them. But also, it's been a very long day for Team Secret. They're going to have to play the majority of the games. And it's getting a little bit late. So hopefully, they're able to recover from this MVP game. But also, Ehome, on the other hand, they did just come off a win. So maybe in a slightly better position in terms of morale. But I have to say as well, just some information on, we're not sure exactly when the game will start, mainly due to one of the Ehome players actually had to go to the hospital during the Secret versus MVP match, and apparently there's a queue at the hospital, so they're trying to get the player treated and then back here at the venue. So we're not exactly sure if it's going to be starting in the next 15 minutes, which normally it might do after we take a break, or a little bit longer, but we will of course come back on stream and give you updates when we know. But make sure you keep the stream open, so you have an idea when the game's going to go live, and hopefully everything's okay with the player from Ehome. So that's our next matchup and the last of today, and this will be deciding who goes into the upper bracket and who goes into the lower bracket. It's going to be a best of 3, and while that happens as well, for Secret, they get a little bit more downtime, and of course all the players, I believe, are going for lunch. So we expect to see you at least for the match in 30 minutes max. But we'll have to see, and we'll come back with updates. So thanks for watching for the moment. We'll be back with the final game. This is the Shanghai Major group stages of Group A, presented by Perfect World. See you after the break. Shanghai Major presented by Perfect World Day 2. We're here for Group B. Yesterday we had a fantastic series of games where MVP were the surprise of the tournament thus far as they topped out the group, with Secret coming in second. And I am joined for Group B to talk about if we're going to get any more surprises and what's going to happen by... Oh, I almost forgot your name there. I was going to call you Melini. That wasn't even...
Okay. It sounded like you were about to say Ben.
Yeah.
You were about to say Ben, and then...
Winter and Melini on couch number... Are you couch number 1 or couch number
1.
2? Couch number 1. How are you guys doing today?
I'm not hungry today.
Not hungry. That's good. You look after... You've become an adult. You know what I mean? It's like, did you just not eat yesterday? What was it?
I missed breakfast yesterday.
Okay.
I
but
thought
today?
there was food here.
Ah, okay. That classic mistake. Food at a hotel. And on couch number 2, we have Gods and Swindle Melons joining us this morning.
Oh, glad to be here. Been a dream my whole life to just sit across the couch from you, James.
Always want to be a Dota
Yes.
analyst. Not forget playing. That's
Nah,
Yeah, I'm
overrated.
sorry.
This is the
I am
dream.
sorry I didn't reply to your casting couch application. But
You sleep
Perhaps
in.
work on the title a bit.
But yeah.
Sleep in, throw some bourbon in your coffee, like show up, say some stuff, draw on a whiteboard, and
Yeah. Do you like the
go home.
whiteboard?
I did actually. That was really good. I'm sure it was your idea.
Sure. Yeah. No. Well, I mean, yeah. I invented whiteboards. And I got really screwed over on that one. And then,
It was his
didn't
idea.
get a paint. Didn't get a
It was
patent on
his
it.
idea.
We found it really entertaining.
Yeah. So yeah, happy to have everybody here this morning. It's an early morning, and we've got a lot of Dota to get through. We've got 4 teams today, so we can take a look at our groups and see who's playing. And I think a lot of people will be quite happy to see the lineup we've got today. We've got some fan favorites in there with Alliance. We'll be playing today. We've got Fnatic, just for winter.
Thank you.
That's just for you. Vici Gaming and also Team Spirit are all going to be playing today in Group B.
Exciting stuff.
It is exciting. It gets even more exciting when the overlay of Group B comes up on screen. That's when it becomes real. Like, don't take my word for it. Don't take my word for it about these teams are playing. Trust me, there's an overlay.
Until that
we
point,
saw
the
it
groups
in
can be anything.
rehearsal. it's gonna come.
Yeah. Just give it time.
Oh, okay, I'm just gonna drink my coffee.
Yeah.
Ben, how's life?
So you invented whiteboards. We should just call it like writing on the too good or something.
Yeah.
Professor.
Sir.
I've gone for a math teacher today, apparently. That's what Andy's called my new outfit.
What were you teaching yesterday?
Definitely not spelling.
Not English teacher.
Yeah. But to kind of talk a little bit about yesterday from a different perspective, Swindle, you're a player for Complexity. You're here in the tournament.
Yep.
You're playing on day 4?
Sunday. 2 more. Yeah, not tomorrow. The day after that.
Yep.
I'm really thrilled.
And so what did you make of yesterday's kind of, if you want to focus on teams, that's sure, but just overall, you know.
I mean, do you want honesty or brutal honesty?
We're going to go for brutal honesty.
The Group A is like a really bad group. And that was awful Dota. The drafting made no sense, and you will not see anything like that for the rest of the event, I don't believe. I saw like Lions being 3rd picked and just...
Nice. You're so confident. Hey, now you can believe it.
Oh,
let's just let's quickly go into Group B, and yeah, we got Alliance, Team Spirit, Vici Gaming, and Fnatic will be playing today. The first matchup is well, the first 2 matches, because we're going to have 2 games played simultaneously, is going to be Alliance versus Team Spirit, which will be on the 2nd stream or in Dota TV if you're so inclined. And on this stream, we're going to be watching Vici Gaming versus Fnatic. To kick us off. So we're going to see how this one pans out. I personally don't have a clue or any favorites. Maybe we can go to the whiteboard at some point. I know we're going to talk about the players, and I'm not sure how far they are into getting into the game. But it's pretty big, brutal honesty to go back to you, Swindle Melons.
Oh, I've got like a specific example if you want. I can bring it up.
It would probably be wasted on me.
Okay.
So, but let's put it this way. If it's wasted on me, I need you to convince Winter that you're not full of shit. Okay?
There's a long time between MDL and the major. Yeah? Like a few weeks. Ehome, I believe, was in the MVP series. I could be wrong. They first 2'd Night Stalker, which was something that you saw in the MDL series between Ehome and EG, where it was, I believe, banned in one game and first 2'd another game. And then 3 weeks go by, tons of meta changes, and then they're on the same thing. And they're not banning any of MVP's heroes. Like, MVPs are doing the same stuff. Like we were just talking about in the pre-show, they ran the exact same drafts in the BTS Americas tournament. If you go on Google dotabuff.com, pick MVP Phoenix, you'll see exactly what they're doing.
No, I mean, to be honest, that's the problem, isn't it? Ehome couldn't access Google.
Yeah, okay, sorry. Go on Yahoo.
In China.
Okay? Type in dotabuff.com.
Yeah, Yahoo Answers.
Like, you could have asked Jeeves for what MVP Phoenix was going to pick, and you would have found it.
It was so problem. Censorship has kept him out of the drafting phase.
How about the other series, Secret versus CDEC?
Oh, jeez, that was... Well, wasn't this... It wasn't like 2-1 at like 20 minutes or something like that in one of those games?
One of the games, yeah.
It's just not... Like, Alliance has been showing... Alliance showed up at Star Ladder, and they just crushed people, okay? And we're all pretty sure they're going to do the same thing here. They would have wiped the floor with both of those teams. And I just feel like they don't grasp, like, what the game's about right now. Or, again, I have to convince Winter about this. He's staring at me intently, so... remember, I'm rooting for Fnatic.
I said something like this to Owen when I saw their draft. I thought it was going to be really hard for them to win. But at the same time, you know, when I look at the overall big picture, every team has their favorable picks. They like to do this and they like to do that. But certain heroes are always gonna be in every team's hero pool. Like you mentioned, the Furion. I think Furion is one of the strongest heroes now as well. I agree with you. And some teams, they're not actually prioritizing the hero, which is quite strange. And the Lion pick, like you mentioned, he's kind of a weak support in the lane. So
I might be wrong, but didn't they? I think they might have first two'd Lion Void in one game.
No, Lion was third pick. I remember it was third pick. It was
what was it? It was Void and something else that was just. I think
Lion
it might have been.
Lion was normally picked against Void.
It might have been Void Night Stalker. Might have been the first two. I'm not sure. I didn't watch enough of it, but the point is, wasn't good. The groups are going to get progressively harder.
Culminating in your group.
Culminating in our group, which is the hardest group. Sorry, gotta say it.
This is brilliant. So yeah, definitely wraps up your thoughts of yesterday. So you're looking for better Dota on a day-to-day basis. So let's focus on what's happening today.
With that said, MVP Phoenix was awesome. I loved watching them play. That was good. I love those guys.
You're like one of those guys. It's like blah blah blah. But
Dude,
you're so nice.
Yeah, dude, you can tell how friendly a team is by whether or not they smile at you when you randomly run into them in the elevator, right? MVP is always happy to see you.
I mean, Kyo is actually just crazy. He will just smile at anything.
Yeah, he's a great guy. I love
he
that.
Like doesn't know what's
anything.
Yes, anything. Have you met the guy?
Of course I met the guy.
He's
right.
hilarious.
Well, yeah, certainly smiling as MVP. Did top the group yesterday, but let's focus on what's happening today. Our first two games, we're going to have Alliance versus Team Spirit on the other stream. This is starting at 9 o'clock, so we're going to go back in time by 26 minutes and get that game started. And also on the main stream, we're going to be having Fnatic versus Vici Gaming. The players hopefully might be in the lobby sometime soon, but let's focus on today. And I'm going to bring over the whiteboard, and there you can see the first team up, which is Vici Gaming, Super, Ice Ice Ice, FY, Fenrir, and Burning. What do you make of the lineup there, gentlemen?
It's been like the same group of like 4 guys for a while. They've changed out their carry player a few times with Hao coming in, and Black if you go way back to DAC. But it's been a very stable roster. They adapt well. They've got a pretty versatile hero pool. They're willing to, I'd say, experiment a bit with their drafts, but they're very consistent. Every LAN event they go to, they're finishing top 3, top 4. So this is a team who I expect to shop and do well here at the major.
Yeah. I mean, anyone else want to? I'll just do it. I agree. I think Super is one of the most criminally underrated mid players in the world, and they're just really solid. Oh, you want to? Oh, James really wants to whiteboard. We can cut to James on the whiteboard. Take it away, man.
Hello, welcome. No, I just thought like we should probably talk about, if we have time, Vici Gaming and Fnatic, and then maybe we can visit Team Spirit and Alliance a little bit later, since they're playing against each other. And Swindle, Insight, kind of, you've played and probably scrimmed against these guys at some point recently, much more than any of us. So have you got any kind of starting pros or cons for Vici Gaming and Fnatic that we should know about?
Super is criminally underrated.
Super is a criminal.
He's taking their mouses and keyboards.
But is he, like, for you, a standout player that every game...
He's a lot of times when you say someone's consistent, you're just saying that they're mediocre, but Super is consistently just really good. He's like always a top 5 mid player regardless of the patch, and obviously everyone knows the support duo is really good.
I mean, is he good? Is he like super good mid or just super good mid compared to you when you played mid?
Oh,
because that's
I would
that
say
might be a con.
I would say that Super is slightly better than I am.
Slightly better than you are.
Yeah.
Definitely a con.
I was a really, really good mid player. Like, I don't want to undersell myself here, but
okay,
that's a big compliment.
Sorry, I'm glad. Super mid.
Can you just write super duper?
Super, yeah.
Thank you.
That's good. Super duper.
Because that's what he's not just super.
He's not just super.
Correct.
He's super duper.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's a lot of points in Scrabble.
Yeah.
Way more than super.
I think I'd challenge
more
that
than
one.
7 letters.
You can add on.
You can have more than 7 letters. You add the duper
I mean,
to the super.
someone would go with super, and then you'd be like, you know what's better than super? Super duper. It'd be like, give me that dictionary. All right, so pros for Vici Gaming, super duper, mid. Anything else you're kind of thinking? We've got Fnatic here as well. Just throw them out, guys.
That's Winter. Winter, you're on
Winter,
Fnatic.
you are. You know about Fnatic.
I think
Ohio.
laning phase, they are really good at the first 10 minutes of the game. Is that considered a pro? Or a weakness? Because they're only good at first 10 minutes.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you that's still a pro.
Okay,
they're
they're
like
one of the best teams in the first 10 minutes of the game.
Okay.
They don't have many pros, so you should write that in big letters.
So huh?
I said they don't have many pros, so you probably use bigger letters.
No, but I mean, like, what are we calling, like, the 10-minute men?
Sure.
That sound good?
Okay.
Like they're 10-minute men.
No, I would just add that I think DJ is the key to their team.
I think he's the best player in Southeast Asia now.
I think
DJ.
Yeah, I think he's the
What
most.
does he play?
He's the
So
4.
He used to play
4.
off lane on this team, but he's support right now.
Anytime, I think, and just to bring up, I don't know if you guys read too much into just average hero damage per match, player damage, but DJ is like near 20%, which for a support player is
For
pretty
his
high.
team all the
Yeah,
time. That's
and
pretty
he
good.
always
That's pretty good.
he plays the roaming hero, so it's not really like the high damage dealing ones. It's just he's like their bounty player, and I feel like if he's able to land a couple key ganks early on, if he gets off to a good start, he can just. He's their momentum, he gets the ball rolling, and then the course take over. But
That's really good observation.
DJ Rome.
Yeah.
That was really
Yeah.
good observations from Swindle because he is in fact, I think, the key of the team.
Yeah?
From what?
And if Winter
from what
agrees
I've
with me,
been
that
seeing a
means.
lot.
Yeah.
So we got DJ Rome.
With 10-minute men.
10-minute men. But they're not more than 10-minute men.
I think.
So does that come in the cons as well?
I think the cons is
stamina.
If you look at their history, Mushi's team, it's always like when they lose the early game, they struggle a lot. Like some teams, they can still lose the early game, but they find a way after. But for Mushi's team, when they lose the early game, they always tend to struggle. They can't find any other way back into the game.
Okay.
So that's.
How do you want to sum that up?
That's their pro, but 10-minute man, but it's also their con at the same time.
Yeah.
Can't recover.
Can't recover.
If they lose their lanes.
I think we can put 10-minute men over there as well, but yeah. Recovery.
I think they have another pro as well. I just remember that
Sorry?
during, was it TI3 that they had the widest hero pool? They picked, Mushi alone played 18 heroes.
That's TI3 though, to be fair.
Yeah, but he still plays a lot of heroes.
Isn't this TI3 patch?
Some
According
people
to
say,
Alliance
it's a
fans.
con though because they pick too many things. They don't work on the same strategy.
I'd agree.
I think their drafting is sometimes a weakness. Look at their cons. I think
agree.
if you go back like to qualifiers when they in their region, they pick things which they maybe get misled to think work really well. Like the carry Moran is one of the things which I've seen Mushi go to a few times. Sometimes they just insta pick IO Tiny because they have no other ideas. I think their drafting can be pretty lackluster.
I'd specify that it's actually more of a problem with preparation. I feel like when they know a team, they go in, they have a good plan, and they do well. As they've been incredibly good in the SEA region, which, as we saw demonstrated yesterday, is really not weak anymore. But they come to international lands, and I feel like they're not prepared for what other teams are going to do, and they end up they'll not ban the heroes that you value, and that's something that we've even seen in just a couple scrims, like way back when, where we were just like, what are you doing? Like, why are you banning these heroes? We've never played them
I
ever.
think the reason, because I know him, the reason he does that sometimes is because he thinks that they are ready for the hero, so he does that on purpose to give it away. So he wants to use his own plan, but it didn't work sometimes.
Mushi's
is that like overconfidence? Or
overconfidence, probably.
I'm fairly certain Mushi's the only captain in history to not use his first 2 bans. I'm pretty sure he did that at a LAN.
That was Ice.
That
was Ice?
That was Zenith
Okay.
when they skipped 5 bans.
Yeah.
Zenith did that with.
did they win or lose?
He was
at
on-
TI2
wasn't he
or something.
No, also didn't the Team DK do that one tournament when it was with Mushi and Ice on the same
Yeah.
team?
Well, that's
DK did it and also Zenith did it. I want to say.
I mean,
it was an Ice
It's
thing,
probably
not a
Daryl's
Mushi.
idea.
Yeah,
so
it was definitely.
a standout con then for Fnatic sounds like it's the drafting phase.
Yeah, drafting. Oh,
yeah.
I mean,
he mentioned more in the preparation rather than
ill prepared.
I mean, it'll be crucial. That
it's hard. I mean, every team I feel is going to come to a major just incredibly well prepared for any opponent, but
yeah, but sometimes your preparation might not be like
not the right preparation.
Not the right preparation. Yeah, might be not suitable for the tournament. Like the way you prepare for the teams.
Yeah. I remember going all the
So
way back.
I think that drafting can be a big weakness.
or questionable preparation or meta or I don't know. We're just going to go with draft.
Yeah, just drafting.
Because hopefully the game should be starting sometime soon. We've only got Super Duper for Vici Gaming and currently no cons. I mean, they've got 4 other members of the team. Not
I've got
to
a
take
con.
anything away. You got a con.
Too many cool guys. They don't really have a person that can be sacrificed. If
They don't-
Fenrir.
Okay.
Fenrir does
no good sacrifices.
But Fenrir does the sacrifice.
But Fenrir is like really good. and he shouldn't be, and he doesn't want to be. If you've seen him play Visage, it's like really good.
So just to kind of sum up what you're trying to say to people who might be like, what? Basically, there's someone in your team, bit of a donkey. You're able to kind of throw him under the bus every once in a while just because it works out for the rest of the members in a stronger way.
Sometimes your mojo's not going right, and you just need to make like a little blood sacrifice to just get your team
but they're
back
all just
underway.
too cool and important.
Yeah, like I think going back all the way to like my initial team house back before TI5, I remember Fly just talking about how FY is such a cool guy. Just pick Rubik, take the safe lane for 4 minutes, get his arcanes, and just run around and do stuff and be awesome.
Is that greedy, or is that do they play individually for themselves, and
No,
or is it just they're all? I mean, I don't fully understand how you want to put this.
They just don't have
a sacrificial lamb.
If the game isn't going well, they don't really. I guess it's not really recovery though either. I feel like if you look at Vici, you're gonna need FY, Burning, Super, and Ice to all have good games, and you want Fenrir to have a good game too. If you look at EG, they don't really care about PPD's game. If you look at Secret, even though that might be a bad example now, it's the same sort of thing. But traditionally, the teams that are doing very well, top 3, I feel like they always have a person.
Like they're stacking somebody and sacrificing somebody to push an advantage on one player, depending on how the game goes.
I always
like OG at the last major, like those games where like Moon had a bad showing or maybe Notel had a bad game, but
but do they need everybody to have a good game to win?
I think so, honestly.
To beat Alliance for sure.
I mean,
to beat Alliance, that's like the only way they.
Yeah, I mean, I've got Fnatic winning this series, so I mean, I think they're going to need help. So I would say, yeah, they do have to all perform well.
So running on cons, yeah.
Con for me is they almost always get like 3rd place is kind of where I see them in most of the tournaments, and even back to when they kicked Black, I think they got like 2nd at DAC, and they thought that wasn't good enough for them. So clearly they want to be in that 1st place, and they're not satisfied with 3rd, but they keep like trying to fix a problem that isn't there. I don't really know if that translates well to a con, but they never seem to have what it takes to get into that 1st and 2nd, the gold and silver.
Okay. What should we call it? Do you want to running at full steam or all the players? It's
I don't know, man. You're the guy who's supposed to come up with the witticisms. I'm pretty sure that's actually your only job on the panel is to be witty. So, what you got, James?
Not much right now. I can barely spell. So
should have stayed retired.
So they need all players to work well together.
They need to find the right balance for the whole team.
I think balance is good.
That's a good word.
I think that makes us sound like we're professionals.
Mm-hmm.
Balance. We put like brackets, player underneath. And then, what was the other one you mentioned?
They never get 1st or 2nd, or haven't in a pretty long time.
Okay.
Yeah.
3rd place curse. I don't even know.
Yeah, they went from
cursed. That's great storylines.
Cursed.
This team is cursed.
They really did go from de facto best Chinese team to just
3rd.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the way they play they're not like a Chinese team, They are very diverse. When you look at a Chinese team, you see something like LGD. They keep doing the same thing. They're very disciplined. VG is not a team that's like that.
I think that's probably one of their biggest pros that they are their diversity as a team. Like in their not just in their hero picks, but in their play styles, they'll completely mix up. Like FY and Fenrir, like as a support duo, kind of define the team a bit, but they do so by one game they'll do like dual roam, another game they'll have FY playing super greedy, farming the jungle with a Night Stalker. Like you never know what FY and Fenrir are going to do. They can swap their playstyle from game to game.
They were one of the first teams to play Wisp outside of the Western scene. Like they.
Yeah, but which one do you think is more suitable for them right now? Because they are not in good shape.
But like I don't feel like we can. I think they did okay at MDL. Like as far as their play was.
But don't you think they underperformed
slightly? Like that was probably one of their worst results.
That was not a land to judge anything by. I mean, once we get into the next series, I can discuss it more. But that was just not a land that should be taken. Okay. There's a very big asterisk on it, in my opinion.
Okay, so we got super duper diversity, the balance of all the players, kind of working together or sacrificing one another, and they're cursed in terms of they seem to be amazing on paper, but they never get the ultimate win. And then for Fnatic, 10-minute men. DJ roam is huge. They lack recovery after if the 10-minute doesn't go well, and after their drafting phase is a bit iffy. Since we seem to have time because there's no game starting yet, and when the game does start, we'll get the draft up on screen and we'll go in there. We can also do Alliance and Team Spirit just to show people the other teams that are playing today. So any kind of thoughts on these guys? Is one of the pros for Alliance surely the patch?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Like, sorry, it's just like I was told you can host this because it's like TI3. There's a there's a bear and a tree man. So we can put patch down for Alliance.
Definitely.
Patch.
I think if there was a patch, yeah, this might even be better than TI3 for Alliance, just because they have such a wealth of experience. They've all, like, Aki and Loda have been playing this game since they were teenagers, so they're really versatile. I think Loda can probably play pretty much any hero in the game, and Bulldog only plays 2, so it's perfect. And they just pick Bulldog as heroes. S4 can finally play heroes that rotate around the map and win games.
I mean, he plays more than 2 heroes. It's just the 2 heroes works the best
Okay,
for the
sorry,
team.
I'll rephrase. He only can play 2 heroes well. Sorry, and by well, okay. See, that makes it sound like I'm
Plays
just
two
flaming
heroes-
him.
he plays
He
two
plays
heroes
2
at
heroes
God tier.
exactly at a world-class. Holy
We're not-
shit!
yeah, but I say,
Bulldog's
when-
really good.
When you say world class, we mean like God tier. Like no one comes close
exactly.
to like his.
I
Nature's
watched.
Prophet
I
Lone
watched
Druid.
his Lone Druid guide
Yeah.
and said to Chessie, "I'm not playing this hero. You take it, man," because I was just not about that.
And then his other heroes, he plays at a world class level. I would say, like close to like
I mean,
some
his,
of them.
his Brood is still pretty good.
His Brood, like his Weaver, like he has other heroes he plays pretty damn well.
Yeah. Well, either way, patch definitely.
He's not convinced.
Swindle doesn't seem convinced, apparently.
No.
Anything else?
Better watch out.
I think
God Black Spirit.
Who?
God Black. Like they're
Team Spirit, God
yeah,
Black. He's very tall as well.
Yeah.
Which might intimidate.
Scare.
Is it a CK or just K?
Just K.
Just K.
Every team that plays
He's
under,
tall.
under him has like a
Which is
Identity.
everybody.
They always have an identity when you play under him.
Yeah.
Like you can tell they're a team.
Abaddon, Treant Protector, he Bane.
Viper.
God Black, tall.
I think.
Which
no-
Is not
intimidating.
shown there. He's smiling. He doesn't look too intimidating. Always want to fly
well,
on the other hand.
if this was actually done to scale, I'm pretty sure he'd have like another
His head
12
would be
inches on the
actually-
rest of his team.
Yeah.
He's very, very tall.
By the way, what do you guys think of Iceberg? I think he's a really good, like,
Oh,
up and rising.
Spirit's one of my favorite teams at this event. Another team that will always smile at you when the elevator just randomly opens. And
So the nice guys, what do you think about their Dota?
I think it's pretty good. I don't want to get into cons, but the big cons is they're young, obviously. I think that's their
Inexperienced.
biggest disadvantage. And to go back to MDL, Aloha Dance was so sick he couldn't take part in the opening ceremony. Like he was just stuck in his room. The food quality was very poor. Everyone had traveled. It was a huge flights, then 4-hour bus rides, and then it was a long trip to the venue. It was snowing. Everyone's sick, and they just did not play well. They truthfully didn't really care about the event as much because of that circumstance.
But
And
they
I
also
think they
didn't
can
play
play much
well at
better.
Star Ladder though. Like
And again, I feel like that LAN as well was just
Was
like
that
people don't
their
know this.
first
There
LAN?
were no practice rooms. So all of the teams that traveled, the first time they were playing Dota after 3 or 4 days was their first match. Maybe time for an overthrow. We personally had about 25 minutes to warm
and
up.
literally for Alliance, they walk in the door with their suitcases and they're playing Dota.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
yeah.
And I think that their big advantage, Alliance knew exactly what they were going to do coming into that event, and they demonstrated that. Spirit really didn't, and they didn't have enough time to work on it, and it's BO1. So I think that team could do well, but again, this is the major. I feel like every team has the potential to at least advance from group stage, and I think Spirit has a chance to.
Well, every team advances from group stage.
You know what I mean, James. But thank you for the correction. Bang up job.
So God Black thought they're young guns. Anything for Alliance? I think Kelly Milkies is here, right? She speaks Mandarin, and I think that's a big plus for a team.
Definitely.
It's kind of like because they'd be
I don't think
relaxed,
she's
she can
here.
handle.
I
She's
don't-
not here.
No.
Oh no, yeah, actually,
I don't think she's here.
I think Eric told me she gets in on Monday. So until then, they're in our boat. Like our manager doesn't speak any Mandarin, and we're actually probably thinking about replacing him. Sorry, Beef, but
Exactly, because I'm thinking, Mo English,
it's
no problem.
2016. If you're a Dota manager and you don't speak Mandarin, I mean, what are you doing?
No Kelly Milkies and cons.
There you go.
Not here yet.
Yeah, sure. I like
They're
it.
on their own.
Although another cool thing about the major is that every team got its own like assistant person that was fluent in both languages. So again, very different from MDL. MDL was kind of like you're on your own. Managers actually ended up editing a lot of the rule book and actually running the tournament. There was just a coalition of them that just pretty much came together and said, this tournament sucks. Here's what we're going to do to fix it. And the major is not like that. It's much more professional. We've got you handsome gentlemen around and, you know, a backdrop. It's great.
We're casting MDL as well.
Okay. So anything else for Alliance apart from just the patch? I mean, how's Loader doing? Is he still out there, meaning behind enemy lines on his carry hero?
He did really
or
well.
Or is he playing really
He did really
awesome?
well in Starlighter, honestly.
Well, as what Sun was mentioned, he's very versatile with his hero pool. So they normally pick his hero very late in the draft. They're not too worried about what they're going to get him. They'll just get something that fits the rest of the heroes they picked up.
That's actually a big advantage because obviously Alliance, they're more of like that early game focused team. They want to control tempo, and when you last pick your one, that's the hero with the most impact on how far you can scale into the game. So there are games, you know, he's playing a Slardar. There's games he's playing Jug. I think there was one, I can't remember, but I might have even played a Spectre in one game. And
Yeah, they did a lot with the Spectre plus, was it the...
He plays Naga, he
the
plays...
Bat Rider or something? The
Terrorblade,
Spectre with the Bat Rider where you get the pick, just spamming the horn,
And
looking for
he
kills.
played one Wraith King game as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He plays so many heroes.
Oh.
Yeah.
I think it's part of the reason they're really so strong, is their versatility.
I don't really think you can put him as a pro just because I think all the other players shine too. Like Ake with his famous Chen, S4.
Like
dominating
everyone
mid.
has a hero that you don't really want to play against.
Twitch Strat would be very disappointed in us if we listed Loda as a pro for Alliance. Definitely.
But I think if he's doing well, I've always felt that he was one of the pivot points of the team. Like when Loda was going too ham and not being successful, it kind of hurt him a little bit. But it always felt like Bulldog was the real carry, if you know what I mean. It was like your off lane was the guy that farms.
That's how
and
they play.
the strategy.
That's the way they play.
Yeah, and yeah, we can actually take a look at some of the statistics on Alliance that we'll be seeing today. And hero damage, Loda actually all the way up there with like 26%.
Big numbers.
I think I really think it's an interesting stat. I'm just glad that esports. I mean,
I didn't get to read it for
very
long. If we get that
it
back
was
up,
like a
that'd be
teaser.
great.
Yeah, if we can bring it back up, sure.
Yeah,
Why not?
We finally have stats. I mean, esports has come a long way. We used to just have, you know, win and losses, and now we have all these. It's so good.
If you're into stats windows, I've got something for you. How about more of the same stats? Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it.
Well.
Just
We'll
wait,
run.
because it's worth it. We worked really hard on this. Hey!
Almost.
All right, so hero damage.
Aki's hero damage is really low, but that's I don't think
Yeah,
surprising.
see, Loda is he's huge.
That's not what he does mainly. I think Ake's job mainly is to secure the early game. Then after that, he's always on like Chen or Dazzle. So he's healing his team.
Well, one thing to note, and something I feel like you can really read into with hero damage, I always feel like there's enough room for 3.5 people to get farm in a standard game of Dota. You can have 3.5 cores. And Alliance just takes that other half and gives it to their cores. The supports play very, very... they pretty much sacrifice both of them. And then all 3 of the cores have to have a good game for Alliance to win. Obviously, the supports still have a big impact. They rotate, as you said, you know, Ake's normally playing the defensive heroes, but they're a very core-focused lineup. That you very rarely see any of their cores on defensive heroes.
And you won't see EGM playing greedy farming supports too often.
He used to start. He did that.
Yeah.
He did that for a while, and it actually kind of worked out. And then it started kind of backfiring, and now he's gone less greedy. It seems. All right, we still need a pro and con. We've only got 2, and the con is just that Kelly's not here yet.
Pros is Swedish, because Swedes are really good
Genetics.
at esports. Yeah, I don't know if we can say that on stream, but the Swedes, I picked up some Swedes, and suddenly we were going to land. So I mean, I'm all about the Swedes. Love Swedes.
More Swedes, more titles.
Okay.
This is acceptable. Do you agree? Couch number 1.
I mean,
yeah.
Can't argue with the results.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. So we'll do DNA. Were they kind of like, they're not really Vikings though, because Vikings didn't that originate in Denmark? Was them Vikings?
I'm not sure.
But you know, maybe they're descendants of Valhalla.
Possible.
Which is where you
We
go,
could just-
and I
we
think
could
that's
say
where
they
you
have a
go
lot of
and
experience.
Yeah.
I mean they're TI champions. It's the exact same team.
Um,
One TI.
A lot of them. How many blonde? I mean, this is going a little bit in a scary direction now.
Can we say they are too predictable sometimes as a con? Because you know what's coming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, in theory, you can prepare for them by saying, "Hey, we'll give them. They're going to pick this. You can plan out and kind of theory craft the entire draft, which is something Vici Gaming, who's in their group, do a lot. Like anytime Vici's in the booth preparing for a match, they're always doing practice drafts against one another. Like they have FY and Super. When Super was drafting, like FY and Super were drafting against each other with their coach behind QQQ, who's just watching and kind of commenting on stuff. So they do a lot of kind of practice theory drafting, which is something which theoretically could help a lot against
something
Alliance.
interesting about their team is like, even if FY or Super is drafting, but their in-game leader is always Fenrir. It's always the same guy. So despite not being the drafter.
Interesting. They're one of the few teams that does that, I think.
Because usually it's the same person.
And I think a big reason is because they've had such a stable roster for so long, apart from the carry player. And like Burning, How, Black, whoever they kind of bring in as a carry is never the one involved in the kind of shot calling. So.
Okay, cool. And we got Team Spirit. We still only got 2 for them. The Young Guns and Godblack. Their story seems a bit, you know, what's really going on with them here at this tournament.
I mean, big pro is that they're healthy. Like, I'm not kidding. They were so sick at MDL. Just that they're here, they were well rested. They actually got a practice room. Like, I feel like this is going to be Spirit's breakout. This lane.
Healthy.
Yeah.
Cons, I would say no plan B. I think they have the shortest match time. Has anyone researched the stats? I think I looked it up and they had very, very
There's a lot of pushing, right?
Yeah, they either win early or if their push fails, they just lose.
Isn't that same as Fnatic then?
Not so much, because I feel like Fnatic, they don't have push strats. But
they play more like MVP, where it's like they're looking to fight and kill you and win their lane.
Just again, hero damage just kind of supports what I'm about to say, which is that they're very mid-centric. Iceberg needs to have a good game for them to win. They pick them a lot of really greedy, snowballing heroes, specifically OD and Death Prophet, which they picked a lot at Star Ladder and weren't successful with. If Iceberg has a bad game, he's just 36% of their hero damage. Like, that's nuts. Okay.
Isn't Invoker one of his favorite heroes?
It is, yeah. And if he, a lot of the heroes he plays need to win their lane to accelerate. Like, their draft will need them to win.
So is that a con that they are over reliant on him alone?
I would say so. It can be a benefit if he's crushing, because he is a very talented player, but it's a worrisome factor. And I think
I would be okay putting him on the line in the middle.
Yeah.
What was his name?
Iceberg.
Iceberg, and he plays their
mid
role. Yeah.
Okay. A nice B in there. Okay, so we kind of got that. I think that looks kind of good, giving me the idea. Alliance, they're good at the patch. They're the master esport race. Throw esport in there. Kelly's not here yet. They're a little bit too predictable. Everybody knows what's coming, so they're probably prepared for him. Vici Gaming, Super is super duper. They're very diverse in their heroes. Cons for Vici Gaming, having a balance that, you know, someone can actually give some space to other players to do better. They seem to need all the players to do well to maybe like to win out tournaments, and that the fact that they're cursed, you know, which is they haven't won anything yet, so they obviously haven't got the answers that they need to pick up a tournament, but maybe this will be their tournament. Fnatic, they're the 10-minute men. First 10 minutes are huge. DJ Rome on support is going to mess you up. If they don't, though, they're bad at recovery, and their draft is a little bit mental. Team Spirit, Godblack is awesome, and he's also very tall. So pre-game handshake, very scary for a lot of players. And they're also very healthy and ready for this tournament. Lots of vitamins, probably. And on the cons, they're young guns. They got no plan B.
A very common side effect for young guns, no plan B.
No plan B. And Iceberg is, you know, can go 2 ways. And so what we should really do, who do you think is going to be kind of coming out of this on top? Because, yeah, I mean, how strong is this group, for example? Like Group B today?
Third best group.
Third best group.
Yeah.
So, I mean, let's add, to kind of get an idea of how good they are, maybe we should add down here complexity. And what we can do is, how good a complexity in the whole tournament?
I feel like you're just setting me up here for failure, James.
Absolutely not. I mean, a lot of people follow complexity. You know,
tons of fans.
Where are complexity going to finish this tournament?
I no idea.
How about in your group then?
Top 16.
Top 16.
Top 4 in group for sure.
Top 4 in group, top 16. Okay, so
I think these teams can match that.
Yeah, I think so too. I think they've got a lot of potential, and if they really show up, I think they could potentially even exceed that. Definitely won't do worse.
Okay. So, where do you really think you're going to finish?
Man, this is like an awful question. We haven't even played yet. I have no idea. My
expectations coming in. Just on paper with pros and cons.
Expectations coming in.
Well, let's do your pros and cons, and then we'll compare you to their other
why are we
pros
doing
and
my
cons.
pros and cons? I'm not in this group.
No, it's fine.
Wait
We're
for
adding
the-
you. You're our benchmark for every other team now.
I've got a con.
Yeah.
Not enough Swedes.
Not enough Swedes. Too many Americans.
Yeah.
Too many Americans. NA Dota. Let's put NA Dota.
Don't they have like 2 Americans and 2 Swedes?
Yeah.
Balance?
That's too many Americans.
But they've got the power of friendship going.
And
They've got
double brothers, man.
Yeah. Power of friendship. You've got
brothers.
Yeah.
Con
Brotherly
or
love.
pro? Did you get on?
I think so. I hope so.
Brothers.
You know, in Southeast Asia,
Zach hasn't
we
told
talk
me he
to our
loves me
friends,
for like
when
the
we
past
call everyone
decade,
brother, but they can actually call, they literally call each other brothers, you know.
They're the real brothers.
What else do we have for complexity?
Chef Josh.
Who's that?
Our chef Josh.
They have a really good chef, apparently.
Yeah.
You have a chef.
Yeah.
He traveled
We were
with
talking
them
about
too.
this, man.
And he travels with you.
Yeah, he's at the LAN. You met him.
That's awesome.
He doesn't actually. I don't think he doesn't cook for us here, but we're entrusting him to find.
Yeah, he
food.
finds food.
Indeed.
He goes out, finds berries.
Hunter and gatherer.
Lots of
Hunter
energy.
gatherer.
Yeah.
Hunter gatherer Josh.
That title's way cooler than Chef Josh.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like that. Cons are probably just that we're in China and not South Florida, because that's where we really should be throwing lands. But
First time out of the country.
no, not
First
at
time
all.
allowed out of the country. Here abroad
I have a
without
con.
parents.
Too many asterisks.
Not supervised. What's happening? I mean,
What?
what are we going for?
I had a con, too many asterisks. Everything has asterisks on it. It's not in Florida. You know, it was
Yeah.
too cold there.
Excuses.
There's no practice rooms.
Excuses. A lot of excuses.
Asterisks.
Yeah. Like setting yourself up for failure.
Mm.
Like mentally weak. Like
That's we're like, so Swindles, would you describe yourself as mentally weak?
I mean,
Just like your therapist here going into your Sunday matches.
I mean,
we'll help get you mentally strong.
let's talk about your childhood. Upbringing.
Uh-huh.
Pro or con? How did you think it
Pretty
went?
sure No one is going to come
Yeah,
up
it's a
as
little bit of
guest
both.
after this.
It's very, very
Ups and downs.
There were some good years. There was some traumatic years. But you know, I think I'm a better person for it.
Okay. Survivors.
Survivors, yeah. I think that's a pro though. And
Yeah,
we've
it is a pro.
We have so many pros already.
Yeah, it was really. So in terms of kind of, let's say for example, how many points we're going to give you for Josh, the hunter-gatherer, and the fact that you're brothers? How many points do you want out of 10 for that?
I mean, if you're are you including the power of friendship?
Well, you kind of only get 2 pros because most people have Eve as well. So you can
so
only.
it doesn't count then.
How about a points out of 16?
That's probably 1 point out of 16.
You think you have 1 point?
So
For
that
both of those.
That rates you last.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, we have 16 points.
Oh, you have 16 points.
So this is worth 16.
I think so.
And
How many other teams have?
two too many Americans.
Mhm.
And you don't have a second con yet, apart from you said China.
And just wait.
But we'll put like yeah.
You guys want a bold prediction?
Yes.
After this LAN, North America and Southeast Asia are going to be considered the strongest regions.
Delusional. Put that down.
Look, by strongest regions, I mean
Delusion.
at Valve events.
Change
So
the E. Change the I to
we're
an E.
Which one?
The first
this one.
First
Yeah,
one,
yeah, I was coming back to that.
And then cross out the first one of the L's.
Oh, I could have made that into an E.
Well,
So this is we do it.
Art meets spelling.
Ben, you should do the bot next time.
Okay.
there you go.
So how many minus points are we going to give you for this? I'm thinking 20.
20.
I mean, 5 for each American, 10 for the Delusion. So currently you're at minus 4.
Both our subs are American too, and one of them's our manager, and he doesn't speak Mandarin. So.
Oh, this is going awful for you. I mean, we've got you at minus 4 complexity here, and we're still waiting for the game to start. By the way, we've got some audio that we're. Oh, we're actually loading. So very quickly, if you're at minus 4, let's just compare these other teams as fast as we can as they're going to load into the draft. What do you think they just generally get?
Alliance should get 5 because it sort of looks like an S for Swedes.
Just total?
Yeah, just 5. Just
5.
We got no time.
And it will go up in the group stages because in the main event when Kelly turns up. VG Gaming, Super Duper, Diversity, Cursed, and Balanced.
They
But
should
Cursed
get
doesn't
3
really
because
matter.
they're always third. So
Yeah.
they get 3.
I like that.
Fnatic?
I don't think you can really give them points. Just wild card.
They get W.
Like a letter.
Yeah.
You know, like they get
X.
Yeah, B.
What's going on here?
Team
What's
Spirit?
that? Come on, 1 point.
1 point.
What? I think a B is better than 1 point.
B is better than 1
No one else has a letter, Winter.
Okay. B1 and then Team Spirit.
They're B2 then.
B2.
Yeah, B2.
B1, B2.
So you think Alliance are going to top the group? Vici Gaming, Fnatic, and
Well,
oh no, sorry.
I was going with
Depends
B1
what-
and B2.
Yeah, and B2.
Yeah.
Okay,
Nice.
brilliant. So we'll have to see how that goes. Thank you very much. We're gonna start talking
Wait.
about the draft now.
Wait, don't we have to do predictions?
Yeah, we get to do that,
When
but
do we
we're
do
going to
that?
go into the draft. Here it is, our
Oh,
first game
nice.
of Group B, Vici Gaming versus Fnatic. Already we've got our first picks out, and yeah, happy to have you here, Swindle Melons, because are you drafting on your team?
Mm-hmm.
Yep, captain and drafter, so we're going to get some additional insight from one of the players
We have
here.
negative 4 points. I don't know how valuable this insight will be, but
It can,
I'll do my
if
best.
you analyze really well, I'll put drafting as
Oh.
your pro, and I'll give you 4 points, which will reset you to 0.
Nice.
And then then we can judge you more on day 4 when you play.
might
But,
even give
in
you a
all
letter.
seriousness, thank you for joining us, and I do hope you have a great tournament with Complexity. But let's focus on Fnatic and Vici Gaming here. It's going to be a best of 3. This is the first game of the series, and already some different heroes that we didn't see yesterday. So Ben, you raise an eyebrow?
Yeah, Batrider is not something that Ice Ice is known for, actually. And he's one of the few offlane players that Batrider is not his specialty, I would say. So I'm actually curious where they're going to put the Batrider. I remember when Batrider was super popular, they tried it out a couple times and then they just straight banned it every other time, just because it didn't have the impact that other Batriders did.
What's interesting is that Fnatic chose to ban Venge. I get the Gyrocopter because, as you just saw them take Chen second, they're obviously going to be running tempo-based tower pressure, and Gyro is incredible against both those heroes because you just kind of drop a call down, run in, and do tons of damage. But they banned Venge and then didn't take Bat, which is just kind of odd to me. I also don't think I've seen Fnatic play Chen at all. Winter, you'd have to correct me if I'm wrong here, but I haven't seen them play much Chen at all.
Recently they started to play Chen.
Okay.
After
DJ
Chrissy,
plays it a little
yeah,
bit.
DJ plays it. After
Okay.
Chrissy swapped to support, they started to use the hero, and I think they probably felt that VG Gaming are a team that likes to. I think they ran Venge carry a lot.
Yes.
During
They
this-
run
this-
Venge.
yeah.
They run Venge period a lot.
Yeah, they
during
just run Venge a
NGL.
lot in
And
general.
they were the team during DAC who played every single game. Like it was,
With
that's
Venge?
going way back, but
But even at the summit, they played.
Yeah,
they-
recent
they-
tournaments has
they,
just
they
been
played
all
some-
about Venge.
these guys just spam Venge like as a support core. It's just like a go-to first stage pick for them.
I think Vici's most certainly going to be picking an Enchantress for FY. I think that their draft is really strong here if they just kind of roam the Tusk around, put the Bat mid, and pick an FY Ench.
Do you think not having a strong at that point you have no laning support because you've got Enchantress Tusk as your kind of support you? That's on a
The
weakness
thing is,
then?
they're in a position here where you already see Lone Druid's one of those heroes that whatever lane he's in isn't really going to be that difficult for you, at least at the beginning, so you can always get something out of it. And they're also running a Chen. So Fnatic's lanes are already, I mean, obviously Chen rotating will make them better, but I think you can exploit them a little bit. And they also haven't shown their other core. Something really interesting about all the Chinese teams is that they very commonly leave their 1 and their 2 for last. They almost always take 2 supports in the first 3. And it's something we just picked up on just watching a lot of Chinese Dota. So I expect them to third pick Enchantress. I think it's kind of a no-brainer because it's so good against both of these heroes. But, I mean, the problem is I feel like that's mostly like an NA thing. And I just don't know if the rest of the world's caught up to us yet.
What about MP?
NP.
For who? I don't
For
think either team can actually fit. If Vici wants to fit NP, means the bat is going to go mid.
Yeah, I don't think that's that unreasonable for them.
I don't think it plays to their strengths. Phoenix.
Ooh, they play a lot of. I mean, Ice traditionally played a lot, but they've even done more of the support Phoenix now, and this is kind of what Ehome were doing
Wait,
a lot
didn't
yesterday.
Vici run jungle bat one game?
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah,
that was
that's
one
why.
game.
Not a thing. We tried that.
They owned with. He owned with it, I think.
Yeah, there was one
Yeah,
game.
there was one game that they actually had a
FY
lot of
played.
success.
FY played the jungle bat. They did run jungle Doom, like a lot of different
They do
jungling
weird
heroes.
stuff.
Yeah.
Very greedy jungle stuff. Because it might be the case because they're thinking the enemy has a Chen, so we want to have a greedy jungler on of our own. But the problem is Chen would dictate the early pace of the game, like Swindon mentioned. You'll be under a lot of pressure if you actually do that.
And that's DJ Rome playing the Chen.
Yes.
Phoenix is quite good against
No,
Druid,
it's-
I feel
no,
like. I mean, the Fire Spirits, the Sunray also can destroy the bear pretty well. Like, I
But
feel like it's a
if
decent
they're
counter
doing
pick.
that, they can't really zone the lone druid.
No.
But
No.
Can
It's
you
more
zone
like
the lone druid if you get Sunray at level 1? Can you actually do that?
You
Our
need-
Sunray expert
you
yesterday
need your
was
core-
Melini.
Yep.
Melini was all about the
I think
Sunray.
Vici usually run Phoenix offlane though.
No. Phoenix is
I
just
think
is like a Chinese thing. I've not seen that hero played in a couple of months, at least in the games I've been participating in. It's very good against Lone Druid and Chen. The creeps are very immobile and they kind of just die to the egg, and they also don't count as an attack. And the bear, not the Lone Druid hero, but the bear doesn't either. So it's definitely good here. It's just very level dependent, and
Greedy.
I feel like
It's just greedy.
Yeah, I don't really. I'm kind of feel for Fnatic because they don't really have anything to deal with the Bat or the Phoenix right now, and those heroes are really what I'd be worried about if I were them, because they're obviously playing. They just picked a roster. They're playing tempo, pushing towers. They're going to be 5, and Phoenix and Bat are really tough to push into, especially going high ground. It's near impossible. And Sven also a pretty solid pick. Just right now it looks like Vici has a pretty big advantage in this draft, I would say.
Yeah, but then again, when we were talking about the advantages of Fnatic, we talk about they need a draft that's really good in the start. They need to control it. That's the way they play.
I don't disagree. It's just when I think that, I think more of what we just saw MVP do. You know,
Like
PL mid,
fighting early.
Fury, and Bounty
Yeah.
Hunter. Exactly. Like actually controlling the tempo. You don't really do that with Rasta Lone Druid. You have to play way more passive, and when the other team moves elsewhere, you have those heroes rotate and push objectives. And yes, the Chen can be active, but again, like, do you really think like Rasta Chen just doesn't seem to me like a combo that just smoke ganks?
But
And
isn't
goes
there
kill
a
mid?
isn't there a situation now where you get levels faster up to level 11? So doesn't that play into Rasta's kind of favor, having a support that's going to get those wards earlier, get the push, get the control?
To a certain extent,
just
yes.
Yeah, or
to a
not
certain
really?
extent.
The thing is, you just don't need Lone Druid is your push. You don't need more than Lone Druid. It's
Okay.
kind of just overkill. You drop wards, and there's a Lone Druid there. They're giving up the tower. They were giving up the tower already because you're
Okay.
5 heroes there. Now
Ah.
you're dropping wards.
And now they've won. So
That
Oh, you must be happy, James. It's a silencer core.
Cool.
yeah,
Oh, yeah.
for the egg.
It's
And
really good
for the
versus
Phe-
Phoenix.
yeah, good against Phoenix too.
Yeah, really good.
Good versus a Tusk. Good versus the Bat Rider.
Yeah, because you can even if you global after the lasso, there's no follow up, and you can get in position to fight. But I don't know. I haven't seen a lot of people play silencer as of late, and
He's risky.
okay.
The problem is that gives Vici.
He's like a real manly hero then. Like if you pick him, you're just probably cool. Because
Yeah.
he's risky. You
Virtus
know what I
Pro would
mean?
agree.
The problem is it gives Vici didn't really have a default lasso target, and Fnatic just gave them one. And unless they get some sort of cleanse, they're just going to identify the silencer, lasso, and kill him, and
Send
drop
him
egg.
back.
And they don't have any counterplay for that right now.
I mean, they can't really get what last pick can they get to counterplay that? They need like a
Abaddon.
mid hero. They need a mid hero unless they're running Shaman. mid.
LC.
I mean that's something Ehome did, which I actually didn't see them use at this lane, which was kind of strange to me. But they were running Slark LC against the Bat Rider early, and obviously Fnatic's not a fan of that. They are going to last pick
Wow.
Invoker.
Wow.
no? So it is going to be a support Phoenix.
This is very much a Vici gaming lineup. It's just
wait, no.
heroes that can play individually super high skill. And
Would you actually like the Invoker to be Quaswax this game against the Chen?
Yes. I think it's really
What do you guys
exceptional
think?
versus the push.
Really? I disagree.
Or you just go Exort
Yeah,
for the
I think so
lasso?
too. You have actually 3 amazing Sunstrike setups, and I'd much rather an Invoker with Forges. Like, actually able to pressure, because right now, if Sven isn't ulting and attacking a tower, they really don't have the push. And they're gonna last pick a Nyx Assassin. I am really concerned.
It's
That
for
is
the
a hero
bat,
that deals
yeah.
with bat. I agree with the Max Carapace build, but I don't know if they're gonna get to a point in the game where they can actually do what their draft has to do to win.
I think again Chen, what Chen can do in the first 10 minutes is extremely crucial for them. Because if they can get a head start, Shaman gets early level 6.
But that's my problem. Where is he going to be? Is he roaming for the Lone Druid with the Rasta for the silent? Like they have Silencer, Lone Druid, and Nyx as their course. Chen isn't. That doesn't.
He has too much to do.
Land
that's what they're
kills.
saying.
Yeah, and.
Do you think he needs to prioritize ganking more than just farming his fast mech?
Yes, I think he needs to sacrifice his own farm for the team.
Okay. So yeah, we've now seen the draft of the first match here, and as always, we go to our couches for their predictions. So far, it's been the Swindles and Winter show. So Ben, you can kind of lead your couch for the moment and convince. Parker. Yeah, I am losing my mind with everybody. Everyone's Ben and Nalini to me.
You're looking at me and then you think Ben.
I think they might have
Or
actually paused the
formally.
game as well. I'm not sure, so we might have a little bit longer.
Yeah.
But you have to agree as a couch number 2, who's going to win very quickly.
I think VG Gaming, personally, I really getting away with the last pick Invoker, and I think having this support you of FY and Fenrir on heroes that they're going to be comfortable on, that they can get
Are
a
you
lot
in on
done
that,
with.
Swindles?
So.
Are you in on that decision?
I was all about Fnatic hype train before this draft, but now I've seen it, and I think Vichi's going to win.
All right.
Also, Super is going the Quaswex build. Just so
And over to
VG.
couch number 1.
I'm sorry, I'm from Southeast Asia. I can't agree with you, Ben.
And he will never change his mind.
Okay, I'll sacrifice. Go with Fnatic. Push him down.
All right, into the game. Sorry to keep you away from the commentators. It's the first match of today of Group B. It's VG Gaming versus Fnatic. Over to the commentators. Enjoy the match.
Most likely just going to do his thing, speed pushing.
Yeah, I just don't. I feel like this is just a really. It's a strange dichotomy between how China is looking at Dota right now and the rest of the regions, because Fnatic's just, we're going to deathball you, and Vichi's saying, okay, we're going to rat and try and defend high ground. And I just feel like that style is not as effective as it has been in the past. And it's all, and in addition, teams are just better now. In the past, you know, the longer a game goes, the more likely I feel like the better team is going to win, because they have, they're just playing better. Who knows?
But you can see why they go for it. The last game, they had that same strategy, like, you know, a few heroes to defend against the push, and they almost won. They should have won, right? So, like, yeah, it might not be optimal, but they can beat Fnatic with it. So it's like, okay, we'll just go with it.
I don't disagree. I think Batrider Phoenix are a totally different beast from Wyvern and Earth Spirit. Just as far as the damage output, the catch potential, if Puck gets off to it, has a good game, because it's, in my opinion, the best mid hero to put against an Invoker. I think it's just like a hard counter to him, especially now that the Deafening Blast change came through. You cannot go the Yules build against a Puck. Like, none of your spells will have an effect on him. He can dodge your combo. He can pretty much dodge every spell you throw at him.
You're talking about Exalt Invoker. They might just do Quaswex.
Even Quaswex. He might get Tornado, but he's not going to catch the EMP. He's not going to care about the Cold Snap. It's just, he's going to have pretty free reign in this game. The only thing I'd be concerned about if I were him is just the Earth Spirit rotation. But
that's a lot to worry about.
Yes, I agree. I agree.
Insta silence is pretty scary.
But see, the thing is, the Earth Spirit danger is really like that level 1 rotation, maybe level 2, with just either a kick from nowhere or a boulder from the other hill. And Puck just doesn't care about slows or stuns. It's the silence that's going to kill him. And I don't see them killing the Puck. I don't see them shutting down the Lone Druid. They have a Morphling and a Wyvern in the safe lane. Lone Druid's going to have a free game. They have a Chen. I mean, Fnatic has free reign to pick their last hero here, and I'm not quite sure what it would be, but anything that adds tempo, I think they're going to have a distinct advantage after the draft.
Do you like Ursa here?
You're like, you could be like a mascot for Fnatic right now. You're into their lineup. Yeah. And Necrophos.
It's a good hero versus Morphling, because
yeah.
he's always going to be low percent HP when he's
You're very happy about that. It was a chair cheer.
Well, I mean, I was rooting. I lost faith in Fnatic last game. I picked them to win the series, and they're gonna win the series. I'm more confident after.
That's such a good pick here, because
yeah, really
you can't Morphing Strength, you're going to be low percent HP, so the Reaper's always going to still be able to finish you off. You don't care about the Winter's Curse because you don't do any physical damage as a Necrophos.
You also don't care about the Wyvern E at all either.
He's
very
somewhat
good.
decent versus the Embrace as well. sets up. If the target is low enough, you can just kill him.
This is actually phenomenal pick for
Yep,
Fnatic.
and I would have. I think Vici before that pick is feeling Tidehunter here, and I really don't think you can pick Tidehunter into Necro anymore. And I don't really see an ice hero that I'm really loving right now. Maybe he'll go for a Beastmaster, perhaps. I think that's got pretty nice synergy with his current draft. But again, I just see you're in a situation here where Fnatic's going to be free farming their safe lane. Their mid's going to have a big advantage. Their offlaner's not going to be able to be shut down. And then they have DJ, the star player for Fnatic, on a hero he definitely played well last game, able to control tempo, make things happen all around the map. I don't think Vici's going to be able to put enough pressure. Oof.
Bit of team fight.
They need to defend. That's basically mostly
defense, yeah.
they have to defend.
Dude, that hero is awesome against Shen and push in general.
I agree. It's Vici's all in on defense, and Fnatic's
All
going
in
to
on
take
the
it to their
offense.
throat.
So the offense versus defense lineup here, and we'll go to couch number 1 this time. Winter, Melini, are you sticking with your guns? Are you gonna? Is it gonna be Fnatic? Winter, you saw what happened last time.
Yeah, it's easier this game because I feel like the draft this game is much easier for Fnatic to deal with compared to the last game. So it's easier for me to support them.
Well, you gotta convince.
I mean, I don't need
Elder
to
Titan, man.
I don't need to convince Ben.
No, I mean Elder Titan.
Elder Titan.
Elder Titan is a terrible hero.
I agree.
What?
I do not like Elder Titan.
That hero's
He's
that hero's
dumpster.
decent.
No.
That's such a lame
He's
way.
like 30th percentile.
That's such a lame way to sell it. You're like, yeah, man, that hero's above average.
He's playable.
He's mediocre.
pickable.
Like you
All
gotta
right.
pick him with some. He's completely
All right,
mediocre.
I
guy.
think Winter's got you in his pocket here on this one. So there's Fnatic for couch
Dude,
number
he's the
1.
anti-push. Come
I'm
on.
God.
I'm Fnatic because ET is not a hero.
Yeah. One of the 8 heroes unpicked at last major. I think it's an awful hero. If anyone can
Good.
make it work, it's Ice. It is the hero I would probably
Okay.
put with his picture and
Can
the dictionary,
these
but
three just get on the couch together?
Fnatic takes it.
Okay, so Elder Titan versus Fnatic here. A huge game for Fnatic. If they take this, they're in upper bracket finals, and that can get them out of the groups today, nice and early in first place. But let's see if Vici Gaming can come back. We'll go head over to the commentators. Enjoy game number 2. Vici Gaming tie up the series 1-1 then in game number 2. And we've got one match left between Fnatic and Vici. And during the game, the guys at the panel had some thoughts. A lot. We all went in. It was almost like, Swindle, you were campaigning almost for Fnatic before they went into the game, and they just didn't play it the way you felt that they should have played it.
They used their first 2 smoke ganks, didn't include the Puck, and Puck was just middle with his coil up. And then I think there was some other time they made a movement towards bottom with the Chen and the Lone Druid, started hitting the tower, they get ganked, Puck's running back to the base to pick up his fresh blink. They just failed to execute. You can't go Lincoln's Rush and 2 Midases. Every core of Vici went greedy, and they just didn't make moves as a team, and then those moves failed. They're suddenly down 10-3, and the strength of Vici's draft is then able to take team fights, but they should have won that game, I think.
Hey, anyone else? Well, you can comment on this. It's not the Swindle Melon's opinion show.
I disagree they should have won that game because that's kind of more of what I expect from Vici Gaming. I think they played much better than they did in game number 1. And Fnatic, they're just generally like not that efficient in their movements and their rotations. They don't have that high of a success rate with their rotations and their smokes. So that's kind of what I expect from game number 1.
I think it's a good point Swindles brings up that they didn't smoke with the Puck, and I feel like that's very characteristic of Fnatic. It's always the 2-hero support smoke rotations. They're a team who we talked about as their biggest pro. They win the early game, the laning stage, and they normally do so with support rotations, and they're trying to help their cores win their lanes. But the core hero rotations may be sometimes not there when they need to be. We saw it in game 1 as well when the Knicks didn't rotate to help out Mushi in the safe lane when he needed to, and I think again, it's not to point fingers at mid one. I think it's a kind of common thing with all their core players is that the supports roam, the cores kind of statically stay in their lanes.
Yeah, it's like 3+1+1 as opposed to 4+1 or even just 5.
But the similarity was like in both games they made the same rotation at 4 minutes. But in the first game they rotated to the off lane. In the second game, they sort of decided maybe they should have helped. They wanted to help Mushi, but instead we were talking maybe it would have been still better to do the same plan. Go to
It's
the
a
off
morphling
lane.
though. That's very you can't kill
They,
more?
they didn't kill
don't-
they didn't kill the carry in the first game. They
Mhm.
killed the supports. They
That's
invaded the jungle and they took control from there.
Yeah, I was just bringing this up before, but there's a huge advantage when you play Dire Chen. If you can take that safe lane tower on Radiant, it opens up the entire jungle. And suddenly now, like, it doesn't matter if they don't kill Morphling. Just force them off the lane, maybe get a support. If not, you just hit the tower.
Yeah.
They have nothing to wave clear. Like, they're going to throw out a couple
It
Wyvern
is the
Ws and run
move
away.
that matters. It's not killing the carry
Mhm.
that matters. I mean, killing the carry is a bonus, I think.
Yeah. Yeah.
But the important thing is to get yourselves into
Yeah.
that position.
And suddenly Chen now has access to 3 hard camps, and mid tower, you don't need the Puck to rotate anymore. Puck can just be middle, and the Invoker is constantly afraid that he might just get coiled, dead. And there's not really much you can do about it. And as you said, like, they ended up diving the top tier 1 with a level 2 Rasta and a Chen,
Yeah,
and then just got stomped and they died.
The Serpent Wards came up really late for them, and then once their early smoke rotations failed, they didn't have something to fall back on. What they fell back on was catch-up. They were playing catch-up with the Shadow Shaman getting levels. The Necrophos didn't really have a lane at that point because Shadow Shaman was taking the safe lane, so then they were just playing from behind.
Yeah, and they just had to. I felt like, to go off Ben's point, like, I think Vici definitely outclassed them in that game. They just demonstrated that, you know, they're probably the better team and they should win. But I just, again, looking at that draft, I just feel like Fnatic has a better grasp on how you need to play Dota now. And if they had just executed better, they would have won. And instead of
You
putting
even
Rasta,
said earlier in the break, if you don't mind me saying, you said if Alliance had that same lineup.
yeah, they would have destroyed them. It would have been 15 minutes and over. But they rotate with the Rasta. Like, as you said, they play catch up with the Rasta. They could have just make that play for that bottom tier 1, as we said. Throw the Rasta top, get him some levels. He's level 2. Like, he's not doing anything. And I just, yeah.
Something
I mean,
Winter mentioned about Net, how he always prioritizes zoning the offlane. Do you think he should be putting more emphasis on his own farm and levels, like getting pulls, getting some levels towards that level 6 early on?
Well, to interject real quick, I think Winter actually brought this up before. This time they actually helped the offlane. It was an Earth Spirit and an Elder Titan instead of just a solo Bat Rider. So it was a lot more challenging for them to actually deal with
I think
ice.
if you're up against a lone offlane, you can actually do that. But if it's 2 versus 2, it kind of becomes harder. So it's better for you to pull and focus on getting your levels, because I feel like regardless what you do, the offlane is going to get experience. So to make it even, so you focus on your own experience too.
Okay, and just checking out some of the highlights from this game. You saw the first blood there scored by Vici Gaming on the offlane at Ohio. And yeah, we also didn't really mention before going into the game that, Earth Spirit, it's a big factor.
This is like just what are we
And
doing
this,
here, guys?
they actually did this under, they came into this fight under a ward. They put a sentry up and they were like, well, okay, they know we're here. We might as well go now because we need to go. And they even lose Mushy off the back of this. So definitely not worth it. And also you were saying, Swindle, when that happened, it's like they don't need to do that. It's not a kill that they need to get. They've got their puck winning mid, their safe lanes farming. There's no reason to push for this kill. And it really did backfire.
They were
and
winning all
started
3
giving
lanes.
a lot of momentum. Yeah.
They had the top CS in all 3 lanes at one point, like 5 or 6 minutes in, and then tried to get too much done when they just needed to.
And they take a lot of these like skirmishes, and it really didn't work out. A nice kill there from Fly, and actually the Elder Titan coming in here, Ben Melanie, very happy about this.
Oh yeah,
That was like,
He was like, that's a useful hero
Mr.
right there.
Titan.
That is a useful hero.
Overall, though, I think that like Vici, they got the heroes that they kind of wish they got in game number 1 too. Like the Phoenix was not very useful versus the Nyx Assassin, and Ice is Ice. Like the Bat Rider was level 1 6 minutes in and didn't do that much as the game went on. But this time they had better heroes to delay the game against Fnatic, and they ended up just crushing them in Fnatic with a very similar draft to game number 1, puck interchange for the Nyx Assassin.
The main difference is the offlane though, because
Yeah,
we were
the
talking
offlane's
about
way
they
different.
ditched him in the first game. They didn't help him with the tusk. This game, the Earth Spirit was helping the offlane. So that was what we felt was missing in the first game.
That last fight under the tier 1, the bottom, like, Vici actually had 4 heroes and then 5 because Earth Spirit actually died, respawned, came bottom, while Rasta and Necrophos were both top. So they're just not playing, like, they just need to be 5 and they win these fights. But, like, once again, Puck is right now running back to base to buy his blink. Rasta and Necrophos are top, and they're just 2 heroes in the offlane.
Yeah,
It's just, you can't do that.
It's like they were
This
rushing.
was also
It's
weird.
like they were
The
rushing.
Aegis on the ground. It's like, were they waiting for a high or something? to come?
No,
I
they
don't
were
know.
waiting for the puck to grab it. I
Yeah,
believe.
either no, Puck was in there. Puck left the Roche pit.
Yeah, they were expecting him to grab it because
Yeah.
Mushi was not anywhere
Mushi
near.
was far away,
It's either you
Hai
give
was
it to
far
the
away.
puck or you give it to the Necro at
Yeah.
that point.
And there was definitely some sloppy plays from both teams, because the thing we kept talking about was, does Burning know what Winter's Curse does?
Yeah.
There was a few times where the Winter's Curse was used, then you had waveforms, E-blades being
But
thrown on it.
I do feel sad here for Ohio with the bear.
Yeah, no roots.
Absolutely
Four.
0 roots.
There's 4 hits so far without a root.
5,
Just
6,
I was really
7, no root.
Right, yeah.
Bulldog would have gotten a root.
Yeah, I agree. That's part of the reason Alliance wins this game. But I will say Mid One played really well. I think mechanically he's really impressing me. He's just very talented. He didn't panic, it seemed, once with his phase shifts. Dodged a lot of spells and saved himself a bunch. It wasn't enough to win this game.
Crushed mid.
He has to
he
integrate with
crushed
the team
middle.
better, though.
Decision making was not very good. Like his team play, like the way he played the puck around his team. And you mentioned Bulldog's lone druid, but even if it's S4 puck, he would have like been able to play around his team much more.
And that to me is just kind of the issue there's always been with the SEA region. You know, very talented mechanical players, but they don't have the same experience and
In a team
Their
environment.
team play
Yeah.
isn't as solid. And in all honesty, we took a lesson from losing a bunch of games to OG, where if you're in a position where you need to take objectives, you group up as 5, you take towers, you buy a gem, rinse and repeat. And I've seen them do that in tons of lands. They're very, when they're fighting you, when they're team fighting you, they are all there. And Fnatic didn't do that once in the first 10 to 15 minutes of the game.
They look like very much on a different page. Yeah, so we kind of talked about Fnatic a lot there, but we have to give some credit over to Vici. Still able to execute the fights, still able to help each other out. It did seem like an easier game off the back of Fnatic, but that's the win that they were probably expecting to get in game number 1. So now they've evened it up. They probably, I would imagine, still feel like the favorites of this matchup. I mean, Vici Gaming, I think you guys mentioned it at the last major, came kind of like top 5, and then Fnatic at the last major almost, dead last. So there is quite a big difference in terms of reputation going into this. Do you feel that Vici Gaming should be able to take this one in the 3rd game based off what you've seen off two maps?
It depends. I think it's less about the results from the last major, because I think you look at the Fnatic players and like these guys have played at TIs. They've been top 3 at TIs, so they've had just as much past accomplishments as Vici Gaming, just not as recent. Perhaps.
Fnatic have to adjust more.
Yeah.
Like he,
But that's the
Soto's
thing, it's like
talking about like how you don't need to commit all in. If you have a lone druid, that's good enough to kind of push and threaten objectives. But they like go all in, and then Vici just go all in defensive and anti-push, and then they just.
So you're basically saying like they're playing too fast and they should slow it down.
I'm not saying they should play it. I think they should just open up the draft a little bit more, because like the Shadow Shaman and the Shen, they got behind and then they just lose the game. It's I mean, I don't want to make it that simple, but that's kind of close to what happened. Whereas, okay, what if they just get level 6? What if they have, a mid that scales a little bit better? What if they have more support for Ohio so he doesn't give up first blood? Like, there's all these other things that they're not really concentrating on in their draft.
And I think this goes back to just, I really don't feel like these two teams understand the ways Dota's working right now. Like we've been talking about, just they know how Wyvern ulti works. They're having issues with Silencer Q.
So would you say, from your previous statement, that Group B is looking even weaker than Group A?
No, they're definitely still better than A. They're still better than A. I mean,
you think A was the weakest group?
I just felt like it was a very. I'm all about judging it just based on the performance, okay? Yeah. And that was just. It was like watching a ballet. And then the stars just like both broke their legs and fell off the stage, and then their understudies just
watching sumo wrestlers do ballet.
Yeah, that's a better example. But the final point I want to make on that train is just, Vici goes into that game. They see first 2 Chen Lone Druid, double Midas Lincolns on their course. Fnatic, they have the draft they need. Their first smoke is with a level 2 Rasta and a level 4 Chen. Like not even a level 5 Chen for the extra creep. Not even 6. Nope. Level 2 and 4, and I just felt like that's Muchi saying, "Hey guys, come top. We'll take this tower. It'll be great." And they're doing that to an Elder Titan. He wants that to happen. That is Ice's dream, is to go into the trees, stomp, and
Yeah. You almost seem angry at this.
I am.
Like, what's going on?
I know, because this is.
Why doesn't this ever happen to me when I'm off?
Seriously, like,
put me in this group.
It just doesn't. It's not even complicated to me. It's very simple. It's not. These aren't difficult concepts. You're able to watch the top teams. You can just study them and see how they execute things. And then you just have Fnatic just casually in the bottom lane with their Chen and their Lone Druid. And then they do it again. And it's like, what do you expect to happen?
DJ Rome is now a con.
Too much DJ, too much for him. Yeah.
Maybe.
I mean, the roam was okay. Just roaming, the destination of where he's roaming was wrong this game. Like, it wasn't the most optimal.
They need better in-game direction, though, for sure.
Yeah.
Like the supports are just not making the plays they need to.
So, Winter, you know this team quite well, and they're going to be getting into the lobby for the final game of the series. But if you were to kind of sit with them, talk with them, and be like, right, we need to play the best Dota that we can play. I know you guys well. I want you to focus on these kind of different things, and really kind of give some individual pointers to the players, put them in a mindset so they know when they're going into the game that this is kind of crucial for them to be successful. What do you talk to? What do you say to some of the players or the team in general?
I'll tell Mushi one thing.
Tell Mushi one thing.
Don't worry about us. We trust us, because basically sometimes what happens is he overthinks stuff, like what Carl mentioned. Maybe what happened there was Mushi felt like we should be pushing when the support's saying, oh, we are about to hit to bottom to do what we did in the first game. But Mushi changed their mind. Oh, I think this game, this is what I need to happen. So probably I would tell him, because it happened to us when we were on the same team a couple of times. So I would tell him to just trust us, and then just let us do our thing.
Okay.
Trust your team, basically, because I'm
from watching that game, can you really though decipher honestly?
Not
Can
sure.
you really,
I'm not sure. I'm just saying it based on experience.
He's been there coaching them, so I feel like there's some level of truth to what he's saying, but
well, but I mean,
I think also not.
It makes
not to
sense, like
fault like Fnatic for everything. I think Vici played really well. Super's Invoker again was just phenomenal. Like, if anything, that's one thing I'm telling him is ban Super's Invoker perhaps because of how well he's done on that hero.
I mean, he lost his lane, but he made what is his difference with Midon? He lost his lane, but he made the correct moves with his team. But Midon, he won his lane, but he didn't make the correct moves. I'm not sure whether it's because he didn't communicate with his team enough. Like, sometimes new players, they don't talk enough to inform that their team, guys, wait for me. I have my blink now. Just wait for me. When you're quiet, your teammate doesn't know what's going on.
To add to your point, I personally feel like in that situation, yes, he has the ability to make that play, but I would probably place my blame on Mushi just because he is the captain. And I feel like the only real difference in that game from the first one is that in the first game, there was no offlaner. Mushi was just free farming. He's like, no worries, guys, I'm fine. Go do what you want. And in that game, he felt like, I think he was just maybe same level or one level above ice. He'd felt some pressure. The Rasta had died twice, and he's like, okay, we need more out of this. We need to shut this guy down. And then he draws focus away from the game and onto himself.
It's like Mushi wants to be involved, and in the first game he can be involved because he's got global silence.
Yeah.
So put Mushi on like a global hero.
That leads me to
put him on like a Spectre.
That leads
put
me
him on something that
to the interview where I think they did it with Envy, where he once mentioned that sometimes he doesn't, when he falls behind, he doesn't let his team carry him. Like he tries to do a lot and then he falls further behind.
Tries to do too much.
There's some players you feel like need to be in the center of things. Don't necessarily carrying the game, but if they're not seeing like a direct impact on the game and the flow of the game, it's off-putting for them. So Mushi, when he's behind, he's like, okay, or not having a bit of a tough lane because the Earth Spirit's camping top. He's like, okay, let's bring more heroes to top lane. Let's bring the action to me.
Yeah, we actually, I mean, Limp is kind of the same way. He's very, very self-critical, and if he makes a mistake, he'll want to rectify it and fix it sometimes. And then it sometimes makes things worse because you're trying too hard to do something.
It happens so much on like this is a major, it's one of the biggest tournaments. Of course, I think only the international really being bigger and if you can say more prestigious, but you've still got all the best teams here. And so sometimes even just the elevated importance of the games and what they feel that the pressure and the amount of viewers watching and the fan base, they feel like they need to do more, not only just to impress people, not that at all, but to actually kind of, like, I've let you down, I'm not going to let you down, don't worry, the next one will be, the level that I know I can be, and then it's like, oh, if that doesn't work, it's a kind of a knock-on effect. But we are going to head into the draft pretty soon here. I do believe I got word that Fnatic chose first pick and Vici Gaming chose Radiant side.
Wow.
Have you guys clarified how the coin tosses work here yet on
nope,
on the show?
You're more than.
Oh well, what?
You're playing. So what do you know the rules?
Oh no. So okay, there's two coin tosses which I'm normally not in favor of, but Bruno explained it. It makes sense. So you do a coin flip before the first game, and then you alternate selection, and then there's another coin flip before game 3. So I assume Fnatic won that toss. So I like it because the way it's explained is that they don't want a team that wins the initial coin toss to have an advantage, knowing they have an advantage in 2 games, and then being able to prepare 2 game plans before the series. They want it to, the only advantage should be before game 3. So I think it kind of makes sense, but so obviously Fnatic won the toss and chose first pick. I assume that that's what everyone's been choosing, and then the side choice is Dire.
What do you think about the Radiant? They pick Radiant. Don't you think it's strange? Like usually it's either Dire or you first pick.
It's interesting because it's been changing. Radiant also, I believe, had a higher win rate this patch thus far. I think it was about 56%. I might be wrong. I'm kind of pulling that statistic out of my ass, but I believe that's the case.
Getting word as well. It's actually production are doing an awesome job keeping us updated with some of the behind-the-scenes stuffs, and it's the first time that someone's actually picked Radiant when they've had the choice.
Okay.
Really?
I believe, yeah.
Interesting.
I think it was Ehome yesterday who
either
chose
today
Dire,
or
and when they had selection, they didn't even choose first pick, they chose Dire.
Yeah, we actually did that at MDL, but we recently changed
So
because.
what are the benefits of Radiant for
Spirit.
VG's playstyle, though? I can't really think of that many things. Maybe like Ice prefers the offlane, or the ancient stuff
I
is a little bit
personally think that the Dire offlane is better. I'm not sure if you count things the same way or you prefer being on the Radiant.
Honestly, I don't even know. If I feel like the lane's hard, I just buy an Iron Talon and just go chill in the woods, do some jungle.
That's what I'm talking about.
I don't really know the difference.
Or you
to
play
be honest. Have an
Enchantress,
offlane
you
long
play
enough.
Enchantress and the lane's never hard because you're Enchantress.
Oh, there's an
that's
offlane?
fun.
Do you mean it's just not the jungle?
I'm saying it's so peaceful.
All right,
I
guys, sure.
I was saying this all yesterday.
Offlane slash jungle or
The
jungle.
offlane is the secret shop. That's the offlane now.
It's really fun. It's like a lot of fun actually to just
Hitting
jungle.
creeps in the jungle is fun.
Yeah, dude. Because you're like, okay, well, I could be in the off lane or napalming this Chen over here, or I could just buy an Iron Talon. Like in that Bat Rider game, obviously Bat was a really good hero, but if Ice was just like any melee hero and bought an Iron Talon, he would have been level 5 instead of level 1 in 6 minutes. It's just Dota right now, man.
Gotta embrace the Iron Talon.
And they just first picked Invoker. There you go.
So
Good change
Invoker
of pace.
taken away from Super. That was your word of advice, I believe. Or no, Gods, you mentioned that.
Yeah.
Take away the Invoker, and they're going to first pick it for Fnatic. And mid one plays it, I assume.
Yes, Midan plays it. Mushi doesn't play Invoker.
Nope.
Yeah.
He does Exalt or Quaswex? Do you know? Or both?
Mostly Quaswex for their playstyle, because basically the way they are running this team is their tempo control will be Midon. Ohio and Mushi will be both the players that take more farm. So it's a bit similar to Alliance.
Real quick, I didn't notice this, but Vici's all the way down to just 40 minutes of extra time left, or 40 seconds rather. So they use a lot of time on their initial 2 bans. I did not notice that, but they're like really running out of time right now.
Well, okay. So this was like the same way Ehome opened their draft yesterday. They opened up with the Night Stalker.
Explain it to me, Winter. Like I'm 5.
Based on MDR, I know the Chinese team, they rate Night Stalker really high because of the way they play it, the Iron Talon. Like what Carl mentioned, you get a very early Aghanims with a support position Night Stalker.
Vision is king?
Yep. Vision is king. It is indeed. And usually you pair it with something that utilizes the Vision very well. But Bat Rider is not here. That's a very common pairing, the Bat and the Night Stalker. So I'm curious to see what they actually pair with the Night Stalker
What
Vision.
about Void? I don't know.
You guys continue. I need to take a few seconds before I comment on this pick.
Please, Swindle, collect
he's
yourself.
like, what is
You're very
actually
emotionally
going
invested
on?
in this game. I
Yeah.
quite enjoy having you
what is
here,
going
Swindle.
on?
It's
Why
nice.
is Night Stalker first pick?
Because you're saying like explain it to me like I'm 5. I think you need to be 5 to pick Night Stalker in this situation, and you just slap your keyboard and it's like, oh, NS, perfect, I love it.
This hero is spooky. I like it.
Like they go NS Razor.
I'm a vampire.
What is going on?
God. I mean, complexity.
it's the
I
same-
feel bad for Vici Gaming if you ever meet them, because you guys are going to stomp them if they do this.
Hey man, nah, they're like really good players. I just don't know. You just had this team pretty much just push on you every game.
Maybe they
and
have
you're
a
just
plan,
hey,
you
let's
know,
pick
like
Night Stalker.
Ehome.
Huh?
They just pre-picked the strat that they already had. You know, they
They
had
had
this
a
strat
plan
in
though. They
mind.
wouldn't have used up all their reserve time.
I mean, I just feel like if you look at this opener and you just think about the power level of these heroes.
Give me a power level.
Well, okay, that's not
Like
what I
what's
mean.
out of
It's not-
10?
That's not what I mean, James. It's
No,
like
I want power levels.
Power levels.
Yeah.
Well,
What's Invoker and Chen power level?
easily over 9,000.
Whoa. What's Night Stalker Razor power level?
I don't know. They're blue, so 3.
What? They're
3.
blue?
Yeah.
Well, we gave Vici Gaming a 3 for our score, so
Yeah.
it suits them.
Yep.
Those heroes don't need to be first 2'd. That's my problem with it.
They're
could've-
never going to get banned.
Neither of those heroes were
Yeah.
addressed at all in the previous drafts. Even looking at Group A, in the Alliance series, they weren't addressed. I think Ehome was the only team that picked Night Stalker thus far, and I just don't know why.
So if you're in the Vici Gaming booth right now, Swindle, and they're not talking to you, right? Because they just don't want to talk to you, and you're sat there, and you're kind of like thinking to yourself, you're going to play in the team, and you're just sat there, and they're doing the ban and pick, and you're kind of going into this game versus Fnatic. Are you kind of throwing your hands up in the air, or are you just being like, what are we doing, guys? Are you freaking out, or are you okay?
Are you talking about like if I'm a coach for Vici?
No, you're actually one of the players right now
Oh
for Vici.
Lord, I don't.
Are you freaking out, or you're like, nah, this is going to be cool?
No, I'd be asking my manager to grab some chloroform so that I could take over for FY once he passes out.
Okay.
I would trust in FY. I have faith in his jungle Night
Okay,
Stalker. Iron
all I'm
Talon.
saying is he's got 25 seconds left, and he took
It's the
like
mind game.
so
It's
much
ban. He
time.
might just no ban you. It doesn't matter. It's just, what's the 4th ban matter?
Okay,
It's the mind games. He's like, oh.
in my
they
opinion,
think I'm out of time.
you should come into, especially a game 3, knowing what your first 2 bans are. Fnatic did the exact same 2 bans that they did in the previous games, and it took an extra minute of time to decide, hey, we're going to ban Bat Rider.
I think it was they didn't expect them to first pick Invoker because Mushi has been shown to not
No,
favor.
but
the
they
hero.
they were already in. They already used like 45
They-
seconds.
I don't know how
on bans.
When I saw it when with the Night Stalker pick, it
Mm.
was like 30 seconds left, so I'm not exactly sure. Yeah, but it wouldn't make sense for the first 2 bans. But I don't think they expected the first pick Invoker.
I'd agree with you.
All
Mm.
things. That's
You
the
did.
only confusing part.
We did, of course, but that's just because the Merlini couch is next level.
Razor's like okay anti-push. I actually don't know why.
Yeah, but they picked the Razor into the Invoker.
It's a hero that kind of plays like for super, like in the mid lane.
It's the superhero.
I mean, Witch Doctor, he's cool, right?
Against the creeps.
Yeah,
Creeps,
stun.
good versus push.
Yep, so Disruptor is like the replacement for the Shaman for Net. He plays these 2 heroes a lot.
It's pretty good against the Night Stalker, I think, because you
Yeah.
get vision off the Q and you can always land the glimpse. But it's once again a relatively greedy and weak support.
Oh, so
There you go.
that is their plan.
This was banned the last few games. Remember, we were kind of theory crafting, like, what can ISSI still play? And Fnatic almost wanting them to pick Brood, it looks like.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I really like what Fnatic just did. They obviously knew they were taking Tide and picked it immediately as Vici is on the clock. Like they're gonna have like 20 seconds now to think
Just
about what they want to ban.
What they want to ban, what they want to pick.
Mushi's hero. I mean, I think I saw him play Klings as well yesterday.
Klings legit. Might be tough.
You mean
if they want to aggro and
No,
do
no.
the Tide
In
1v1
that
versus
match,
Brood,
didn't they
or?
play?
Yeah, I think they
You might want to put Tide
think
1v1.
So you need quite a strong
Because
hero
Tide
to be
is
offline.
not very good versus like let's say it's a safe lane Razor. Tide is not very
Yeah,
good. with
Bring out the
I
Mushi
agree.
Mirana.
You really want the Tide against the Brood, not the Razor. It is a really grim matchup.
Can Brood beat Tide without a Spiderling build? Or
Yes, he can.
Okay.
You go for
He
the.
can.
You mean the passive plus Orb of Venom build?
Mhm.
Yeah, you probably
So-
can, but you farm a lot less. It depends on how you see it. Is it worth winning the lane and farm slower? Because if you do that build and you don't kill the Tide at least once, then your net worth will suffer a lot. Because if you do the Spiderling build, you basically just skip the creeps and you farm jungle, whereas Tide just farms the lane,
Yeah,
so you farm more.
I think it's probably better to go Spiders here just because of the game that he's in. If they can just take that top tower, Brood can just completely control the dire jungle,
to limit
move
the
towards
Chen.
mid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they're still scared of the push, banning out the Lush rack,
Mhm.
the Mushi Lush.
Ban the Jug. Yeah, it's an interesting situation for Fnatic. I feel like both teams at this point have relatively even drafts. It's just going to come down to how.
I actually think they have to pick it's nice to pick a carry that can help the Brood at this point, because if Brood is up
Ember
1v1,
or
like
something?
I'm thinking of Ember or like something like Spectre, like you can actually help
Spectre,
the
I
Brood
think, is
win.
too greedy. They'll get
You
pushed
can
way
help
too
to
greedy.
win the lane of of Brood Mothers. You can at some point TP rotate into her lane and just get kills.
I think Clinks wouldn't be bad, but it kind of
Clinks is
overlaps
okay
with the
too.
Razor and the Brood.
Very single target.
Could always do some AM.
Bristleback. I like that choice. That's a good pick. It's very good against the Chen,
Mhm.
really good against Tidehunter, and it just makes their lanes very strong and versatile. You could pretty much put Vici's lanes anywhere at this point, and I think Fnatic's going to be in a tough spot if this pick isn't really.
What type of
like the Bristle?
wait? What type
Yeah,
of
love
lanings do you
Bristle.
like? Do you think that it's just gonna be Razor mid or Bristle mid?
It's going to depend on Fnatic's pick here, I think. They want to put Razor against Tide above all
yeah,
else.
that's the best matchup.
But if not, if they can't get a good read on it, I think they just put the Razor mid for Super. It's a pretty good matchup against the Invoker. And then I would say you put the Brood safe. Yeah, and just Witch Doctor Bristle off, because Disruptor is, again, it's just such a weak support. He's good with levels, but at level 2, level 3, Bristle Witch Doctors just
I think
kills
he's
him the coconut.
very similar to Shaman, where they are very good at zoning one hero, but when it comes to 2 against 2, the hero becomes significantly weaker. So I can see that plan working very well.
It goes back to like my gripe against like picking Lion. I just feel like in this meta, these sort of heroes, you know, the Visage, even Rubik, Disruptor, Rasta, all of these just heroes that, as you say, are very good at zoning, but not so good at actually
fighting.
Yeah. And the Sven last pick, I really like that, and I hope that means we see an Exort Invoker for the first time this series, because that is so good, and I really don't like Quaswex as much, so we'll see what happens.
All right, so we're almost getting ready. We'll be going into the game momentarily, and of course we go to Couch 1 for the predictions of who's going to clutch out the series, and the winner of this will actually be going up against Alliance in the upper bracket finals for Group B. Guys, you have to agree this time.
I made the call for first 2 games, so I'm gonna leave it to you this time.
There's no Elder Titan this time, so what are we doing? You're going with Fnatic. He wants me to say Fnatic, so I'll say Fnatic.
Why do you think so, Winter? Just you want, or there's a reason?
He said he didn't want to let his brothers down.
No, I just think that they had a lot better preparation this time, and I trust that they will do well.
For the whole tournament, or this particular match?
This tournament.
This tournament.
Yeah.
You think they're on the up and they can prove it? So couch number 2.
I mean, I feel as much as their draft was maybe a bit slow and I feel like they didn't have a clear plan, it's Ice Brood, one of his best heroes, and I think Vici's just the better team. I definitely want to side with Vici on this.
I would agree. I want to say Fnatic, but I've been wrong twice now, so I'm going to just say Vici's going to win, because then my actual prediction would be right, because I still think Fnatic can win the series. I do agree, Vici's actually the better team, but the better team doesn't always win.
Okay, well, we're going over to the commentators. Final game of the series, winner, move on to the upper bracket, and yeah, I will kind of lean a little bit towards Vici. They've definitely been the ones deciding if they win and lose the games. Fnatic have been the reactionary team, but let's see what happens in our last game as we go into the match, and over to our commentators.
Thank you, Jane.
Welcome back to the panel here at the Shanghai Major, presented by Perfect World, where Fnatic have won. They are victorious. They will be moving on into the upper bracket game, where they'll play Alliance a little bit later. But a 2-1 victory. I still don't feel that we really know too much about either of the teams there, just from that series. It felt very different from game to game. I don't know if that's just me, but let's focus on the win, really, for Fnatic. They came out and the mid lane Sven, Mushi,
Next level for Vici.
2 next level, which is surprising, because normally you'd imagine the Vici players are the kind of next level theorists in the way that they play their heroes. But do you want to tell us why next level?
Well, a lot of it had to do with the Bristleback not getting support on top, but pretty much the Brood couldn't really have any impact. Like normally you pick Brood, you at least win your lane. That's like the bare minimum that a Brood should do, but she couldn't win her lane anywhere because the Sven just kind of ran around and cleaved anywhere that she went. And then if you don't have a Brood that wins your lane, you're pretty much just playing 4v5. And any input?
No, you're 100% right.
I mean, you said it, Swindles, as well. You said, like, you know, he picked up a Quelling Blade, and actually the bonus damage on the creeps with the level 1 cleave actually does a huge amount of damage onto the hero behind the...
I'm like 95% sure that's right. Hopefully Reddit doesn't yell at me and say that I'm wrong, but I'm fairly certain
You're a very confident man, Swindle Man.
Yes, you get the cleave. You do bonus damage to the hero when you cleave on creeps with a Quelling Blade.
I don't think it works with Tidebringer, right?
It only does not work with Tidebringer.
Yeah, because if it works with Tidebringer, then it's a lot worse.
Yeah, no. I think it's the only cleave it doesn't work with.
Yeah, I agree. I think you brought it up real quick, but I think Vici just lose the game when they throw Bristleback top by himself. I am totally cool with FY just chilling in the woods, has an Iron Talon, farm up, no worries. But why is... I love that. But why is Witch Doctor bottom with the Razor against the Tidehunter instead of top with the Bristleback?
We were talking about like what Vici wanted to have is to have the Razor.
Who was on the Witch Doctor?
Fenrir.
Fenrir.
Yeah, they wanted the Razor versus Tide because the matchup is so good for the Razor alone. Even alone, like you don't need help. It's the Bristol back that needs help against the dual lane at top. Because Bristol...
And that was the first blood, I believe, on the Bristol back. So
Bristol could... we all felt that Bristol could have done a lot in that lane if Witch Doctor was there with him.
Yeah, usually they're pretty good about sacking Fenrir. Like, just screw if Fenrir gets farm and then beef up the other members. But this game, it didn't happen at all.
They win that lane easily. Like, Invoker and Disruptor are two incredibly weak heroes in lane. Witch Doctor and Bristol, specifically Witch Doctor, are both very good. And we were just talking about it, like, everyone on the panel knows Disruptor is great 2 versus 1, 2 versus 2 is pretty bad. So they just throw Bristol to the wolves. Like,
it seemed like there was some weird laning stuff though, because like Ice threw his wards up top or his web, and then he like wanted to go bottom, and they're like, oh crap, let's send him mid. So there was clearly some like weird stuff going around with the lanes, and both teams were trying to desperately figure out what the
really
other
comes
were
back
trying
to Swindle's melon point that they wasted a lot of time in the draft. It was very confusing.
Well, Fnatic had a clear plan. Like they had their heroes they wanted, and then even not just in the draft. As soon as they load in, they're TPing out, they're getting down wards. They had the aggressive ward at the top tier 1 tower to scout. They knew before the bounty rune even spawned that Bristol was going to be top because they saw him using that ward. So they knew what the lanes were going to be coming out from Vici Gaming, which gave them a huge advantage. They set things up. Yeah, the Tide vs Raze is a bad matchup, but they knew they would get good matchups elsewhere, or at least the matchups they wanted.
It's a bad matchup, but that's not the lane
they
want
to
win.
Sven versus Brood
It's not the
they
lane
wanted.
that they wanted to win, So
They
that
wanted
was
the
the
mid.
key thing.
Yeah.
They wanted to win the Sven's lane, and basically, and Invoker had a good laning phase. Those are the two things that they wanted to secure, and they got
Has
got
Brood
both
even
of them.
won this major? I don't think so. I've seen him pick 3 times, I think. He's just lost.
I don't think it's
the one game I remember from yesterday. The Brood wasn't able to do as much and ended up losing, and it was on a dire side.
I think it was Ehome.
He lost
0-11.
0-11.
Yeah.
But also in 0-11's fairness, that was the player yesterday that very unfortunately was playing under a lot of pain and had to go and have a tooth removed and then come back and play versus Secret. Probably not great on communication once you've had your tooth removed. That might have been quite confusing.
Yes, a lot of the times though, the Brood has not been the last pick. He has been 3rd or 4th pick. Which is
he was 4th there, but Fnatic still had 2 to deal with
they
him.
still had 2 picks.
And then they
right?
went
So
Tidehunter Sven.
Why don't they just pick him 10th?
Yeah, why don't they just pick Razor Nightstalker never instead of 1st, and maybe then they would have had a better draft.
Yeah.
You're fine with the Night Stalker in the jungle. Come on now.
Yeah.
Anyone with Iron Talent.
Any melee hero in the jungle.
Okay.
Man.
Well, we're going to be preparing an interview to finish off this series. I believe Ohio will be interviewed from Fnatic. So we'll just hold on until we get that up on screen, and then, of course, we'll hand it over to the interviewers. But they're going to be playing versus Alliance, which will be their next game. Yesterday, we played the lower bracket. Oh, looks like the interviews are going to start now. So Shiva's there. We're shut up and head over to the interview.
Start of the game. What went wrong for you in the early game that made you unable to kill Invoker and Morphling?
首先，先恭喜 Ohio 获胜跟Fnatic 获胜。那么第一个问题就是在第2场当中，前期发生了什么样的事情，让 Fnatic 没有办法很好的去应对水人跟卡尔这2个英雄？
其实对的，是因为我们前期那个城，他的节奏有点不好，前期被打崩了3波，所以前期的话，其实我们觉得我们英雄如果前期打得好的话，水人应该无法那么舒服的那边发育吧。我们推起来他们应该也是挺难接的，如果我们前期快一点的话。
So I think in the early game, one of our heroes didn't actually was able to fully extend and capitalize on his strengths, and so the speed and pace was all kind of disrupted from the very beginning, and so that was kind of counter to our initial plans.
Which of the heroes is the hero that you're talking about?
刚刚说的是哪一位英雄？
我在说的陈。
Chen. Sorry, it was Chen.
Okay, now in the 3rd game, you did really well. You seemed to know what VG Gaming was planning, and for Broodmother, the 4th pick, were you indeed anticipating everything that VG Gaming had in store for you that game?
那么第3场啊，你就是取得了胜利。那么，当 VG 选择了蜘蛛的时候，你们团队的是什么样一个想法？是已经预测到了他们会想要用蜘蛛对你们的战术是如何？
是的，因为我们之前也是对了很多蜘蛛，然后今天在第3盘的时候，我们也是预测他们应该会选蜘蛛，所以我们已经准备了潮汐，因为我们之前打过很多潮汐。对抗蜘蛛的话，蜘蛛其实节奏会比较挺难找的。然后10问嘛，至于10问，其实 C 的话就看我们想要打谁吧，就火猫啊10问都可以打的。
So we've actually played against Broodmother a lot, and so we kind of expected that VG will make that pick, and so we picked Tidehunter to counter it. And as for, we also think that, when the picks spend, we could have picked anything, whether it's Ember Spirit or anything to kind of play against it, so we were ready.
Okay, previous tournament that you had was Starletter I-League Star Series. Didn't do so well in that tournament. What did you focus on with your team to improve coming into this major?
那么在 SL 当中啊 ，Fnatic 的表现好像不是特别好。那么在比赛结束的时候，你们队伍做了什么样的调整跟改变？就是为了这一次的比赛准备。
因为之前那个比赛准备不是很多，因为比如说 Mid One 就是我们中单选手，那是他第一次参加一个比较算大型比赛嘛，然后稍微有点紧张。但过后比赛打完了，我们就觉得我们是有实力的，重点就是还没磨合好，所以我们在那期间就在华人新年前嘛，我们就做了很多准备，就一起训练，大家都默契都上升了很多。
So coming into Star Ladder, the team didn't feel that they were fully ready because it was also one of Mid One's kind of bigger tournaments, first bigger tournament. And so before Chinese New Year, they really worked on working as a team and just building up their team camaraderie in order to play well in this tournament.
Well, that definitely paid off, at least in this series. Next series for Fnatic is up against Alliance. Do you have something special in store against them?
那么接下来这一场比赛是对 A 队啊，那你们是不是有什么应对的措施？
这个不好说，因为毕竟我之前都挺喜欢他们嘛，然后毕竟如果有什么打法的话，我们应该都会开会聊一聊他们的战术，然后再做一些准备吧。
So he can't really disclose too much, but he's always really admired and appreciated Alliance as a team, as an opponent, and so they'll just, as a team, as Fnatic, they'll get together and discuss the strats and so on. So they'll think about it and be ready.
Okay, well, thank you very much for taking the time to talk to us, and good luck in that next match.
Thank you, Shiva. And also, once again, congratulations to Fnatic and Ohio. They're being interviewed, and do apologize that we're not able to really comment on the interview. We still don't have audio for the interviews in our ears at the moment. But I'm not, hopefully we'll get that solved throughout the tournament. But hopefully you guys enjoyed the interview at home, and those of the fans of Fnatic enjoyed the victory, 2-1. And as we mentioned, they will go on to play versus Alliance a little bit later. And yesterday we did play the lower bracket game first, which means if it's going to be the same, we'll see Vici Gaming versus Team Spirit. Team Spirit actually lost 2-0 versus Alliance, but depending, unless they've changed the schedules here, depending on what they felt will work better for the rest of the group stages, we might also go into the upper bracket game, because I believe there was 2 schedules I saw or have been told about. But we're stay with us. We'll get the next game on the way and we'll find out what it is. So. Anything that you want to add on the match, the finished, or would you rather talk about what's coming up next? Because I believe when we go to break, I think Swindle, you'll be probably heading back to your team.
Yeah.
And doing some practice.
I've been here way longer than I wanted to. You spend too many hours in a room with James, and you just start going stir crazy.
That's fine.
It's okay, James. I like spending time with you.
Ah, thanks. I was listening. I'm really bad at multitasking. When I listen to people in my ear, I just I'm just like, yeah, cool, yeah. But so any final thoughts? You had I heard I wasn't really listening, but you had a great time. You loved it here. The pleasure was all yours. You think -4 is good enough?
Yeah.
For
hopefully, as the tournament progresses, we can earn some more points. But yeah, I actually really glad I got the opportunity to come on here. I'd love to do it again, but hopefully not too soon, because that means we're probably eliminated. So
I mean, we would be spoiling ourselves, really, Swindle, if that was the case.
No, seriously, I grew up. I think the first time must have been like 10 years ago. I remember watching you cast a World of Warcraft event, and now I'm old and I'm here. It's kind of surreal, but
I've got grey hair.
Yeah.
Now. And the only thing that hasn't changed is World of Warcraft. You know, just consistently there. But yeah, I'm looking forward to watching your team play.
Thanks.
You've had some strong opinions, which is really quite enjoyable for me to listen to, because it's always nice. And I still felt, though, when I gave you the opportunity to give it your pros and cons before we throw it to the break, I do want to say, you know, you've kind of like you're underplaying that. You've got to believe it if you're going to win, because that match, I felt that Fnatic were the team that really wanted to win. They were prepared, and VG Gaming kind of were like, you're not sure how highly motivated they are. So you've got to have a lot of confidence, Swindle. Okay, so go, like, when we see you on day 4, right, what's going to happen?
What's going to happen?
Well, just tell us how it's going to go down.
Well, we're either going to win or lose.
No, not good enough,
Hunter
right?
Gatherer Josh will carry the victory.
I mean,
you've got to come into this tournament and feel like, you know, make a statement.
Yeah.
Put it out there.
I thought if we can keep all our items in our inventory, I like our chances. We just can't lose any along the way. Maybe, you know, you're in the jungle, iron talon merrily, and accidentally Tranquil Boots disappear. Who knows? Maybe a Yols, maybe a BKB. Can't.
So your chances are slim, is what you're saying.
You never know.
Yeah.
I just want to perform. Like when I say that things aren't good.
It's not you want to perform, your team to perform.
I just, you know.
Come on.
Look, every team here, you know, this is our life. Like, you play Dota as your career, and I feel like, you know, as a man, like, the mastery of your craft has to be paramount, like, in your life. Like, what else are you doing as a Dota player if you're not playing Dota really well? So I just hope we put on a good show, pretty much, over anything else. Like, as long as we're proud of our performance and we play as well as we can play, then I think we'll be happy.
The team's performance today made him say that. He's like, wow,
Well,
these guys can't be proud.
Yeah, like, I'm
proud.
sorry, you just can't be. That was atrocious.
You know, like they say, people, those who can't do, they teach. In Dota, those who can't play, they cast. So
Yeah.
there's always a back
You're
point.
so. I fear that you're like so tearing people at home, right? Some people are like really into what you're like, what they want you to achieve, because they're like, yeah, this person's turned up with this attitude, and then so when you're like, they cannot be proud of what they've done.
That was awful.
Right? You know what I mean? They shouldn't go home. You know, like they should run away from home. You know, like the people are going to be like, come on, that's a little bit harsh. But you know, you seem very adamant and invested in this. So I definitely think you've got a lot of people rooting for you, and a lot of people rooting against you.
I got everybody on the couch.
Do you use that? Do you use that as like motivation? Do you like proving people wrong?
Oh yeah, I've got I saved up one of my finest moment in Dota was when we won the TI5 qualifiers and I was able to retweet Pylai Die, because he made this tweet where there was all the invites, and then he just filled in Team Tinker for the Americas qualifier. I saved that for like 3 months, and we won. I was like, oh yes, we all did it immediately. It felt so good. That was the best tweet of my life. Oh god.
So
I got a lot of questions.
Have you got anything for this tournament? Have you got someone that's kind of you know, put you out there, like, you know, this is never going to happen?
There's a lot of angsty guys on the internet, but you know, whatever.
There's not one guy.
Can you flip people off on
Is there
camera?
one guy that you would like to show up here who's
for-
playing in the tournament?
Oh,
If there's one guy, who would it be?
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize the path you were leading me on. No, no,
We
no.
are kind of we're definitely pushing you in a very dangerous spot, but it is quite entertaining for us. So you have to.
I mean, it's not every day you get a chance to dethrone the king of Dota in your first match, but I think I was telling you guys this before, but Sumail actually has more time played in Dota than my entire team combined. So we're at a slight disadvantage as far as experience goes. I actually think Veer probably has more than Sumail.
But
But
my experience, and you're saying that like a 16-year-old kid has more experience than your.
dude, he was like winning lands at 7. Okay, jeez, when I was 7, I think it was. I don't even know if I discovered video games yet.
Okay.
But at 12, I was still playing backyard baseball. Great game, if you remember. And Putt Putt Travels Through Time. Remember that? No? Man, you guys are missing out. I had a great childhood. These guys, Australians.
So who would you want to? We need to go back.
It was Samel, I think.
Samel.
You want to play versus?
No.
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 You don't want to play versus Samel.
No. I just, for the love of God, James, why are you doing this to me?
I mean,
I'm sorry.
Hey.
Hey, first meeting, James?
He's
Who
trying
is this?
to
'Cause
fish-
I thought
he's
you
trying
should
to
have
fish
someone
for
from
the
EG.
answer. He's trying
Oh.
to fish for the answer. You
I-
know the answer he wants.
Yes, of course, but I'm not going to
I
give it to
know.
you.
I honestly
He
don't.
actually
I
doesn't
honestly don't know.
No, he honestly.
Who is it?
Huh?
Because
Nobody.
like Malinis, he's washed up now, so you don't have to worry about him.
No,
We want to
dude.
know what drives you.
What drives me?
No,
I just,
which is the player that you want to play or the team?
What?
Is
I
it-
just
you
want
don't
to. I
have a-
just want to win Dota, man. There's no hatred here. It's all love. I love
There's
the
gonna be an angry
competitors.
tweet
He's not
after.
taking the bait, James.
No, I'm not- it took me a while to figure it out. Now I know. No, James. Like, just say no, okay? I did the DARE program in school.
He's not a
and I
drug.
learned. Huh?
He's not a drug.
Say no to James.
He's definitely equally dangerous.
Fine. Really looking forward to your matches. And that will be day 4.
Correct.
And thank you for joining us for this series. And once again, congratulations to Fnatic. We're going to go to a quick break. I believe some of our panelists will be swapping out. Who's that?
Yeah, I'm out.
Just Swindle? You commentating?
Taking a break. No, just kidding.
You guess the
Easy
winner
life.
of the series, and they
Yep.
kick you out.
That's how it works. And then we'll be coming back with the next series of today in Group B. So see you in just a moment here at the Shanghai Major Group Stages presented by Perfect World. It's very dicey in terms of how far your tournament run will go into the main event if you do actually come bottom 4 in the group. So a big game for both these teams. Who do you think is going to be able to kind of handle the pressure?
Well, and the biggest thing we kind of put as one of the big cons for Team Spirit is that they're inexperienced. They don't have much LAN experience. They've got a lot of young, new players to the scene. And Vici Gaming, they're all veterans. They've been playing for a long time. They've had a stable roster. Apart from the carry role, they've changed. So I think coming in, Vici Gaming should be the more experienced team, the more composed team. But they're also a team who appear to be a bit on tilt. Whereas from what Synderen sounded like, it seemed like Spirit actually played all right in their games.
They seem pretty alright.
So I feel like Spirit's going to be less demoralized after their loss, but Vici Gaming's the more kind of composed team. So it's going to be interesting how those two things kind of match up.
The unfortunate thing for Spirit is the way they lost the second game, because they were playing up against Alliance, who we consider one of the favorites, and that game was really even, and then they made what is just like one dumb mistake that just cost them the entire game, and you feel like you kind of lost the game twice as hard when you actually had a really good fighting chance, right? So I just hope they take the right things from that game and move in instead of being demoralized with their previous loss and just say, okay, we actually did this very, very well. We can take those elements against Vici and probably play our own game.
Since I am sitting in Swindle's spot, I feel obligated to really pull out the flame here. And I'll just say, I think Team Spirit's the worst team in this whole entire tournament. Going into this tournament, I thought they were really, really bad. I thought that essentially that when they made it through the qualifier, I was impressed, and I was like, oh, okay, this is good showing from this team. I'm really excited to see what happened. And then I casted many, many of their games after that point in time, and it was really bad.
Was that the same in the online
really
games too?
bad.
Because Swindle
I mean,
defended
where
them for
do you-
MDL, saying one of their players was like sick out of his mind at MDL, and
No,
that's why
these
they did
were
bad
all
MDL.
like all-on games
Okay.
versus like other European teams that are in their own kind of like wheelhouse.
Yeah.
And I was looking at like every single one of those teams that they were matched up against. I was thinking like this team would actually, the other team would be better going into the major. And that's like such a bad sign.
I mean, on the
The
other
fact that
side, though, you have Vici, who are arguably performing the worst they have ever performed.
I mean, yeah, but I think that's still
Welcome
Yeah,
to day
it's
B.
it's bad, but it's good enough still to beat Spirit.
Is it?
It's like they're
Jesus, Ben. You guys were really hating on Vici, but I think they drafted really well in game number 2. They identified, I think that was a very clear-cut execution where they identified what Fnatic brought in game number 1 and how to
Well, that's
dismantle
because
it.
Fnatic drafted the exact same 3-hero opener.
Yeah, and they screwed themselves in draft number 3 pretty badly.
Well, and
but-
you can see here, FY is such a greedy player. Like he takes up a lot of farm and just didn't really offer much to the team, going for like a straight up jungle Night Stalker. And
Game number 1, they had some really bad mistakes, which I actually thought Vici was really good at before. They were experienced. They didn't make that many mid to late game decision errors. And game number 1 was like, wow, this is not the same Vici. They have not been practicing as much. They were just not up to snuff like some of the other tier 1 teams. I don't
But
even know if I can call them tier 1.
I want to go back to you, Cap, because you're saying, Team Spirit, a team that you not written off, but you're going to be very surprised if they kind of come through here and do well. We did a little pros and cons earlier. Obviously, they've got Goblak, which we thought is a big bonus. You know, hugely experienced. They're healthy in this tournament because the last tournament they were at, you know, there was problems with some of their health. But we did have for cons that the young guns, no plan B. But we put Iceberg in there as well, their player, because he can either be big or sometimes not. What for you is not working for Team Spirit?
I think that their just communication and teamwork just seems really off, where this is a patch where teamwork is actually like the pinnacle of success. You're going to see the teams who are actually the most close-knit and work together the most, they're going to be the most successful. And for me, it was just like Team Spirit was all over the place. I like somewhat understood some of the drafts that was coming out from Goblak, and I was fine with it. He wasn't doing anything that was really absurd, but the team just failed to execute most of the time.
What do you think, Sen? You just casted their games?
Yeah, he said he did all right. You said they did all right.
So you don't agree with Cap?
I feel like
I like you, Ben. This is good.
I think
pitch them against each other.
No, I was going to say a little bit earlier that you guys seemed to, the two Americans were like competing about who should be the new Swindle in his absence. But you stepped it down a little bit on Vici, even though you started stomping on them a little bit. But yeah, I think they looked all right. They definitely, to me, did not look as bad as Cap is making them out to be. Maybe they just had a good first game and came in with a lot of like confidence after scrims or whatnot, and they're gonna have a bad showing after. But
I mean, it's entirely possible that their online games were just like they just hit a really, really bad rough patch. But for me, I'm going like, you just won the qualifier. You're supposed to be, at a peak, and then you're going into the major. You're supposed to keep that going, and they just like.
Maybe that's good for them. They're like, wow, we won the qualifiers even though we weren't at our peak. Have you seen our peak?
You put a twist on everything, including Elder Titan.
Elder Titan won though.
He was awesome, Ben.
You know what, Ben? I was with you. I was like, that's the only person who likes the Elder Titan. Like, go, Ben.
I said he was 30th percentile.
Whatever.
You
Yeah, I mean,
like Elder Titan.
you threw the least amount of flame to the Elder Titan.
Oh, I liked him.
Yeah. But Ben, you're saying you're not entirely. You actually think the Vici Gaming are at have their worst performances here. You said,
I would say normally you would put them as top 3
for an important LAN. It's like
top three for the whole event. Normally.
I
mean, because it's burning.
Are they even top 8 at this event?
Yeah, top 8.
Right now they don't look like.
Are they even going to advance out of their group? Like we don't know.
Yeah.
Well, technically, yes. Everyone
advances top 2 out of their group. Like, are they going to get top 8?
Yeah.
Are they going to go to winners bracket? I mean, before it was a given. Granted, they didn't go to winners bracket in TI, and they still made it very, very deep in the tournament. So maybe they don't even need to get to the winners bracket.
Well, I think that's the biggest thing to talk about with Vici Gaming is like their team.
You can't write them off.
They can, and it's not even just even if they end today. Like, let's say they lose this series, get 4th in their group. You can't write them off even from there. They get 3 or 4 days off. Suddenly they'll show up and be a different team the next time they're playing Dota again.
But how long do you keep hoping? It's like, oh, when's the old Vici going to be good?
Yeah. I don't think they'll come back and win the tournament, but they're more like a team who can come back and get top 6, top 5, whatever it may be. So.
I mean, has Burning ever won like a major or an international? Because he's one of those players that everyone kind of talks about, like just absolutely amazing. But
his best accomplishments was the DK team during the TI4 era, which won the biggest tournament was Starlight. That was back when Starlight was like probably the premier international non-Valve event, and winning that was big, but it still wasn't like winning a TI, winning a major, winning a DAC, or even anything that big. So.
And then they got 4th at TI, right?
Yeah, they went into TI as one of the favorites to win it, get at least top 2, top 3, and they got 4th, which was close to expectations.
But almost, I think they would have been quite disappointed with that back then when they were playing really, really well. So. Definitely a very capable team. We're going to be heading into the draft for the first match of this series. Team Spirit versus Vici Gaming. Just from some of the panelists' comments, yeah, both teams have got a lot to prove to us here, maybe. It does feel that way, but they certainly can. And they can still make a run through the group stage and finish 2nd place, which will put them in the upper bracket. But losing here in this best-of-3 series will put you bottom 4 going into the main event, and then you'll have to go through 2 best-of-1s before you even hit a best-of-3, and you have to play all the way through the lower until you end up in the grand final. So definitely not a place where you want to be, and we're going to go and talk a little bit about now the banter picks. So take it away, guys. And Vengeful Spirit picked, and I think Cinderon's only happy about that because I think you put it in your most picked in your compendium. So
as did I.
Yeah,
as did I.
I put it as my pinned tweet.
Spirit
That's where you found out.
Most picked.
Oh damn. This is a trade that I personally think you just don't give.
Yeah.
I don't think this is a good opener.
For who?
Really?
For
I,
for
I,
Vici
I think it's okay because
I think Vici have to be giving away anything.
this is
though.
the
They gave
ex-
away Chen Lone Druid.
This is the exact
They
same
don't
thing
care.
that Fnatic kind of just played. It was like Chen plus Lone Druid, you know, all that kind of stuff that pushes towers. But Vici, they're like, oh, we finally get the Vengeful Spirit. We can swap an important hero in. They have Elder Titan. They have Winter Wyvern. They have a lot of tools at their disposal to stop this kind of push. So.
But now that Spirit has seen that, they can ban them in second phase.
Oh, and that's what Fnatic saw it game after game too. But and Fnatic
Yeah.
tried to adjust. They banned the Winter Wyvern. They tried to adjust their bans.
They banned Phoenix,
And then they won.
Yeah, I was about to say.
But-
Then they won.
well, yes. No. Game 2, they
Game 2. No, I'm saying from game 1 to game 2.
I mean, but that's the thing. I really disagreed with you guys when you guys were talking about game 1's draft was better against the Fnatic lineup. I thought their supports were much better in game number 2, just because Winter Wyvern is
I
a
thought
hero
it
that's
was
out of the
too.
patch. It's way better to be able to stop that momentum at tier 1 towers than wait till they try and go high ground.
In Sunray, got countered by Nyx.
Yeah, I mean, what's Sunray really going to do, though? It pulls the creeps off of the tower, but it doesn't actually kill a creep wave.
The new
Chen
Wyvern
will
is just so
continue to
much better
push.
against Chen than the old one, because the creeps can actually kill a hero when he's level 7. You just curse
Yeah.
someone, and those creeps with 50% attack speed, I think they deal about like 500 or 600 damage during the Winter's Curse, and the AoE is really good. So I think Spirit might actually should consider banning at least that one or the Elder Titan that they made work. But the reason it was so good was the combination, right? Was that they had both together to stop them. Because the synergy between them, I want to say was mainly picked for the Lone Druid more so than the Chen, or at least because they were in combination. Because both of them have percentage-based damage. Or sorry, the Wyvern has percentage-based damage from the what's it called, Arctic Burn, and then the Elder Titan with the Ore. So there's a lot of amplification that comes out from it, and percentage-based damage on the ultimate too, which I guess also came into play once or twice against the bear. But to go back to what I was going to say in the start, if you look at this opening, I just think there are so many teams, at least in the Western scene, that would be all over this trade. You guys can have Venge, we take Chen Prophet. You secure yourself a disruptive offlaner in the Prophet. That, in turn, should allow your Chen to jungle fairly freely, because they have to commit supports to being in Prophet's lane. And it opens up. So I'm curious to see what Vici will do against it. At least they have practice now.
Team Spirit are going global.
Yep.
I'm with Syndrin on this. I think the Chen Nature's Prophet is a better opening, but I am not a big fan of Wisp being run with Chen. I don't know how you guys feel about it.
I totally agree. Very weak support duo. You have no laning presence whatsoever, and BT already have Avenge, Morphling, and Morphling not amazing laning here, but their draft's wide open. They can bully Team Spirit in the laning stage, or they can go super greedy and not get punished.
In the form, like they can't run around that much early, but the amount of sustain and like being able to end the game at 25 to 30, I think the heroes offer a lot of potential, as well as just being able to do Roche very early on.
So Spirit, when they played their second game against Alliance, they went Wisp CK as their first two into Alliance's Prophet. And now that they get the choice to get it themselves, they in that game they ran a Zeus, which this time gets banned by Vici, but Prophet can somewhat play the same role of having like that global ultimate to give them the last bit of damage they need. So I wouldn't be surprised to see them get the CK. I think that hero is actually really good against Morphling too. It has a lot of damage. And
do you think that CK as a pair to the Wisp is better than Tiny against Morphling? Because Tiny does offer that instant initiation.
They're good at different things. I don't think you can just say one is better. Tiny is a better replicate, so so there's that. But Chaos Knight has, I would say, a lot more to offer earlier in the game. Just when you get Phantasm level 2. Yeah, there you go.
I don't think either necessarily like counters the Morphling as a carry on carry kind
No,
of matchup. If
no.
you want like a carry to counter Morphling, you need like a Slack type hero or something. Something that's going to steal his stats, mana void from an anti-mage when you burn him down.
The thing CK can do is if he uses Phantasm, especially if it procs an extra illusion, then he can force Morphling into Strength Morph really, really early. So he loses his damage in the fight, and oftentimes that's good enough. You don't need to kill the hero, you just need to negate it.
Yeah, and when you're offering physical damage as well, if you're going to more strength, then you're losing your armor, which makes that physical damage all the more viable. That will make the Lincolns much more valuable in this pickup for the Morphling. But I really like this Tidehunter choice.
That is super good. That is such a good pick right now. Chen doesn't have that much laning presence as we talked about, or actually, at least he doesn't want to be there so much. He wants to farm a bit in the start. IO does very little to Tide, and CK... This lane for them is difficult to kill, but Prophet is a little bit of a wild card, so...
What do you guys think about the Crystal Main as the pickup against the Chen? But we have other supports that are still left in the pool that are valid counters to both Nature's Prophet and Chen. One of the main ones be like Witch Doctor.
I think Witch Doctor is probably a little bit better. But
Even good against the IO relocate, the CK in some ways. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's worse against Chen, but it's better for all the other lanes.
It synergizes, the Tide and the Morph are two heroes that benefit a lot from the aura this game.
I think, is this just because Vici Gaming, like, what does the Crystal Maiden offer you that those heroes do not, like the Winter Wyvern and Witch Doctor? Is it purely just the greediness of jungling?
I think
greediness of jungling and the aura.
A lot of teams want to match the greediness of a Chen with a jungler of their own. We've seen Iron Talon Night Stalkers, we've seen Enigmas, we've seen Sand Kings coming out from Vici, and Crystal Maiden is just a different one.
The
Witch
hero
Doctor you can't play as greedily with.
The hero would like more than the CM that we've seen quite a few teams do, EG especially against the IO, is the Enigma. I'm surprised. Oh, maybe not surprised Vici don't go for it. They're not a team known for it, but I feel like in general it's just a better, greedier option than a CM if you're looking.
I'm actually more surprised they didn't take the Invoker in the first phase instead of the Morphling, because we've seen Supers, Quad Select Invoker just stop pushes and extracts just by that one hero alone, and then you don't have to draft like 2 supports plus an offlaner that can actually deal with the push. And it's very clear as to what Team Spirit likes to play. They play very upbeat tempo. They have a lot of early game. They have a lot of tower play, and I think the Quad Select Invoker is extremely good versus that.
5 seconds.
Hey, Cinderin, when you were watching Team Spirit's game, obviously I didn't get the chance to, how was Ramses doing? Because for me, he's the linchpin for Team Spirit. They rise and fall with Ramses.
He did very well with CK in the CK game. He was 7-1-7, and then they just lost the game right after that. He was super farmed.
I shouldn't say actually rise and fall. I think they only rise with Ramses. Like, Ramses will perform, and the rest of the team lets him down, I think.
Sounds like a player Navi should poach then.
Exactly. Yeah. Or Team Empire.
Historically, there is only one poacher in the CIS scene. Yeah. Oh, Wind Ranger. Okay. This is not really what I was expecting. I was thinking, I think I've made it very clear at this tournament so far that I'm a big fan of Puck in this version. I think it would have been great. Catch that sets up the relocate. It's great with Prophet, and I think it would have been good against the squishy support of Vici Gaming, Crystal Maiden. Doesn't scale so well, but if you look at Spirit's lineup, I don't think they want to go super late game.
Well,
anyway.
like the first 4 picks, like you could just imagine like this is like an alliance draft. What would alliance be like last pick? It'd be a bat or a Puck for the mid lane, for example, and they'd go for more the tempo controlling aspect.
The good thing about Wind Ranger is that she actually has heavy single target damage when she gets farmed. That can again force Morphling into defensive play.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that that Team Spirit seem to have this thing about directed physical damage against Morphling.
All right, and Ember to finish off Vici Gaming. So I'm going to turn to both the couches. Couch number 2 first, which is UCAP and Gods. In agreement, who is going to win and why?
You didn't give Spirit a chance? You still seeing the draft? I don't know.
I mean, going into this, I thought they were the worst team, but I didn't get a chance to see them play yet. It's entirely possible that they were doing better. I'm going to leave that to you. You make our decision.
We're going to Vici Gaming. Board?
You happy with that?
I don't think they rounded out the draft as well as they could have, and Vici's last 2 picks are really good. I think the Tide is exceptionally good in the draft, and Ember looks solid. So I think I'm worried that Spirit can't get enough done, so I would go with Vici for this one.
I think they have backup plans though with a Wind Ranger instead of one that didn't scale as much.
Just to let you know, Ben's probably been right the most on this couch.
Have I been wrong yet?
Of anyone.
Anyone ever. That's probably not true.
Maybe.
Have you been wrong on this couch yet?
I honestly I can't remember. I forget failures very quickly.
But were you on couch 2 or couch 1 when you were correct?
I was on that couch yesterday. This couch sucks.
Yeah,
it did until
I'm
now.
going with Spirit. We're going with Spirit.
All right, we'll go with Spirit. I trust Ben.
If we fail,
while we're off on camera,
you can blame the couch if you fail.
Yeah. All right. So Vici Gaming for couch 2, Spirit for couch 1. We'll be going into the game momentarily, where we'll join our commentators. And I obviously have no opinion. I just go off the pros and cons, and I don't know which is better for which. And the game is paused, but I just to enlighten.
Super Duper or Goblack.
But I can tell you this though, just to give you some really good insight, that Team Spirit very serious about this tournament and rules. So much so that Always Wanna Fly was outside his tournament area earlier, and he asked admins for help, and because there was he was just like, I want Bruno, and they were like, okay. And then Bruno came over to Team Spirit, and Always Wanna Fly asked him, can I go to the bathroom? Which Bruno replied, yes. So these guys you know, they're taking this serious. That's rules, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know why he needed Bruno to tell him. It was so surreal. It was one of my favorite stories so far of the tournament. It's like, I need Bruno to tell me. And they had to go and find Bruno.
Bruno was like, no.
Is Bruno just?
He just popped his head. He just Bruno just like popped his head. He's just.
I didn't hear this. I didn't hear the story from Bruno. I actually heard it from another player. But these guys are serial, and I do believe the commentators.
Well, Go Black needs Bruno right now, so. There we go.
We have no sound.
It's not against the rules playing without sound. Just go.
It's a rule issue.
Is he going to backstroke this game?
That's a lot of
that.
cosmetics.
He always does.
He always backstrokes.
He always backstrokes.
Oh,
this team looks really fancy.
Yeah. Wait, is that horns?
We're actually going to wait on.
Morphling has horns?
Probably in some new bloom
with the
set
new
or something.
cosmetic. Yeah.
Do you not keep up with hats? Are you not a Dota 2 supporter?
I am.
Do you not support esports?
How do you not have
today.
every hat? Well, Morphling has horns. Today I learned. It's good.
I mean, he's kind of like waveform, so you could just like make his water be horns if he wanted to. He can be anything. He's Morphling.
But they weren't water.
He can make them look like they aren't water. He can change anything. That's his hero. That's his lore. Syndren, you don't even embrace the lore of Dota 2.
Do you read the lore, Syndren? Have you ever read anything in the Dota 2 lore?
Have you ever read anything?
Evidently not. I lack
a little bit, but actually not that much.
I've heard him read Danish Harry Potter on stream.
Oh, really?
That was great.
Confirmed.
So you prefer Harry Potter over Dota 2?
It was the best moment of that BTS production.
It's probably, yeah, that's...
The best moment in the history of it.
Probably.
Well, I'm still thinking about those horns. I can't stop thinking about them now. It's actually kind of worrying.
Have you seen some of the new bloom sets? They are a little bit out there.
For some reason, I feel like it's less weird the Lena set that had like the ram horns than Morphling having horns. There's just something about Morphling having horns that doesn't make sense to me. He's water.
But he's wearing a hat.
Yeah, he's wearing that crown makes more sense.
Why? Is he a king or an animal?
See, this is the problem with being with Ben on the panel. He doesn't let go. He pushes you until you give up. And then it's like, ha!
He's like, ha! You think horns work on Morphling? Idiot. Everyone knows that's not a cosmetic. I mean, if you read his lore. I wish I knew more about lore. Action Slacks knows quite a lot about lore. Is that the lore
pointing
master?
at Cap.
Oh, it's kind of fun to read.
It's like direction slacks back there. You're like,
you guys know him better than me.
Secretly at the major.
You worked with him. I was gods at your BTS summit, right? Yeah. And he was
Didn't
a
talk much law with him.
You didn't. What do you talk
Lore
about?
talk.
If not law.
That's, I don't know, not a very good conversationalist apparently.
Fair enough. It's great having you on the panel, though.
Lead us, wise James.
I do this a lot when people look at me. I actually kind of like to counter it and just make it even more awkward, because sometimes I've been on panels where when I ask a question, everybody answers one by one, and then they just stop. Like, there's not really a conversation. It's just like, my answer, and now it's your turn, and then they just stare at me, and I just like stare back at them. I'm like, yeah, what's up? I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna. Yeah, because I'm just like. It's like host chicken or something. You know what I mean? It's like a chicken game on panel. It's like, yeah, I could hold this silence longer than you. It's like, I'm not worried about. I'm already washed up. I'm taking you down with me. You know, worst panel ever. And there'll be a picture of all of us, and I'll be like, yeah, welcome to my world.
Picture
I'll be hosting Overwatch.
Staring down the panel.
Hopefully. Yeah, so hopefully they get their audio issues sorted. Yeah, so I don't know if you guys have been enjoying China. I've hung out with some people. That was nice. It's good to see everybody again. Bumped into LD at breakfast. Lost a lot of weight. Which is
him or
cool.
you?
Yeah, him actually, yeah, which is a little bit coincidental, because when I left the Dota scene, I kind of wished I'd see less of him. That wasn't exactly what I had in mind. But
Somehow this is gonna go from him flaming
Yeah.
LD to him flaming Eternal Envy. I'm not sure. The loop just always continues with James. He just has certain people in mind.
He's still not convinced.
Years of playing in top tier. I still can't get over that. Still not convinced. Years of playing
Oh,
at
that's
the
kind of
highest
like
level
that's
of
kind of
Dota.
like Blitz. Blitz
I'm
is
still
like,
not
oh,
sold
yeah,
on-
yeah, it was terrible. How it's like he's been to all 5 TIs. How can you think he's terrible? And Blitz is like, I just think he's awful. We're like, what?
I'm just not sold on Eternal Envy. Just not sold.
It actually has evolved to that.
Who is sold on Eternal Envy? Like, who would want Eternal Envy in their team?
I will do it right now.
My team's just terrible. I wouldn't want to bring him down. With
That's such a cop-out answer. I'm sorry. I mean, I don't dislike the guy at all. I speak to him one-on-one. He's very nice. He seems to like, his drive and his thing is like almost like hates the game or, really wants it. He's so invested. And that, rise or fall, it's very entertaining to watch him. But I just like, I believe on a team, you want these people that that just seem stable.
Yeah,
And I'm not
super
talking
unpredictable.
No, not stable as in gameplay stable. Just
So he's saying he's an unstable person.
I'm saying that he's maybe too invested in Dota 2. Okay?
You're right. I've heard that about athletes. You need to make sure they're not too invested into their sport.
Just not like that. Just in the sense of like, you don't like,
keep
hate the
digging.
game or you know what I mean. It's you work on yourself in terms of it's not about that. It's more an internal investment. Like I want to be this good and But I don't know. Hey, say what you will. I'm just not sold. They're not going to win this tournament because of him. Guaranteed.
Oh my God.
I'm just going to throw it
So
out
if
there
they
now
win
to make
the-
it worse.
So if they win the
Wow.
tournament, we come back to the final panel. What are you gonna be? They did win because of him, not because of Jackie.
I'm just going to throw it out there.
I think if Secret win, it is because of him. It's the crazy thing. Because of the
No.
way he is, the Secret winning is going to be because of Envy just like going insane.
Okay, yeah, and he does go, he can go ham.
But
you have to do it through the whole tournament. Like, not a game.
Yeah.
Well, so far they're in the Windows bracket without him going
Yeah.
ham. So they've managed.
Just
but
wait till
Very
he
good.
starts going.
But
ham.
Puppey was the standout player for that series of Secret. Hey, I mean, I don't know why you even like let me give you opinions. I don't know shit. I haven't watched Dota for a rather long period of time.
The
But
reason
you're
I'm
all still
giggling
here, so
still
it couldn't
so
have changed that
much
much.
is that we started this like 2 or 3 minutes ago. It's like it just kind of threw it out there, and James just continued the circle down and down and down.
Yeah, you're a good host. You got a good answer.
Thank you.
It's good. Set him up nicely.
That's fine.
would you prefer him stare at you?
Yeah, that's the alternative.
It's one of the two.
I think Swindles is gonna win. I just think
I mean,
like
from his
there's
confidence.
something about that guy, very stable, really on point and dedicated. I was a bit upset.
But they're
though.
-4 on here.
I was a bit upset, right? Actually, no, he's not going to win, right? I'll be honest with you, because when I asked him to call out the player that he really wanted to beat, he didn't, and that's fear. I think you need to, if you just want to be like, I'm going to win, because like normally when like if I say like I'm gonna like I want to take you on and I want to beat you, I don't have to say like I hate you or whatever, right? I just be like I want that match, and I'm going to get it. And then when you're kind of put on the spot, and if I don't want to say it, it's because I don't want other people knowing in case I fail. So it's like a scared of failure thing, right? Which is fear. So
You
I
really
think
need
the
to let
fact
it out
that
so the whole universe knows about it, right?
yeah, sure. Just be like, no, because it's not like the opinion on the person. It's just like that's I'm gunning for this team. We're going to beat them. We're going to beat them. We're going to beat them. I really want to play versus that player. You can say like I really want to play versus that player, and I think that person's amazing. At the game, and I want to beat him. And I'm going to beat him.
Or you might think that person's terrible at the game and you can't believe they won a TI. Just completely theoretically speaking here.
Yeah. But, so I think
That's a
fear.
good theory.
Fear. So I've written complexity off as well. And that's all envy. Who else?
Who's next on James's list?
Complexity and eternal envy. Not secret. Just eternal envy is written.
Secret.
It's like
I
it
mean, I hope
doesn't
he
matter
doesn't
which
write a
team
blog
he's
about
on.
me.
He's basically saying whatever team envy's on cannot win.
Yeah. I just wouldn't ever put him on my team.
Well, he
And
got
I've
a
never
lot.
played with him.
He got
I've
a lot
never
of
played
second
with him,
places.
right?
He got a lot of
This,
second.
and this is
but they
coming from the
did get
guy who
wins.
put together the QPad Red Pandas.
QPad
So
Red
I-
Pandas
Take whatever you
was
want. Take
the
what you-
future.
So
I had everything.
I don't trust your what you
Jerix,
say about making
hey,
teams.
before, did you ever hear about Jerix before he played for QPad Red Pandas?
Yeah, he was playing Earth Spirit in pubs.
He was the Earth
Because he
Spirit
was on the QPad Red Pandas. And QPad Red Pandas was before Earth Spirit. Like, we predate Earth
Okay.
Spirit, QPad Red Pandas. So you're wrong.
That sounds like a really legendary organization. Before Earth Spirit.
The only problem is with QPad Red Pandas was that Wagamama was meant to be captain, and I think at the time, he turned into Singh's bottom bitch.
What exactly is that?
You've never heard of this term?
I don't think so.
And
Not used in this way.
But, you know,
I have
he's
no
on the rise, Wagamama, so it's all good. And he's,
That was the only problem.
yeah, that was it.
Okay.
Nothing else. Everything else was perfect.
I will go back to going
Logo,
back to Jerix,
perfect.
actually. I will just say I think Jerix is actually one of the most improved players over the last 6 months. I think he's really impressive.
I mean, look
We're
at
going to get to
MVP.
see him play on what day is it? What day are we going to get to
Really?
see?
That's the last.
I think it was Swindles. Swindles is mid and his
There's-
off lane.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
His mid and off lane are like night and day.
Which group was Liquid in?
D. They're in the
D.
EG Complexity VP group. Pretty tough.
Do you think Jerix can win?
Yeah,
He
Jerix
believed
is-
him in.
The
So
thing is, like,
he
Jerix
was
on
on
a
his
team,
team.
he's absolutely top tier player that you would want on literally any team. He's really good communication. He's fantastic to kind of get on with. He works very hard. He resolves conflicts. Socially fantastic, and he plays at a super high level. Great mechanically. There's nothing you can say about Jerix, which is like you wouldn't want to play with him.
He's
And-
Finnish.
I think that he lacks a little bit of confidence, but I think
But
that's,
that-
that's
yeah.
building up with Team Liquid. But the one thing to add to that list is that he doesn't have an ego, right? And that's oftentimes I think what limits some of the
players.
more mechanically, like there are certain players out there that are incredibly mechanically strong, but haven't been able to make their way onto a top tier team. And most of the time, that's because of
Not
ego and
supports, though,
failure to
right?
be able to work within a team.
I mean, as far as ego goes, I feel like some level, maybe less ego, but arrogance is essential to be the best at what you do. You have to have such, like, you look at so many of the top teams, and some of them can be kind of arrogant or at least really cocky. It's like a necessary trait in some ways to be successful.
I don't.
Well,
I feel like
I think
Jerix almost too complacent. Like you mentioned, like he's really good social. Like he's a great person to have in the team. But you also need some of the. You can't have 5 players who are like that. You need some people who are super driven
Yeah,
and believe
I-
they're better than everyone. You
Yeah,
need your
you do. But I-
Arteezies or whatever on your team.
Yeah,
like, who
but
are
then
just-
you can counter a lot of arrogance with just like someone who's just really smart, who's not
Yeah.
who's like, I think this person is better than me at this, this, and this when you play against them. But you're like, okay, so how do I get the best of them? Without saying like, oh, I'm such a smart player, but it's like, how do I, reduce their advantage when we go into the next conflict, knowing that they are so good and just being aware how good sometimes the other opponent is. You do change the way that you play, and you can actually pull them into situations where you go, oh, they're really, really arrogant, they're, or confident maybe. They would probably go for this kill. Let's bring them in, and
That's
like,
God Black.
I can see what God's
That's
saying.
God
though.
Black.
That's God
There,
Black.
there
that
are
what-
certain players like when they're at that all-star status, that kind of confidence is kind of drives them, and what leads them to be able to make that kind of yes, I can make this next level play and go for it, and when they achieve it, it looks amazing.
Yeah.
But I
And
think the
young
ultimate kind of
young
that, though,
players
is
often
S4.
young players often do that a little bit as well. Just just go for stuff almost through like inexperience, because they believe they don't have enough kind of like data, if you can say, like on the situation. So they actually go, yeah, I can do that, right? And then because they go in with this confidence of, yeah, I can do it, they actually come out like winning that moment, and everyone's like, what? How did this happen? And normally as players kind of get older and they play more, they go like, I've got like it's kind of not in my favor just by a few percent. I shouldn't take that risk. And if they do go in knowing that it's risky, they often might hesitate or maybe not pull off the kill. But I think the Syndrome, you're the most recent pro gamer and still pro gamer. So where would you fit yourself in? I mean,
I think I would put myself with what you said, mainly. So not the arrogance, but more of the trying to approach, like, you more analytical. So you
Yeah,
look at
but
what are your strengths, what are their strengths, what are the weaknesses, and then try to find the loopholes rather than just being like, yeah, this is what they're really good at, but we're better than them at their good traits and trying to beat them at that. Then rather play to your own strengths and their
Yeah.
weaknesses. That's what I would do.
So you've been in lanes, you know, or had situations where you're very aware of there's a player here that's a big problem, and you know we should be very, very careful and try and, you know, play, you know, not give them what they're good at.
There are like multiple ways of doing it, right? The one is that you know someone is really, really good at whatever they're playing, and then you try to counter them. Or the alternative is, you know, they're so good in that role that you focus on the other things, and then you deal with the problem later because you've built enough of an advantage elsewhere that you can overcome that in the end. But like you said, the most important thing is the awareness, which I do think, regardless of how arrogant or how good you are as a team, you always, like, you can't go into matches without respecting the opponent at all. Like, if you need to have the right balance between being confident in yourself, but also, you know, the best teams in the world don't go in without analyzing their opponents. Like, for example, when EG won TI, a big part of it is the preparation work, and you respect the enemy team's drafts, you ban their good picks, for example. The trait of an arrogant team would be going against an opponent, just giving them all their best picks and just beating them over and over again, being like, you just take whatever you want, as long as we get ours, it's fine. So
I don't think there's any team like that here, though.
No.
Who's like, everyone's very respectful of each other. But I think on some maybe individual player base, you know, where they're not involved maybe as much in the draft, they're just like, I am awesome and I'm
it's
gonna
like
be
it's
awesome.
more like players thinking like they're the
Samel
best carry or
maybe,
they're the
or
best mid or whatever. Like thinking they're better than their opponent in lane. They're still going to do the team as a whole may do the preparation, but that doesn't change. Like some people just knowing or at least thinking they know that they're better than their opponent, and if anything, that helps them outplay their opponent in lane.
So I'm interested. Like, so let's say we've got like Samel, Arteezy, and Eternal Envy, right? And we need to kind of explain to people at home these players. And I know we're waiting for the VG Gaming, as you just see, versus it's been so long, Team Spirit. You've got Samel, Arteezy, Eternal Envy. How good are they compared to each other? And how good do you think they approach the game in terms of their confidence and the how good do you maybe think they are? How good do they think they are?
I think outwardly they're very confident, but in like that's what they show to the world. But like they play so much Dota. If you were that confident, it's like I don't even need to practice. Like I don't need to play pubs. I don't need to train the heroes that everyone else is training.
Yeah, none of them have that, right?
None of them have that. So it's not like the utmost arrogance. I think outwardly it may seem like that way.
But who for you is like, go on then, list them in terms of who do you think's best?
I think
in
Envy's
order.
the most analytical of the three as far as like the way he looks at the game. He theory crafts a lot more. He'll try and like he maybe sometimes tries to do these like he gets called out for doing these weird questionable plays because he's got this idea in his mind. Sometimes it works and looks amazing. Other times it completely backfires. Whereas Arteezy and Samel are just the more kind of mechanically sound, stable players in a lot of ways. I think as maybe Arteezy probably the flashiest of the three, and has like Arteezy at his best. I think is maybe. I mean, I don't know. It's hard to compare like an Arteezy versus Samel. They kind of play different roles now in EG, but
at their absolute peak, at their best, you think?
I would say Arteezy.
You would say
over
Arteezy.
Sumail. Currently, I mean,
and what about Eternal Envy?
I mean,
as well?
Sumail's still only been playing competitive Dota 2 for a year and a half or something now, so it's still kind of too soon to say for him. But
Because these are huge players for this tournament. I mean, I've said like, you know, Eternal Envy, I would just be scared to have him on my team. But you're also like, yeah, but if a secret win, a lot of it's going to come down to Eternal Envy. So how easy do you think it
I
is
think
for
he
these players to be
crafts,
at their best?
Like Eternal Envy theory crafts a lot, but sometimes it's just on the wrong thing. Like he concentrates way too much on like the small things that don't actually win games instead of the big picture, and he gets caught up theory crafting. Just I don't want to say useless, but they're trivial enough that your time would be better spent elsewhere. And maybe this is why he hasn't reached the success of
All right.
the other
So you'll
players.
get to draft a player for your team, right? You're all now pro gamers, and you get to pick one of these players. Who is it that you first draft for your team?
I take Arteezy.
Take Arteezy?
Yeah.
Cap?
I'd take Arteezy as well.
Melanie?
Same.
Yeah, I would too.
I think it's.
Okay.
I mean, it's very close with
Yeah.
Sumail.
Right now you have to pick a captain for your team, like someone who drafts.
Out of those three?
No.
I was
Out of
about to say,
anyone in this tournament.
Anyone in this tournament? Oh god, how do you?
Who is the best captain? Who do you want?
I would pick S4.
S4.
Oh.
Really? Why?
Are we playing on this patch, or which patch are we
I
playing?
mean,
on
I'm
here?
not talking. Maybe he's a coach, right? Maybe he doesn't get to play. He broke his fingers because he was playing so much Dota. That doesn't happen. Keep playing Dota, kids. You'll love it. But yeah, like just the mind. You would like because S4 obviously plays amazing as well.
Wait, so the only perspective now is drafting?
Yeah.
And nothing else? That's
Nothing
the only
else.
thing we're talking
Yeah.
about? Okay.
Who do you bring in to draft?
Because then you have different. Because I was
Yeah,
thinking
the
more in
main
terms of like
candidates
team
like-
synergy.
Yeah,
and-
because
You
S4
got
can do
PPD,
amazing
you've got
things in
Puppey,
game.
You've got S4, and then from the Chinese scene, you've got in the past, Lanham was one. He's not drafting anymore. Zhao 8's not here. Otherwise, I'd maybe go with him.
Drafting, I'll say PPD.
Yeah, maybe PPD.
Yeah, sounds about right.
No one
Yeah.
disagree. No one disagree there.
In-game
I think it's like
captain,
tied with
S4,
Puppey, actually.
Like
I think they're tied.
100%. That is like one of those players that you're talking about all-stars and like arrogance and confidence and you know how this kind of goes hand in hand. That's like one of the people who will instantly stand out opposite of that, where he is just such a nice guy and is so well spoken and everything else that he's an excellent person to have in game because you just want to work with him to achieve a goal.
But it was PPD for your Dota mind with
Yeah,
your
drafting,
team
yeah.
and Melini,
Yeah, PPD.
and then Cinderin.
I guess it's boring if we all pick the same, right?
You can.
I'll take
I
Puppey
mean,
because for me it's
Well,
like tied
even
between
before when
PPD
they
and
were
Puppey,
saying
so.
S4, I was thinking I would maybe say PPD over S4, even if they were a player as well. But so I was going to go with PPD. And I'm trying to think like who else to consider, but it's I think PPD as far as just pure drafting goes, maybe would be probably the best choice.
I think the thing is that the reason that we're all siding on one person with these individual parts of what a captain is because these three different captains actually bring, I think, they're strongest in three different elements, I would say. Obviously, like, none of us
Earth,
can really
wind, and
know
fire.
because we're sort of like that, yeah. But I think, like, we pretty much all agree, like, PPD is the drafter, right? Because we feel like PPD is one of those, like, geniuses of drafting.
I think he's
he'll always be able to find the
absolutely
right-
amazing. I'm one of the biggest reasons that EG has come to where it is. Absolutely, and I think a lot of what the TI was for me was watching Puppey play versus PPD in that absolute mindset. You know, that was like so interesting to see who was getting the better of it, and I think those two are titans when it comes to actually being able to draft and lead the team.
And then they both had their star players, so it wasn't like you had
Yeah,
two great
yeah.
minds where one guy was kind of stacked with a couple star players, the other guy had like a good, consistent team who played well as a team. They both had their star players. They both kind of came in as like really strong team units, and one fell apart. The other stuck together in one TI. But
All right.
But
Well, yeah, go on to finish your point.
I
Sorry.
was just gonna say, like, PPD as a drafter, like S4 is the kind of captain that you like, that you want to be able to work with, that you know that you'll naturally have like that kind of friendship and teamwork and that sort of thing, just because he's a person that is so nice and doesn't have ego. But like then Puppey as a whole, I think is just like one of those strong leaders, and I think that's like the three individual elements that make up a captain, and I think each one of these captains excel in a certain area.
Cute.
I think that's the thing about S4 is a really good point because that's like the whole idea of alliance almost. Like it's, I think he's the centerpiece, and they're the only team that constantly present themselves as a family. Like they put so much weight on their friendship, and yeah, granted EGM has been off the team, but the rest of the other four players have been playing together for like 3 years straight. Whereas you see a team like Secret or teams with Puppey in general are a little bit more. They have go through more changes. And I think EG would have as well if they didn't have the success they do. It's the success that keeps that team together. And the moment they feel like something is going to halt their success, they make changes. AUI 2000 after TI5 got replaced. They were champions of a tournament. He got replaced because he didn't fit
Alliance didn't play with the same other one. They S4 also left the team for a while.
Yeah,
There was
I
a
don't
period
agree
where
with that.
Bulldog wasn't playing for the team, so I don't think it's fair to. I don't think I'm just kind of minor correct.
Okay, so that's true.
It wasn't just
I
EGM who left
think
the
yeah,
team.
it's true. It's not just EGM, but how do I explain it? So the players relative to others have been more bound to each other than others have. Like
They remained a
they had
family
they had
after
like
they broke up.
They had remained a family after they broke up, and they had like their small side adventures, but they came back together. I can't remember, like there wasn't that the same thing with other players
I feel like
or
the
duos.
secret with
right?
S4 wasn't like a small side adventure. That was like a big stage of. If you look at S4's career, there's winning TI with Alliance, then there's joining Secret, becoming the best team in the world with Secret, and now there's going back to Alliance, yet to be proven to be the best team. So I feel like the Secret stage for S4 is almost as important as the Alliance stage for
It's
S4.
more about, for me, it's more about like the time span, not what they accomplished, but how long it lasted.
That's
How
true.
long was the secret with us for? Half a year? A little bit more, maybe?
More than half a year. It'd be
Okay.
closer to like 9-10 months.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I feel like my argument isn't as
Yeah,
strong
yeah.
as it was, so I would agree with that. But
Yeah.
it's still, if you compare it to other players, I guess like Loda, Ake have been playing together for, apart from Zenith, they've played together for like 7 years or 8 years straight. So they're like almost inseparable. And what's happening?
Oh no, I'm just kind of internally laughing because the game was paused for so long that production were like, hey, you can go to a break if you go to a break, and then we'll come straight back into the game. And but because I was really interested in what you guys were talking about and didn't want to go to a break, I kind of ignored them, so they were freaking out and kept talking to me. And then eventually, until someone comes in and changes my batteries, and they're like, "Can you hear me now?" And I'm like, "I could hear you the whole time." We're not going to a break. I'm in charge of the show. But yeah,
All right,
apparently
let's
the
move
game,
on though.
Yeah,
mad with power.
yeah, mad with power.
James, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, and I'm also Sir Too Good, so it's 2 points to me, 0 points to production here. I'm getting one up, but they're doing a really good job back there, keeping us informed, and hopefully, yeah, I do believe we just got told that the game should be getting resumed. Thanks a lot for all the conversation. It was very fun. All I had to do to get that started was just publicly flame people that are going to write blogs about me, and then you guys started having an opinion. But we all know I'm done for after this event anyway. So yeah, hopefully, just sit back and chill, wait for the game. It's like with friends, Sindarin, hanging out on a couch, got a TV, just with thousands of people watching us.
Is that what friends do? Watch themselves on TV?
Well, we're not meant to watch ourselves on TV, admittedly. People are watching us
There's
on
just
TV.
a big picture of
Yeah.
James's head. That actually seems like something James would do. Watch TV.
Yeah, I was like, hey guys, come round to my house. Hey, look at this. Too Good versus Zalma. Oh, look how I was 24 when this was on. If you guys know I casted World of Warcraft, I've got a video of it. Yeah, that's what I do when I bring friends over. No one comes over anymore, though. It's weird.
Yeah, it's a coincidence.
I think it's something to do with the weather.
Is that why
Sweden,
Bruno
very
left?
snowy. Bruno was out of there.
Bruno's like, no more.
Yeah. That's not what I do. Much.
We're all skeptics.
Gonna stare at him again, or is that what's the play?
Yeah, let's just all stare at James until he just
I'll stare
goes
back at
down
you.
another rant.
No, I'm good.
Then production's gonna think we're on break.
Yeah,
No
we-
one's saying anything for like 30
I
seconds.
feel like
just
we're
looking.
the five of us would be willing to have a long enough awkward silence that production would get confused first and just go to a break.
And then I'll go change all our batteries.
Me and Joe Miller used to do the thing because, we're hilarious. Where you come on live and then you start miming. And it freaks people out. And you're like, God, that's a classic. That's a 2005 joke. We're going to bring that back. It's going to be great. It's not good, I know. Entertain ourselves. I mean, when you work at ESL, what are you going to do?
All right, that's
Germans
the next
loved
shot.
it.
Next talking point.
Yeah.
Sorry, anybody else you'd like to flame James?
No.
I almost feel like this is more therapy, like we're four therapists sitting down. James, tell us about your problems. Tell us about who's causing you problems in your life.
Probably just me. I think I'm the biggest problem.
Then you've come to the right place.
This is
I
too
guess.
deep.
Yeah. And I think it all goes back to my father. I wish I had one. Can I call you Daddy, Cap?
That's later tonight.
How's Toby doing? I want to make this as weird as possible just for the sake of... How's Toby doing? Is he all right? How's your significant other?
You think Toby's my significant other?
I think he's...
You have not been
I
keeping
think-
up on your Dota memes lately at all.
Pin different
Who's
tweets
your
then.
Don't
significant
you know?
other?
Sorry. Don't you know?
No.
Blitz left Purge. It was a huge scandal, and then we hooked up.
It's amazing.
That's the new duo.
How's LD, Gods?
He's good.
Now, they've been faithful for a long time. You ever have
He
to
cracked
shake
a
things
smile.
up a little bit?
He cracked a smile. I think you won that.
I think Gods is done with this panel. All right, Ben.
I don't want to look at him.
Who's,
Then he's gonna ask me.
Who's kind of your, Dota other half? Can't be Cinderin.
Please?
Can't
No.
you?
it's
All right.
Cinderin.
Huh?
It was worth a try.
You're too needy. Did I pick Winter?
No, it wasn't.
Oh, were you saying
Oh.
here?
Why would you pick Winter?
Because isn't it Jacob?
Yeah, I guess it would be Jacob.
Jacob.
It would
It's
be
Jacob.
Jacob.
That's true.
Jacob.
Yeah.
Synderen?
How's Jacob doing? You can't just let him off. He has to answer.
Oh, you
doing well.
said. You said
Yeah,
it
but
was Malk, right?
Yeah. You're asking how's he doing. He, has
Huh?
to- he can't just pick
He doesn't
one.
actually
Yeah,
care.
I'm kind of
So-
upset that Malk isn't here, really, to be honest. I mean, we did actually ask him to come, Jacob, Malk, Reek, or whatever his name is now. But he said that when he saw the panel lineup, he thought it was a bit of a sausage fest, and he wouldn't fit in. I don't know what that means.
In contrast to all the previous panels
Yeah.
he's been on that have been just as much sausage fest. So.
But
Have you seen his doppelganger? He has like a there's this like actress.
These are some highlights from earlier on, but we can just talk.
I was like, oh
we can
crap.
just talk over
I was like
this.
5 minutes in.
Yeah.
Who's your
like,
Dota? Who's your Dota 2 significant other? Synderen.
I have no idea.
I mean, isn't it Toby?
Yeah, it's
But like that's also Caps, kind of.
No.
I think.
I'm gonna shut that down right now.
Well, who is yours?
I just told you.
Who was it?
He said Blitz.
Blitz.
So his.
Oh yeah.
Mine has got to be Suns fan with that logic.
Yeah.
So if you can change to Blitz because of recent events, then Toby and I obviously go way back with casting, but Suns fan and I have been doing some good stuff.
Man, mine's I guess Bruno.
Yeah. How's he doing?
I think he's doing fine. But when we used to play Dota, we used to shout at each other a lot. Or he used to shout at me. There was like no trust in
Mommy and daddy
in
were
this
fighting.
Dota relationship. It was kind of like we were playing games, and he micromanages me. Like he tells me to stun, like when I'm on Nyx, when someone's running away, and the only thing I need to do is stun. He's like, "And stun him now, and do this now, and do this," and it's just like it got.
I could see you being the kind of person who just needs his freedom.
I do
In-
need a
in
lot
that
of
kind
freedom.
of relationship. Yeah.
Is that why you started picking Silencer?
I don't really. Yeah, because he couldn't tell me to do anything on the hero because it does nothing. He's like, press R, and I'm like, cool down, bitch. Which is accurate, double. Yeah, so these were games earlier today in Group B, and we'll be seeing Vici playing next. And we probably could go to a break while we wait, but there's rumors that the game might be ready.
There's just a lot of weird things about VC's play. Like they lined up for so many double stuns and people just getting away nonstop. It was just their teamwork and chemistry. They needed Bruno telling them exactly what to do.
Every team needs a Bruno.
Do you guys think Phoenix is suddenly as good as the teams are making it out to be based on
Sunray.
draft
Well,
priority?
well, the teams who are picking him, as good as I want to say that he was quite good. The teams who are picking him, they've currently finished like they've been losing all their games because it's been Ehome, it's been CDC, but CDC less. Ehome, the main team who've been picking him.
I think across all of Ehome's games, that was their consistently worst performance was on Phoenix. Like I think they just didn't play the hero very well.
I
It's
will,
like
tell,
they
I will say right now
have very
that
good synergy with it.
Phoenix is definitely being picked up for a very big reason. There has been like a lot of time before this event actually started where teams were scrimming against each other and such, and I think that you're really seeing the impact of that. That there are some very clear strengths to this hero as a support position with the Sunray Max build that we're seeing right now. It's a lot of early team fight potential, and that's what this meta is all about, right? We're seeing like so much of the team who moves the fastest is oftentimes the team that wins. That Phoenix really fits in with that. Like his level 1 potential is off the chart when you just look at damage, just purely level 1 Sunray. It destroys.
Since you guys are like good at Dota and all that jazz, allegedly, I want to ask, like, because there's a lot of teams here in this one, and we've got 16, and you guys all play somewhat specific roles. I think Cap, you played a lot of offlane to get where you are. Gods, what did you play? Was it support?
Mostly, yeah, 4 position.
4 position. Millennia, you were mid.
Playing what?
When you played Dota, you play a lot of mid.
I played solo, whatever.
Solo
Solo
whatever.
mid or a safe
Solo
lane.
jungle with Iron Talon.
And Synderen, you played support, right?
To get where I am MMR-wise, no, I played offlane.
Okay, but when you were like playing Dota professionally, you were a support captain.
Mid
for a while.
I've played support most. I played mid in the start of Dota 2, and then I played mostly support.
Right. So there's a new rule at this tournament. Okay. Basically, if someone from a team becomes sick right, from the 16 teams here, right, if someone becomes sick, they're allowed to be replaced by a panelist.
Okay.
And they can only be replaced by the panelists that we have here right now. All right.
That's unfortunate.
So it's quite unfortunate. But
We
you
lost.
but you but you get to choose who becomes sick. Then you have to choose somebody, right? Someone becomes sick, and you get to take their spot in this tournament.
So is it
Which-
someone we want to become sick, or who we think we replace well?
Who you think you will replace well and
Okay.
can go on and win the tournament for, and the team that you want to play with. So
pretty
you're
much a
kind of like
flame
wishing
anyone
on.
we pick.
You're wishing on someone
yeah,
to
yeah,
become
yeah,
ill.
flame.
No, it's
Isn't it
not
a flame?
It's not a flame. It's where you can fill in the best. Cap. I'm going to go with you first, but you're on the
Okay.
spot. 16 teams. We can go to the groups and show Group A, B.
Yeah,
C,
that
and
would be
D.
good.
I think I know.
You think you know?
Yeah.
You've got an answer for us while we wait for this match, which
Mhm.
is Vici versus
I'm
Team
gonna
Spirit.
wish sickness on probably one of the greatest offlane players
You wish sickness
of all time
on.
Universe. I definitely am going back to EG.
You join EG, and you
Absolutely.
think? Do you think
That's what
that
I was
you
gonna
could
get.
replace Universe?
Dear God, no.
But the thing is,
Are
now
you kidding me?
you're fucking up the team. I mean,
oh well.
You're giving a scapegoat.
I got mine.
but you think you'll get the furthest with him?
Yeah, absolutely. They have to carry my ass.
But you know, like, dude, Universe is so, like, awesome every game.
I know. He's
like
an awesome guy. I feel like terrible.
Are you sure you don't want to play like Team Archon or something, Cap? Like,
I mean,
come on.
I want to get in the money, guys. Come on.
Okay, all right. Gods, who do you wish sickness on, and who do you replace? That's. I mean, that's very greedy.
I was
Cap.
gonna go with EG as well. No.
No, you can go with
No,
I mean,
We're all casters and analysts. We sit in front of the camera all the time. We want
I mean,
attention.
how much fun would it be
That
playing
means
like
we want to go far in the tournament?
Yeah, and playing on a team with like PPDs or captain, like that'd be sick. That'd be a good experience.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So who do you wish sickness on?
I wish sickness on Fear. He's already old. He plays Earth Spirit. I'm sure he has it coming. Like
it's just days away.
He has it coming. I mean, I can play Earth Spirit. All right, like it's fine.
That
You
hero
play
plays
one Earth
itself,
Spirit.
really.
Yeah. One of those shirts, I just
How
feel like
do
I can play from watching other
do
people
you
play.
think you'd be able to win?
Sure.
Yeah.
Pick me Earth Spirit.
Would they really send a ban on gods?
Exactly. Gods is playing. We're not going to ban out gods. We'll leave Earth Spirit in the pool.
Earth
Bang.
Spirit becomes the gods ban.
All right.
Okay.
Got it.
Melanie, you wish sickness on?
Probably Iceberg. They pick Zeus a lot. It would be easy. They
You love your Zeus.
Yeah, they would. I just follow Goblack. It'd be so easy.
But you wouldn't understand their team com.
What? They just fight all the time. Have you seen them play?
So they don't communicate. They just ping and go.
Yeah.
As
but-
dude, he understands.
You
the
play on
vibe.
EU server. You should know. Come on.
That's actually true.
He's good at using chat. We've been playing on Perfect World servers, and
There is
communicate
even a chat
regardless.
wheel emote for Zeus ult now. Okay, that goes across all languages. It automatically gets translated to my language. That's how easy it is. It's done.
You remember the same problems if they start target banning you though. The Zeus bans come out.
Yeah, there's Invoker, there's OD.
Alright, Syndrin.
You're supposed to say that, not him.
Yeah,
don't let
Syndrin,
him take
you
your
wish-
host role away from you.
Hey, you wish
He's already
sickness
stealing
on.
Swindle's personality.
Yeah.
Just keep him in his
I mean, how
spot.
far do you think you'd be able to get Melanie on that? You think far?
Probably not, but that's just Spirit and.
Okay.
You like the name, Team
And
Spirit.
you just want to
Team
play
Spirit
Zeus.
with no communication.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, ready. All right, Syndrin, you wish sickness.
I think I would replace EGM on Alliance. I played a stand-in for them. I think they're really nice guys. I think I would fit into that team pretty well, personality-wise, and I could play as well.
Yeah, you're just such a really nice guy.
Got me. All right. No.
You stole my answer.
No, but anyway, I think I would be a pretty good fit playing that support role, and I think Ake plays the supports that I'm
Yeah.
not so good at.
But then also, Ake plays so well, like controlling, the support role, or almost, you kind of just feel like, yeah, just tell me what to do, and then you
I think
can
it's
just do it.
It's a team that's very easy to feel at home in, I think, on that role,
Yeah.
because the others are so integrated with what they're doing. So.
He keeps talking about like Alliance and their family. Seems like you just don't like your family. You just want to move in with Alliance.
I was gonna. I had the same pick for that kind of reason.
EGM?
Like, yeah, because it was just like.
Pick me silencer. Let's go.
Yeah, he plays silencer. That's true.
Yeah, get play a little bit of silence.
could
Ake tells me what to do, and he's so nice. Ake, you can never be mad at him.
What if
He's
you
got those-
replace Pylai Dai and then they pick you silencer?
Dude, actually, fuck. If I replace Pylai Dai, even with Eternal Envy, we'd win. I'd replace Pylai Dai.
So that's your pick.
Yeah, definitely.
Can
Like,
we do this again, except with Eastern teams?
I almost said MVP.
Everyone
I wanna play with
said like
MVP.
EG,
I wanna play with Kyo.
Alliance,
Kyo's hilarious.
Secret.
Kyo's hilarious. I'd love to play in a team with Kyo, just for like the novelty factor. I'm gonna
I've
play,
seen- I've
replace
seen
like
him at
replace like
LAN. He
NP,
is
play like carry for that team while Kyo goes mid and just carries you, and just sit bottom hitting creeps while Kyo just goes and kills people. That'd be fun.
and if I'm playing, you know, where Pylai Dai was, I get to play with Puppey, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and Puppey, I played pubs with him, and he's like awesome at just like letting you know what's happening and what you're doing. So we could do like the whole communication for Team Secret would be like you know, explain it to me like I'm 5 strategy level, which I think might work not only for me to know what's happening. Like he wouldn't assume that I knew what's happening, right? Because Puppey would know. He'd be like, okay, I'm playing with Too Good. I'm gonna have to explain a lot of stuff, right? But he would be capable. And not only would that work for me, and I'd fit in, I think it would help with Eternal Envy.
I knew that was coming. I could see it like a mile away. Here, I thought you were going to be like,
And therefore,
"Puppey only treats it that way with EE."
the major championship won. And all, like, we would beat your team, like, easily. Like, we'd smash you in EG, off lane.
Absolutely
boom,
not.
No chance. That is the dream team.
Just convince Puppey.
Just gotta go talk to Puppey. Right, I'm off, guys. Oh, no, I'm not.
They tied James down to the
Tied me
chair.
down at production, yeah. Not only are we not going to break, we're stuck here. I actually think they're changing PCs for one of the teams, by the way. And I say I think that. I think I was told that.
I think Ben's idea was good, that we do it again with Eastern teams. That game you just played. That's good.
I don't know. Maybe we should save it for another time. Maybe we should actually go to break and let the viewers stare at a screen. I'm not paid enough for this. Please donate. We're holding the major hostage. What's going on with my in here? If you want to play it, you're more than welcome.
We should bring up the teams again then, I think.
All right. Yeah.
You don't know which
Sidra had a lot of fun.
teams
I mean,
are
I
It's
chose
just
those
difficult to
teams
remember
not
everything
because
by
I had a
heart.
choice between, you know, Western and Eastern or whatever you want to do. I just chose them because it was the best for me.
But you immediately shifted your pick the moment I gave you an alternative.
Yeah, but that's because you're smart, Cinderin.
All right, I'll take it.
It was good. It was good. Like I've won lots of every time I think I have like 100% win ratio with Puppey in pub games. I think it's like impossible to lose.
There's a team list for
It's
you.
called
buddy.
getting carried.
Yes.
All right, let's see.
MVP Phoenix for me.
Yeah.
Because they've
You
got
would replace
one-
the entire team.
Just the whole team. They've got. I don't know. I don't. Who would I be able to replace on there? Got.
Febby.
No, I don't think you can. I want to play with Febby. I think Febby's cool.
So Duba?
You can't replace Duba.
Doobie was playing really amazing.
Dubi's the
Yeah, I
captain.
can play something else. I can play.
MP's the carry. Or you can play offlane.
I mean, you don't really have to farm on MVP
He's got
because
fight.
they just
Nah,
go
he's
fight. So
fine.
carry.
Yeah, sure.
Done. We're also
Does
first
MP
place.
always play safe lane? They alternate mid and safe lane still,
they
right?
change sometimes.
Depends a bit on the heroes. He's mostly safe lane.
Yeah.
Yeah, he plays Invoker though, mid.
Yeah.
I mean,
I
we
think it's
haven't-
boring if we all choose MVP, but the thing is, it's like the only Eastern team that we think we would have good communication with. At least from my
They don't
perspective, I
speak
think.
much English.
And it's
Uh,
fun.
they-
And it's fun.
Some of their
don't-
players speak.
Kyo's
decently.
maybe the only one.
Febby definitely does.
I think they.
Oh, yeah, Febby, yeah.
Febby speaks
Yeah.
very
Yeah,
English.
Kyo,
I think
Febby.
they speak better English on average than the other teams by far. You can definitely communicate
I
something.
mean, Vici got
Pings are
Yeah, they chose
universal.
eyesight.
Pings in chat wheel are
That's true.
universal.
Yeah,
man.
Zeus ulti now. Just go with MVP.
But I think like MVP
Dude, playing
for me is
RTK,
just
playing with
so much
RTK
fun.
would be fun on LGD.
Yeah, that would be
Yelling-
fun, actually.
Yelling
That would be
you
fun.
to I don't even know what he's yelling about half the
But
time.
Just having him yell and you don't
The
understand.
thing about
anything.
ROTK as a captain is like I think like when I watched his TI finals, TI4, and it was like kind of ROTK captain versus Zhao 8. You know, it just felt like ROTK was this old war general that was really willing to sacrifice millions and millions of his people to win the war. And even though they kept coming back and going, sir, you know, unfortunately this didn't work, and you know, it's like he was just like, do it again, and that was like the finals of TI4 because they did the same strat every single game, and it kept on getting shut down, and he didn't adapt. ROTK, and I don't want to be one of those frontline cannon fodders for ROTK's wicked master plans, whatever they are. So I don't want to play with ROTK. I think he wouldn't give me, you know, wouldn't let me farm.
Just replace ROTK. Play with the rest of LGD.
I'd be the nice general. I value all your lives. Follow me.
I love you all too much, so we surrender.
Yes.
Lives have been saved. I'm gonna go with Ehome.
They're loud. They are so loud.
I will replace Old 11 because I have all my teeth.
And good teeth as well. American teeth. No hospital trip for you.
Unless my tonsils inflame even further than they already are. Like golf
That could be a
balls right
problem.
now.
Are they really?
Yes. I am in constant discomfort.
I don't know why that's funny, but
Talking really helps.
Okay, let's have Cap on the panel for an hour in pain. Gods, you have a pick?
I think I want to play MVP. I want to play with Q. I played with him because he used to live in Australia and play there before he moved to Korea. So I think it'd be hilarious to be on a team with him.
I'll go with Shiki. I can wear board shorts and play Lena. And get carried by aggressive. Sounds like a good life.
And Sims, you made your pick? What was it? I can't remember.
Did I?
I'm not sure.
I made a pick? I don't think I did I?
No. But you said it would
said
be boring
you
if we
needed
all
a
pick
team
MVP, so you're kind of leaning towards MVP Phoenix here.
I think I'll take something else. Then I'll probably go with Vici. The problem is I think FY and Fenrir are such a cool duo to watch, and it's difficult to replace one of them.
No, but you would be the you'd buy Gem.
I think I would, if I play for Vici, I would definitely play the Fenrir role. That's for sure in that team.
But with a Gem.
But with a Gem. Yeah, that's my pick.
also
I think playing with Ice would actually just be really fun. I think he's a great kind of character to have in your team.
I think you
have fun.
fit in that team. I think that's a possible transfer.
Yeah, you did great at the losing part.
I'll tell you what.
Hey!
Well, you're used to it, aren't you? In terms of some of your tournament. You've been to TI, you played?
Yeah.
Lower bracket?
Yeah.
How'd you do?
Not so well. But I was there, Ben.
That's experience.
Retired before.
Yeah. Retired while it was
You could help
before
him
it got
out.
cool.
You've got the experience.
Do you regret?
Okay, so I'll tell you what. We're going to take a break so we can all go off and talk to these teams about the possibility of transfer. Those of us that don't come back, we've got contracts and we're very happy. But thank you for bearing with us here at the Shanghai Major presented by Perfect World. And of course, what is most important for us is really that the players get to play at the right conditions because it is such a huge tournament. So if it's swapping out PCs, whatever's going to happen, of course, we will have those delays. We're never going to put the players at a risk of not playing their perfect game because that's what they really need to do to get out of these groups in the top seed. So we'll take a break and then we'll come back and hopefully we'll be going into the lower bracket game shortly between Vici Gaming and Team Spirit. See you in a moment.